In the happy community, before the door of room 404, a negotiation unfolded. The rent is 200. I demand 1,000. The highest I can offer is 500. I cannot go any higher. 800. Otherwise, you may seek someone else. Fine. The landlady, elegantly clad in vintage denim, produced a contract. Sign here. It needs to be lower. Despite his evident frustration, Xiao Mushing affixed his signature to the document. The landlady scanned his WeChat and transferred 800 yuan to him, along with handing over the key to the room. Without delay, she hastily departed, as though fleeing from a perilous situation. This 800 yuan rent was a concession made by the landlady. You may wonder why. This room is notorious in the area as a haunted dwelling. None of the previous occupants have managed to endure a single night within its confines. Thus, the landlady subsidized the rent, seeking a spirited young man to alleviate the malevolent aura that pervaded the space. Freshly graduated from university and yet to secure employment, Xiao Mushing was immediately drawn to the rental advertisement. Without hesitation, he made his way over. As for ghosts, having faced poverty, he felt no fear of specters. Reflecting on the past, he recalled playing hide-and-seek with the village children, taking refuge in a collapsed tomb. He remained hidden until the clock struck 1 in the morning. His family, accompanied by other children, searched frantically, calling out for him, yet he remained silent. It was not until his friends, in tears, conceded defeat that he emerged from the grave, extending a hand and crying out. He remembered that day vividly, surrounded by many elders, a few of whom nearly instigated a village-wide feast due to his antics. Consequently, he found himself suspended from a tree until the following dawn, his body marked by the welts of bamboo lashes. In retrospect, those were the remnants of his lost childhood. Xiao Mushing wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, reining in his thoughts as he retrieved the key and unlocked the door. The room was decorated in an exquisite minimalist style, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with a sealed balcony spanning over 90 square meters. Essential amenities such as a refrigerator, air conditioning, and a water heater were all present. He chose the larger bedroom as his sanctuary and began to organize his belongings. He then inspected the room, tapping and listening intently, even taking the scents. His apprehension stemmed from the rumors of hauntings. He suspected that perhaps a corpse lay hidden within the walls. Although the landlady assured him that no homicides had occurred in the dwelling, what if, after a thorough investigation, he discovered no concealed compartments and detected no foul odors? Everything appeared normal for the moment. Xiao Mushing gazed into the mirror, brushing his fingers along the chiseled line of his jaw. How can I be so handsome? He mused, before extinguishing the light and exiting the bathroom. However, just as he turned to leave and closed the bathroom door, the light flickered ominously. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Mushing opened the food delivery app and selected a seemingly delightful restaurant. Noticing the distance of 2 kilometers, he mused, 2 kilometers isn't too far. He then stepped out of his door, opting to walk there, believing it would benefit his health and aid digestion after his meal. Upon returning that evening, he perused job recruitment apps, having received responses to the resumes he had previously submitted. Must be from a prestigious university, one read. Must possess national-level awards. In this day and age, even securing a position as a typist came with such demanding prerequisites. He glanced at a message from an electronics factory, which stated, only females. Xiao Mushing was left speechless. I suppose I can only venture out tomorrow, he thought. With that, he switched to short videos on his phone. After a while, he excused himself to the restroom for his evening routine. Upon returning, he lay on his bed, turned off the lights, and shut his eyes. After several minutes, he picked up his phone again, unable to sleep, and resumed watching videos. Yet, as he scrolled, a flicker of movement caught his eye and the dim light of figure had appeared beside his bed. At that moment, Xiao Mushing ceased his foolish grin at the screen. The window was closed, the door locked. It was inconceivable for anyone to have entered. Moreover, even a thief would be unlikely to venture into a bedroom, fully aware that someone was present. The figure beside his bed appeared somewhat ethereal. Contemplating the possibilities, he refrained from screaming, quietly slipping his hand beneath the covers and pulling the blanket up, enveloping himself within. In such moments, displaying fear and shouting would only hasten his demise. However, as he nestled deeper into the blanket, he lifted his head and was met with a delicate, beautiful face. Oval-shaped and flawlessly pale, it bore dark circles and bags under her eyes, rendering her spectral appearance rather haggard. Were it not for the solitude of the room, this scene might have felt quite endearing. Xiao Mushing turned off his phone and closed his eyes, finally succumbing to sleep. After a considerable time of stillness, he thought to himself that his assumptions had proven correct. As long as he feigned ignorance and refrained from exhibiting fear, he should be safe. After all, he had learned that this room was merely haunted, with no fatalities attributed to its spectral inhabitants. Yet, just as he believed he might escape this ordeal unscathed, a soft voice whispered in his ear, "You can see me, can't you?" The voice was so close it felt as if someone were leaning in to speak directly to him. In an instant, Xiao Mushing became as taut as a drawn bowstring, paralyzed and unable to respond. Any sudden movement could spell disaster. The fact that the ghost had not harmed him yet suggested that he was currently safe. "Hey, are you really asleep?" The ghost's voice continued to echo in his ear, but Xiao Mushing chose to remain deaf to her words. Upon realizing her efforts were futile, the spectral figure in the living room suddenly caused the lights to flicker. Xiao Mushing remained oblivious to the disturbance until a minute ticked away. The ghost, finding this also ineffective, extinguished the lights once more, plunging the space into silence. With the tension in his heart somewhat alleviated, time progressed to midnight. Xiao Mushing felt a slight discomfort in his bladder. Getting up to use the restroom shouldn't pose much of a problem if I encounter anything. I shall feign ignorance, he mused. Thus, he rose and switched on the bedroom light, casting a cursory glance around, and upon confirming the absence of the ghost, he exhaled in relief. At the restroom door, he illuminated the space, and just as he shut the door behind him, beside the toilet stood a figure clad in a blue school uniform, adorned with a small badge reading Jinyang No. 1 High School. The apparition, stroking its chin like a lecherous old man, scrutinized Xiao Mushing's hands resting on his waistband, as well as what lay further below. Xiao Mushing, taken aback, thought, having been teased by various individuals due to his handsome visage, but aunties, sisters, or roommates, this was his first encounter with a female ghost. Yet, despite his contemplation, his hands continued to move, feigning a flustered demeanor as he tied his waistband into a tight knot. Just as he pretended to disentangle his waistband, preparing to exit the restroom, the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in darkness. The lights had gone out. Fumbling to turn them back on, he found a face mere centimeters from his own, prompting an instinctive retreat of his head. As this slight movement registered, a jolt of alarm surged through him. "This is bad." A triumphant smile crept across the ghost's face. "You can indeed see me, why pretend otherwise?" Xiao Mushing, with his hand resting on the restroom doorknob, halted at her words. According to his assumptions, the ghost should have lunged at him by now, yet her demeanor and tone suggested no intention to harm. "Why are you so certain that I can see you?" "Because many others have entered this house before, and despite my efforts to manipulate the lights and the television, they could not perceive me. But you are different." "Thank you," Xiao Mushing replied sincerely, grateful for her presence. Otherwise, he might never have encountered such circumstances in a house rented for a mere 800 yuan. "You're welcome." "Wait, you haven't answered my question. Why do you pretend not to see me?" Though the ghost was perplexed by his gratitude, she responded politely, only to shift back to her earlier inquiry with renewed vigor. Xiao Mushing simply extended his hands, gesturing up and down towards her figure without uttering a word, yet conveying everything. The atmosphere grew momentarily quiet. He broke the silence first. "My name is Xiao Mushing. What about you?" "Luo Yao." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. "How did you die? Homicide or suicide?" "Homicide." Luo Yao was still contemplating how to respond when the other party inquired so directly. "Jinyang City No. 1 High School, homicide. Time of death, October 29th, 2009. The Jinyang City serial murder case." Before the last word could escape the interlocutor's lips, Xiao Mushing interjected. "How do you know?" Luo Yao had heard whispers of this case during her lifetime, but never imagined she would become a part of it. Xiao Mushing pondered for a moment before replying, "I came across it online." He immediately pulled out his phone, eager to confirm something. In the search bar, he typed Jinyang City serial murder case. After scrolling, he finally stumbled upon a page. A police wanted notice, a reward of 500,000 yuan for information leading to the capture of the Jinyang City serial murderer. Though issued over a decade ago, the reward remained valid, which explained Xiao Mushing's palpable excitement. Previously, while browsing short videos, he had encountered a vlogger discussing this case. The crux of the discussion revolved around whether the Jinyang City serial murder case had 6 or 7 victims. During the time of the murders, a senior high school student named Luo Yao had gone missing. This discrepancy led to conflicting accounts regarding the number of victims. Now, standing before him was one of those victims. He could almost taste the 500,000 yuan reward. Do you wish for revenge? Tell me who the murderer is, and I will assist you in avenging your death. Luo Yao, taken aback by Xiao Mushing's fervent inquiry, found herself in a moment of hesitation. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Mushing's heart sank, and her subsequent words were indeed what he dreaded most. I do not know who they are, nor did I see their faces. They were all wearing masks. The sound of his hopes for the 500,000 yuan reward shattering echoed in his mind. Such are the unpredictable vicissitudes of life. Luo Yao observed his expression and said, "Although I long for vengeance, if it's not possible, just retrieve my remains and return them to my parents." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope reignited in Xiao Mushing's eyes. Do you know where your body is hidden? Yes. His hope expanded further, and he began to devise a plan. However, just as he was in the midst of his thoughts, she remarked, "Did you not say they? 2 people killed me." Luo Yao's revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Until now, there has only been one suspect in this unresolved case. Xiao Mushing felt the challenge. Intensifying dealing with one individual is markedly different from confronting 2, especially if they are both deranged murderers. Although this may touch upon your wounds, could you recount the entire process of the crime to me? Upon hearing this, Luo Yao did not feel sorrowful. Rather, the more detail she contemplated, the sooner those 2 scoundrels would descend to accompany her, filling her with a sense of exhilaration. Certainly, Xiao Mushing gestured for her to proceed, recognizing that the restroom was not an appropriate venue for such a discussion. Thus, they transitioned to the living room. However, just as they stepped outside, Xiao Mushing retreated, closing the door behind him. As he prepared to disrobe, a spectral figure emerged, partially materializing through the tightly shut door. "What are you doing?" "Ah, just using the restroom, sister." Xiao Mushing's voice took on a higher pitch. If he didn't relieve himself soon, his bladder would surely burst. Luo Yao promptly covered her eyes and stepped back. Moments later, the sound of a clear stream flowed from within the restroom. After a while, Xiao Mushing emerged, feeling refreshed, and Luo Yao began recounting the events of that fateful night. Once Luo Yao finished her account, Xiao Mushing set about refining his prior plans. He recognized that the information Luo Yao shared could not be directly conveyed to the police, as they would likely dismiss him as mentally unstable. Weight being considered mentally unstable might not be entirely disadvantageous. Xiao Mushing opened his phone, purchasing a train ticket from Shancheng to Jinyang City. He captured a screenshot, then opened his computer to download video editing software. He uploaded the screenshot, crafted a narrative, and released a short video. Subsequently, he purchased a bit of data, targeting the advertising region to Jinyang City. Luo Yao observed his actions closely. "What are you doing?" "I'm disseminating information regarding my investigation." "Aren't you just alarming the snake in the grass?" "That's precisely the intention," Xiao Mushing replied with a knowing smile. Oh, Luo Yao hesitated briefly before comprehending his implication. "By the way, can you leave this house?" "I couldn't leave before, but since encountering you, I felt a sense that you could lead me away." Xiao Mushing sensed his chances of success increasing. Who could contend with him when accompanied by a ghost? "Oh, and after leaving this house, I will no longer be able to perform the actions I can within it, such as controlling electrical devices." "How do you know? Have you tried?" "It's a feeling." Xiao Mushing found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly dispute a ghost's intuition, especially considering that it was all that remained of her essence. Chapter 3. Midnight dread. The following day, aboard the crowded subway, most passengers stood on tiptoe, merely to grant a small space to a muttering individual. Xiao Mushing occupied a seat kindly vacated for him, engaging in conversation with Luo Yao, who floated above, disdainful of the crowding. "I now sense that I may have acted rather recklessly," he confessed. Initially, within the confines of his home, he harbored a glimmer of hope. believing such extraordinary abilities could not entirely abandon him once he stepped outside. However, this morning's experiment proved otherwise. Apart from his own mobile device, he found that the other party could exert no control over anything else. Luo Yao, propping her head with her hand, remarked, "I find your actions quite audacious." Speaking to me in the subway, of all places, the nearby passengers, peering at Xiao Musheng as if he were deranged, observed with incredulity. In life, the opinions of passers-by hold little significance. What truly matters is my own self-perception. By the way, he continued, is there a particular meaning behind the name your parents bestowed upon you? Yao, in ancient times, signifies exquisite jade, symbolizing grace and elegance, purity and clarity. And you? A fortune teller once claimed that my elemental balance was weak in fire, hence the addition of the character for wood in my name, wood generates fire. The two continued their aimless chatter until the announcement signaled their arrival at Shanchengbai Station. With the sound of the intercom resonating, Xiao Musheng shouldered his backpack and alighted. Upon reaching the station, he glanced at the video he had posted the previous night and opened the comment section. The first few remarks that caught his eye read, "Foolish individual, attempting to capitalize on this case's publicity. There are clowns every year, but this year's crop is particularly abundant. If you truly uncover any useful leads, I shall livestream myself devouring the infamous Lao Ba's secret hamburgers." Another comment scoffed, "This dimwit clearly hasn't followed the police reports. There are only 6 victims. How can he pretend to be a detective online?" Luo Yao passed through his chest, peering at the comments on his phone. The vitriol online is rather intense. Xiao Musheng said little in response, merely jotting down the usernames, planning to confront each one in due course. In Jinyang City, at a breakfast stall nestled within an alley, an elderly man, while waiting for his meal, opened his short video app. The first video that appeared was a screenshot of an online train ticket, accompanied by a caption. The elderly man clicked on the caption, which read, "While scrolling through videos, I stumbled upon details regarding the Jinyang serial murder case. I believe I might have unearthed some clues that could lead to the 7th victim, who is yet to be discovered. I plan to purchase a ticket and set out. Should I find a body, I will live stream the revelation." The old man furrowed his brow slightly at the video, though he found it unlikely. He still pressed the follow button. In a modest one-bedroom apartment, a map, compass, and hiking backpack adorned the coffee table. In the corner of the living room, a military-grade multi-functional shovel rested, while beside the bed in the bedroom lay a pair of tactical shoes and a set of expedition gear. At that moment, a hand as pure as a lotus root emerged from beneath the covers, reaching for the mobile phone placed on the bedside table. It was drawn back under the blanket. The phone's owner glanced at the time and instinctively opened a short video application. She vowed never to accept assignments in desolate areas again. The lack of people was one thing, but poor signal reception was another. Zhou Haihong had returned from an assignment the previous night and immediately succumbed to slumber, utterly fatigued. She could only scroll through short videos upon waking. After watching just a few, eliciting a few laughs, a particular video that featured only an image caught her attention, primarily due to the text accompanying it. Upon seeing this video, Zhou Haihong propped herself up from beneath the covers. The music from the video played on repeat for quite some time, allowing her thoughts to wander. After a moment's reflection, she clicked on the private message option and sent a message. "Can we discuss your findings?" As the clock struck 0:30, Xiao Musheng glanced at the now-defunct subway and then turned to exit the station. He summoned a taxi via his phone. When the car arrived, Luo Yao slipped into the back seat. Xiao Musheng entered the vehicle with a sense of propriety. The car made a brief stop at a hardware store that was still open. Typically, such establishments would be closed at this hour, yet within this shop, the owner was engaged in a game of mahjong with a few others. Xiao Musheng disembarked to purchase a spade, then re-entered the vehicle and adjusted his location on the ride-hailing app. "Driver, I need to change my destination." Although the driver found it somewhat peculiar, he refrained from inquiring further, as the adjusted route would extend the journey and consequently increase his fare. As they drove on, Luo Yao inquired, "Aren't you a bit anxious to find my body right now? Shouldn't you take a break?" "I initially intended to wait until tomorrow, but fortuitously found a hardware store open. Instead of spending the night at an internet CAF, after locating your body, I would still have a place to rest, and it would be free." "Luo, Yao momentarily struggled to comprehend. The police station? She finally realized. Ah, I see now, Luo Yao said with a dawning understanding. The previously weary driver, unbeknownst to him, had become somewhat invigorated. It was one thing for a passenger in the back seat to talk to themselves, but the words uttered in the stillness of the night sent a chill down his spine. I was speaking with a friend, Xiao Mushing replied. The driver, feeling a tad uneasy, responded, I hope that place hasn't changed too much. If there are significant alterations, it could complicate the excavation. I can't say for certain. I only entered that house recently, and I haven't returned in over a decade, so I'm not aware of any changes. Xiao Mushing contemplated briefly and then glanced at the driver, who, noticing the gaze reflected in the rearview mirror, swallowed nervously. The hands gripping the steering wheel had become somewhat stiff, lacking their former ease. Uncle, has there been any significant change at the old water plant? No. That site has been abandoned for several years now, and I haven't heard anything about its demolition or alteration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to the side and spoke to Luo Yao. There should be no major issue. Your remains are most likely still there. At that moment, the driver silently shifted the gears, internally exclaiming, Hurry up, dead car. After a brief interval, Xiao Mushing inquired again, Driver, have you heard of the 2009 serial murder case in Jinyang City? The driver thought to himself, Is it about to begin? Please no. How should I respond? Should I say I've heard of it or not? If I say I haven't, will he launch into a story? If I say I have, will he share something I don't know? And then noticing the driver's silence, Xiao Mushing continued, Well, judging by your accent, you must be a local. Such events are surely known to you. The driver's mind raced, and he forced a smile, saying, I'm driving and cannot engage in too much conversation with passengers. It can be distracting. Oh, my apologies. Please continue. Luo Yao, observing intently, remarked, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xiao Mushing slightly nodded. He needed a witness. Chapter 4. Robbery? No. We seek beauty. Upon arriving at the old water plant, the journey, which was anticipated to take an hour according to the navigation system, was remarkably shortened to a mere 40 minutes by the driver. As Xiao Mushing alighted from the vehicle, the driver accelerated abruptly, departing the scene at an astonishing speed. With a smile, Xiao Mushing waved goodbye and murmured, Fate brings us together amidst mountains and rivers. He then turned to Luo Yao with a grin, urging, Lead the way. The moon was partially obscured by clouds, prompting Xiao Mushing to activate the flashlight feature on his phone for illumination ahead. Midway through their walk, Luo Yao suddenly halted. There are two people ahead, she exclaimed. Xiao Mushing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Come out from the bushes, I have already spotted you, he called out. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had warned him, yet he chose to provoke the situation instead of fleeing. Are you out of your mind? She thought, feeling helpless as a mere specter unable to drag him away. Xiao Mushing gestured for her to remain quiet. From the left, a figure stealthily moved toward his rear, followed by two figures leaping forth. Utilizing the beam from his phone, he discerned one with blonde hair and the other with a spiky appearance. One bore a tattoo of the azure dragon on his left arm, while the other showcased the white tiger on his right, altogether resembling a pair of formidable warriors. Each wielded a weapon. One brandished a metal rod, while the other held a stone of uncertain origin. What was disconcerting, however, was the startling youth of these individuals. Were it 15 years prior, they might have barely reached the age of 10. It was implausible for such young souls to engage in heinous acts. Clearly, the perpetrators behind a series of murders would not be so easily provoked by a mere video. It seemed he had encountered a couple of inexperienced ruffians. Since we've been discovered, let us not hide any longer, the blonde one declared, shining a flashlight in Xiao Mushing's face. He licked his lips suggestively. Unperturbed, Xiao Mushing raised a hand to shield his eyes and chuckled. Gentlemen, robbery is a grave offense. Penalties can range from 3 to 7 years. And should you inflict harm during the act, you might face decades in prison. I advise you to reconsider your course of action. The blonde scrutinized Xiao Mushing's physique. Does robbery of beauty carry a penalty as well? He inquired. Xiao Mushing remained silent. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, who had initially appeared alarmed, instinctively covered her mouth with both hands. Though the moment was inappropriate and somewhat unethical, a hint of inexplicable amusement flickered across her brow. Xiao Mushing was rather handsome, though his allure leaned more towards a delicate beauty than traditional masculinity. The two ruffians, having ventured near the old water plant in search of valuable items to sell for quick cash, stumbled upon Xiao Mushing and noted his striking appearance. Coincidentally, their peculiar tastes added an unexpected twist to the encounter. Then, they began to entertain some nefarious thoughts, believing that in the desolate wilderness, they could carry out their scheme without fear of retribution. After all, the other party might not possess the courage to report them, and even if they did, proving any wrongdoing would be a challenge. Moreover, it would save them a considerable sum of money, truly a stroke of good fortune. Subsequently, the two began to inch closer, brandishing their weapons as a means to coerce Xiao Musheng into surrendering. In their eyes, this tactic seemed to yield some success, as their adversary stood frozen in place. Just as the yellow-haired thug swung his club, Xiao Musheng seized it with remarkable speed, yanking it towards him. As the thug stumbled forward, Xiao Musheng delivered a swift kick to his groin, causing him to contort like an overcooked shrimp. Observing this, the ruffian behind, sensing the tide turning, harbored malicious intent and hurled a stone at the back of Xiao Musheng's head. With agility, Xiao Musheng tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. In retaliation, he flung his club back at the assailant, striking him squarely in the face and sending him crashing to the ground. Luo Yao, witnessing the spectacle, stood in stunned silence. "You're so formidable? If I weren't capable, how could I dare to covet that 500,000? In his youth, Xiao Musheng had two esteemed mentors in his village, one a master of Bawajong, the other a veteran of the battlefield. Having cultivated a good rapport with both, he had learned a few techniques, though opportunities to employ them were scarce. The last time he utilized these skills was during his stint selling liquor when an unruly male patron provoked him, leading to a confrontation that resulted in the end of his liquor sales. The risks proved too great. He could manage the female clientele, but the male patrons posed an additional threat, compelling him to abandon that venture. What to do with these two miscreants? They would be relegated to menial labor. Once the thugs regained their senses, they foolishly attempted to rise and resist. Xiao Musheng delivered a harsh lesson on the realities of society. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, spare us. We won't dare again." The two ruffians lay on the ground, beseeching for mercy. Initially, they had assumed their encounter was merely a surprise attack. But after enduring another round of punishment, they finally realized the gravity of their predicament. Xiao Musheng then delivered each of them a kick. "Stop feigning death and come with me to handle some business." The two, filled with indignation yet powerless to protest, followed suit. They eventually arrived at a small copse. Xiao Musheng retrieved a spade from his bag. "Dig here," he commanded. The yellow-haired thug, bewildered, inquired, "Big brother, what are we digging for?" "Corpses." In the stillness of the night, Xiao Musheng's soft words resonated like a chilling breeze, sending shivers down their spines. The two trembled in fear. They were merely petty thugs with peculiar interests, not ruthless individuals willing to throw their lives away. The ruffian trembled. "Big brother, it's the middle of the night. Perhaps we could wait until tomorrow." Xiao Musheng chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "Do you think you have a choice?" And the two began to dig, tears brimming in their eyes. As the old adage goes, a word from the heart is like a knife. Little did they know, today it would ring true. At that moment, Xiao Musheng activated his live stream. "Welcome to my broadcast. As I mentioned in my previous video, I have uncovered the remains of the seventh victim through various clues, and we are now proceeding with the excavation." The somber atmosphere, coupled with the presence of two injured ruffians and a jovial young man with bloodstains on his face, lent an eerie quality to the live stream. Initially, only one or two viewers tuned in, but soon the numbers swelled to several hundred. Although this was not an overwhelming crowd, the discussions were fervent. After all, watching such a stream in the dead of night was undeniably thrilling. Incredible. There are actually 3 men engaging in such activities in a secluded grove. What is the story behind the host's injuries? Surely, you're just another clickbait fraud. Host, allow me to offer a friendly warning. Fabricating tales to gain views could land you in serious trouble. In the face of these doubts, Xiao Mushing merely smiled, brushing off the concerns as trivial. Whether it's true or not, we shall see in the news later. At this moment, Luo Yao squatted beside a half-excavated pit. For her, witnessing the excavation of her own remains was an oddly novel experience. With the knowledge she had acquired in high school, she envisioned that what would emerge from the earth would be a pile of bones, not particularly pristine. She had never contemplated what would become of her after death, particularly at such a young age. She hadn't anticipated the chance to observe others unearthing her. Xiao Mushing approached the pit after stabilizing his phone on its stand and inquired, "What does it feel like to see yourself being excavated?" "It's quite peculiar. I must say, I would describe it as largely regretful." "Regretful?" "Indeed. I once aspired to attend the Capital University of Foreign Languages, to become a diplomat, or perhaps a translator, traveling the world, or even a foreign language teacher. Alas, none of those dreams came to fruition, and now they're lost." "Are you proficient in languages?" "Aside from English and my native tongue, I can speak 5 additional languages." Xiao Mushing gasped in astonishment. "How impressive. Clearly, not all high school experiences are alike. Back in my day, my English skills were such that even trampling on an answer sheet would yield a higher score than my earnest efforts. Had I not taken up a course in island languages during my senior year, I doubt I would have even passed the undergraduate threshold." Meanwhile, the 2 individuals digging appeared increasingly alarmed. Xiao Mushing had not conversed with them, so who was he speaking to in this desolate wilderness? Then they glanced at the pit they were excavating. Could it be? Chapter 5. Suspected mental illness. The beam of the flashlight grew increasingly erratic, and the shovel felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The 2 exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. "Don't move around, dig faster. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest," Xiao Mushing urged, his words echoing like a whisper from a demon, compelling them to continue without pause. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream surged past 1,000. What was the host discussing? It was likely a conversation with the 2 digging in the pit, clearly struggling, enduring hunger for 3 days, hoping to profit from this live broadcast, all for the sake of entertainment. Yet, amidst the skepticism, could it be possible that their claims were true? "Everyone look, there's an honest person upstairs." In the age of the internet, how many genuine things can one truly find? Time passed once more. Crack! The shovel seemed to strike something, severing it in the process. Hearing the noise, Xiao Mushing swiftly jumped down. He seized the shovel from the blond man's hands and took the flashlight from the other. With deft movements, he began to clear the earth surrounding the object. A section of white bone emerged prominently. The tension in the blonde and the other man finally snapped. They screamed and frantically scrambled away from the pit. "A ghost! There's a ghost!" The 2 fled into the depths of darkness. The audience in the live stream reacted by either laughing or posting amused emojis, interpreting the duo's terror as mere theatrics. Xiao Mushing had no intention of pursuing them. They were already in a live stream, and even if they fled, the authorities would surely track them down for questioning. He continued to excavate around the bone, delicately uncovering more soil. He discovered remnants of a school uniform, significantly decayed but still recognizable as the same as what Luo Yao currently wore. After confirming this, he refrained from further digging, understanding that he was not a specialist. Continuing might compromise valuable evidence. Simply confirming its presence was sufficient. After climbing out of the pit, Xiao Mushing picked up his phone. "I'm going to call the police now. I want to film the body, as the platform likely prohibits it. Everyone, check the news tomorrow." He concluded the live stream in front of over 1,000 viewers. Following that, he dialed the authorities. Once he completed these tasks and turned around, he noticed the ethereal figure squatting at the pit's edge had vanished. Approaching the edge, he found Luo Yao reaching out to touch her bone. There was no sign of a soul entering a body. Instead, her fingers passed through the white bone, or perhaps the bone transcended her spirit. At that moment, Xiao Mushing sat beside her, indifferent to the dirt beneath him. "Do you think I might have such an opportunity after I die?" Luo Yao lifted her head, appearing somewhat bewildered. "What opportunity?" "To caress my own remains, reminiscing about my life." Luo Yao stood up. "I don't know. Perhaps there is." Her memories were fragmented over 15 years. having only recently awakened in that room, unable to leave it. Only Xiao Musheng could see her, and she had never encountered any other souls. Thus, when faced with Xiao Musheng's inquiries, she could not provide a definitive answer. Shortly after, the wailing of police sirens echoed, indicating that someone in the live stream had likely alerted the authorities, for the police would not have arrived so swiftly otherwise. Luo Yao soared out of the pit, and Xiao Mu also rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing Xiao Musheng's lips. Act 1 concluded. Zhou Haihong watched the bizarre live broadcast with a furrowed brow, her expression one of displeasure. Ultimately, she dug a hole, revealing nothing. Her private messages went unanswered. Could it be that this was merely a jester seeking attention for the sake of views? After contemplating, she seized her car keys, deciding that instead of waiting idly, it would be prudent to verify the situation. She recalled that the location seemed to be the old water plant, within an aging residential building. In a dimly lit living room, an elderly man and a middle-aged man stared at the now black-screened phone, unable to regain their composure. In stark contrast to the carefree demeanor of the live stream spectators, their hearts bore an undeniable weight. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling. Though the smoke dispersed chaotically, would they be discovered? 15 years ago, 6 were found, but nothing was uncovered. Now, what could be gleaned from finding the last one? The elderly man spoke with robust vigor, but the middle-aged man's concern lingered. How had that young man located them? The elderly man offered no response. This was the middle-aged man's true apprehension, the manner in which the individual had discovered their secret. Time had the power to erase many traces. The body that remained unfound for 15 years had now been located by a youth. Moreover, from the video that individual had posted prior to this, it was evident that he was not a local, which was indeed alarming. From miles away, he had pieced together information from the internet to uncover the burial site, and now he had arrived in the area. Who could predict whether he would uncover further clues? Perhaps one day, he would come knocking at their door, accompanied by a cadre of officers. If he were to uncover anything more, they might find themselves buried alongside their secrets. The elderly man spoke these words with a calm demeanor, yet his eyes glimmered like those of a wolf poised for the hunt. The middle-aged man remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Should the situation necessitate their involvement once more, it would be unavoidable. After all, who could blame the young man for seeking danger in his idleness? The following morning, the doorbell chimed. A middle-aged woman opened the door to find 2 police officers standing outside. "May I ask if Mr. Qianhao is home?" The woman, unaware of the unfolding events, prepared to return to the living room to rouse her husband, oblivious to the presence that awaited her just beyond the threshold. As she looked toward the 2 officers, a multitude of images flooded Qian Shifu's mind. The officer presented a photograph and stated, "This individual had already met his demise before midnight last night. However, records from his mobile device indicate that he was in your vehicle post-midnight." He added ominously that a figure would be standing beside the deceased's bed that very night. Master Qian's imagination was abruptly curtailed as the officer began his inquiries. He asked if Qian had ever encountered this individual, when he had entered the vehicle, what was discussed within its confines, and various other details. Once the questions were concluded, the officer prepared to depart, but Qian hastily pressed for more information before he could leave. What transpired? That passenger was still alive, correct? Indeed, he was alive. However, last night, he unearthed a corpse linked to a significant case. There are some concerns regarding his mental state, so we sought your insight. What sort of concerns? The officer responded gravely. There are suspicions of a potential mental illness. Chapter 6. The second death 3 days later, Xiao Musheng emerged from the police station, not empty-handed. He had acquired a banner of commendation, a sum of 20,000 yuan, and a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Within this brief span, he had completed the interrogation on the first day, while the subsequent 2 days were spent under observation in a psychiatric hospital before being sent back. The reason he did not remain hospitalized was that his condition did not meet the criteria for admission. Typically, those who are admitted are unable to lead a normal life within society. As for the 20,000 yuan, the reward he had previously seen online was a phased incentive. Providing significant leads and evidence could earn a bounty ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 yuan, while capturing the suspect directly warranted 500,000 yuan. Since he had located the victim's body, which had remained undiscovered for over a decade, he received the maximum reward of 20,000 yuan. Outside the police station, two elderly individuals with white hair awaited him. They were the parents of Luo Yao. The man, Luo Tianchun, was a professor at a prominent university in Jinyang City, and the woman, He Roaching, was a secondary school teacher. Discovering their daughter's remains was a profound blow to them, as they had long clung to the hope that she was merely missing. Although this news was dreadful, it was a reality they had to confront. They did not irrationally blame Xiao Musheng. Instead, they expressed their gratitude, for at least they could reclaim their daughter's body while they were still alive. Seeing her parents once more stirred a complex array of emotions within Luo Yao. She had previously encountered them at the police station, where they had gazed upon her lifeless form while she observed them from a distance. Regret, sorrow, excitement, and a tinge of relief mingled within her. Relief that she had preceded her parents in death and would not endure the anguish of their loss. Yet, reflecting on this made her feel selfish, condemning them to bury their child. At that moment, Xiao Musheng did not attend to the dazed Luo Yao. He descended the steps to stand before the elderly couple. "Uncle, Auntie, I apologize for the trouble this may cause you," he said. "Had it not been for your assistance in locating Yao Yao, it would have been nearly impossible for us to reunite in this lifetime. We are immensely grateful, and staying at your home for a while is hardly a burden. Moreover, it may aid in your investigation to find the perpetrator, allowing her to rest in peace." Luo Tianchun was the first to respond, his tone warm and kind. The proposal for him to stay at their home originated from Xiao Musheng himself, supported by two reasons: the lack of accommodation and the pursuit of leads. As he contemplated this, he cast a glance back at Luo Yao, still standing on the steps. It was time for her to return home. In the police station S lobby, Officer Long, in his 40s, reflected on the conversation he had shared with Xiao Musheng before his departure. With the clues at hand, could they locate the individual responsible? They could only strive to do their utmost. And if the perpetrator were to strike again, there would be no escape. "I understand," he concluded. The conversation was brief. Retrieving his thoughts, Officer Long returned from the hall to the precinct. Xiao Li arranged for someone to monitor Xiao Musheng's mobile location around the clock. "Report immediately if there are any unusual movements," Officer Long instructed. After issuing his orders, he rubbed his temples, uncertain whether it was appropriate to interpret a mentally ill person's words in this manner. Yet, the instinct of a policeman compelled him to take action. Arriving at Luo Yao's residence, a 4-room, 2-living area home with 1 kitchen and 3 bathrooms, he noted the spacious bedrooms, each with an en-suite, as well as a study and a guest room. He Rouching led Xiao Musheng to one of the large bedrooms, which was adorned in a refreshing pink hue. "Ever since Yao Yao left, I have cleaned her room daily, but the arrangement remains untouched, including her little secrets. Even if I find them, I return them to their rightful places," she remarked. Luo Yao, initially engulfed in sorrow, suddenly shivered at this revelation. Xiao Musheng inquired, "What little secrets?" He Rouching pondered for a moment before crouching down. Luo Yao reached out to stop her, but her hand passed through. He Rouching then reached beneath the bed, activated a hidden mechanism, and pulled out several concealed compartments. A number of books emerged from within. Disregarding Liao's protests, Xiao Musheng nonchalantly picked up a few volumes. Noting the covers featuring 2 men, the overbearing prince usurps the emperor, the gentle senior beneath the osmanthus tree that year, and the sensitive CEO and his doctor friend, Xiao Musheng was taken aback. He Rouching chuckled as she observed the titles. It's normal for high school students to have unique interests. I once thought our Yao Yao was perfect, just like a child from someone else's family, until one day I discovered these books in her room. She needn't have hidden them. Her father and I wouldn't have said anything. During my time as a homeroom teacher, I encountered many such books and understood the thrill and excitement that young people experience while exploring the peculiarities of the world." Xiao Musheng silently returned the books to their hiding place. Although he had been open to all genres during his own school days, whether literary classics, thrilling narratives, or romance novels, he found himself unable to engage with this particular genre, as he could not endure the perspective of any character within. Casting a glance at the on the verge of collapse Luo Yao, He felt compelled to inquire about something she might care about. Are many people aware of these books? Besides us, only the investigating officers and a few close relatives know. Perhaps a dozen or 20 in total. Why? Have you made a new discovery? No, just asking casually. Xiao Mushing expressed his silent lament. At that moment, Luo Yao squatted in a corner of the room, her back to the two, having faced her second death after 15 years. Social death. Subsequently, he Rouching stepped outside, allowing Xiao Mushing to contemplate alone and search for clues. Before departing, he Roaching felt a moment of hesitation, yet she chose to remain silent. Xiao Mushing discerned her thoughts and responded, assuring her that there would not be significant changes to the room's arrangement. Upon hearing this, he Roaching smiled and nodded. This room represented one of the few enduring memories of her daughter. Gazing at the space that mirrored its appearance from 15 years ago sometimes allowed her to indulge in fleeting moments of illusion, as if Luo Yao was still present. Xiao Mushing cast a glance at Luo Yao in the corner, opting not to disturb her, recognizing that she required a moment of tranquility. Approaching the desk, he retrieved his laptop and opened the recorded live stream, preparing to craft his next short video. With his other hand, he accessed his homepage. Previously, a video that had garnered only a few thousand likes had astonishingly surged to 1.02 million in just 3 days. His follower count had exceeded 80,000, and the numbers continued to rise, with the perpetrator likely among them. It was time to set the bait. However, before proceeding, Xiao Mushing opened the comments section, meticulously noting the several accounts he had identified, and tagged them one by one. August Monkey, my rear is the reddest. Come and call the detective. Rui Golden Cudgel, wrapped around my waist. I see you live streaming while eating Lao Ba's secret mini burgers. Becoming a rogue, greedy and lustful. Keep calling for me. My face is a description of handsomeness. Let the clowns speak. After tagging each individual, Xiao Mushing finally set down his phone. Though he possessed few redeeming qualities, bearing a grudge was certainly one of them. Chapter 7. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in this profession. Nightfall. Hua Qing knocked on the door. Mo Sheng, dinner's ready. Xiao Mo Sheng closed his computer and emerged from his room with Luo Yao, making their way to the dining area, where an array of dishes awaited them. Luo Yao surveyed the spread, enthusiastically naming the dishes one by one. Sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, minced eggplant. All my favorite dishes from before. As she spoke, she made a gesture of swallowing. Xiao Mo Sheng approached the table, picked up his chopsticks, and served himself a bowl of rice, casually sticking the chopsticks into it. He then positioned himself slightly to shield the bowl. Luo Yao shook her head, indicating that this tactic was ineffective. Luo Tianchun, while assisting his wife in serving the dishes, noticed this interaction out of the corner of his eye, but chose not to comment. The two elderly hosts were warm and welcoming, enthusiastically describing the qualities of each dish, eagerly placing food in a Xiao Mo Sheng's bowl. Xiao Mo Sheng reciprocated their kindness, savoring each bite. The fish was reduced to mere bones, the shrimp balls left with only a hint of sauce, and the minced eggplant reduced to a pool of oil, with not a grain of rice left in the pot. After dinner, Hua Qing escorted Xiao Mo Sheng to another guest room for rest. Meanwhile, Luo Tianchun remained in the study, facing a computer screen displaying a document titled Diagnostic Records. He opened the document and began to peruse its contents. The second persona imagined by the patient has a preference for foods such as sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, and minced eggplant. As he read, he tapped his finger rhythmically on the desk. Behind him floated an invisible, ethereal figure that he could not perceive. The following morning, after bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Xiao Mo Sheng stepped out. No sooner had he left the community than a jeep came to a halt before him, the window rolling down to reveal a strikingly handsome woman with short hair, appearing to be in her 30s. Hey there, do you have a moment? Zhou Hai Hong. Since that fateful night at the old water plant amidst police vehicles and cordoned-off areas, had come to trust Xiao Mo Sheng entirely. However, in recent days, he had been under police supervision, leaving her without the opportunity to speak with him. After finally learning that he had been released from the police station, she decided to wait for him here. Yet, upon witnessing his furrowed brow, she sensed he might be displeased, perhaps thinking she intended to compete for a reward. I haven't been in this line of work for quite some time. If you're in need of something, I suggest you visit another nightclub tonight. Please do not pursue me any further. Zhou Haihong felt a momentary lapse in her thoughts. Had she truly heard him correctly? Was his profession not what she had assumed? Was it not the same line of work as hers? After clearing her mind, she managed to utter a few words. Were you formerly in the business? Let us not use such harsh terms. It's referred to as providing emotional value. I only sell drinks, not my body. Xiao Mo Sheng asserted with righteous indignation. Since that fateful incident that left Xiao Mushing shaken, he withdrew from the scene. Yet on occasion, he would encounter some former clients who persistently pursued him, even expressing a desire to financially support him. However, he resolutely declined their advances. For being maintained by someone meant total dependence on that individual. Elders had recounted tales of others who had ventured down such a path, only to be left with but half a life in the end. In a certain light, financial patronage could be viewed as an act of low moral standing. Should one accept such an arrangement, they would be gambling on whether the other party was a decent individual or a deviant. Should the bet be misplaced, it could spell ruin for a lifetime. The troubling truth was that if the other party engaged in such morally questionable behavior, or the odds that they could be deemed a normal person. Although Xiao Mushing believed he possessed little in the way of integrity, he also harbored no desire for masochism. After expressing these thoughts, he prepared to walk away. Zhou Haihong hurriedly interjected, I am not here to solicit your services. Rather, I wish to discuss the case you are currently investigating. As soon as she uttered these words, she noticed Xiao Mushing scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze. Do not misunderstand me. I have a friend who was also one of the victims from back then. I am not the perpetrator, nor do I intend to claim your bounty. I merely fear you may inadvertently raise the stakes for the other party. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong let out a sigh of relief and continued, I'm a level 5 bounty hunter, possessing adequate combat skills. Bounty hunter? Are you not? Xiao Mushing queried with a raised brow. What do you think? She retorted, if you are not a bounty hunter, what gave you the audacity to investigate such cases? 500,000, Xiao Mushing replied, extending his fingers. That amount is sufficient to dispel fear. Indeed, people die for wealth, just as birds perish for food, Zhou Haihong replied, empathizing, as she was engaged in the same line of work. What was it you mentioned about bounty hunters and ranks? There exists a bounty hunter forum upon registration. You become a bounty hunter, able to upload various skill certifications and evidence of completed tasks, such as police bounties or other civilian rewards. This can elevate your bounty hunter rank. You may also accept tasks directly through the forum, which does not necessitate proof of task completion, allowing for rank advancement. The higher your rank, the more prestigious the tasks you can undertake, but with that comes greater rewards. Oh, that likely has little bearing on me. I have only ever engaged in such perilous endeavors once. Zhou Haihong fixed her gaze upon Xiao Mushing's eyes. I have encountered numerous bounty hunters, and in your eyes, I discern the same restless spirit characteristic of them all. Xiao Mushing smirked slightly, refraining from offering a forced explanation. If he were to embark on such dangerous pursuits a second time, it would surely be a sign of madness. Let's not dwell on that. However, if you seek to extract information regarding the case's progress from me, I shall remain tight-lipped. Yet, if you wish to accompany me in the investigation, I would not object to adding you to the team, provided you adhere to my directions throughout. Zhou Haihong pondered this, realizing that joining the investigation could indeed grant her insight into the case's developments. Her intention was not to seek a reward, but rather to ensure the demise of the murderer. If accompanying the investigation could expedite this process, she would readily oblige. Hold on a moment, Xiao Mushing suddenly interjected, then turned to the side to inquire of Luo Yao. I forgot to ask for your opinion. What do you think? Luo Yao nodded. As long as she could locate the perpetrator, she was indifferent to the means. No issues then, Xiao Mushing replied as he turned back. Zhou Haihong felt a sudden pang of regret, realizing that she may have agreed rather hastily, for this individual appeared somewhat unhinged. Chapter 8 Restoring the first crime, seen a man and a woman retrace their steps along the route by the school gate. Jinyang City No. 1 high school was not far from Liao's home, and on that particular evening, her parents happened to be occupied with their own affairs, leaving her to return home alone for the first time. Unfortunately, it was on this solitary journey that misfortune struck. After parting ways with her classmates, she was never able to return home. Everyone, I have just exited the police station. I believe you have all seen the video from last night. Now, we are departing from Jinyang City No. 1 High School to recreate the scene of the crime, Xiao Mushing announced, holding his phone aloft as he began his live stream. Host, I must admit you are quite impressive, but it has been 15 years. Revisiting the crime scene now seems a bit outdated, doesn't it? Be careful upstairs. This host is rather petty. He has been ING everyone who mocked him in the first video. Finding the body alone is quite an achievement for the host. By the way, can the host really uncover the truth of this case? Don't get your hopes up. If no one has solved it in 15 years, it can't be that easy. That is not certain. What if the host actually finds out the truth? Skepticism and belief coexisted among the viewers. Xiao Mushing had located a body that had gone undiscovered for 15 years, thus garnering a considerable following, and some in the comments defended him. If there is any progress in the investigation, I kindly ask everyone to send gifts and show support, Xiao Mushing said, his expression revealing a desire for donations. I will surely support you if there is progress. Count on it, host. Zhou Haihong furrowed her brow deeply, disapproving of the live stream during an ongoing investigation. Even if one wished to profit, it should not be done in such a manner, especially while solving a case. She increasingly felt she might have made a grave mistake in her decision. They then ventured into a narrow alley. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing's voice echoed. He paused, and two viewers watching the live stream felt a jolt of recognition. They were exceedingly familiar with this place. Zhou Haihong turned to look. What is happening? Luo Yao must have encountered the attack here. Zhou Haihong glanced down the alley, which led to another road. Why here? Although Xiao Mushing yearned to divulge that this was information received directly from a witness, he swallowed those words, wary that such a statement would lead others to believe his condition had worsened. Instead, he opted to offer analysis based on the evidence. Before reaching the intersection ahead, Luo Yao had parted ways with her classmates. This segment of the path was traversed alone, and notably, there were no surveillance cameras in place 15 years ago. Moreover, this alley had several smaller paths leading to other exits, making it a suitable location for someone to be incapacitated and taken away. Why incapacitate and take her away? Wouldn't a murderer have simply killed her here? Zhou Haihong posed a question that lingered in the minds of most viewers in the live stream. For a murderer, the act of taking a life is a perverse form of pleasure. However, he had already dispatched several victims, some of whom had been discovered, thus rendering it impossible for him to commit murder in this location. Not only would he be deprived of the exhilarating rush of the kill, but he would also risk exposure. This might very well be his final opportunity to kill, as future chances would be scarce. To him, this was a rare and exquisite feast, necessitating a secluded place where he could indulge in his grim banquet. Thus, he could not afford to kill indiscriminately. After Xiao Mushing provided his explanation, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful for his quick thinking that had nearly faltered. At that moment, an elder and a middle-aged man, seated before their phones, swallowed hard in agreement with his reasoning. Upon hearing this rationale, Zhou Haihong ceased to voice any further objections and proceeded to enact a reenactment of the crime scene. Zhou Haihong portrayed Luo Yao, while Xiao Mushing took on the role of the murderer. Throughout this process, Zhou Haihong was repeatedly interrupted by Xiao Mushing. You are currently a senior high school student, just finishing your evening study session, feeling utterly exhausted. You are not in a position to be alert or scrutinizing the alley around you. All you desire is to hurry home and rest comfortably in your bed. Thus, you must appear fatigued with a vacant gaze. When I spring out from the alley to ambush you, you should react with panic and confusion, flailing your limbs in disarray. The scene was replayed multiple times, yet Xiao Mushing remained dissatisfied, shaking his head in disappointment. Zhou Haihong, utterly fatigued, slumped to the ground. What could possibly be amiss? Sweat soaked his clothing, clinging to him as he labored under the strain. Though appearing to be in his 30s, Zhou was well-preserved and managed his physique astutely, leading to a shift in the atmosphere of the live stream. The host seems rather exhausted holding the phone. Why not let the sister beside you take it? I concur. Let's not allow the phone to hinder the host's thoughts. If the host hands the phone to that sister, I shall immediately send you gifts. Xiao Mushing disregarded the comments on his phone, feigning deep contemplation. He recognized the inconsistency. The assailants were two individuals, yet he could not state this directly. He needed to present a process before revealing the conclusion. With the process established, it was now time to deliver the answer. Xiao Mushing lifted his gaze to survey the buildings flanking the alley and then abruptly stood. I understand what is amiss. A high school student, even a girl, would not be easily incapacitated and taken away. There would inevitably be traces left at the scene. However, according to the police investigation from 15 years ago, no such evidence was found at the scene, indicating that it had been meticulously cleaned, leading to the conclusion of a disappearance. Yet, for a murderer to execute such a clean operation, to render a girl unconscious and remove her without leaving any trace, not even an item behind, is an exceedingly difficult feat, unless... The final words of Xiao Mushing sent ripples through the livestream. Don't make baseless guesses, host. What if it is indeed true? The barrage of comments in the livestream was captivating. However, some viewers found it unbearable. Two individuals, one young and one elderly, resembled students called upon by their English teacher to recite vocabulary, their discomfort palpable. They felt as if they were being pricked by thorns, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. The adversary's assertions were astoundingly accurate, pinpointing details and numbers with precision, even mirroring the emotional journey they had experienced at that moment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following this deduction, Xiao Mushing instructed Zhou Haihong to invite a passerby to assist in reenacting the kidnapping process executed by the two perpetrators. Initially, the endeavor was fraught with difficulty, as the passerby exhibited timidity and shyness, resulting in movements that were almost comically absurd, reminiscent of a silent farcical play. However, with Xiao Mushing's patient guidance, the crime scene reconstruction gradually began to take shape. The live stream erupted in a frenzy of tips. Some viewers were engrossed in the restoration of the crime scene, while others were merely seeking amusement. Amidst this collective revelry, two spectators were gripped with trepidation. An elderly gentleman quivered as he spoke. Isn't it said that this can be reported? Report him and have him banned. A middle-aged man, equally terrified, vehemently denied the suggestion. Reporting would leave a trace. If the stream gets banned due to a report, the reporter could very well become a suspect in the eyes of the police. That would be akin to confessing. The two could no longer maintain their composure. Although the reenactment may not have been entirely credible in the eyes of others, to them, Xiao Mushing's actions felt as if the divine had witnessed every aspect of their heinous acts and orchestrated a performance before them. This blend of horror and fear struck at the very core of their beings, as if, in the next moment, the perpetrator would turn to the screen and declare, "I have found you." Chapter 9. Is this a trap? Would they dare to gamble? At the police station, Officer Long scrutinized the live broadcast, feeling an unsettling sense of discomfort. The deductions made by the opposing party regarding the crime scene and the number of assailants indeed provided them with significant insights. However, the rationale and investigative methods they presented felt fundamentally flawed. This prompted him to recall a previous case he had solved, where the perpetrator masqueraded as a witness. In that case, involving juvenile homicide, the investigation had reached an impasse, during which the adversary provided numerous hints, even displaying apparent investigative prowess. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. This so-called witness exhibited an extraordinary level of intelligence. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that this purported witness was, in fact, the instigator behind the juvenile's crime, a meticulously orchestrated plan. Naturally, he would never suspect that the case from 15 years prior was linked to Xiao Mushing. The child had been merely a few years old at the time, and each of the 7 victims could have easily overpowered him. Nevertheless, the current investigative approach bore an uncanny resemblance to that case. His thoughts then drifted to the diagnostic report they had received, which suddenly illuminated his mind. This could not simply be a figment of his imagination. He did not believe he had analytically derived this information himself. Instead, he was merely recounting what the imagined character had conveyed. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Officer Long shook his head, lamenting how such a promising talent had gone awry. In the live stream, Xiao Mushing addressed the audience with intent. What you see here is my reconstruction of the crime scene based on the clues I've gathered thus far. I will continue to search for additional evidence, and once I establish a complete chain of evidence, I will present it to the authorities. So, dear viewers, see you next time, and don't forget to show your support. With that, he concluded the broadcast. As Xiao mushing into the stream, a bystander scratched his head, somewhat bashfully asking Zhou Haihong, "Could I have your contact information?" Despite being in her 30s, Zhou Haihong exuded a streamlined elegance and a mature charm that captivated not only men, but even women who typically did not favor the opposite sex. She did not refuse, simply scanning his friend code. It wasn't that she was genuinely interested. She had already spent an entire morning in vain, and outright rejection would have seemed rather ungracious. Besides, her usual engagements often deterred suitors, making the addition of a new friend unlikely. Afterward, the bystander parted ways with Xiao Mushing. Xiao Mushing returned to Zhou Haihong's jeep, where she lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke before remarking, "Are you trying to provoke that murderer into revealing himself?" At first, she believed that Xiao Mushing was merely seeking financial gain. However, as the morning unfolded, she suddenly perceived an angle she had not contemplated. Such a conspicuous investigation might inadvertently alert the perpetrator. She doubted that someone capable of uncovering a body buried for 15 years would overlook this possibility. Thus, another theory emerged, that the individual might be attempting to provoke the killer into action through this very means. Xiao Mushing did not respond directly, but instead posed a question in return. "Could you tell me about the friend you mentioned?" Zhou Haihong fell silent for a moment, and after finishing her cigarette, she began to speak. "Among the victims, one was my sister, Li Huqing. During that period, she was in her final year of high school, while I was in my second year. Although we shared no blood relation, we both emerged from an orphanage. We supported each other, balancing work and studies, leading a life far more arduous than now, yet filled with joy. At that time, I thought it would suffice if we only had each other for the rest of our lives. I learned of her death days later when the police came to notify me. I remember hesitating for a long time before unveiling the white sheet at the morgue, clinging to the hope that if I did not look, perhaps there was still a chance she was alive. Yet ultimately, I was the one who lifted that sheet, for I realized that if I did not, I might never have the opportunity to see her one last time." Xiao Mushing and Luo Yao listened quietly. Xiao Mushing had long harbored doubts about Zhou Haihong, but still chose to keep her close, contemplating the potential ties she might have with the two murderers. He believed that today's performance would reveal her true intentions, yet she displayed no signs of panic, only a hint of suspicion regarding his intellect. This left him somewhat disheartened, as he had lost an opportunity to apprehend the killer. "I have answered your questions. Should you not reciprocate?" he inquired. To a certain extent, Xiao Mushing replied calmly, devoid of the panic that might arise from having his plans exposed. He had anticipated that this scheme could be uncovered, yet he was willing to take the risk. The question remained, did the murderer dare to do the same? Once the live stream concluded, the two regained their composure. "Dad, do you think it's possible he is deceiving us?" The middle-aged man, enveloped in a haze of smoke, responded, "It is possible, but we cannot entrust our lives to others." Meanwhile, the elderly man in the kitchen, cutting meat with an unusual heaviness in his strokes, replied in a flat tone. Each slice was uneven, leaving deep marks on the cutting board. They dared not gamble, nor could they, for it was evident that the other party possessed critically vital evidence, possibly closing in on their whereabouts. This was a trap, a calculated risk taken by the adversary who seemed unwilling to squander time. Thus, they needed to act swiftly, before the evidence was fully gathered and handed over to the police. A five-star restaurant. Xiao Mushing arrived here in Zhou Haihong's car. Upon glancing at the restaurant's opulence, he raised an eyebrow, lost in contemplation. "Dining here, I reckon I might have to part with my kidney. It's my treat." This simple yet grandiloquent declaration prompted Xiao Mushing to take the lead, bending slightly as he extended his hands toward the entrance. "After you, sister." Luo Yao, standing beside him, couldn't resist a quip. "You truly are a mercenary man." Xiao Mushing lifted his head, pride evident on his face. "Please refer to me as Junjie." Zhou Haihong strode in confidently, with Xiao Mushing closely following. The waitstaff inside had already taken note of the happenings outside. Approaching Zhou Haihong, one inquired, "Madam, Do you have a reservation? Zhou Haihong produced a dark golden card. The attendant quietly spoke into the microphone at his collar. A dark gold VIP guest has arrived. He then led the way, guiding them to a private room. Upon entering the lavishly appointed room, Yushuan Pavilion, the attendant withdrew. Xiao Mushing gazed at the expansive space, larger than his own residence, and remarked, "Is this vast area intended for a meal, or are we expected to dance afterward? Would you like to see some dancing? I can arrange that," Zhou Haihong casually replied, expanding Xiao Mushing's understanding of this world. How much can one earn to dine so splendidly? Zhou Haihong revealed the card she had previously shown. It didn't cost me anything. This card was gifted by a client during a task I undertook. Dining at my affiliated establishments is complimentary. Oh, could we discuss how to join the Bounty Hunter Forum? Xiao Mushing discovered a renewed interest in the Bounty Hunter Forum. Whether it was about money or cards, it seemed inconsequential. What truly captivated him was the allure of a life filled with adventure. Chapter 10. A fortunate encounter. Zhou Haihong added Xiao Mushing as a friend on her chat app, subsequently sending him a link. Upon clicking this link, one would be prompted to register their personal details and upload various professional qualifications and past bounties acquired outside the Bounty Hunter Forum, which would then yield a rating. However, I recommend that you wait until you have completed your current task before registering, as this will significantly enhance your initial rating, thus sparing you the need to provide further proof for a rating upgrade after completing your task. Are tasks still categorized by level? Certainly. For newcomers to the Bounty Hunter Forum, typical assignments may involve locating lost pets or, at most, dealing with a cheating partner. Conversely, more perilous tasks demand higher qualifications from bounty hunters. For such assignments, those with lower ratings are granted only one opportunity to apply per month. And should a higher-rated hunter take on the task, their application will be rendered void, which can be quite troublesome. Xiao Mushing nodded. Indeed, he felt no urgency regarding this matter. Soon, dishes began to arrive at their table. Xiao Mushing's assessment of the meal was succinct. Limited portions, delectable flavors, and exorbitant prices. After finishing their meal, Zhou Haihong inquired in a low tone, "Do you have any other destinations in mind? Or may I take my leave?" It was preferable for her to be unaccompanied if she intended to prepare for fishing, as solitary movement offered a killer the best opportunity to strike. "I plan to visit several key universities in Jinyang City," Xiao Mushing replied. "I wish to discern the differences between these prestigious institutions and the private third-tier colleges. You need not accompany me." He extended his hand. "Please hand me your phone." With a hint of hesitation, Xiao Mushing complied and passed his phone to her. Zhou Haihong took his device, located her profile on the chat app, and altered her name before returning it to him. Upon looking at the screen, Xiao Mushing noticed that her name had transformed into "Darling." He uttered the term with a tinge of uncertainty. "From this moment forth, you are my pampered companion," she declared. "To be sponsored after merely one meal? If you wish to support me, might I inquire about your sentiments? I am still an unblemished young man, after all. Moreover, I am not the sort to be easily swayed. If you intend to maintain me, one meal simply will not suffice. Additional funds are requisite." As he spoke, Xiao Mushing feigned a bashful demeanor, evoking an impression of playful resistance. Suddenly, a transaction notification chimed on the chat app. The numbers 1314 were followed by a 0, while 520 had 2 additional zeros appended. Accompanying these figures was a message. "Promise me, dear, this will be a monthly agreement, and it will double." Luo Yao, standing behind him, playfully patted Xiao Mushing on the shoulder, brimming with excitement. "Congratulations, young man. You've circumvented 20 years of hardship. You're being sponsored now." Xiao Mushing chose to ignore Luo Yao's teasing and instead focused on Zhou Haihong. "Are you keen to track my whereabouts?" Zhou Haihong nodded in affirmation. It was entirely logical for a wealthy woman to maintain regular contact with her young companion when the other party fails to respond for an extended period, or if their replies are questionable. Zhou Haihong can immediately sense something amiss. Xiao Mushing picked up his phone, slowly rotating it from side to side before saying, "You really needn't go to such lengths. My phone has likely been tracked." Given what he said that day, Officer Long would undoubtedly take some action. Furthermore, he had observed today, and there appeared to be no signs of being followed. Thus, it was highly probable that his phone was indeed being monitored. According to Chinese law, those who act in defense of others, preventing violent crimes such as murder, are not deemed to have exceeded the bounds of self-defense, even if the assailant meets their demise. Xiao Mushing silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Yet, whether it would succeed depended solely on one's reaction speed. The two then finalized certain details regarding their communication on a messaging app. Xiao Mushing left the restaurant alone, inhaling deeply before exhaling. He turned to look at Luo Yao. From now on, you shall be my eyes. Luo Yao mimicked the gesture of Sun Wukong, activating his fiery eyes. Rest assured, no one can evade my gaze. Luo Yao was an advanced artificial intelligence surveillance camera capable of traversing walls and flying, undetectable by various instruments. This was Xiao Mushing's greatest reliance. Apart from him, no one else in this world would believe in the existence of ghosts, nor could anyone else see them. It was a pity they had not crossed paths during their exam days. Had he had such a comrade then, he could scarcely imagine the beauty of that experience. Later that afternoon, Xiao Mushing mapped out his route. This would be his course of action for the day, leading to several prominent universities in Jinyang City. A middle-aged man scrolled through a video on his phone, his body trembling uncontrollably. The video's location was Jinyang Foreign Language University, uploaded by a student currently enrolled there. The content revealed, the detective investigating the murder case has come to our school. I approached him to ask if he was here to look for the murderer, and he said he was merely visiting the school. Whether that is true, I cannot say, but I feel a bit uneasy now. The middle-aged man casually opened the comment section. Visiting a university while investigating a case? That excuse is rather flimsy. Could the murderer truly have come from this school? Brother, be nice to your classmates these days. If a killer is indeed lurking in your school, you might end up as collateral damage. At that moment, the middle-aged man could distinctly feel his heart racing, not merely beating, but in a state of agitation, as though it yearned to escape his body. All of this was due to the fact that he was an alumnus of that very institution. How could they know, and how did they find out? The elderly man observed his son's demeanor and effortlessly snatched the phone from his hand. After watching the video, his expression turned menacingly fierce. Stop sitting around. Get up and prepare. We must act swiftly, striving for a quieter departure over the next couple of days. Within another university campus, Luo Yao ascended 10 meters into the air, surveying her surroundings without detecting any suspicious individuals. She then gracefully descended once more. Speaking of which, if you wish to show me around a university, the foreign language school would suffice. Why venture through so many others? I seek a stroke of luck. Xiao Mushing casually plucked a leaf from a tree, idly toying with it in his hand. What luck do you hope to encounter? As you previously mentioned, although you could not discern the faces of those two individuals, their voices and figures suggested one might be middle-aged while the other appeared youthful. This implies that one of them is likely of school age, capable of executing such a flawless plan. Their intelligence must be considerable. The adolescent among them might very well gain admission to a prestigious university, and considering that local candidates typically favor institutions nearby, it is probable that the individual has studied at one of the prominent universities in Jinyang City. Nonetheless, there remains a significant possibility that this is not the case. Luo Yao presented another potentiality. Indeed, that is precisely why I am here, in search of fortune. Xiao Mushing had merely intended to test his luck, for success or failure is dictated by fate. At that moment, another classmate approached Xiao Mushing. Hello, may I take your picture? Xiao Mushing smiled and nodded. A university is a hub of social interaction, often attracting extroverted students eager to capture photographs and share them online, coupled with big data categorization and local recommendations. If a murderer were to remain vigilant, they might receive related video notifications, especially if they had previously attended this institution. Chapter 11. Deceiving oneself into believing the sun had barely dipped below the horizon when the clock struck 5:30 p.m. and a phone call came through. Mushung, will you be home for dinner tonight? Hiroching-'s voice carried a suppressed urgency, as if she were eager for Xiao Mushing to return swiftly. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yao, Xiao Mushing replied, I'll be back for dinner, probably around 6:30. Upon arriving at Luo Yao's residence, he found both Luo Tianxin and Hiroching already seated at the dining table, which was adorned with steaming dishes. Each dish was a favorite of Luo Yao's, and coincidentally, Xiao Mushing relished them as well, save for one category, anything that lacked taste. However, As he took his seat, Xiao Mushing sensed an odd atmosphere, primarily due to the peculiar gaze he Roaching cast upon him, filled with affection and expectation. After finishing the meal, Xiao Mushing did not hasten to his room, nor did the elderly couple. He had begun to grasp certain unspoken sentiments. Luo Tianchun set aside a book that he could not engage with and spoke first. "May I have a word with my daughter?" Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding. The man before him, in his 60s, erudite and standing at the pinnacle of certain knowledge, had evidently waged an internal battle to utter those words. His worldview was profoundly entrenched. One could say that no amount of persuasion could sway his beliefs. Yet, he now resembled a lovesick individual, acutely aware that the object of his affection did not reciprocate, yet still deceiving himself into believing otherwise. "Yao Yao, are you there?" His voice trembled slightly. Xiao Mushing composed himself and responded gravely. "Yao Yao, are you there?" Luo Yao replied, "If you continue to speak to me in that fatherly tone, I shall send your browser history to all your friends." Goodness, no wonder I receive a message saying my mobile data had been compromised. Recently, your phone has suspiciously accessed fraudulent websites. Please refrain from transferring funds to unknown accounts and safeguard your passwords. I haven't even opened my browser these past few days. It must have been you, Xiao Mushing exclaimed, feigning a sudden realization. He then retrieved his phone and opened the browser history, discovering an alarming number of additional entries. Indeed, it was you. Over 100 entries. What on earth were you perusing on my phone? Luo Yao gazed at the pristine white ceiling, pondering. Why is this ceiling so remarkably white? Luo Tianchun and he Roaching fell into a stunned silence, their previously brewing emotions dissipating, leaving them at a loss for words. Xiao Mushing scrolled through the browser records, encountering phrases such as handsome men, dominant CEOs, and innocent male students, among others. He quickly closed his phone, realizing he had reached the limit of what he could bear to see. However, the phone was oriented toward himself. So Luo Tianchun and he Roaching remained oblivious to the contents displayed. Yet, it was likely that they could surmise a portion of the truth. Xiao Mushing carefully tucked his phone back into his pocket, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. "Please continue, Uncle Luo," and he. "Feel free to say whatever you like. She can hear you, and I shall convey her words later." Luo Tianchun opened his mouth. "Wife, you go first." He Roaching pondered for a moment before inquiring. "If reincarnation truly exists, Yao Yao, is it that you have lingered here due to unfulfilled wishes? One is to see the murderer confess and face justice, and the other is, Mom, please destroy those books in my room and inform our relatives who know about this that everything you previously said was untrue." Xiao Mushing recounted her words in real time. "All right," he Roaching responded gently. "And while you're at school, don't overexert yourself. Avoid always taking on the graduating class. Allow yourself some rest. Your father needs it too. When I returned home yesterday, I noticed the medication in your room. You've worked hard for most of your lives. It's time to ease up." He Roaching replied softly. "I cannot fathom why I become this way. If reincarnation is real, perhaps once I avenge myself, I could be reborn." The ensuing exchange was filled with the parent's remorse and the child's comforting words, highlighting the child's concern and the parent's reluctance to part. As a messenger of their conversation, Xiao Mushing's thoughts wandered back to the past. His own parents had once treated him with such kindness. When he was 10, his mother succumbed to cancer. At that time, his father exhibited little sorrow, leading Xiao Mushing to believe that his father did not love his mother. It was only after he turned 18 and received his college admission letter that he found a suicide note and a bank card at home. In that moment, he understood why his father had shed no tears upon his mother's passing. He had known they would eventually reunite. The 8-year wait was due to his mother's final request, to raise Mushing to adulthood. Now, having fulfilled that promise, his father departed, imparting one last lesson. Prior to his suicide, his father had arranged everything meticulously, ensuring that Xiao Mushing would not need to worry about the funeral, as all had been prearranged. Therefore, instead of sorrow over his father's death, Xiao Mushing felt only wishes for him. If reincarnation indeed exists, he hoped they would meet again in the next life. The night stretched long, with the two of them, one living and one spirit, engaging in deep conversation until the early hours, culminating in a bittersweet farewell after 15 years. Xiao Mushing awoke at noon, drew back the curtains, blinked to adjust to the sunlight, and gazed outside, hoping to witness such splendid weather for days to come. He made his way to the living room, where his parents were already busy in the kitchen. He rouching peeked out, saying, "I didn't wake you because I saw you were sleeping." Observing his parents bustling about in the kitchen, Xiao Mushing felt a surge of emotion. Having parents is truly a blessing. After finishing the meal at the dining table, he turned to his parents and spoke. "From now on, you need not wait for my return in the evenings." Luo Tianchen and he Roaching set down their utensils. After a moment of silence, Luo Tianchen finally spoke. "Be cautious and try to return early. I shall keep the meal warm for you." Luo Tianchen had some connections and was well aware of Xiao Mushing's family circumstances. Having investigated thoroughly, simultaneously, the elder couple was acutely aware of each other's forthcoming endeavors, keeping a close watch on their live streams and videos. They both understood that probing into such a homicide case was far from straightforward, inevitably fraught with unpredictable dangers. Luo Tianchen even harbored a vague suspicion regarding some perilous intentions of Xiao Mushing. He could not ascertain whether the latter sought fame or was motivated by the 500,000 reward. For a recent graduate, achieving such a level of ambition was indeed noteworthy. Chapter 12. The Disappearance of Xiao Mushing. Someone behind me, Xiao Mushing, continued his itinerary from the previous afternoon, venturing to a university he had yet to explore. However, prior to this, he had shared a brief video, a montage from yesterday's live stream, accompanied by a thoughtful caption. "This evening, I shall return to that alley from yesterday afternoon in search of clues, since the incident occurred at night. Exploring the area again under the cover of darkness might unveil something distinct. Perhaps I could discover the route taken by the murderer while escorting the victim to the old water plant, or possibly their path of arrival." The middle-aged man set down his phone and stowed a device in his backpack. An elderly gentleman rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving a small wooden box containing an object shrouded in cloth, vaguely discernible as triangular in shape. The old man refrained from unwrapping the fabric, instead cradling it protectively against his chest. "Do not rush. First, ascertain whether there are any police nearby. Only act once you are certain the coast is clear." That route was familiar to them. As long as no law enforcement was watching, they were confident they could discreetly abduct the young man. The middle-aged man nodded and placed a long object wrapped in cloth into the bag as well. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Xiao Mushing arrived at the well-known alley, a lollipop clenched between his teeth. Sweets can alleviate anxiety to some extent. Although Xiao Mushing held a degree of confidence in his physical prowess, he had never taken a life. His current adversaries were not only a murderer, but two individuals at that. There was a possibility they might strike tonight, or perhaps the night after, or the one following. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a slight tremor coursed through his body, not quite fear, but an indescribable unease. Following the directions provided by Luo Yao, he unfurled a map and feigned an investigative demeanor. At that moment, he truly resembled a detective. The sun's glow gradually waned, and night began to envelop the city. Two figures commenced their actions, the darkness serving as their strongest ally. Having lived in the city for many years, they meticulously memorized surveillance cameras and populous gathering spots that would escape the notice of the average citizen, driven by their insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Xiao Mushing traversed various streets, marking his path on the map with a marker. Suddenly, he halted, for a hunched figure adorned with a hood loomed before him. Behind Xiao Mushing, another figure emerged from the shadows, brandishing a watermelon knife. Luo Yao had forewarned him of this very scenario. Quietly, Xiao Mushing slipped his hand into his pocket, where a telescoping baton awaited. If he was to confront two opponents, one of whom was an old man, his odds would be significantly better. Moreover, he was not required to fight to the death. Merely buying time would suffice. This ordeal was destined to reach its conclusion. Just as he prepared to strike, he glimpsed the ominous glint of a gun barrel aimed at him. In the police station, an officer sat before his computer, massaging his neck. His work had been exceedingly monotonous, merely monitoring a positioning signal. After a day of vigilance, nothing seemed amiss. Suddenly, the signal point on the map vanished. The weariness that clung to him began to dissipate as he placed his hands back on the keyboard to investigate. Was a signal issue? The internet was intact, The signal was strong, and the system showed no other faults. The positioning signal had simply disappeared. Officer Long, the positioning signal of Xiao Muxing's phone has vanished. He informed urgently. Quickly send the nearest colleague to the location of the signal's disappearance. I'm on my way. Officer Long's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Finally, they had arrived. After 15 years, the opportunity had finally presented itself. They reached the street where the signal had last been recorded. Officer Long inquired with growing impatience. What's the situation? The officer who had arrived first shook his head. There are no bloodstains or signs of struggle. Immediately expand the search radius. Pay particular attention to abandoned construction sites and landfills. Retrieve the surveillance footage. Officer Long contemplated before adding, bring in a police dog. Ensure that all searching colleagues exercise utmost caution. We are dealing with dangerous criminals. The safety of the public and ourselves is paramount, and in dire situations, we may use our firearms. Meanwhile, in an abandoned construction site, Xiao Muxing was bound to a pillar, surrounded by an unpleasant odor emanating from the adjacent landfill. He never anticipated that his own antics would lead to this predicament. Before him loomed a hunched figure clad in a hood and gloves, meticulously cleaning a bizarre-looking handgun. Where'd you get that gun? In most cases, upon encountering a firearm, a normal person would dismiss it as a toy. However, faced with such an irregular weapon, cobbled together from various parts, its model indiscernible, no one would dare act rashly, for in Longwa, such contraptions were likely real. I pieced it together from rubbish I scavenged. I feared that one day the police might come knocking, and I might have to dispose of a couple of them. I never imagined it would be used against you. At that moment, a middle-aged man was rummaging through Xiao Muxing's phone, having just unlocked it with his fingerprint. They had refrained from killing each other immediately, as they intended to destroy the evidence in their possession. Unbeknownst to them, their adversary had already made significant progress in the investigation, and they were oblivious to the possibility that, should one eliminate the other, the prepared evidence might somehow reach law enforcement, leading to their own arrest in what they presumed would be a triumphant conclusion. After a thorough examination, the middle-aged man discovered messages indicating a wealthy woman's patronage, along with a browser history filled with peculiar records pertaining to various sexual orientations. He concluded that this young detective led a rather chaotic private life. Subsequently, he found nothing else of interest. The man then raised his head and asked, "Where have you hidden the evidence you found?" Your question implies that my words could somehow offer you a way out. The middle-aged man set down his backpack and unzipped it, revealing a device. Do not think to delay. From the moment I approached you, your phone's location signal was jammed. The police cannot trace this place. We have ample time to engage with you at our leisure. If you speak the truth, we might grant you a swift end. With your capabilities, if you intend to kill, perhaps you should seek employment as mercenaries abroad, for your skills are remarkably advanced. Xiao Muxing twitched his lips, having perused countless detective stories. He had never encountered a scenario like this. Fortunately, it seemed these two would not kill him immediately, granting him a chance, though escaping from the ropes was proving to be a challenge. We merely wished to act as wolves among sheep, not to seek death within a pack of wolves. The stooped elder candidly expressed his thoughts, yet the conversation swiftly pivoted. To be frank, you are quite astute. Every deduction you make is correct. Each time I watch your live broadcast solving cases, I question whether you were observing us when we first acted. Thank you. My teacher has said the same. That I possess intelligence, albeit not directed towards my studies. Xiao Muxing replied with a tone of pride. At that moment, the middle-aged man delivered a punch to his abdomen, casually placing Xiao Muxing's phone beside the signal jammer. You carry quite an air of arrogance. Wincing in pain, Xiao Muxing lowered his head. Meanwhile, two unseen figures approached the phone, silencing all sounds before dialing an emergency number. After delivering the punch, the middle-aged man inquired, "Tell me, how did you uncover these details? And where have you concealed the evidence?" They had executed their plan flawlessly. How had the other party discovered their actions? He needed to extract this information from Xiao Muxing. Observing the urgency in their demeanor, Xiao Muxing realized that his prior investigative methods had indeed intimidated them. If that were the case, he would intensify his approach. Raising his head, he spoke with earnest conviction, If I were to tell you that none of this was uncovered by me, would you believe it? The middle-aged man, interpreting this as a jest, prepared to strike again. However, the elder behind him suddenly halted him. Wait, are you suggesting someone is backing you? The elder was the first to grasp the implication of Xiao Muxing's words, scrutinizing his eyes and sensing no deception. What did you think? That I would traverse 1,000 miles to solve a case in Jinyang out of sheer boredom? Someone informed me of everything and instructed me to follow their guidance, promising that the entire bounty of 500,000 would be mine upon resolution. Otherwise, I would have never come. The revelation startled both men. There was indeed someone behind him, and Xiao Muxing had merely cast out bait. The middle-aged man immediately countered, but I found no such messages on your phone. You certainly cannot find it. For when she spoke to me about these matters, it was not through electronic communication. According to her, you should not have acted so swiftly, allowing me to go live once more at midnight. Unexpectedly, before I could even commence my broadcast, you emerged with weapons and brought me to this dilapidated and foul, abandoned site. At this point, Xiao Muxing displayed an expression of disdain. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the elder exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 13. The escape from the abandoned building. The two men exchanged glances at Xiao Muxing before stepping aside to converse in hushed tones. The middle-aged man spoke first. Father, what do you think of this young man's words? How much of it is true, and how much is false? He might indeed have someone backing him, but he is certainly not as inept as he claims. After all, when we found him, he was busy sketching a map. As he spoke, the elder produced a map drawn by Xiao Muxing. Although incomplete, the initial portion aligned precisely with their route from 15 years prior during their illicit activities. However, if he truly has someone behind him, our situation becomes rather precarious. We may have already fallen into a trap. Should we? The middle-aged man made a gesture across his throat. The elder pondered for a moment before replying, No, we must ascertain the identity of that behind-the-scenes figure from him. That person could very well be among us, and we cannot afford to leave such a significant threat unaddressed. Originally, they had been the ones in the shadows. But now the tables had turned. Someone was watching them from the depths of darkness. How could they remain at ease? The middle-aged man reflected for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. When they looked back, they found only an empty pillar and a rope beneath it. They immediately turned their attention to the hallway, spotting a young man stealthily descending, who waved at them. Hey! Xiao Muxing greeted before dashing down the stairs. The sight caused their hearts to nearly cease, and they promptly gave chase. As the middle-aged man ran, he grabbed his bag, ensuring that Xiao Muxing's phone remained within the range of the signal jammer. Thus began a frantic pursuit through the dilapidated corridors of the abandoned building. Stop! Don't run. If you do, I'll shoot. Luo Yao pursued closely beside Xiao Muxing. How did you manage to untie the rope? Earlier, she had been manipulating her phone when a hand had suddenly reached out, startling her into hanging up. As she prepared to delete the call history, she realized the phone was in Xiao Muxing's possession. He had somehow managed to free himself from the ropes. Because my father used to hang me up for punishment when I was a child, I learned to untie that particular knot before I turned 10. As a boy, Xiao Muxing had been quite mischievous, often subjected to his father's discipline of being suspended for hours on end. His restless nature drove him to experiment with escaping the bindings, thus creating a cycle where each time his father improved his tying methods, he would enhance his untying skills. It could be said that few knots could now confine him. Xiao Muxing had once regarded this as a useless skill, considering its lack of practical application in a normal societal setting. Little did he anticipate that he would employ it today. Upon returning home this year, he would surely offer an extra incense stick for his father. As Xiao Muxing pondered this, he leaped and twirled with abandon. The site, being an abandoned construction area, lacked fences, allowing him to bound back and forth between two stairwells. Meanwhile, the two relentless killers pursued him closely. The elderly man wielding a gun aimed several times, but was perpetually denied the opportunity to fire. Xiao Muxing's movements were too unpredictable, rendering him a difficult target. After traversing 4 floors, he finally reached the ground level. Just as he was about to burst through the exit, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhou Haihong. Somehow, she had found her way here. But now was not the time for conversation or sentimentality. Run, Xiao Mushing shouted. Zhou Haihong was perplexed with their combined strength. They might not be able to subdue the two killers. They had. The final word had yet to escape her lips when, with a deafening bang, a bullet struck the nearby metal sheet, sending sparks flying. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Haihong turned and fled, eschewing any bravado. As they ran, she shouted, "How could they have guns?" Clearly, she had not anticipated that the killers would possess firearms. The injuries sustained by the previous 7 victims were predominantly from blunt instruments and knives, compounded by the stringent gun regulations in Longhua. Under normal circumstances, one would not presume that the adversary possessed such weaponry. "It's homemade," Xiao Mushing nearly roared in response, asserting that had the adversaries not possessed such arms, he would have already overpowered them. The two fled the stairwell, making their way to an adjacent unfinished building, which was adorned with numerous columns and shrouded in darkness, an ideal hiding spot. Once inside, they concealed themselves behind one of the pillars. Zhou Haihong's chest heaved as she reached for her phone to call for help, but Xiao Mushing swiftly restrained her. The two killers had entered. The area was pitch black. Illuminating her phone would undoubtedly draw attention, the light stark against the night. At that moment, Zhou Haihong felt a surge of frustration. With their combat skills and Xiao Mushing's relatively robust physique, they should theoretically be able to defeat the two assailants. Yet the advantage lay with the adversaries. Xiao Mushing leaned closer to Zhou Haihong and whispered a few words. Stunned, she gazed at him, her voice reduced to a hush. "You intend to confront the one with the gun?" Xiao Mushing nodded. Had he known from the outset that the opponent wielded a firearm, he would not have surrendered so readily. Now, the greatest threat posed by the two men was indeed that gun. Xiao Mushing did not relish making this choice. But given the killer's cautious nature, he surmised they would not remain undetected for long. Moreover, with the firearm in play, a single bullet could incapacitate them, leaving only 2 corpses by the time the police arrived. Rather than allowing their foes to play cat and mouse, it was better to take the initiative. Moreover, in the enveloping darkness, his vision surpassed that of the two. Luo Yao's sight in the night was not hindered like that of a human, although it appeared somewhat dim. She could perceive everything around her. Zhou Haihong gritted her teeth. After years of being a bounty hunter, feeling such trepidation was indeed rare. She had never faced an armed opponent before, and today marked her first encounter. However, her current task was not to confront the one wielding a gun, but rather to deal with the robust man brandishing a knife. Of course, if Xiao Mushing were to fail, she would indeed have to contend with the armed adversary. Though at that point, it would likely not be a confrontation, but rather a summons to the underworld. Chapter 14. The gift. The elderly gentleman and the middle-aged man stepped into the ominous, dilapidated building, each wielding a flashlight. Exchanging a glance, they silently resolved to split up. At that moment, the middle-aged man unveiled a long object wrapped in cloth from his bag. As the fabric fell away, a gleaming watermelon knife was revealed. The elderly gentleman, clutching a homemade pistol, ventured forth as they both proceeded cautiously in their respective directions. At this moment, a thrill coursed through them, for they understood that should one of them flee, the other would likely meet a similar fate. Yet, the exhilarating game of cat and mouse, of wielding power over another's life, was a pleasure they had not savored in far too long. It was a twisted form of dominance, a manipulation of existence from a lofty perch. 15 years had passed, 15 long years. Though aged, the elderly gentleman remained unperturbed, for he possessed a carbon-based life equalizer. No matter if his opponent was a martial arts master or a bodybuilder, it would take but a single shot. Thus, even if faced with a sprightly youth, he viewed him merely as prey upon a butcher's block. In fact, he even whistled leisurely, a psychological tactic designed to instill dread in those who might be lurking nearby. His whistling could amplify the fear of any hidden adversary, and should he pause, it would surely send their hearts racing in alarm. 15 years prior, he had delighted in this very method to toy with numerous young women. He vividly recalled the moment his whistling ceased, only to appear suddenly before a girl, capturing the fleeting expressions of terror and despair etched upon her face. Regrettably, at that time, he had not possessed a firearm, settling instead for mere theatrics with those young maidens. Now, however, he relished the thought of intimidating a younger, more robust opponent. As he searched, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light beyond a concrete pillar in the surrounding darkness. The elderly gentleman extended his hand, shielding his flashlight's beam, continuing to whistle as he advanced slightly further. Upon halting his tune, he crept closer to the source of illumination. The faint sound of voice drifted through the shadows. "We have pinpointed your location and will arrive shortly. If you cannot respond now, do not panic, prioritize your safety." Upon hearing these words, a sinister smile crept across the elderly gentleman's face. Suddenly, he spun around, illuminating the area with his flashlight, only to find the space before the pillar vacant, save for a solitary mobile phone lying on the ground. In a moment of shock, he turned back, only to discover emptiness behind him. They had escaped. Just as confusion settled in, a foot emerged from the shadows, sending his gun soaring into the air. A second kick followed, striking him forcefully in the back. The elderly gentleman was propelled against the concrete pillar, akin to a discarded toy. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man sensed impending danger, realizing that the absence of gunfire was ominous. As he prepared to rush over, a long leg shot out from the darkness. The middle-aged man deftly evaded, armed only with his watermelon knife, thus heightening his vigilance. After evading the attack, he retaliated with a swift strike, resulting in a shower of sparks. Subsequently, the flashlight illuminated the surroundings, temporarily blinding Zhou Haihong with its intense glare. The middle-aged man kicked her down before hastening toward the source of the commotion. The firearm was in the possession of the elderly gentleman. Should anything happen to him, our most formidable weapon would fall into enemy hands. As for the earlier opportunity to strike with a knife, he refrained, knowing that in the darkness, he might not accurately hit his target. A single miscalculated move could result in his weapon becoming ensnared by the adversary's bones, jeopardizing his escape. With the surroundings enveloped in darkness and a struggle unfolding nearby, it was unlikely that the opponent would retrieve their gun in a timely manner. He still had time to reach them, taking less than 10 seconds. In the inky blackness, under Luo Yao's guidance, Xiao Mushing managed to locate the firearm. Having played with various toy guns, this was his first encounter with a genuine weapon. The weight of the metal transmitted a sense of reality to his hands, still warm from previous use. Just then Luo Yao, vigilant behind him, suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Instinctively, Xiao Musheng grasped the nearest weapon, akin to a child playing with toys, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. A flash illuminated the night as the bullet, like a projectile from Luo Yao, pierced the middle-aged man's throat, blood gushing forth. He clutched his throat desperately, his eyes reflecting a profound unwillingness to accept his fate. Luo Yao, more acutely aware than anyone else, vividly witnessed the scene. The emotional turmoil that had long resided in her heart found resolution in that moment. Simultaneously, outside the unfinished building, the blaring of police sirens echoed. Armed officers stormed into the structure. Zhou Haihong relinquished her iron rod. The moment had slipped away, or perhaps she had once possessed a chance. Yet her own strength paled in comparison to the ferocity of the killer, who proved more formidable than she had anticipated. Xiao Musheng placed the gun on the ground, illuminated by the officer's lights. Once more, he beheld the ethereal image of Luo Yao, now even more insubstantial. "I must take my leave," she spoke with an air of ease. Xiao Musheng had anticipated this. Throughout the previous night, he had diligently fulfilled his role as a messenger, never interrupting or halting his task. Only when the elders decided to conclude matters did he cease his efforts. "Are you not curious to see how it all ends for him?" he inquired. "I wish I could," she replied, "but I have already foreseen the outcome. He cannot escape." This meant she understood the fate that awaited the last remaining individual. And at that moment, her thoughts were clear, free of any lingering attachments. Even if there were words left unspoken to her parents, she had expressed everything the previous night. Xiao Musheng scratched his head. "Honestly, I was quite looking forward to it. I thought you would always be by my side. You may have entertained such a notion, but it certainly does not exceed 50%. Xiao Musheng refrained from responding, acknowledging the truth of her statement. Indeed, such speculation had crossed his mind. but the likelihood was undeniably low. Even 50% would be considered a significant exaggeration. He merely shifted his focus to contemplation. You say that if I were to loudly proclaim the things you cherish. Luo Yao's expression darkened as she moved closer, her eyes radiating a palpable intent to kill. Then I shall unveil your browsing history, rendering you unable to survive in this society. Xiao Mushing chuckled and shrugged. Is that truly how you perceive me? Am I such a person? Are you not? A bit of a blend, perhaps, but not excessively. At that moment, Luo Yao's nearly transparent form began to dissolve into particles of light. I have no time to argue with you, though I am reluctant. You possess neither merit nor great effort, yet I shall present you with a gift as a token of gratitude. Luo Yao stood with the pride of a princess, and just before her form completely dissipated, a particle of light flew into Xiao Mushing's hand, merging into his palm before vanishing with her. Xiao Mushing felt a profound sense of loss. Their time together had been brief, yet extraordinarily vivid. Meanwhile, two officers stood nearby. Has he had an episode? Most likely. Let us not disturb him. We'll wait until he stabilizes before taking him away. What a fine individual, subjected to such overwhelming stress. Thanks to him, this 15-year-old cold case has finally reached a resolution. Yet I wonder if his condition can be treated. Xiao Mushing. Chapter 15. A new roommate. Half a month later, Xiao Mushing, clutching a silk banner and a chilly 1 million in his account, boarded the express train back to Shanxing. The bounty of 500,000 was for an individual. However, upon deducing that the suspect might be two people, the reward was subsequently adjusted. As for the two murderers, the elder was named Zhou Dong, while the middle-aged man was Zhou Jian. Their motive for killing was straightforward. They sought to revel in the exhilarating feeling of playing with lives from a position of power. The middle-aged man had met his demise, and Xiao Mushing deemed it justifiable self-defense, as the assailant had brandished a knife against him at that moment. Regarding the elder, officers later conducted a search of their residence for evidence, uncovering a makeshift gun manufacturing room and remnants of their heinous acts committed 15 years prior. They had documented the brutal assault on those girls, often revisiting the photographs for their own twisted enjoyment over the years, which constituted irrefutable evidence. With charges of kidnapping, armed assault, and the grisly events from 15 years ago, the cumulative crimes warranted the death penalty, and even divine intervention would not spare him. Within the police precinct, an officer sorting through documents stumbled upon an odd discrepancy in an initial statement. When Xiao Mushing made his first emergency call, he was bound, and his phone was in Zhou Jian's possession. This raised a perplexing question. Who had made that emergency call during that time? However, the officer dismissed the thought quickly, attributing it to the chaotic circumstances and Zhou Dong's advanced age, which could have led to a misremembering of the timeline. As Xiao Mushing exited the elevator, he spotted a suspiciously beautiful figure lurking by the door of room 404. It was none other than the alluring landlady. At that moment, she was clutching a key, hesitant to unlock the door, instead pressing her ear against it to listen for sounds inside. What are you doing? The sudden inquiry startled her, causing her to jump. Turning around, she realized it was Xiao Mushing who had returned. The great detective has returned. Congratulations. The news of Xiao Mushing's affair had made headlines, and she had seen it, along with his social media post stating he would return today. Thus, she had come to check on the situation. Thank you indeed. Surviving such an ordeal deserves celebration. Xiao Mushing opened the door while asking, Did you come for a specific reason today? Not really. Just wanted to see if you were settling in well. In truth, she was curious whether the haunting had ceased, especially since he had not indicated any intention to vacate the premises after his experience, and considering he had gone toe-to-toe with a murderer in Jinyang. I'm quite comfortable, and my roommate is rather amiable. Upon opening the door, the afternoon sky was overcast, casting a dim light into the room. To validate a lingering suspicion in his mind, Xiao Mushing inexplicably called out, Could you turn on a light? The landlady swallowed hard, her expression turning serious as she gazed at Xiao Mushing. Click! A faint sound echoed through the silence of the room, yet it resonated loudly in the stillness. The landlady's heart skipped a beat. The room abruptly brightened, yet within the eyes of the elegant landlady, it appeared ominously foreboding, as if a hand might reach out at any moment to drag her inside. The landlady, however, found no inclination to observe her surroundings. She was acutely aware that this house did not possess voice-activated lighting. Consequently, she prepared to flee. Yet a hand seized her tightly, causing her to collapse onto the floor. No, I am still young. I lie in wait for rent daily, and I have yet to fully relish my days of hiring male models. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Xiao Musheng. He had always known the landlady led a joyful life, but he never imagined it to be so blissful. It's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the landlady, seated on the floor, lifted her head, her tone laced with tears. Is there something you need? Did you come all this way just to sit down for a chat? I have a few matters to discuss with you. No. My grandmother is celebrating her full moon. I must return to partake in the festivities. I want to be coming in. Let us converse some other time. As she spoke, she pried Xiao Mushing's hand away and, akin to her initial escape, fled, as if for her life. From the doorway, Xiao Mushing caught sight of a figure in the living room. Not the familiar silhouette in school uniform, but rather a middle-aged man clad in a black tactical jacket. Xiao Mushing initially intended to inquire if the landlady would sell him the house, but observing her demeanor, he decided against it, opting instead to wait for a more opportune moment to ask elsewhere. He stepped inside, closed the door, tossed his bag onto the corner of the sofa, and reclined on the couch, scrutinizing the man standing in the living room. The man, in turn, assessed Xiao Mushing. You can see me. Otherwise, will I be gazing at thin air? The man explained with a smile. No, what I meant was, you see me and are not afraid. You're not the first. The man's eyes revealed a hint of surprise at this response. So you're a ghost? Not at all. Merely a recent graduate without a job, yet possessing a cold 1 million in my bank account. An ordinary university student. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man processed this information. Boasting about wealth to a ghost? That is quite unprecedented. Could you not choose someone else, perhaps that girl who is almost in tears at the door? She is wealthier than I. Flaunting wealth to her would only lead to my own discouragement. Couldn't you seek out your friends? That would not do. After boasting, they might seek to borrow money from me. The middle-aged man. That makes sense. Once Xiao Mushing's need for boasting was satisfied, he began to inquire with a smile. What is your name? Is there something I can assist you with? Xiao Mushing had resolved not to toil away at a menial job any longer. Such work barely yielded any income. Instead, he preferred the prospect of being a bounty hunter, having not yet joined a forum, but already earning a fortune in his first month. Surely, this was far more appealing than laboring endlessly. My name is Hanli, and I wish for you to retrieve my corpse from Chiga Mountain. As Xiao Mushing envisioned his future, he suddenly sat upright on the sofa upon hearing this request. Are you referring to Chiga Mountain in Yin Province? Is it the legendary Chiga Mountain, rumored to be inhabited by female ghosts, wild men, and a monstrous python several meters long, along with man-eating plants? Hanli patiently explained. Indeed, it is the Chiga Mountain in Yin Province, but your subsequent descriptions are rather exaggerated. The place is not as terrifying as you portray, nor does it house such entities. It is simply an area with complex terrain. What you mention is mere nonsense, a product of others' imaginations and speculations. The true Chiga Mountain is beautiful, mysterious, and vibrant. Could you elaborate on your current situation? Hanli found himself momentarily speechless, as his present condition seemed to serve as the most compelling evidence. Chapter 16. Bounty Hunter Level Review. Xiao Mushing observed that the other party was momentarily at a loss for words, so he refrained from further inquiries, deciding to wait until the individual figured things out on their own. After reclining for a while longer, he retrieved his laptop from his bag. He logged into the messaging application and clicked on the link that Zhou Haihong had sent him a fortnight prior. The link redirected him to a browser interface, which displayed the following message. LV5 Bounty Hunter Hongyue invites user 725-4321 to join the Bounty Hunter Forum. Please change your username. Xiao Mushing pondered for a moment before typing on the keyboard. Ultimate Tyrannosaurus. This username already exists. Dark Tyrannosaurus. This username already exists. Xiao Mushing was exasperated. Incha. Successfully established a new username. Please complete your personal information to determine your bounty hunter level. He began filling out the personal information form, including his name, age, gender, education, professional skills, and historical achievements. As he scrolled down, he noticed a line for medical history. After a moment of contemplation, he took a screenshot of his diagnosis certificate and uploaded it, along with a brief note. Meanwhile, in the official assessment section of the Bounty Hunter backend, a level reviewer was perusing the newly uploaded assessment materials. Private undergraduate, management major of little value. National language level 4 certificate, no English certification, so, evidently, English skills are lacking as well, even more detrimental. This won't even qualify for LV1. Orphaned, with no family ties, shows some potential. Let us see if there are any historical achievements. Solve a 15-year-old cold case, confronted 2 murderers, 1 armed, 2 against 1 for a counterattack. Oh, so it's this individual. That warrants a direct promotion to LV4. However, reaching LV5 might be a stretch, as the historical record is somewhat monotonous with only 1 instance. Never mind. It has been over a year since I last encountered a bounty hunter who advanced directly to LV4. I shall be content with a LV4 for now. The reviewer continued to scroll through the materials and came across the medical history section, which contained a mental health diagnosis certificate. Without hesitation, the reviewer marked the level assessment as LV5 and clicked send, submitting it to the upper review team for deliberation. Orphaned, with an impressive historical record, yet a mental health condition, stacked buffs, inherently suited for the life of a bounty hunter. However, attaining LV5 is a significant threshold, in addition to the preliminary assessment conducted here. It must be further evaluated by the upper review team and subsequently finalized by headquarters. This level unlocks expanded privileges for bounty hunters, with over 80 of the tasks presenting life-threatening risks. Insufficient strength could indeed lead to fatal consequences, thus the stringent scrutiny at this level. So tell me, how did you meet your demise? Xiao Mushing ordered a takeaway, eating as he inquired. He sensed that if he refrained from questioning further, the other party, even if a ghost, would likely pull his hair out in frustration. Upon hearing these words, Hanley cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, relinquished his grasp on his head, and rose from the ground. He began to organize his recollections. My 2 colleagues and I had ventured into Chiga Mountain for a geological survey, when, without warning, the weather took a turn for the worse, unleashing a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder. Our makeshift camp was situated near a riverbank, and, as the water levels rose ominously, we surmised that a flood was imminent upstream, necessitating our swift departure. However, the rain-soaked terrain forced us to alter our route multiple times. Eventually, we lost our way within the forest, and with nightfall approaching, we had no choice but to camp in place. Later that evening, I heard some noises and ventured out to investigate, only to be met with a deafening clap of thunder that caused me to misstep and tumble into a sinkhole. After listening to this account, Xiao Mushing continued to inquire, "Can you lead us to your body?" "Indeed," Hanley replied with unwavering certainty. Were it not for the inherently treacherous landscape of Chiga Mountain, coupled with the extreme weather conditions, he and his colleagues would not have lost their way. Now, retracing their steps, he was confident he could locate it. Moreover, he felt a peculiar connection to his own remains, an inexplicable intuition guiding him. Considering the other party's willingness to inquire, it was likely they were inclined to assist him. Once Xiao Mushing concluded his questioning, he felt somewhat reassured. He planned to peruse the bounty hunter forums for relevant tasks once the rank evaluation was finalized. After his experience with Luo Yao, he surmised that aiding these spirits in fulfilling their wishes and guiding them to the afterlife might yield some rewards. For instance, the gift Luo Yao had bestowed upon him, a proficiency in 6 foreign languages, including English, had taken him by surprise. It was only when he fortuitously encountered an English phrase and realized he could read and comprehend it that he truly understood. After all, despite his earnest efforts, he had never achieved a level of English proficiency that surpassed the scores derived from mere guesswork on answer sheets. Thus, the emergence of English in his memory was improbable. This left only one possibility: the gift Luo Yao had mentioned before her departure. This gift had seamlessly integrated into his being, so much so that he immediately recognized its presence. Therefore, even without a bounty, he intended to extend his assistance, for such a gift was beyond monetary value. As the clock struck midnight and the final evaluation results remained elusive, Xiao Mushing reluctantly imparted some precautions to Han Li. He instructed him not to fiddle with the light switches for no reason during the night, to refrain from surreptitiously inspecting his browser history, and to avoid suddenly passing through walls while he was in the restroom. Those are the essentials. Beyond that, feel free to watch television or browse the internet, provided you do not disturb my rest. Han Li nodded in agreement. He did not press for urgency, nor did he question why Xiao Mushing was not hastening into action. Having been deceased for some time, his body lay within the sinkhole, and the willingness of the other party to assist was already a rare opportunity. Whether sooner or later, his remains would eventually be retrieved. Conversely, an impatient insistence may prove irksome, dissuading others from offering their assistance. The following day at noon, Xiao Mushing indulged in a lengthy slumber before finally rising from his bed. Upon awakening, he discovered a text message awaiting him on his phone. Greetings, Insha. As of today, at 11 a.m., your bounty hunter rank has been provisionally set at level 5. Please complete a level 5 task within 1 year to finalize your rank. Xiao Mushing was taken aback by this notification. He had anticipated an initial assessment of level 2 or level 3, but to his surprise, he had received a provisional level 5. Completing just one corresponding task would place him on par with Zhou Haihong. After a brief morning routine, he retrieved a loaf of bread from his backpack and began to nibble on it. Settling onto the sofa, he powered on his computer and logged into the Bounty Hunter forum, where he could now view the tasks available to him. Tasks were categorized into 5 levels based on their danger and complexity, while others remained inaccessible. Aside from a few exceptional tasks, most offered higher bounties at elevated ranks. Xiao Mushing perused several intriguing assignments. Task posted: help me locate my runaway boyfriend. Reward 20,000. This task appeared quite ordinary. Yet the gender of the task publisher was marked as male. Xiao Mushing pondered that perhaps this designation could shed light on why the boyfriend had fled. Task posted: assist me in finding a fishing spot with fish weighing over 50 pounds nearby. Reward 3,000. The angler seemed quite affluent. After a few more bites of bread, he casually browsed additional tasks until he arrived at the search bar, where he entered the phrase Chiga Mountain. A red-marked level 5 task promptly appeared. Chiga Mountain Search and Rescue. Locate 3 survey team members who went missing 6 months ago at Chiga Mountain. Reward 400,000. Note: this is a team task. Current participants 3-4. Upon seeing this, Xiao Mushing quickly clicked to select the task. Once he confirmed his successful entry, he exhaled in relief, narrowly averting a missed opportunity for monetary gain. Subsequently, he delved into the specifics of the task. The details predominantly outlined the dangers of Chiga Mountain, safety precautions, and some formalities regarding team tasks. Reflecting on the information, he decided to contact Zhou Haihong, a seasoned veteran in this field, to inquire about the situation, particularly regarding any potential pitfalls or customary practices that newcomers might overlook. Chapter 17. Preparations before departure. At that moment, Zhou Haihong, who was browsing a forum, suddenly received a message. Picking up her phone, she saw it was from Xiao Mushing. Is there anything I should pay attention to regarding the team mission? Zhou Haihong was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry and quickly replied, you have taken on an outdoor task. Typically, missions within urban areas are solitary endeavors that do not necessitate teamwork. However, most outdoor assignments require collaboration, as having a companion in the desolate wilderness significantly enhances one's capacity to mitigate risks. In the event of an unavoidable danger, should one sustain injuries, having a partner means not being left to face death alone. Xiao Mushing thought to himself, no wonder he is an experienced hand. He discerned it from a mere statement. So what if I have accepted it? You possess outdoor survival experience. Does watching documentaries count as experience? Zhou Haihong responded, just listening to a math teacher without practicing problems. Can you really pass math that way? Even having done the problems, one might still fail. This was Xiao Mushing's heartfelt declaration. Indeed, one could complete exercises and still not succeed, yet the method of failure remained elusive. Zhou Haihong placed her hand on her forehead, feeling it necessary to find a competent psychiatrist for Xiao Mushing. Are you not afraid of death, taking on such a task? Isn't that a bit late to say? Even if my personal experience is lacking, I have met a new friend who possesses extensive knowledge of wilderness survival and practical experience, having even faced death in the wild once. You could say he is seasoned and reliable. After sending this message, Xiao Muxing's text lingered on the screen, editing conversation. Zhou Haihong felt an urge to curse, but then remembered that the other party was unwell, and in his perception, this friend was indeed real. Previously, while giving a statement at the police station, she had learned of Xiao Muxing's condition. Although she had sensed something was amiss during their interactions, she had not anticipated a formal diagnosis. What task have you taken on? The search and rescue at Shiga Mountain. Zhou Haihong gasped, having seen this task before. However, she dared not accept it due to its perilous nature and the insufficient reward offered. Moreover, the complex circumstances at Shiga Mountain posed excessive danger even for an experienced individual like her. Dangerous wildlife, unpredictable weather, miasma from the swamps, and unique magnetic field structures rendered certain areas there inhospitable to compasses. The audacity of this individual to take on such a treacherous task right after registering was astonishing. Yet, as she contemplated further, she considered that perhaps it would be prudent to let him attempt it. After all, the other three individuals might not be solely focused on the mission. Hunters on the Bounty Hunter Forum have a peculiar habit, particularly those who enjoy outdoor tasks. They often peruse the forum for relevant missions whenever they plan an expedition to a new locale. If a task is available, they might as well accept it, assessing whether they can complete it. If it proves impossible, they would simply abandon it, avoiding unnecessary risks. In such perilous locales, the other three bounty hunters would undoubtedly refrain from delving too deeply. The distinction between wealth and life is quite clear in everyone's mind. After contemplating this, Zhou Haihong suddenly became aware of another issue. She recalled that this task seemed to be designated for level 5 participants, and the initial assessment of the other party's level was identical to hers. Are you level 5? It is marked as provisional. It should be confirmed upon the completion of this task. Zhou Haihong was taken aback. She had labored for several years to reach that rank. Taking a moment to compose herself, she resumed typing. You may attempt it, but you must stay with your team. Do not act recklessly. Also, be mindful of warmth and bring along changeable clothing. A gas mask? If possible, you might also prepare some anti-venom. Furthermore, it is essential to cultivate good relations with your teammates. But do not divulge too much about your own circumstances, as some unscrupulous individuals might take advantage of you. Upon reading her reply, Xiao Muxing concluded that the task did not seem excessively perilous. Earlier, when he had mentioned undertaking outdoor assignments, she had strongly advised against it. Yet now she expressed approval upon hearing the task's name. It appeared that the dangers associated with this mission were overstated, likely mere exaggerations from netizens. As for her final remark, it suggested that she might have encountered some rather unfriendly companions in the past. With this understanding, he began to procure equipment. Just as Xiao Muxing was about to inquire about Zhou Haihong's recommendations for gear, he suddenly recalled Han Li, who was half emerging from beneath the sofa. Do you have any recommendations for outdoor equipment? This question sparked Han Li's enthusiasm, as he was quite the expert in this field, frequently traversing the great outdoors. He was thoroughly familiar with which items were commendable and which were not. Protective clothing, waterproof gear, inflatable tents, multifunctional shovels, portable lighting, safety ropes, and more. He meticulously selected an entire array of high-quality items. After completing the selection, he left it to Xiao Muxing to place the order and make the payment. As Xiao Muxing picked up his phone, poised to click pay, he suddenly hesitated. 1,234. 5. A full 5-digit sum. What on earth had he purchased? Why was it costing him over 10,000 yuan? Because you have nothing, everything must be bought. Moreover, the temperature fluctuations in Shiga Mountain can be significant, posing numerous dangers. You must be adequately prepared with essential safety equipment. I have chosen the most cost-effective options for you. Han Li had observed that there were no outdoor supplies in this house. Not even a windbreaker or hiking boots were present. One cannot simply don a pair of sneakers, throw on a jacket, and venture into the jungle, as even an ordinary forest can be quite challenging to navigate, let alone the uncharted territories of Shiga Mountain. Xiao Muxing scratched his head, ultimately clicking purchase. Although he was no longer financially constrained, his spending habits had yet to adapt to his newfound wealth, and seeing such a substantial amount vanish left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Subsequently, he logged into the Bounty Hunter forum and clicked on the avatars of 3 other teammates, sending each a private message. Within the confines of a luxurious 5-star hotel, a robust man with a grotesque scar adorning his neck emerged from the shower. Clad in a bathrobe, he picked up his phone and accessed the Bounty Hunter forum, discovering that the team task he had previously joined had commenced. There was also a private message: bring a rope. A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes. Was this a climbing task? And who was this enigmatic sender? His voice was deep and hoarse. For outdoor assignments, safety ropes are occasionally prepared, yet there seemed no need for such a reminder, given that none were novices. Furthermore, as a level 5 bounty hunter, he frequently perused the forum but had never encountered this particular ID. Could it be that this individual had recently ascended from level 4? Similar perplexities were echoed in 2 other locations. Chapter 18. The Feast in Mute Village. A convertible tricycle rumbled along the muddy path, carrying the weary figure of Xiao Mushing, who sat perched atop a sack of fertilizer, gripping the adjacent railing with determination. His back was burdened by an enormous backpack. After taking a train from the mountainous city to the vibrant flower market in Yun Province, he had transferred to a local vehicle, ultimately finding an elderly gentleman to transport him to Mute Village, the agreed-upon rendezvous point. This was where the 3 surveyors had initially entered the Weeping Song Mountain, and it was from here that they too would embark on their quest. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached the village. Xiao Mushing disembarked and expressed his gratitude to the old man. "You city youngsters are far too polite," the elder remarked. Once off the tricycle, Xiao Mushing inhaled deeply, savoring the natural fragrance that surrounded him. Han Li, standing nearby, remarked, "How do you find this earthy aroma? Each time I step into the woods, I relish this scent. It is precisely why I chose to become a geological surveyor." Despite his family's reservations, stemming from a lineage of such work since his grandfather's time, Xiao Mushing remained silent, drawn forward by the enticing scent he had detected earlier. They arrived at a lively scene, where a makeshift canopy had been erected on a square of blue stone, adorned with colorful decorations. A massive speaker blared joyful music, while on the opposite side of the clearing, a platform draped in flowers hosted a couple clad in wedding attire. Exchanging vows, Xiao Mushing stood there, lost in contemplation. Han Li, puzzled, followed Xiao Mushing to this vibrant gathering, gazing at the newlyweds with a hint of nostalgia. "I remember when I wed my wife. We were surrounded by friends and family, exchanging vows under their watchful eyes, slipping on rings and sharing a kiss. If you envy that, perhaps you should find yourself a girlfriend," he trailed off, only to turn and realize Xiao Mushing had vanished. A quick scan of the area revealed that Xiao Mushing had approached a small table where an elderly man sat, a red booklet resting atop the surface. It became apparent that Xiao Mushing was examining the old man's mobile device. Wang Fugue, offering 200, he heard Xiao Mushing say. After the elder completed his entry in the ledger, he urged, "Hurry, or you'll have to wait for the second round." Anli, Takenabak, rushed to catch up with Xiao Mushing, inquiring, "Do you know the bride and groom?" "Not all," Xiao Mushing replied in a hushed tone. "Then are you from this village?" "Not really." "Do you know anyone from the village?" "Not all." "Then why are you giving a gift?" "Quite naturally, to partake in the feast," Xiao Mushing answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Han Li stood frozen, while Xiao Mushing began scanning the tables. One table was overrun with children, all in their growth spurts, occupied solely with eating, clearly not a suitable choice. At another table sat a group of middle-aged women, seasoned in the art of packing. Shifting his gaze to yet another table, he noticed individuals attired in formal wear, adorned with decorative flowers on their chests, clearly having taken great care in their appearance, suggesting a close relationship with the bride and groom. This table was not a suitable choice, as it would likely reveal his presence. Ultimately, he meticulously selected a table predominantly occupied by middle-aged men, engaged in scattered conversations, appearing to have little familiarity with one another. At this table, as long as he refrained from touching the peanuts and similar bar snacks, he would likely remain unnoticed. Having arrived here after a long journey, Xiao Mushing was already quite hungry and, upon catching a whiff of an enticing aroma, lost his appetite for the compressed biscuits in his bag. After a brief contemplation, he pondered how much money would be appropriate to spend. Once seated, he began distributing red envelopes, candies, and cigarettes, with most of the beverages ending up in front of him as the others indulged solely in alcohol, and soon dishes began to arrive. At the table, only Xiao Mushing was vigorously consuming the food, while the others engaged in drinking and boasting. Hanli stood outside the gathering, observing Xiao Mushing feasting with a wry smile, reflecting on the current generation. Meanwhile, 3 SUVs entered the village in succession, halting at the village committee's entrance. 2 men and a woman emerged from the vehicles. The sturdy man with a scar on his neck was the first to introduce himself. "Greetings, my bounty hunter ID is Dead Man." The second man, clad in a camouflage jacket with a scruffy beard and a slightly plump physique, chimed in, "My bounty hunter ID is Fat Fish." The woman, sporting a high ponytail and sun-kissed skin with a hint of wildness, added, "My bounty hunter ID is Mirrored Flower." Dead Man expressed some anticipation. "It seems In Shai has yet to arrive." Fat Fish glanced in a particular direction. "He's coming." The other 2 followed his gaze and spotted a young man approaching, carrying 2 red bags. As Xiao Mushing drew near, he placed the bags on the front of the vehicle, opened one, and distributed a can of beverage and a few candies to each person. He then opened the other bag, revealing several disposable bowls filled with various dishes, all neatly packaged in small white plastic bags. Inside were items such as braised pork knuckle, cold pig head meat, pig ears, roasted duck, and steamed pork. Fat Fish inquired with surprise, "There are no restaurants around here. Where did you get all this?" "There's a wedding banquet in the village, so I attended." Xiao Mushing replied. Mirrored Flower observed the spread, "So you are from the village." "I am not from this village. I only met the bride and groom today," he clarified. Mirrored Flower remained silent, while Fat Fish silently gave a thumbs up, praising, "Brother, you truly do not sweat the small stuff." Without hesitation, Fat Fish grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks from the red bag and began to enjoy a piece of steamed pork. Being away from home, it was unlikely they could prepare such food, usually subsisting on portable rations. Thus, savoring a meal like this before venturing into the mountains was indeed a treat. Moreover, this was brought by a teammate with utmost sincerity. It would be remiss to disregard their heartfelt intention. The curious question arose from Dead Man. "What did you mean when you privately messaged me about bringing a rope?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 cast inquiring glances, for they too had received that very private message. "It is merely a conjecture of mine," he continued, "for we are in search of 3 surveying experts. I trust that the 3 of you have some inkling. The fact that these 3 have not emerged thus far suggests they may have encountered misfortune, perhaps even worse. Hence, I surmise they might have faced dangers such as a beastly attack, hypothermia, or a fall from a cliff." I leaned towards the latter. Upon hearing this, the 3 furrowed their brows. The reasoning felt somewhat tenuous, more instinctive than deductive. Dead Man did not dwell on it for long and inquired further, "Brother, what missions have you previously undertaken? I seem to recall not having seen you on a bounty hunter forum." "This is my first task on the bounty hunter forum," Xiao Mushing replied, a bashful smile gracing his lips. "I have only just entered this line of work. I am a complete novice." Fat Fish took a sip of his drink, savoring the morsel in his mouth. "A level 5 novice? You might pull the wool over the eyes of those greenhorns. But do you truly believe you can deceive us? We are in the pinnacle competition, and you expect us to believe this is your first time playing this game?" At that moment, Mirror Flower interjected with a sudden question. "You mentioned this is your first task on the bounty hunter forum. Have you engaged in any other endeavors before?" "The Jinyang City murder case," he stated succinctly, causing a stir among the trio, who re-evaluated their teammate. They were somewhat familiar with this news. 2 armed murderers had brutally killed a streamer and a well-meaning citizen, only to be countered by the detective, who seized a firearm and turned the tables. The dangers and complexities involved in such a scenario were more comprehensible to those in the bounty hunting profession than to the average individual. Not only must one solve the case and identify the perpetrator, but they must also contend with the life-threatening pursuit of an armed assailant. The mere task of solving the case had stumped countless individuals over the past 15 years, let alone the act of countering an armed attack. Yet, despite his formidable abilities, The previous conversation suggested that he genuinely wished to locate the missing individuals. This was Chiga Mountain, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers. Searching for someone here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They approached the situation with a sense of tentative hope. Chapter 19. The bet, however. Having confidence is indeed a commendable trait and not necessarily a detriment. The corpse then chuckled and spoke. In that case, considering your situation, this is likely your first outdoor mission. You should accompany us to gain experience. I have successfully completed no less than 5 outdoor missions myself. And if there are no objections, I could take the lead. Of course, I'm also willing to step aside for someone with more experience. At this moment, Xiao Mushing raised a hand. Can I be the leader? The 3 turned their gaze toward him once again, with Corpse displaying a look of skepticism. Fat Fish interjected with a warning. Brother, if you have a penchant for showing off, I can understand. But in this wilderness, that could be fatal. I believe we should prioritize our safety and avoid rash decisions. Jing Zonghua coldly questioned, if you wish to lead, provide me with a convincing reason, and I shall support you. Corpse refrained from further remarks, as the other 2 had already made their stance clear, sharing his skepticism. He found it hard to believe that a person of such intellect could lack this basic judgment. What if I claim to have over a 90% certainty of locating the individual? Xiao Mushing asserted confidently, raising a completely bent finger. The 3 leaned against the front of the vehicle upon hearing this, exchanging glances rather than immediately questioning him. After 2.5 minutes, Corpse approached Xiao Mushing. We will not inquire about the source of your confidence, nor how you arrived at that probability. However, we cannot simply entrust our safety to you, especially since you lack outdoor experience. Therefore, we propose a wager. If you fail to locate the person, then, within moral and legal boundaries, you must assist us on a bounty task, each of us once. Xiao Mushing may have lacked outdoor experience, but his investigative abilities were well recognized by the 3, certainly surpassing their own. If they encountered a case too challenging for them, but with a lucrative bounty, they could rely on Xiao Mushing's expertise. Since this is a wager, what will I gain? He inquired. You propose the terms, as long as we find them equitable, Corpse replied, and the others expressed no dissent, finding the bet favorable. Xiao Mushing tilted his head, glancing at the 3 off-road vehicles behind them, cloaked in black, gray, and army green. I want your vehicles, he declared, extending his hand. The wager is established. The other 2 followed suit, realizing the potential gain. Without hesitation, Xiao Mushing extended his hand to seal the agreement. Manuela Fanli, who had been merely observing, covered his eyes with his hand, feeling reluctant to witness the confident expressions on the faces of the 3. With him in the equation, the trio was bound to lose, as he was an undeniable advantage. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a slight blush on his face ambled over. Fugueya, what brings you here? And who are these 3? This was Grandpa Zhang, who had helped pack the items after their previous meal together. Grandpa Zhang, my friends intend to accompany me into the mountains for an adventure. We plan to leave the car parked in the village committee yard for a few days. Could you kindly inform the village committee about it? I am part of the village committee. You may park as you wish, but be cautious. The mountains are perilous. There are bears and wild boars and even teeth floating in the air. Gulp, quite terrifying. Grandpa Zhang, slightly inebriated, let out a burp. No worries. Rest assured, my friends are quite capable. Those wild beasts and supernatural entities cannot harm us. Very well, just be cautious. I'll head back for a nap. You can leave your vehicle here. At this point, Feiyu raised a question. Aren't you unfamiliar with the villagers? We dined at the same table earlier. We are acquainted now. After the trio parked their vehicle, they followed closely behind Xia Mushing as they ventured into the mountains. Xia Mushing trailed behind Hanli as they journeyed deeper into the mountains. The last in line, the dead man, sensed something amiss. The adeptness with which the path was forged and chosen, along with the astute navigation, belied the appearance of a novice in outdoor pursuits. Brother, how come you navigate so expertly? I was born in the countryside. As a child, I often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. To find the best kind, one sometimes has to tread into wilder areas, Xia Mushing replied while clearing the path. Suddenly, he halted as Hanli returned from ahead. Let us take another route, he declared, leading them in a different direction. Meanwhile, the last in line, Fei Yu, felt a sense of unease and took a few steps back along the previous path to peak. His face paled as he quickly retreated to rejoin the group. The penultimate member, Jing Zonghua, inquired, "What did you see? You look dreadful. There's a snake den ahead, and they're all venomous." Fei Yu had glimpsed a mass of long, slender creatures intertwined, with some snake heads peeking out, sharp and menacing. Those with a fear of clusters might faint at the mere sight. Most alarming for Fei Yu was that he had seen a snake slither beneath his feet, meaning had he ventured even a step further, he might have inadvertently trodden upon it. Although his trousers offered some degree of protection, it was only minimal. The fangs were exceedingly sharp and could easily penetrate, injecting venom into his system. In such desolate wilderness, that could indeed prove fatal. Upon hearing this, Jing Zonghua cast a glance at Xiaomushing, who was leading the group. "I hope our vehicle remains safe." He then slightly shook his head, pondering how such an illusion could arise. After all, this was merely the beginning. Discovering a snake den ahead was hardly remarkable. If the other party possessed knowledge or expertise in this area, they could discern subtle clues from several meters away, leading them to deduce the presence of a snake's lair. As they continued on their journey, the four of them progressed remarkably smoothly. They would not encounter a path that seemed easy to traverse only to find themselves entangled in dense underbrush or confronted by a steep cliff necessitating a retreat. Throughout their travels, they did come across several warning signs indicating the presence of bears, wolves, or wild boars ahead. However, to this day, they had yet to encounter any, which could be considered fortunate. As time elapsed, the daylight gradually faded. Hanley chose a spot for Xiaomushing and the others not far from a small creek, elevated, open and dry. They commenced the task of setting up tents and kindling a fire. While erecting the tent, the individual known as Dead Man calculated their journey. He discovered that they had covered nearly 20 kilometers that day. It is worth noting that they had set off at noon. Although it was summer and darkness fell later, they were not traversing flat terrain, but rather navigating through mountainous woods. On flat ground, one could potentially walk 40 kilometers in a day. However, in the intricate and rugged jungle, they might only manage 10 to 20 kilometers. This consideration took into account the challenging terrain and the necessity to evade wild animals and the potential for wrong turns that required detours. Yet thus far, they had encountered none of these obstacles. Xiaomushing maintained a clear objective and a well-defined route, as if he had traversed this path before. Chapter 20. Night watch shift. The crackle of flames consumed the wood as four individuals gathered around a campfire, partaking of their meager rations. Fat Fish struggled to swallow a piece of compressed biscuit with a sip of water, reminiscing about the sumptuous feast they had enjoyed earlier that day. Observing the silence enveloping the group, Fat Fish suddenly proposed, "Why don't we share some ghost stories?" His suggestion elicited an unexpected burst of laughter, and he turned to find a source. It was Xiaomushing. The latter, munching on his provisions, gazed into the empty space beside him, chuckling softly as if a companion lingered there, their shared understanding igniting a moment of mirth. Fat Fish felt a flicker of intrigue in his heart. At that moment, Dead Man spoke up. "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with the archetypes of most horror films, an isolated setting, the stillness of night, and a group gathered around a fire to share eerie tales." Jing Zonghua echoed this sentiment, adding, "I also advise against stirring up trouble. In such an environment, we must remain composed. You may tell a light-hearted joke, but refrain from narrating horror stories, as they may evoke unnecessary fears and superstitions." With two members of the group expressing clear opposition, Fat Fish chose not to press the matter further, although he couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaomushing was acting peculiarly. The latter had hesitated several times, as if he were on the verge of speaking, but was hesitant to address Fat Fish or anyone else. After finishing his meal, Xiaomushing prepared to retire for the night when Dead Man suddenly inquired, "Are we going to take turns keeping watch?" Xiaomushing contemplated mentioning that he had already arranged the watch, but glancing at the other three, he decided against it. "Never mind, you can take charge of that," he replied. Dead Man, recognizing Xiaomushing as a newcomer, refrained from reproach, acknowledging that his previous performance had been commendable despite this oversight. From his bag, Dead Man produced a small black box. "This is an alarm device," he explained. "The person on watch must keep it in hand at all times." Should any unusual situation arise, you must press it immediately. The three others exchanged puzzled glances, perceiving the device as somewhat extraneous. However, Hanley nodded thoughtfully. Noticing their confusion, Dead Man elaborated. If a large beast were to ambush you, it would likely seize your throat first, rendering you unable to scream or breathe. In such a dire moment, this device becomes your sole means of signaling for help, potentially saving your life and alerting your companions. After his explanation, he instinctively touched the scar on his neck, a remnant of a near-fatal encounter that had prompted him to change his identity thereafter. After this, the four individuals made arrangements, with Mirror Flowers assuming the first watch, followed by the Dead, then Xiao Musheng, and Fat Fish taking the last watch. That evening, the first two watches proceeded smoothly, until Xiao Musheng was roused from his slumber. Sitting beside the bonfire, leaning against a large tree, he squinted his eyes, preparing to doze off once more. Hanley remarked beside him, "You, as the night watch, are quite unprofessional." Hanley was quite talkative. During the previous watches, he had been conversing with them, though they could not hear him. "Aren't you here? In such matters, you're more knowledgeable than I. Just wake me if anything occurs. I fear you might sleep soundly and remain unresponsive," he replied. "Rest assured, my sleep is typically light. I awaken at the slightest disturbance." "Are you referring to that midday incident when I turned the television volume to its maximum and still could not rouse you? I had only slept at 9 that morning, and you woke me at 11. How could I possibly awaken? By the way, there are wild boars nearby. Do exercise caution." "Oh, Xiao Mushing's eyes snapped open, and he sat up straight. "Wild boars are nearby? Why did you not mention this sooner?" "Fortunately, they are nearly 10 meters away and not approaching, but there is a snake behind you, moving in your direction. It appears to be a cobra, and it seems rather lengthy, perhaps around 3 meters." Xiao Mushing abruptly seized a flaming stick and the multi-functional shovel beside him. "A cobra, approximately 3 meters long? In this world, there's only one snake that fits that description, the king cobra." Hanley surely recognized it, but chose to describe it in such a manner. Xiao Mushing's night vision was not particularly keen. "Do not panic. It has turned away, likely deterred by the heat of the bonfire, feeling threatened and not approaching." "Goodness. Now you've made it impossible for me to sleep. Hey, we are two grown men. Do not speak so ambiguously. We are more than just two men. We are, in fact, one living and one ghostly being traversing the realms of life and death. What other noises are around? Speak quickly." Xiao Mushing was genuinely reluctant to sleep now. Without Hanley's words, he remained unaware of the dangers surrounding him. Beyond the illuminated radius of the bonfire, he could see nothing. Currently, there was no significant danger. Although some mildly venomous creatures lurked nearby, they were mostly deterred by the bonfire's warmth, and no large predators were present. Xiao Mushing breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he remained oblivious to a tent that had opened a small slit, revealing a pair of eyes intently observing the outside before retreating stealthily. Fat Fish hid within the tent, fastening his clothing tightly, swallowing nervously. As he recalled the strange behaviors of those around him, unsettling scenes from terrifying tales surfaced in his mind. No clear image emerged, only hazy impressions that stirred a sense of unease. It should be nothing. Perhaps the other party is merely suffering from mental disorder. Yet, this too does not bode well. In a certain light, it could even be more frightening. As each second ticked by, Xiao Mushing was about to call for Fat Fish when he noticed the latter emerging from the tent right on cue. With a pat on his chest, he declared, "Brother, it's been hard. I'll take care of the last stretch." Xiao Mushing thought to himself that a level 5 bounty hunter was indeed reliable. With a yawn, he slipped back into the tent to rest anew. After Fat Fish saw his companion enter the tent, he wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, relieved that no unforeseen incident had occurred. Hanley overheard this barely audible exchange. Their conversation had been detected, yet upon reflection, he deemed it trivial. After all, he had previously submitted a diagnosis photo when registering for the Bounty Hunter Forum, which clearly stated a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Chapter 21. The Unexpected, Death Slope, and the Brown Bear Day 2. The four of them packed their gear, finished breakfast, and resumed their journey. However, Fat Fish, walking at the rear, tapped Mirror Flower on the shoulder and whispered last night. Mirror Flower raised a finger to her lips. Shoo! Fat Fish's pupils dilated. You. Mirror Flower said nothing, merely nodding in response. How can anyone sleep so soundly on an outdoor mission? They were a temporary team, and she was the only woman among them. Her vigilance far surpassed that of the other three. But you still, those of us who reach this level as bounty hunters, how many do you think are truly normal? To a large extent, their work was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Even those who started out sane would eventually lose their grip. Normal people would have fled long ago. What they had witnessed, what they had endured, and the lives they led had long since diverged from the ordinary. Though Xiao Mushing was somewhat unhinged, his condition didn't hinder his work. The fact that he could still function meant it wasn't severe. If it were truly debilitating, he'd likely be locked away in an asylum. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that his condition didn't interfere with the mission, nor did it complicate daily interactions. In fact, he provided invaluable assistance. To them, he was more useful than any normal person. A few quirks were hardly worth mentioning. She couldn't even be bothered to ask. Better to avoid stirring unnecessary conflict over trivialities. Fat Fish, just keep quiet. If the others had no objections, then neither would he. After pressing deeper into the wilderness, morning gave way to noon. They paused briefly before continuing. When they reached a particular stretch, Xiao Mushing issued a warning. Up ahead, we'll be crossing a slope. Stay on the upper path. Keep your footing steady. If you slip and fall, you one team make it out alive. The other three didn't question him, committing his words to memory as they followed closely behind. Only when they reached the slope did they understand his caution. Beneath the incline lay a mass of animal bones, a chaotic graveyard hidden within the jungle. The stench of decay assaulted their senses. Mirror Flower frowned. Though she knew it wasn't the time for questions, she couldn't help but ask, what happened here? Xiao Mushing, leading the way, answered patiently. The base of this slope has lethal levels of carbon dioxide. From a rear, Fat Fish sounded incredulous. How does a place like this form in the middle of a forest? Primeval forests were nature's oxygen factories. Trees absorbed carbon dioxide. Logically, such a death trap shouldn't exist. Xiao Mushing repeated Han Li's explanation. Due to the low terrain in this area, carbon dioxide, being denser than air, tend to settle. Coupled with the lack of ventilation and the continuous decomposition of numerous corpses, carbon dioxide accumulates here in abundance. Remarkable. Such profound knowledge. Xiao Mushing merely offered an awkward smile, for he too was at a loss to answer such questions, having long forgotten what he once learned during his 4 years at university. At this moment, Han Li's expression was one of exuberance. As a geological surveyor, he often found himself in the wilderness, spending the most time with just a few teammates, yet they all understood these principles well. Thus, opportunities for such accolades were rare. Afterward, the group successfully navigated the slope. None were novices, and all were acutely aware of the dangers lurking at the bottom, preventing any unfortunate mishaps. Upon traversing the slope, they arrived at a more spacious woodland, allowing them to walk without forming a single file. For them, it was a rare chance to enjoy a leisurely stroll. However, they had barely taken a few steps when all four suddenly halted. Indeed, a stroke of good fortune often heralds a great pitfall. Xiao Mushing inquired, everyone, how confident are we in taking it down? A mature brown bear possesses a swipe force of up to 1,600 kilograms, meaning that if they stood in a line, a single swipe could send all four of them flying. Dead Man gloomily remarked, tightening his grip on his machete. Yet, despite this daunting reality, attempting to confront the beast was not out of the question. Moreover, an adult brown bear typically weighs between 200 to over 300 kilograms and can run at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. It also retains the ability to climb trees, though this skill diminishes with age. Mirror Flower added, equally apprehensive. However, she was acutely aware that fleeing was not an option. Doing so would signal to the bear that they posed no threat, sealing their fate. Fat Fish grimaced, stating, now is not the time to discuss strength. We need to devise a solution. Just as everyone hesitated to act, Xiao Mushing suddenly stepped forward, brandishing a multifunctional military shovel. Fat Fish silently exclaimed, buddy, do you really intend to engage it? At that moment, the brown bear, previously foraging on the ground, stood upright and spotted the four beings ahead. It then abruptly turned and bolted away, even stumbling and rolling as it fled. Xiao Musheng, witnessing the spectacle, waved his hand, saying, "Take your time. We mean you no harm." The other three turned to look, astonished by the turn of events. The bear soon vanished deep into the thicket, completely out of sight. Fat Fish let out a long sigh of relief, grateful for the bear's timidity. Yet, Han Li, who had been anxiously observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. It shouldn't be this way. Even if the brown bear has never encountered humans, as a top predator in the wilderness, it would approach out of curiosity or observe from a distance, or simply go about its own business. How could it flee so rapidly, as if it harbored a deep-seated fear of people? Just moments ago, Xiao Musheng and his companions had not made any sudden movements or loud noises. Xiao Musheng had merely taken a step forward, which could hardly have been enough to frighten the creature. At that moment, Xiao Musheng approached him, interrupting his thoughts. It was difficult to comprehend the situation immediately, so he suggested expanding the reconnaissance range to prevent a recurrence of such an encounter. Han Li's scouting had not extended far, as timely feedback was crucial, and as a result, they had stumbled upon the bear, leaving no time to flee. To avert any further mishaps, the four of them decided to rest for a while. Han Li would expand the reconnaissance area, ensuring that the bear had completely retreated before they continued their advance. He had previously gleaned knowledge about bears from nature documentaries, understanding that these creatures are quite intelligent. Regarding Han Li's earlier remarks, he remained vigilant in his thoughts. While Han Li intended to scare off the bear, he had yet to take any action before long. Xiao Musheng's mind shifted to another matter. The corpse left in the forest, coupled with the prolonged decay, would likely result in little more than bones to bring back, which might lighten the load. However, where had Han Li's other two teammates gone? Han Li was aware of the location of his own demise, but the fates of his companions remained uncertain. Given the time elapsed, it was reasonable to suspect that their prospects were grim. Thus, locating these two would truly depend on luck. Chapter 22. Discovery of remains at the bottom of the pit on the second night. The group once again gathered around the fire. The deceased suddenly spoke, inquiring how much longer they might search. "Tomorrow," Xiao Musheng replied succinctly, exuding confidence. Both Feiyu and Jing Zonghua looked up in surprise at his assertion. The deceased continued, "Very well. It shall be tomorrow. If we do not find anything then, we shall turn back." Unable to restrain himself, Feiyu asked, "Why?" "Because, for reasons unknown, I feel an unsettling premonition. It is an instinct born of my experience as a bounty hunter, one that has saved my life on multiple occasions." Upon hearing this explanation, Feiyu refrained from further questioning, recognizing that such instincts often possess an air of mystique. For some, they prove remarkably accurate. For others, not so much. For instance, when it comes to selecting answers on an exam, his intuition has never steered him right. "And you? How can you be so sure we will find something by tomorrow?" he pressed. If there were already some clues discovered, one might trust such a statement. But given that we have yet to uncover a single hint, how can one speak with such certainty? "Intuition," came the reply. Feiyu retorted, "Are you just copying answers? Did a friend tell you this?" Jing Zonghua's sudden interjection caught Xiao Musheng's attention, prompting him to turn his gaze towards her. "You can see it too?" Han Li stepped forward, waving his hand. "I cannot see it, but I know that a lonely person always has a sympathetic friend nearby." Jing Zonghua, reluctant to acknowledge any semblance of mental affliction, especially being categorized as akin to a lunatic, found such a notion unsettling, as it made it difficult to resonate with him. Yet, the individual would often engage her in conversation due to his condition, which was quite tormenting. Xiao Musheng said little more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After receiving her answer, Jing Zonghua retreated to the tent for rest. The other two had no further inquiries, recognizing that the matter at hand was a psychological one, and they were not qualified professionals. The night watch proceeded in the same order as the previous evening. As dawn broke, the four set out once more, this time with significantly greater speed, as Han Li's recollection of the surroundings had begun to clarify. However, midway through their journey, the deceased suddenly halted beside a tree. "Everyone, there is something of concern." The other three approached, observing a fresh cut mark on the tree. Feiyu, with a mix of excitement and disappointment, speculated this cut is relatively new. It must have been made recently. Yet, his conjecture was met with silence from the others. Initially feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Feiyu soon realized the implications. If those 3 scouts were indeed alive, their professional competence would preclude them from being trapped here for 6 months without escape. To ascertain the survival skills and navigational abilities of these individuals in the wilderness is to recognize their superiority. During the past 6 months, other rescue teams have ventured in search of them, but after numerous fruitless efforts, the bounty was eventually posted on bounty hunter forums. Even if unforeseen circumstances prevented their escape, they would surely know how to signal for help. It is implausible that a 6-month search yielded no results. Thus, it is highly likely that others are involved. Yet the conundrum lies in the fact that this area remains undeveloped. The previous 3 surveyors and the bounty hunters engaged in rescue operations entered only with permission. 4 ordinary individuals deliberately trespassing could incur a fine of 5,000 yuan, compounded by the inherent dangers lurking here. One must question the rationale of those who would venture into such perilous territory. At this moment, Dead Man spoke solemnly. It appears we must brace ourselves for the journey ahead. Encountering others in desolate wilderness and uninhabited zones is not always a fortuitous event. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing led the way, and the group continued to delve deeper, discovering increasingly numerous signs of human activity along the path. By noon, they at last arrived at the sinkhole. This must be the place. The exploration team should be beneath us. Xiao Mushing indicated towards the vast chasm below. The other 3 exchanged glances, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Indeed, some traces had been found nearby, yet they were relatively fresh, and there were no clear signs indicating someone had fallen. Nonetheless, they had come this far. Fat Fish scrutinized the sinkhole and made an estimation. This sinkhole is roughly 100 meters deep, I suppose. It's not that deep. Approximately 98 meters. Give or take a meter. It qualifies as a relatively small sinkhole, Xiao Mushing promptly clarified. This measurement was taken by Han Li after descending, and it is assuredly accurate. Fat Fish appeared skeptical, having encountered too many individuals who possessed excessive confidence in their observational skills. A snake measuring 1 meter could easily be claimed to be 3 or 4 meters long. Fat Fish remained silent, redirecting his inquiry towards others. By the way, who will descend? Mirror Flower stepped forward. I and Insha, she being the lightest, and Xiao Musheng, as the one who discovered this location, had to be the ones to go down. Fat Fish rubbed his hands together. Brother, do not forget our wager. Do not grow impatient when the time comes. Xiao Musheng chuckled. Your beloved car, I will certainly rev it up. With that, he grasped the rope and slid down. During their earlier conversation, he had been busy securing the rope. Mirror Flower followed closely behind. Han Li had already arrived below, having circled through the dense foliage surrounding the sinkhole. However, upon completion of his reconnaissance, his demeanor shifted to one of despondence, perhaps tinged with sorrow. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Musheng and Mirror Flower reached the bottom of the pit. Mirror Flower proposed, "This space is ample. Shall we split up the search?" "No need. Let us wait for a moment." As Han Li has already sought out his own remains, he waits here for Han Li. Mirrored Flowers gazes into Xiao Mushing's eyes, refraining from voicing any objections. As long as it is confirmed that she has not been deceived, it is likely that the other party intends to gather information in the vicinity. Within a few minutes, Xiao Mushing observes Han Li drifting back, though his expression is no longer one of joy. Noticing this change in demeanor, Xiao Mushing ponders but refrains from further inquiry. Merely whispering, "Lead the way," Han Li floats ahead, with the 2 trailing behind. After a short while, they come upon the nearest corpse. The remains are devoid of flesh, reduced to a mere pile of white bones. They had anticipated this outcome. The corpse bears a backpack, from which they extract the useless items, preparing to stow the bones. However, as they empty the contents, they discover that the backpack has 2 holes. Mirrored Flowers and Xiao Mushing also spot a hole in the clothing covering the back of the skeleton. Upon this revelation, they exchange a glance, understanding that these 3 holes were inflicted by the same weapon. And since it is not a blade, it can only be one thing, a gun. In unison, they utter this word, their eyes filled with horror. Chapter 23. Peering upon hearing the word uttered by the two, Hanley felt as if thunder had erupted in his mind, for that very body belonged to him, and within the recesses of his memory, he could only recall that the day had been shrouded in darkness, accompanied by a sudden rumble of thunder. In an instant, he had stepped into nothingness, plunging into the depths of a pit. During that harrowing descent, he had indeed sensed a powerful impact, yet there was no accompanying pain. Wait, it seemed that in the immediate aftermath of being shot, one does not feel pain. The sensation of agony only manifests after a while. By then, he had already fallen to the bottom, teetering on the brink of death. Thus, it could be concluded that his demise was no accident. And neither were the deaths of his two colleagues a consequence of his being lost and their subsequent search for him. They had been murdered. At that moment, Xiao Mushing roused the flustered Han Li. What about them? Take us to find them. We must leave at once. Xiao Mushing, now unconcerned with how Mirror Flower might perceive the severity of his condition, prioritized the urgent need to locate all the remains and vacate the premises immediately. This was indeed a case of gun violence, and encountering two such incidents was rather alarming. Each time, the adversaries exhibited a certain principle in their actions. Although Han Li was filled with rage, he quickly regained his composure. Based on previous traces, it was possible that those individuals were still lurking nearby. While these four were formidable, they were not invincible enough to triumph over firearms with mere cold weapons. Xiao Mushing had managed such a feat, but that was solely due to Luo Yao providing him with a tactical advantage, catching the enemy off guard. Han Li promptly led Xiao Mushing and the others to search for the remains of the other two individuals. Upon examining the clothing of the other two, Xiao Mushing and his companions discovered similar puncture wounds. This revelation deepened Xiao Mushing's expression, rendering it as lifeless as stagnant water. Mirror Flower could not restrain his expletives any longer. Damn it, can we not have a modicum of respect for human life? Throughout the journey, Mirror Flower maintained an eerie calmness, as if nothing in this world could disrupt his solitude. Yet, in this moment, he found himself cursing, both due to the lowered difficulty of the task that had rendered them perilously vulnerable and the tragic loss of 3 lives. If it had been an accident, one might resign to the notion that fate is a capricious force, but the truth was murder. 3 lives extinguished, 3 families shattered. Meanwhile, by the edge of the pit, the two were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Fat Fish mused about the wager. Do you really think you can find it? I quite like that car. Losing it would be quite painful. His displeasure stemmed from the last words uttered by the other party, something about standing up and stepping on the gas. Deadman offered no reply, instead scanning the surroundings incessantly. An unsettling feeling clung to him, as if a predatory beast might leap from the surrounding woods at any moment. Just as he had barely surveyed the area, Fat Fish suddenly seized his hand. Don't move. Pretend we're having a casual conversation. We are being watched. How do you know? Deadman inquired in a hushed tone, retracting his gaze from the surroundings. He had been vigilant for quite some time, yet had seen no one. How had Fat Fish discerned their presence amidst the chatter? In the past, while seated at the back row engrossed in my mobile device, I often felt the piercing gaze of teachers watching me from the rear door, sending shivers down my spine, as if I were caught in their scrutiny. Yet, after a brief while, nothing transpired. The sensation of being observed dissipated, and the figures departed. The two of us exhaled a sigh of relief. In this desolate wilderness, we truly wished to avoid any conflict with either humans or beasts. At that moment, the rope below began to sway, and we commenced pulling it upward. After several minutes, Xiao Mushing and Jing Zonghua emerged, struggling with 3 grimy, tattered bags. Upon their ascent, Xiao Mushing uttered words that sent chills down the spines of both Si Run and Fei Yu. We must depart immediately. These 3 exploration team members were shot dead, and those responsible may still be lurking nearby. Fei Yu, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile, recalling the sensation of being covertly watched moments ago, likely by someone hesitating in the shadows. But why do they not act? Jing Zonghua inquired, mirroring the thoughts of the others. Siren urged, we cannot dwell on this now. We must leave at once. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Si Ren continued, Insha, during the serial killings in Jinyang City. You faced an armed murderer and managed to kill one without injury. If you encounter another armed assailant, what are your chances? The other two turned their gazes towards him, suddenly reminded of the looming threat. 2 armed murderers, one dead and another lightly injured. Xiao Mushing's pupils dilated wider than those of a startled cat. What are you all contemplating? Do you perceive me as some sort of superhero? Is such a feat replicable by mere mortals? Is it impossible? Queried Jingzhonghua. Can it not be achieved? Fei Yu added. It cannot be replicated, alas. Xiao Mushing sighed, feeling exasperated with the delusions of his fellow bounty hunters. One could only ponder whether he was unwell, or if the trio was simply deranged, lost in their foolish fantasies. A dark, filthy figure hurriedly rushed into a nearby camp. Within this encampment lay animal pelts drying in the sun, alongside small cages containing creatures seldom seen by ordinary folk. To witness such animals, one would likely have to visit a zoo or catch a glimpse on television. The figure approached a robust man, sun-baked and adorned with a scar resembling a centipede on his arm, who was busy tanning a bear hide. Speaking in a foreign tongue, the figure reported, I observed 2 individuals by the sinkhole. It appears someone has descended. The burly man, upon hearing this, abruptly turned and inquired in the same language. What? More have arrived and found the sinkhole? Did they bring anything from below? Before I could ascertain further, I rushed to inform you. Infuriated, the burly man kicked out in anger. Is the gun in your hand merely for your own amusement? Don't you know to shoot them twice? The burly man shouted after cursing, Half of you stay here, the rest follow me. He then lifted the man who had fallen to the ground. Lead the way. Chapter 24. Jungle Pursuit. The burly man led his 4 subordinates along a path with visible human traces. Each of them was painted in camouflage, exuding a foul odor, while murmuring in an incomprehensible tongue. Only after the 5 had passed did 4 figures emerge from the bushes nearby. Fat Fish found Xiao Mushing increasingly enigmatic. How had he detected their approach in advance? Mirror Flower, unable to understand the foreign speech, turned to the others for clarification. What language were they speaking? What did they say? Xiao Mushing continued leading the way without pause, replying calmly. They were speaking Vietnamese. Essentially, they mentioned that the 3 people they killed half a year ago forced them to halt operations. Now that the heat has died down, if these intruders discover anything and spread the word, they'll lose their hunting grounds forever. They want to let us leave alive. He quickened his pace. We need to move fast. These are poachers. They know these woods better than we do, and they're far more agile here. Upon hearing this, Dead Man immediately pulled out a satellite phone and called the police. Regardless of how long it would take for help to arrive, the priority was to relay the danger before anything went wrong. Fat Fish exclaimed in astonishment, You understand Vietnamese? But how did you extract so much meaning from just a few words? Xiao Mushing didn't turn back, his tone indifferent. A friend taught me. In truth, the poacher's words hadn't been so elaborate. Han Li, who had eavesdropped nearby, had relayed the details. Meanwhile, the burly man suddenly halted his frantic sprint. His 4 lackeys stumbled to a stop behind him, nearly colliding. Kneeling, the leader examined the trampled grass. At first, he had missed a few signs in his haste. But now, an inadvertent glance revealed the truth. They're not here anymore. Double back, look for their tracks. His men, faces twisted with malice, gripped their rifles and began retracing their steps. The moment they spotted their prey, bullets would fly. Soon, they found a thicket where Xiao Mushing's group had hidden. Seems these prey aren't so simple. They know how to play hide and seek, the leader muttered. 4 targets. Count carefully. Don't let a single one escape. The traces left behind confirmed the number, stirring memories of that rainy night half a year ago. Killing those 3 had been dull, but these 4 they might just provide some entertainment. Xiao Mushing and his companions sprinted through the undergrowth. Han Li suddenly returned with unsettling news. They were being pursued. Xiao Mushing instructed Han Li to ascend to a higher vantage point to observe any movements along their path. To their dismay, in a clearing devoid of trees, a figure darted past. Xiao Mushing thought to himself, as anticipated. The pursuers were poachers, keenly attuned to the signs within the forest. There was no time for them to disguise their traces. Even if they attempted to do so, it might not suffice to elude their pursuers. The other three, as bounty hunters, possess some outdoor skills and knowledge. However, their survival and tracking abilities in the wilderness paled in comparison to those who engaged in poaching for extended periods. Friends, we must lighten our loads and accelerate. Those ruffians are closing in, Xiao Mushing declared. They had observed that the poachers, equipped only with firearms, bore minimal burdens, while they themselves were encumbered by 3 bags of bones in addition to their outdoor gear. This significantly hampered their speed. Thus, apart from essential food and self-defense tools, they discarded all non-essential items. Now that the bones had been retrieved, they merely needed to return, and with Xiao Mushing acting as a human radar, the likelihood of losing their way was slim. The pursuit continued until nightfall. The 4 collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, with Feiyu vocalizing his grievances about the relentless stamina of their pursuers. How can they run for hours without pause? When will rescue arrive? Though he had not laid eyes on the 5 assailants, he had heard of the pursuit from Xiao Mushing and firmly believed in its reality. Thus far, every assertion made by Xiao Mushing had proven accurate, as if he were endowed with a full map. They were reluctant to encounter the 5, for seeing them would mean that the guns they wielded could reach them as well. Consequently, Feiyu could only lament about the unseen pursuers. Shirin, taking a sip of water, remarked, "We will need more time. After all, helicopters cannot navigate this terrain. They must send people in to search, and we are still on the move, without Xiao Mushing to guide us." At this point, Shirin looked up at the overcast sky, which crackled with thunder and lightning, while the treetops swayed violently in the gusty winds. If a helicopter were to venture in, it might crash before locating them. In such a complex environment, their ability to navigate largely depended on Xiao Mushing's guidance. Feiyu, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "How can there be so many people in such a perilous place? Don't those poachers fear for their lives?" "Fear? If they weren't afraid, they wouldn't pursue us so relentlessly," Jing Zonghua replied with a mocking tone. "They are afraid, but the ones behind them are even more fearful." Meanwhile, on the other side, the original group of 5 had dwindled to just 4. During the pursuit, one individual tragically lost his life, while the 4 others fled along a route that unexpectedly traversed a swamp. One among them inadvertently stepped into the mire. Although they could have pulled him out, they were unprepared for the presence of a venomous snake. A snake bit his subordinate at the back of his head. In their haste, they had neglected to bring anti-venom serum, and even if they had, the likelihood of saving him would have been slim. Moreover, they encountered various other incidents, all meticulously orchestrated by their adversaries, compelling them to proceed further along the path. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. He himself had nearly fallen victim once. He could not comprehend the motives of these 4 individuals, who appeared to be more familiar with the forest than he was. This thought only intensified the fury in his eyes. However, when he glanced up at the sky, which was rapidly darkening, a cruel smile crept across his face. He doubted that these individuals would dare to roam freely in the primeval forest after nightfall, for it is well known that most predators hunt at night. To wander aimlessly without a firearm would render them mere prey in the wilderness. Chapter 25. The counterattack begins as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Feiyu remarked, "It is now nightfall. Surely we can find a moment of respite." He gazed at the completely obscured sky, longing for a well-deserved break after an exhausting day. Just as Xiao Mushing shared this sentiment, he noticed a flicker of light approaching from the depths of the forest. Turning his head in astonishment, he caught sight of Han Li descending from the heavens. Were they truly that audacious? Despite the gravity of the situation, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With Han Li present in the night, the dynamics of offense and defense would undoubtedly shift. Xiao Mushing clapped his hands together, addressing his companions. "It appears that our chance for rest this evening has vanished. Those individuals are drawing near. It seems they will find no peace until we are eliminated." The trio, upon hearing this, instantly felt a wave of panic wash over them, hastily gathering their belongings in preparation to flee. However, Jing Zhonghua, the first to notice the change in Xiao Mushing's expression, displayed no signs of alarm or urgency. Instead, a confident demeanor radiated from him, a conviction of victory firmly in place. As the others observed their calmness, they gradually reassured themselves. Dead Man crossed his arms, remarking, "It seems you have some thoughts on this matter. But I wonder, do you all possess the courage to act on them?" Fei Yu, reading the expressions of his companions, couldn't help but grin. "Take care not to let any of us perish. After all, I have toiled for years to accumulate my wealth, and I have yet to spend a dime." 51260-567. 967. Fei Yu, perplexed by Xiao Mushing's string of numbers, inquired, "Is that a coordinate?" Jing Zhonghua interjected with an explanation. "He has provided you with a car number. Any unspent funds can be transferred to him." Fei Yu replied, "Until that money is transferred, he may still have a chance at life, but once it is sent, he is as good as dead. Let's put aside the jesting and focus. We must strategize." The four huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, occasionally breaking into a mischievous chuckle. Meanwhile, a robust man gradually dimmed the beam of his flashlight, meticulously searching for signs of movement within the forest. He aimed to ascertain the time frame of the traces left behind and the approximate location of the individuals, as it was likely they were hiding in a secluded corner, resting. Yet, it was improbable that they were all asleep. At least one would be keeping watch. Moreover, they would not light a fire, necessitating that he identify their presence before they noticed the light. He intended to extinguish his own flashlight and surround the group, taking them down amidst the chaos before incinerating their remains. Initially, he believed that disposing of the bodies in a chasm would suffice, but it seemed that a more thorough approach was required this time to ensure that all traces of these individuals disappeared. It was not uncommon for a few to go missing in such a place. Suddenly, his scrutiny of the traces was interrupted by the sight of an oddly shaped sphere intruding upon his vision. Upon the instant he beheld this object, he sprang to his feet and forcefully kicked it away. Yet, time was still not on his side. The speed of the wasps was insurmountable. "To the mire!" bellowed the robust man, as he dashed toward the path he had previously traversed, having spotted a mud pit nearby. Although their bodies were smeared with a special herbal ointment capable of warding off certain serpents and insects, its efficacy waned in the face of enraged wasps. As a seasoned hunter accustomed to the forest's perils, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of wasps, creatures that could inflict lethal venom. Deep within the thicket, a delicate visage, marred by mud, swelled grotesquely, resembling cheeks stuffed with dumplings. Beside her, the corpse fared little better. Indeed, the muck could offer some protection against wasps. It was not a foolproof shield. The quartet plunged into the mire, immediately hurling clumps of mud into the air, thereby hindering the wasp's ascent. However, mere moments after they had coated themselves in the viscous substance, the wasps hovered ominously above, and an unbearable itch began to plague their bodies. Utilizing the beam of his flashlight, the robust man discerned that the mire was densely covered with nettle leaves, a toxic plant that incited excruciating itch upon contact. The widespread presence of this plant in the pit suggested deliberate placement. He knew that within 10 paces lay the antidote, familiar with the appearance of the counteracting herb. Yet, the pressing dilemma remained: how to contend with the wasps. To neutralize the poison, he would need to cleanse the mud from his skin and apply the herb's juice. But without the mud, their defense against the wasps would be compromised. Listening to the anguished cries of his remaining 3 companions, the robust man roared, "Endure it. Drench yourselves in mud, drive those wasps away, and I shall lead you to the antidote." Coughing, he inadvertently opened his mouth, allowing a wasp to invade, stinging his tongue. Despite this, he continued to fervently wield the mud. As he moved, a swarm of wasps surged toward him, but once their wings became ensnared in the muck, they lost their ability to fly and plummeted down, some even becoming stuck directly in the mire. Yet, the ordeal was not over. From the shadows emerged several elongated creatures. Seizing the opportunity, the robust man grasped a nearby firearm and aimed toward the darkness, firing a shot. With a pained cry echoing through the air, he managed to shoot down a serpent that threatened to bite him. At that moment, his fury reached an unprecedented zenith. After years of hunting, he had never been subjected to such torment. His adrenaline surged wildly, momentarily dulling the pain from the wasp stings and the itch from the nettles. He charged toward the darkness with his weapon drawn, confident that his previous shot had found its mark. 2 of his companions closely followed. while the fate of the remaining one was now a matter of personal survival. Because the actions of the other two were relatively swift, they managed to evade the snake's bite. However, misfortune befell this individual, for he had just flung the snake before him away, and before long, two more snakes were hurled onto him. As for the origin of these two serpents, one could only inquire of his dear companions. Alas, even if he posed a question, his comrades might not respond, as they were currently grappling with the relentless pain of wasp stings and the maddening itch of poisonous plants while pursuing their adversaries. The unfortunate fellow, covered in mud, clutched his shoulder, from which blood seeped continuously between his fingers. To be struck in such a manner, what dreadful luck indeed. Chapter 26. They must not escape. Though grumbling, fat fish harbored an undercurrent of concern. That young man must not perish. The burly man shook off the mud, obscuring his vision, and spotted a glimmer of light in the darkness. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. The two men behind him followed suit, their weapons discharging in quick succession. Xiao Musheng, already prone on the ground, felt bullets whizzing past his head. He promptly extinguished his flashlight, plunging himself into darkness. Just as he was about to rise and flee, another gunshot rang out. He crawled a short distance before standing up again to sprint forward. Beside him, Hanli calmly instructed him to leap with all his might. They narrowly avoided a concealed pit hidden in the night. After taking 2 steps to the left, they turned back. At this moment, Xiao Musheng dared not switch on his flashlight, for doing so would illuminate their position to the poachers, inviting a hail of bullets, just as before. Thus, in the enveloping darkness, he relied entirely on Han Li to navigate the perils. Meanwhile, the 3 pursuers behind them were consumed by impatience and rage. Their bodies itched uncontrollably, tormented by the relentless hornets. The quarry they pursued had only illuminated their path once with a flashlight, leaving them in utter darkness thereafter. This forced the pursuers to infer their opponent's general direction and action from the traces left behind, yet they remained oblivious to the trajectory of the bullets. After some time, the trio arrived at the edge of a slope, where they noticed a scratch marking the ground from above. Excitement filled their eyes. They were on the verge of capturing their prey. The quarry had not used any illumination throughout, indicating a likely tumble down the slope. They surmised that the fall would have left their target disoriented, and even if unbroken, he would surely be in no condition to escape. Perhaps if they descended now, they could seize him. The lead burly man leaped down, exclaiming with fervor, "I shall skin him to make myself a pair of shoes." The other 2, equally exhilarated, followed suit, their anger directed at the hunter's misfortunes, entirely oblivious to the hornets that had mysteriously vanished. However, scarcely had they descended when, in the blink of an eye, they began to feel intense headaches, dizziness, and difficulty in breathing. 2 of them collapsed, while the burly man sensed something amiss but lacked the strength to resist, falling to the ground. At that moment, the beam of a flashlight illuminated the top of the opposite slope, revealing a figure laboriously clawing its way up. Upon reaching the summit, the figure tore off the cloth obscuring its face and inhaled deeply, as if drawing in life itself. The cloth had prevented an influx of carbon dioxide, but simultaneously deprived the lungs of vital oxygen. After descending, Xiao Musheng essentially gasped for breath as he climbed to the summit of the adjacent slope. The lack of oxygen combined with strenuous exertion nearly suffocated him. Then he noticed the beam of a flashlight illuminating him. He picked up the flashlight and directed it towards a burly man whose eyes were wide with rage, fixed intently on Xiao Musheng. The man reached for the gun that had fallen from his grasp, but he could not lift it, no matter how hard he tried. In a fit of frustration, he roared, acutely aware of death's impending arrival. Yet his mind grew increasingly foggy, and his strength waned. Even the flashlight began to slip from his grip. The nearness of death was palpable, to the point that he could see the specter of death hovering behind Xiao Musheng. The figure, clad in a black tactical jacket, struck him as oddly familiar, though he could not quite place it. Ultimately, under the indifferent gaze of Xiao Musheng and the watchful presence of death, he succumbed, his eyes finally closing. The effects of carbon dioxide prevented him from dying with his eyes open. Xiao Musheng reflected on all his previous plans. Every action had a singular purpose: to incite fury and strip these men of their rationality. For, With mere tricks, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. This place was their final resting ground. He turned to Han Li and waved his hand. Han Li, confused, glanced back, only to find no one there. Who are you greeting? Can you see something that I cannot? Xiao Mushing slowly withdrew his hand, puzzled as to why Han Li showed no signs of fading. Was it necessary to deliver his remains to his family for him to escape? Han Li, sensing Xiao Mushing's silence, felt an inexplicable chill creep over him. Could it be that a legendary spirit had come to escort him? You think too much. It was merely a mosquito beside me, Xiao Mushing replied, switching on a flashlight and retracing his steps. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he glanced down into the valley. Why are there only 3? One appears to have collapsed in a mud pit, likely succumbing to the poison. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Mushing. He then proceeded to the rendezvous point they had previously agreed upon. Upon arrival, Dead Man was tending to fat fish his wounds while Mirror Flower had tied a half-conscious individual, bitten by a venomous snake, to a tree for interrogation. However, the exchange was futile. The captive inhaled more than he exhaled, and neither side could comprehend the other's words. Yielding no results, upon seeing Xiao Mushing, Mirror Flower, with a swollen face, spoke in a muffled voice. How did it go? Was it resolved? It was resolved. Mirror Flower nodded. Then you may question him. Only you can understand his words. Xiao Mushing approached the bound man, lowering his head to catch his faint whisper. Return. To the camp, have Jika prepare my medicine. The camp? Are there still people at your camp? Upon hearing this, the other 3 felt a sudden tightening in their chests. Yes, hurry. Hasten to my rescue. Under the relentless assault of the venomous adversary, the opposing will has utterly crumbled, relinquishing any thoughts of secrecy, reduced solely to desperate cries for aid and incoherent inquiries. How many remain? 6. 6 individuals. Hurry. Please save me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing turned to the trio, his expression grave. There are still 6 people in their camp. The 3 exchanged glances, fully aware that in the profession of bounty hunting, enmity is easily acquired. If it were merely a typical grudge, caution would suffice, as it is unlikely for one to be fatally harmed. However, they now find themselves entangled in a deadly feud with a band of desperate outlaws capable of procuring firearms. The mere act of stepping outside to discard refuse could lead to a sudden demise. Thus, these 6 individuals cannot be allowed to escape, nor can they be permitted to slip away so effortlessly. Without the need for further dialogue, the trio reached a consensus and simultaneously declared, they must not be allowed to flee. Chapter 27. The flow of countdown to life and freedom upon hearing those words. Xiao Mushing was ready to inquire further when he noticed that the other party had fainted. Consequently, he retrieved a vial of anti-venom serum from the first aid kit that lay on the ground. This was the first aid kit of the dead man, as he could not procure such a substance himself. Just as he was about to use it, the dead man hurriedly snatched the anti-venom serum from Xiao Mushing's hands and found another vial from the first aid kit. He mused that this serum was too precious to use. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the success rate might be higher with this one. The cost was inconsequential, for the individual had been bitten by 2 different snakes, and the serum he had extracted targeted only one of those venoms. He was uncertain whether it would be effective against the other snake's toxin. His aim was not necessarily to save this person's life, but rather to extract information about the location of the camp. After the dead man administered the anti-venom serum, the 4 of them began to deliberate. Xiao Mushing proposed, I have a suggestion. The 3 of you should return with these 3 packages of bones to find the police, while I will stay behind to observe the camp. He had no intention of confronting them directly, especially since there were 6 hunters in good health, armed with guns. His plan was merely to keep an eye on those 6 individuals until the police arrived. Poaching, illegal possession of firearms, and intentional homicide, all these charges combined would lead to severe consequences. Furthermore, even if the police were to arrive, it was unlikely that these men would surrender without a fight. His decision was based on the current situation of the 4 of them. Fat Fish, having been shot, could not accompany them, and it was equally impossible for him to act alone. Additionally, the 3 packages of bones were their mission's objective, and he certainly could not lead a mission with them. Hence, it was best for him to operate independently. With Han, Li's assistance, he would only need to observe from a distance, making him a less conspicuous target. However, as soon as he voiced this plan, he was met with opposition from the three others. Mirror Flower exclaimed vehemently, "Have you lost your mind? Going alone is madness. If you sustain any injuries, you will have no one to support you, and there are 6 of them, each armed with lethal weapons. Venturing out alone is tantamount to seeking death." Fat Fish pointed at his own wound, saying, "They shot at me in the dark, and I was hit. If you go alone and fail to bandage your wound properly, it could lead to inflammation and infection." At that moment, the dead man suggested, "I will accompany you. The other 2 can take the bones to find the police." Seeing that the other 2 did not object, Shao Mushing acquiesced. "Fine, but remember to heed my commands. When have I ever countered your orders?" The dead man replied with a sidelong glance. Since their entry into Chiga Mountain, they had been following each other's lead. After Shao Mushing finished speaking, he turned and delivered a sharp slap to the person behind him, rousing him from his unconscious state. Then, in a menacing tone, he demanded in the Anan language, "Tell me where your camp is located. If you do not speak, I shall feed you to the army ants." It appears that the anti-venom administered earlier has begun to take effect. The individual in question is evidently showing some improvement, exhibiting clearer thought processes and a more coherent manner of speaking than before. Without much effort, I managed to extract the location and configuration of the camp from him. Thus, we must make haste to reach it tonight. Shao Mushing rose, brushing off the dust and mud that clung to him. The dead rubbed his neck and stood up alongside him. "This mission has concluded, and I yearn for a good night's rest." As dawn broke over the poacher's camp, Lita opened his mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and spat. He gazed in the direction from which his companion had departed, but saw no sign of their return. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed behind him. "What are you looking at?" "Lida." A voice in Annamese rang out as a hand struck his backside. Lita swiftly turned and delivered a kick that sent the offender sprawling to the ground. The Annamese man, instead of reacting with anger, merely chuckled, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Were it not for the monetary incentive, Lita would have relished the opportunity to eliminate these individuals. As the only citizen of the Dragon Kingdom in the group, and the most strikingly handsome among them, he had been stifled in this desolate jungle for far too long. His companions had long since developed peculiar sentiments towards him. Such teasing incidents were not unprecedented. However, they had not yet crossed any more egregious boundaries, as they dared not do so. The leader had decreed that apart from him, they were to heed Li Da's commands. These enemies were recruited by Li Da solely for the purpose of profit. Little did he anticipate that a life would be lost 6 months prior. Since that incident, Li Da realized he could never turn back. What had begun as a mere pursuit of wealth had now ensnared him in the weight of a life taken. Thus, when news arrived yesterday, he found himself in a state of panic akin to that of the leader, if not more so. Yet, someone had to remain in the camp to maintain order, which is why he did not follow. As for those who had perished, it was unfortunate. He only sought to strike it rich, and it was merely their misfortune to venture into the mountains at that time. Crying Song Mountain is a perilous place, rarely graced by human presence, and yet they chose that moment to intrude. After a wave of newcomers had arrived, the area had been restless for 6 months. Just as things began to settle, more people arrived, and now the leader had been chasing after them for an entire night without return. It was not that he feared for the leader's safety. Rather, he was apprehensive that those individuals might escape. If they were to flee and report, what if they had already alerted the authorities during their escape? Although this remote wilderness lacks cellular signal, rendering phones useless, satellite phones do exist. And given that the leader had been absent for so long, he turned to the Annamese man, who was still sniffing his hands, and instructed him to tell the others to gather their belongings. If the leader had not returned within 2 hours, we would relocate. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he was acutely aware of the speed of those officers, even deep within the dense forest, where helicopters could not penetrate. And despite their arduous journey of 3 to 4 days to reach this point, those individuals could still be formidable. Of course, he had once shared the skepticism of his comrades, until some of them ventured into the unknown, which changed his perspective. At this moment, 2 figures perched on a branch that afforded a view of the campfire smoke. One stood while the other reclined. Are you certain that observing from this distance poses no issues? There is absolutely no problem. It is only when one approaches that complications arise. The area surrounding the camp may be rife with traps, and if we draw too near, we risk alarming the quarry. In any case, we can still see their smoke from here. Shao Mushing yawned and then closed his eyes. I shall rest for a while. The observer glanced at Shao Mushing's tranquil face, realizing that it was only in this moment of calm that he could reflect on the events of the previous night. If their prior movements could be attributed to the experience and meticulous observation of the other party, leading to the discovery of the three missing individuals, it could be said that Shao Mushing had prepared thoroughly, consulting extensive materials to deduce a location. However, what transpired yesterday? Could this lad possess extraordinary abilities? It is not that this lad has extraordinary powers. Being able to see me might also be considered a special ability, Hanley remarked uncertainly from the side. The observer shook his head, continuing to gaze at the distant smoke. Hanley then departed from the branch, soaring towards the source of the smoke, his expression growing increasingly cold. The monkey huddled at the edge of its cage, its eyes filled with terror. The hedgehog, stripped of its quills, lay on the ground, exhaling feeble breaths of life. The pelt of the apex predator, the brown bear, hung like a blanket. Meanwhile, the countdown for the remaining 6 poachers, teetering between freedom and life, had already begun to flow. Chapter 28. The conflict triggered by the trap 2 hours later. Not a single person who had departed yesterday had returned. Lita shouted at the others, "Everyone, gather your belongings and relocate." However, his command did not elicit immediate action. Instead, the group moved sluggishly and in disarray. In frustration, Lita raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. Do not forget what I said earlier. In Longwa, I possess greater knowledge than any of you. If you wish to prosper, heed my words. We have come to this place to amass wealth. Anyone who dares to obstruct another brother's fortune, I shall be more than willing to kick them aside, allowing the rest of us to share the spoils. Lita understood that he could not afford to be overly lenient with these individuals. Excessive kindness would only be perceived as weakness. These people from Annan, when hungry, would not discriminate, even if their target were not human. His threats successfully stirred the enthusiasm of the group. They were eager for someone to be ousted, yet none wished to find themselves in that position. Thus, they gathered their belongings and followed the designated safe route. However, after a short distance, Lita realized that if he took just 2 more steps, he would likely trigger a trap. Which fool set a trap on this path? He exclaimed. How many times must I reiterate that traps cannot be placed on safe routes? Have you all lost your minds? As he spoke, he picked up a nearby stick, prepared to activate the trap ahead. Crack! Ah! The black animal trap snapped shut with a vicious clench, blood dripping from its iron teeth, twisting his forearm grotesquely. Lita's face turned pale. What are you staring at? Come help me. The 5 others immediately dropped their belongings and rushed forward, only to trigger 3 more traps in the process. The 2 remaining observers felt a chill run down their spines as they realized the trap they had initially spotted was merely a decoy. The true dangers lay ahead. Their opponents had meticulously anticipated that upon discovering the trap, they would inevitably trigger it for safety's sake. A perfectly placed stick lay nearby, ensuring that anyone coming to assist would also fall into the traps laid along the route. The most terrifying realization was that these traps were designed specifically for humans, not beasts, implying that someone was hunting them. Meanwhile, Shao Musheng, who was busy carving bamboo, listened to the battle reports relayed by Han Li, incredulous. Are these 6 individuals part of the same group that pursued us yesterday? They fell for the second trap already. How foolish can they be? He reflected on the series of snares he had set the previous day, which had only ensnared one unfortunate soul despite the myriad errors in routing through swamps, snake pits, and overgrown cliffs. Even then, he had not managed to shake off those pursuing him. Later that night, utilizing the cover of darkness, he had launched a counterattack, risking his own life to lead his pursuers astray, ultimately eliminating them all. Yet now, these individuals had not even recognized such an obvious trap, falling victim at the very first attempt. As soon as he closed his eyes, Hanley whispered in his ear that the adversary was preparing to flee, causing him to awaken abruptly from his slumber. He hastily dragged the corpse along, devising traps not with the intention of ensnaring the opponent, but primarily to slow their progress. In hindsight, it seems he may have overestimated these individuals, yet he hoped they wouldn't meet their demise. Besides this particular snare, several other traps awaited them, all meticulously arranged by the two of them and the ghost. Most of the materials for these traps were salvaged from the adversary's original setups, including a few animal traps. He sincerely hoped they could emerge unscathed. The corpse, after burying some sharp spikes in the fallen leaves, approached him. "Don't slack off. I believe we can pause for a moment to observe their movements before proceeding," said Xiao Mushing. The corpse contemplated this notion and agreed, realizing they had already laid numerous traps, albeit hastily due to time constraints. With a little diligence, one could easily detect them. Thus, they devised some bait and a series of interconnected designs, hoping this modest ingenuity would delay their pursuers. After Li extricated his hand from the animal trap, the medic in the team, along with the only other unscathed member, Jika, began tending to their wounds. The pain was excruciating, as his arm had been fractured. "Li, we've been ambushed," Jika remarked while wrapping his injury. Li had already come to this realization. However, this also indicated that something must have gone awry at the forefront. Perhaps these miscreants had split their forces, drawing the leader away to catch them off guard. He glanced at the three injured members. Two were in a similar plight as his, while the third fared better, with no broken bones. Yet, in a six-member team, for now incapacitated, there was still much to carry, all of which represented a significant monetary value, too valuable to abandon. Yet, what were they to do with their injuries? It was unrealistic to wait for reinforcements, as it was evident someone was watching them. We should take only the most valuable items and retrace our steps along the route we set the traps, dismantling them as we go. It was clear that what he had initially considered a safe path was now compromised. Thus, they had no choice but to navigate the perilous route. At the very least, they remembered the locations of most traps. Proceeding cautiously would be safer than traversing the presumed safe path. However, his suggestion did not galvanize action among the group. Instead, one injured individual retorted, "If it weren't for your reckless guidance, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Why don't we take a route laden with traps now?" Li, sensing the escalating tension, drew his weapon, aiming it at the dissenting member. Yet, soon after, he found two guns trained on his head. A wave of despair washed over him as he cursed under his breath. "A pack of fools. Have you lost your minds? This is clearly a trap set by someone. Remaining here will only heighten our peril. It is precisely because I am aware that this is a trap deliberately set by others that I must not proceed. Continuing on this path would merely lead me further into the snare. Thus, I propose we traverse the route we have meticulously prepared. I harbor no faith in the words of someone from your nation. Who can ascertain whether your intention is to lead us all to our demise and then abscond with our possessions?" This statement from the opposition has only served to further unsettle the others, as Li De is not one of their own. Their relationship is merely one of cooperation. In this line of work, it is not uncommon to witness the betrayal of those who are no longer of use. Li De is now seething with anger. These individuals are not only foolish, but are also steeped in regional prejudice. Consequently, even if his words hold truth, they would still refuse to acknowledge it. Chapter 29. Before departing very well, if you choose not to leave, then I shall. Jika, will you accompany them or follow me? After glancing at the four individuals nearby, and then at Li De, Jika pondered for a moment before opting to align himself with Li De. His hunting skills were the weakest in the group, and his primary role was to carry supplies or tend to his companion's wounds. Being bullied and looked down upon had become his norm, yet compared to his former comrades, Li De was undoubtedly a significant improvement. Among the team, he felt the closest affinity with Li De. Three of the remaining four observed Jika's decision and uttered the most contemptible remarks. Li De merely cast a cold glance at the remaining four fools, shouldered his backpack, grasped his weapon, and departed. After the two left, a few minutes passed. "Zam, shall we return to the camp now?" Zam, who had just clashed with Li De and was among the least injured of the three enemies, spoke coldly. "We will not return to the camp. We shall take a different route to leave this place." The other three looked at Zam in astonishment upon hearing this. "We've already been targeted. Remaining here would only invite death. Then why didn't you? Do you truly believe that our safe route remained undetected? That Dragon Kingdom individual betrayed us. Perhaps, but it is uncertain. If you're the only one injured, I would not suspect him. However, since he alone was harmed while we three were not, my trust in him diminishes. Had it not been for his injury prompting our assistance, we would not have fallen into this trap. Then why not simply eliminate him? To kill him outright would only complicate matters when the leader returns. We have already been targeted. His death will not resolve our predicament. Thus, allowing him to depart serves to eliminate a potential threat while also acting as bait to draw attention away from us. As Zam spoke, he surveyed his surroundings. Within the camp, he had been plagued by an unsettling sensation that was difficult to articulate, yet profoundly eerie, instilling a sense of unease within him. It was only just moments ago that this feeling dissipated, prompting him to clarify his thoughts to the other three. Meanwhile, along an alternate path, Xiao Mushing and his companion were currently crouched on a slope, observing two figures, one of whom was tending to a wound. How did you ascertain that the route we set our traps on was indeed the safe one? Is there a trick to it? Enlighten me. The dead man observed the injured individual with curiosity. It was a guess. One person standing in one direction for nearly an hour becomes akin to a statue. One could deduce the answer with their knee. Seeing that Xiao Mushing was reluctant to divulge further, the dead man refrained from pressing on, instead countering. What shall we do about these two? Our traps have proven ineffective. Xiao Mushing now realized that while he initially perceived these individuals as particularly foolish for falling into his scheme, it was evident that they were merely victims of their own calculations. As these individuals became acutely aware of the peril surrounding them, they grew increasingly cautious, rendering their crude traps virtually ineffective. How proficient are you with a firearm? I would advise against firing, as it may attract the attention of others. The deceased shook his head. Last night, those poachers were armed with 2 guns kept for emergencies. However, we are now too close to that encampment. After pondering for a moment and observing the 2 men with their weapons slung over their shoulders, one of whom bore an injury, Xiao Mushing suggested, perhaps we should draw nearer. Upon uttering this proposal, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles. At this juncture, Liden navigated through the dense forest, his thoughts wandering beyond mere movement. He contemplated the contingency plans should a crisis arise at their designated rendezvous. Should he proceed directly to the agreed-upon extraction point? Yet, if the others encountered trouble, or worse, were captured, heading there might lead him into a trap. Given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to consider the direst of scenarios. However, his musings were abruptly interrupted. Jika was suddenly knocked to the ground by a dark figure. As he attempted to retrieve the firearm slung across his back to assist, a massive hand seized the weapon, and a fist struck his severed arm. The excruciating pain rendered him momentarily powerless, and the gun was swiftly wrested away. Having been toppled, Jika prepared to retaliate, only to find a dark muzzle pressed against his forehead. Then, a cheerful, sunny grin appeared before him. The assailant greeted him in a local dialect. Hello. At last, I have the opportunity to hold a gun to someone else's head. Lida, lifting his gaze to the firearm aimed at him, immediately comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing bound the 2 men tightly. Drawing from his extensive experience of being tied up, he ensnared them like rice dumplings, rendering them utterly immobile even to move a finger. Xiao Mushing turned to Lida and inquired, "Are you from the Dragon Country?" Lida, regarding the 2 with an ingratiating smile, replied, "Brothers, there's no need for such seriousness among kin." "Kin? Don't pretend you don't recognize the men from yesterday, who pursued us with firearms," Xiao Mushing retorted. Lida pondered for a moment before responding, "Brother, do you have any idea how much the contents of my bag could fetch? Do you realize the prison sentence for what you possess? At least $400,000. Lida understood that he must ignite the flames of greed within these 2, otherwise, converted to the currency of the Dragon Country. That amounts to 2 to 3 million, sufficient to purchase a home within the 3rd or 4th ring of major cities. Perhaps there would even be extra funds for a vehicle, thus acquiring the 2 most burdensome aspects of life. And this is merely the price for one item. Brother, if you join me, your latter years will be free of worry. Indeed, a future devoid of financial concerns, provided one is incarcerated with sustenance and shelter. Lida mused. Yet, if one succumbs to this life, the ensuing days may be filled with debauchery, wealth, and the constant specter of fear, leading to restless nights. Xiao Mushing helped his counterpart complete the next sentence. Lida, sensing the opportunity, offered some enticing advantages, yet his interlocutor remained unmoved. It appeared that a more compelling threat was warranted, so he proceeded to say, "Are you aware that our leader here is a ruthless individual? Not only does he hunt ferocious beasts like bears and tigers, but he has also taken lives without hesitation." Xiao Mushing remained silent, fixing his gaze upon Li Da, silently raising the gun in his hand. Gradually, Li Da's voice trailed off into silence. "They have lost 4, and one is barely clinging to life. When I left, he was still breathing, though he had succumbed to his fate. I witnessed the leader's demise. He died with a lingering sense of bitterness, and I presume he is the one you refer to as the leader." The weight of these words rendered Li Da utterly mute. He had surmised certain truths, such as the fact that these two individuals had narrowly escaped the leader's wrath and were now plotting a way to retaliate against them. Now within the camp, only 4 timid souls remained, 2 frightened to act, 3 of whom were injured. With the leader deceased, what more could they possibly accomplish? At that moment, Han Li weaved through branches with an anxious expression, arriving before Xiao Mushing. Observing the urgency etched on Han Li's face, Xiao Mushing surmised that the news he brought was likely grim. The 4 individuals are no longer in the camp. Chapter 30. The wolf pack before Xiao Mushing could react. The sporadic sound of gunfire erupted abruptly. Upon hearing the shots, Shuren immediately sprang into action, dashing towards the direction from which the noise originated. Xiao Mushing and Shuren followed swiftly, leaving behind Jika and Lida, who were bound and bewildered, their expressions shifting to panic. In this primal forest, they were akin to meat dumplings, entirely devoid of any ability to resist. Not daring to approach too closely, Xiao Mushing extended his hand to halt Shuren's advance. Shuren glanced back, and Xiao Mushing directed his gaze toward a nearby tree. The two then ascended in unison. Perched atop the tree, they beheld the unfolding events in a distant expanse of open grassland. "What shall we do about Zam?" The speaker remained alert to the rustling in the dense underbrush. His back pressed against Zam's, beads of sweat cascading uncontrollably from his brow. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a comrade, his clothing shredded to tatters, his flesh marred by numerous bite marks, the most grievous being a large chunk of flesh torn from his throat. Blood flowed, gradually losing warmth. By the time they discovered him, he was already in this state, and the whereabouts of another companion had become uncertain, having strayed during their frantic search. Just moments ago, they could hear that man's anguished cries. Now, silence enveloped the air. He likely met a similar fate. Though Zam's bones were unbroken, he could not run swiftly. The companion interrogating him was also injured, with a broken left leg, now relying on a makeshift crutch to navigate painfully. He possessed knowledge of the creatures lurking within the dense foliage. The only unscathed companion, burdened with the most gear, had unwittingly drawn the ire of the wolves, who claimed their comrade's life, leaving little opportunity for resistance or escape. The pack had pounced, dragging him deep into the thicket. This was no mere ambush. It was a premeditated hunt. Wolves had not been on their list of prey, but one fateful day, in their desperate search for quarry, they stumbled upon a den of pups. For a time, they coexisted peacefully, outnumbered yet armed with rifles. However, this time they were injured, and the scent of blood signaled to the wolves that it was an opportune moment for retribution. Thus, the wolves targeted the uninjured first, as those who were wounded might react swiftly to provide support. "We shall back away slowly, moving away from this clearing, and then ascend the trees," one suggested. The sounds of wolves weaving through the underbrush were ever present. In such an environment, they could not pinpoint the wolves' locations, let alone aim their rifles accurately. Their firearms were bolt action, capable of firing but a single round at a time. Should they miss their shot, the wolves would be upon them, sinking their teeth into their throats, while others would follow suit, clamping onto their legs and arms. This is a technique frequently employed by wolf packs during hunting. However, Just as they limped forward with deliberate slowness, the underbrush beside Zam stirred unexpectedly. He swiftly redirected his firearm and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its target. Yet at that very moment, another gray figure lunged forth, its maw reeking of blood, sinking its teeth into his neck before he could even chamber another round. The companion at his back turned to assist, but was suddenly seized by an icy dread emanating from behind. As he attempted to pivot, it was already too late. The wolf's fangs had pierced his skin, embedding themselves in the nape of his neck. Simultaneously, the surrounding foliage erupted as 2 or 3 dozen wolves surged forward, viciously tearing the two men apart. Watching this scene unfold from a tree, Xiao Mushing murmured to himself, "Are wolves truly this formidable?" Numerous accounts exist of hunters, both domestic and abroad, falling victim to wolves, some even while armed. It could only be said that these men were exceptionally unfortunate, for the grass, nearly as tall as a man, entirely obscured their line of sight. All 3 were injured and burdened with significant weight. Had they found themselves in a wooded area or an open space, their fate might have been different, but they had unwittingly wandered into this perilous thicket. Moreover, it seemed these wolves bore a grudge against them. This was evidently a premeditated ambush. Now, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. If we were perched in a tree, with wolves already fixated upon us, how might we escape? Armed with shotguns, we would be prepared should they reveal themselves. However, if they remained concealed, waiting for us to descend, our predicament would be dire. Wolves are notoriously patient. At this juncture, the conversation took an unexpected turn. "Why do you suddenly pose such a question?" Xiao Mushing maintained his smile as he regarded him. The other man's countenance stiffened, pressing on with his inquiry. "You are merely speculating, correct?" Xiao Mushing remained silent, simply observing. The man shielded his eyes with one hand while retrieving a satellite phone with the other. After detailing their situation, he hung up and remarked, "Let us await rescue. They claim assistance is on the way. Surely the rescue team will not encounter any misfortune?" He queried. "The armed police coming to our aid are equipped with assault rifles." Xiao Mushing descended to a broader tree branch, stating, "I shall rest. Do remember to awaken me when the rescue team arrives." At this moment, you still have the luxury to sleep? Are you not afraid that should you turn in your slumber, a wolf may be at your side? Xiao Mushing produced a length of rope, tossing it behind him in a graceful arc around a branch before returning it to himself. After several loops, he tied a knot and closed his eyes. Observing this, the other man pondered for a moment before retrieving a rope from his own bag. Chapter 31 concludes with the entrance of thieves into the dwelling. The two protagonists are roused from their slumber by the sound of gunfire, heralding the arrival of their rescuers. Rather than confronting the pack of wolves directly, the rescuers utilize gunfire to frighten the beasts away. Xiao Mushing and his companions descend from the trees, joining the rescue team on their return. Meanwhile, Jika and Liden narrowly escape being devoured by the wolves. The timely arrival of the rescue team grants them a second chance at life, albeit one destined for perpetual confinement. The encampment left behind by the poachers is documented and temporarily secured, serving as crucial evidence of their crimes. On their journey back, they encounter their companions, Jing Zonghua and Fei Yu, who have remained in the forest awaiting their return. The 4 eventually arrive at the place where their journey commenced, the village of Yashing. A crowd has gathered, comprising police officers, villagers, and a multitude of mourners. Grief hangs heavy in the air, tears streaming down faces as the unsettling turmoil and dreadful premonitions materialize into stark reality. 3 skeletal remains lie before them, eliciting anguish from an elderly man and a weary woman, who find themselves ensnared in a vacuum of despair. Rendered breathless and unable to weep, Hanli kneels before the 3 remains, while the elderly couple sits beside the bones. In this realm of the dead, the 4 kneel, separated by the chasm between life and death. Hanli offers no words of counsel, only a profound sense of regret. As a geological surveyor accustomed to the wilderness, he is acutely aware of the perils entwined with his profession, a sentiment shared by his family. His lineage has been steeped in this vocation since his grandfather's time. Despite his father's wishes for him to pursue another path, Han Li's heart has always belonged to the mountains and rivers. Understanding the hardships and dangers involved, He has meticulously prepared for each expedition, ensuring all matters are attended to beforehand. Gazing upon the visage of his beloved wife, so tantalizingly close, Hanli extends his hand. For there are two entities he cherishes above all, the mountains and her. Soon his spectral form begins to fade, content with the prospect of seeing his family and lover one last time, and knowing the remains will return to their rightful kin. Xiao Mushing, witnessing this poignant scene, feels a surge of emotion. Hanli glances back, a smile gracing his lips, and though the words are but two, they remain inaudible, yet Xiao Mushing discerns their meaning. As golden particles dissipate, the mountainous terrain transforms before Xiao Mushing's eyes, evolving into something profoundly different. The towering, undulating hills no longer merely represent greenery. They embody the tectonic movements, the sediment of ages, the fresh shoots of trees, and the passage of wind and snow. Each element has left its mark upon the mountains, crafting the landscape that now captivates his vision. How beautifully nature reveals itself, Xiao Mushing murmurs, finally grasping the essence of Han Li's fervent admiration for the scenery that had once seemed so ordinary. At this moment, Fei Yu approaches his side, and he contemplates the likelihood of ascending in his bounty hunter rank upon their return. The other two offer silent nods of agreement. The 4 bounty hunters have confronted 11 genuine hunters wielding firearms, a challenge that far exceeds their expected level, indicating that this task should not have been categorized under level 5. Xiao Mushing remained silent upon hearing these words. He accepted this task primarily to secure his own ranking, hoping to eliminate the provisional prefix from his title, though he suspected he would not ascend in status like the other 3. The familiar procedures ensued, testimonies and identifications, followed by banners and bonuses. As this was a transnational gang, they received an additional income. Simultaneously, the bounty hunter forum's reward of 400,000 was credited to each of their accounts. Xiao Mushing, however, gained 3 extra vehicles, which left the other 3 at a disadvantage, for their cars were not inexpensive, each costing several $100,000. On the journey home, Xiao Mushing began to reflect on the shared characteristics of the 2 ghosts associated with the haunted house. They were both homicides, marked by obsession. He pondered whether a new neighbor would emerge upon his return. Meanwhile, at the door of room 404, a timid figure appeared. The individual approached the door, glancing around cautiously before retrieving a small leather pouch from their pocket. The lock must be quite eager, they mused, eager to test their unlocking skills. Prior to this venture, they had gathered information, discovering that room 404 was rumored to be haunted. The floor had very few residents, which they dismissed. After all, they had been entering others' homes in darkness daily. Furthermore, they learned that the current occupant was frequently absent, presenting a prime opportunity. Coupled with the inadequacy of the local surveillance system, the conditions seemed favorable. Click! The lock yielded, and the thief's face lit up with a victorious smile. They sidled into the room and closed the door behind them, groping along the wall until they found a switch to illuminate the space. They began to search for lightweight and valuable items. Several delivery boxes caught their attention. Upon inspection, they found a military multi-tool, hiking boots, and a gas mask. What on earth has been purchased here? They wondered, noticing the absence of contents. Finally, they ventured into the bedroom, where a laptop rested on the table, sparking their interest. They swiftly pocketed it and continued their search, opening a cabinet to discover a banner reading, "For bravery, capturing the psychopathic killer." The thief frowned, continuing to rummage. They then unearthed a medical record, a diagnosis from Jinyang City Psychiatric Hospital detailing symptoms of a patient claiming to see ghosts, who felt haunted and even communicated with them. As the thief read this, an unsettling chill coursed through them, and the previous rumors about the room resurfaced in their mind. Nervously, they glanced back, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them. Startled, the thief jumped. Did the circuit trip? They wondered, yet the bedroom light remained aglow. Extending a hand, they switched on the bedside lamp, only to find nothing had leapt forth, allowing them to exhale in relief. Suddenly, the same sound echoed once more. The noise was jarring within the stillness of the room. The bedroom light remained illuminated, leaving the intruder perplexed as he peered toward the door. In that moment, his fear magnified exponentially. The living room light extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, as if something awaited his approach. The thief found himself paralyzed, unable to move. This was abnormal. Prior to his arrival, he had observed that the room's lighting was merely conventional. There were no surveillance cameras, making it improbable that this was a smart home. But then, before he could steady his nerves, something in the living room suddenly illuminated. "Hello, everyone. I am Peppa, and this is my little brother." How had the television turned on? Who was responsible for activating the television? The screen continued to broadcast childish phrases, yet sent chills down his spine. Chapter 32, Lee Isho and the little girl. In the next moment, the sound of the door being pushed open echoed through the room. The homeowner had returned. The thief glanced around nervously and swiftly concealed himself within the wardrobe, as if that was the only place that could offer him a semblance of security. Xiao Musheng, dragging his weary frame, approached the doorway and detected a commotion from within. It appeared that the new roommate had arrived, albeit a bit juvenile, indulging in animated shows that were decidedly childish. Upon opening the door and surveying the bedroom, he noticed a small figure curled up on the sofa. It was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old, adorned in a lovely floral dress, her hair cropped to neck length. Xiao Musheng was taken aback at first, but then his heart tightened. From their previous interactions, he had deduced a pattern. Those who came here had met their ends at the hands of others. He set down his bag and offered a gentle smile as he approached the sofa. Squatting down before her, he spoke softly, "Little one, do you enjoy watching Peppa Pig?" The girl gazed up at him, her eyes meeting his, taking in his black windbreaker and fatigued yet kind expression. "Are you a handsome big sister?" she asked. Xiao Musheng's smile broadened. "I merely possess a bit of charm, but I'm still a boy." The girl, sensing an unusual connection, shifted closer to him. "Brother, let me tell you, there's a thief in that room, but he can't see me, so I turn on the television to scare him. He still hasn't come out." The 7 or 8-year-old had already grasped many things, exhibiting a keen awareness of certain behaviors. Xiao Musheng followed the direction of the girl's finger toward the bedroom. Did someone sneak in? Who could it be? The landlord? No, she is too timid for that. A thief? But what kind of thief would dare enter a haunted house? After all, the residents of the same complex avoid 404 like the plague. Inside the wardrobe, the thief Lee Isho clutched a screwdriver, his body trembling slightly. Upon the door opening, he had heard the homeowner speaking. But the issue was that he hadn't detected a second voice at all. It was merely a monologue from the other party. At that moment, images of a psychiatric hospital's diagnosis report and rumors surrounding this very room flooded his mind. Frightening scenes from horror films he had once watched began to resurface in his thoughts. Children shouldn't watch so much television at night. It's best to rest early. "I'm going to sleep now," a voice from the living room declared, followed by the sound of footsteps heading toward the bedroom. The footsteps grew increasingly nearer until a figure stepped into the room. "How mischievous." Leaving the bedroom light on, the voice remarked, followed by the sound of clothing being removed and then the rustling of someone settling onto the bed. Just as Lee Isho thought the homeowner was on the verge of sleep, he heard the unmistakable sound of short videos playing outside. Lee Isho felt an unprecedented aversion towards short videos, fervently praying that the other party would remain oblivious to the absence of his computer. After a span of 30 minutes, the cacophony of the short videos ceased, the living room lights dimmed, and a tranquil rhythm of breathing filled the air. Lee Isho exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the other individual had not noticed the disappearance of his computer. He decided to wait an additional 10 minutes, allowing the other person to drift into a deeper slumber before venturing out. Cautiously, Lee Isho eased open the door, just enough to glimpse the bulging blanket on the bed. He then gently nudged the cabinet door open, stepping out with utmost care. As he prepared to exit the bedroom, he cast a fleeting glance at the bedside table, which was devoid of any items. However, the moment he stepped out of the bedroom, an unsettling realization struck him. Something was amiss. Where's his phone? Did he not leave it on the bedside table while sleeping? In response to his silent query, a hefty foot provided the answer, followed by the dislocation of his arm and a swollen, bruised face. Lee Isho lay sprawled in the living room, a picture of disarray and agony. Xiao Musheng clapped his hands, and, after doing so, proceeded to search him. He could have resorted to direct action, but he feared the other party might possess some unyielding principles. After having learned a lesson the hard way, caution was warranted. Brother, I was wrong. I have an 80-year-old girlfriend to support. My lifestyle is erratic, often promiscuous, and I suffer from ailments such as AIDS, syphilis, leukemia, lung cancer, tumors, and heart pain. Li Yishuo was now thoroughly terrified. He was confronted by a lunatic, one who was exceptionally formidable, and here he was committing burglary. If he were to be killed, the assailant might very well escape imprisonment. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was not that. It was the chilling statement made during the search of his person. "Little friend, could you please turn on the light?" And just like that, the light flickered to life. He feared that if he were to perish, the police would merely declare him missing, while he lay quietly in a refrigerator, portions of him being extracted daily to sizzle on a frying pan, feeling the searing heat below. Thus, he resorted to a frantic stream of words, hoping to provoke the other party's disdain. Xiao Musheng cleared his ears. "Do not feed me these empty words. If I do not reattach your 2 arms within half an hour, they will inevitably decay, leaving amputation as the only recourse. Therefore, answer my questions directly. You may choose to lie, but I too possess choices." Li Yishuo nodded rapidly, akin to fingers dancing in a rhythm game, his brain nearly scrambling under the pressure. "What is your name?" "Li Yishuo. Occupation? Engineer of societal material to general equivalent conversion. Have you received an education? How did you end up like this?" Xiao Musheng inquired with keen interest. "Not much education. I retained only this knowledge before dropping out." "Where are you from?" Li Yishuo had not anticipated such detailed questions. "Yangyan Village, Shi County, Tianwu Province." The little girl, previously seated on the sofa, suddenly sprang to her feet upon hearing those words. In a flurry of movement, she swiftly approached Li Yishuo, her face flushed with anger and her voice trembling with tears. Her small fists rained down upon him like a tempest. Xiao Musheng, filled with urgency, inquired, "What happened? Is he connected to your death?" At this, Li Yishuo felt an overwhelming dread, as if his bladder could no longer contain itself. "Brother, I have never taken a life. I merely indulge in petty theft. Yet I possess a conscience. I do not steal from the young, nor from the elderly, nor from those burdened by hardship or illness. Typically, I only pilfer items, rarely cash. Even when it comes to mobile phones, I only take from those who possess two." He protested fervently. "I have never been involved in anything as heinous as murder." "Silence. You are disturbing me," came the sharp rebuke, silencing him instantly. Xiao Musheng then patiently encouraged the little girl to continue her tale. "In this village, they bound me and placed a particularly foul-smelling hood over my head, forcing me before a grotesque statue where they wielded a long knife against me. It hurt so much, they slashed at my hands and feet, then plunged the blade in my chest, tearing it open. Each one wore a mask, and as they inflicted pain upon me, they laughed." As the little girl vividly recounted the horror she had endured during her ordeal, a cold glimmer flickered in Xiao Musheng's gaze directed at Li Yishuo. At that moment, Li Yishuo remained oblivious to the unfolding events, hearing and seeing nothing. Yet he sensed an impending encounter with the afterlife. Chapter 33. "Then I shall be your slave. Could you share with me the development of your village?" Xiao Musheng quickly regained his composure. Although he bore no fondness for this thief, the latter's demeanor suggested he was unlikely to be involved in any murderous deeds. He had encountered deranged killers before, and the gaze of a murderer was distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. This was something he could discern even upon gazing into a mirror. "Poverty. I recall the time, 5 or 6 years ago, when I departed from the village. The new village head had only been in office for a few years, striving to alter the village's plight by planting fruit trees. However, after a year or two, there was little to show for it. The village head persisted, but others soon lost hope. I believed that following this leader would not yield any change. I too wished to escape the village. My desire for education waned, leading to a fierce argument with my father. Consequently, I ventured to the metropolis to seek work, earning a modest sum over the years." "So, how did you find yourself resorting to theft?" Xiao Musheng's inquiry struck a chord with Li Yishuo, eliciting emotions of regret and sorrow on the latter's face. Because I embarked on a business venture upon hearing this. Xiao Mushing closed his eyes in sympathy. The past 2 years in entrepreneurship have been nothing short of disheartening. Xiao Mushing crouched down to realign Li Yishou's dislocated hand, for if left untreated, it would indeed become useless. How much do you owe? 100,000 yuan. What is the matter? I propose a business arrangement. You take me back to your village, and not only will your theft from tonight be forgiven, but I shall also assist you in settling your debt of 100,000 yuan. Initially, Li Yishou's face brightened with joy, a smile gracing his features. However, it soon froze as thoughts of psychiatric evaluations and the villagers flooded his mind. The image of a burning village, the anguished cries of its residents, wielding knives and heads in the flames, and the man himself, lying on the ground, filled with rage and remorse, haunted him. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This was a harsh truth he had learned when his entrepreneurial journey abruptly came to an end. Of course, you may decline. However, the little girl perched atop your head will venture into your village without your presence. Li Yishou gasped in realization. Almost forgotten was the terrifying presence within the house, unseen yet palpable. What to do? To agree or not to agree? Refusing would mean that the unseen presence would take its course, leading to inevitable doom. Yet, agreeing could render him a criminal. As Li Yishou wrestled with his dilemma, Xiao Mushing retrieved his phone and opened the bounty hunter for him. The label, Insha, was marked with an LV5 emblem, devoid of any temporary notation. Additionally, a new upgrade option had appeared. The public chat channel buzzed with activity, his name being frequently mentioned in requests for team formation. Alongside him were Deadman and the other two. Their recent exploits had garnered significant attention. Xiao Mushing discovered that behind the bounty hunter level of the deceased, the words gold medal had been added. Naturally, amidst a flurry of flattery, there were some irksome remarks. Xiao Mushing had no inclination to pay attention to these distractions. Instead, he entered the keyword Yangyun Village. A mission appeared. Some villagers in Yangyun Village seemed to harbor secrets. Please assist in the investigation. Accompanying this was a line of small print. A month ago, a level 3 bounty hunter accepted this task and has since lost contact for a month. This mission has been escalated. Bounty hunters wishing to undertake it should be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After clicking to accept, he inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" Li Yishou, didn't you just ask? Li Yishou scratched his head in curiosity. However, his hand halted. The other party had not posed the question to him. Xiao Mushing then typed in another 3 characters. Chun Nanxian. He discovered yet another bounty. Missing person task. Locate 8-year-old girl, Chun Nanxian. Last seen near Yida Plaza on Luquan Street, Binhai City. Reward of 200,000. Aside from this task, several similar missions popped up alongside. Many level 5 tasks were of this nature, searching for individuals, but such missions often had a low success rate. Sometimes the world feels small, so small that one person cannot find a place to belong. At other times, it feels vast enough that one could spend a lifetime searching for another. Xiao Mushing silently clicked to accept the mission. He certainly had a venture to Yangyun Village, but he was unfamiliar with the area and could not rely on an 8-year-old girl. Thus, he set his sights on a local, at least providing him with a plausible reason and identity for entering the village. It all depended on the cooperation of the individual. If they refused to cooperate, he would devise another plan. Yet this person would undoubtedly end up spending a couple of days in custody. Li Yishou pondered for a long time. He had to accompany him. He could not allow a few bad apples to jeopardize the entire village. If they truly intended to commit heinous acts, he would be willing to sacrifice himself to stop them. With this thought, Li Yishou felt a divine radiance envelop him. I agree to assist you, but remember, every grievance has its source, and you must not harm innocent people. Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes, pondering what this individual was truly thinking. I never kill. Then can you tell me why the little girl you mentioned would go to my village? Chun Nanxian, perched atop Li Yishou's head, waved her small hands and declared, "You bad people, watch as I use my magical starlight fist to defeat you." Xiao Mushing interjected, "There are people in your village who buy others." Impossible. Li Yishou leapt up in rebuttal. With the poverty in our village, even the dogs cry when they come out of our toilets. We are so destitute that we have nothing to eat, let alone any money to buy people. If I go to your village and uncover the truth, what will you do? If it exists, I will call you father. Li Yishou pointed to the ceiling, speaking with conviction and authority. I'm not as useless as you. Xiao Mushing retorted disdainfully. Chen Nanxian, upon hearing these words, displayed a look of confusion. At the tender age of 8, she was already in the 3rd grade and frequently overheard some boys making such wagers in her class. She could not comprehend why boys were so fervently inclined to designate others as their fathers. Then I shall be your servant, Xiao Mushing exclaimed, leaving everyone in shock. Is society truly this absurd nowadays? Li Yishou seemed to realize that his statement had perhaps crossed a line. However, he found himself at a loss for anything else to wager. Chen Nanxian pondered in bewilderment. The world of adults was indeed perplexing, especially with the existence of those who willingly chose to be subservient. Chapter 34. The purchase of a house, there is no need for concern. Just ensure that you do not succumb to despair when the time comes. Xiao Mushing discerned that the other party's words reflected an overwhelming confidence in the residents of his village. He firmly believed that the villagers would never resort to such heinous actions, even if they faced starvation or destitution. Despite being a thief himself, he still harbored a moral assurance regarding his community. This situation was akin to being mired in a quagmire, yet possessing a glimmer of light in one's heart. The village represented that beacon of hope for him, a home he once yearned to escape from, yet now longed to return to, albeit with trepidation, as he had yet to achieve success or accumulate wealth. If one is willing to gamble, they must accept the consequences. Should I lose, I shall serve as your subordinate. The term slave felt excessively harsh, so Li Yishou contemplated a more suitable expression, settling on subordinate. He was confident that the villagers would not allow him to lose. There must be some misunderstanding at play here. In light of this, you may stay with me for the time being. In a few days, we will journey to Yanyan village. Aren't we departing tomorrow? Why must we wait a few days? Li Yishou, having experienced the earlier panic, now felt a surge of impatience. For once he brought the other party over, his debts would be resolved. I have some matters to attend to. Initially, Li Yishou was perplexed about what these matters entailed. It was not until the following day, when he accompanied Xiao Mushing to the vehicle management office, that he beheld 3 large SUVs being towed by a truck. All 3 vehicles were registered under Xiao Mushing's name. Brother, what kind of business are you in to possess such wealth? Li Yishou was bewildered as to why someone so affluent would reside in a haunted house, and the furnishings within the room did not resemble those of a wealthy individual. 3 reckless fellows, much like yourself, wagered against me, and subsequently lost their vehicles to me. There truly are many foolish individuals in this era. Indeed, there are many fools. Xiao Mushing reiterated with a knowing tone. I'm not one of them. Li Yishou immediately retorted upon grasping the implication. A lunatic will never admit to being one. Just as a murderer will not acknowledge their crimes, similarly, a fool will not recognize their own folly. So, are you a lunatic? Li Yishou countered sharply. Of course. Did you not see my medical records? After stating this, Xiao Mushing initiated a video call. The contact displayed was cowardly landlord. Once the connection was established, the screen revealed a drowsy woman just awakened, disheveled and in disarray. What do you want? I wish to purchase your house. Does it come with a parking space? Suddenly, the video feed froze, not due to a lack of connectivity or a malfunction, but because the landlord was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire the funds? Why would you wish to buy a haunted house? As for the money, that is of no concern to you. The reason for choosing a haunted house is that I, by nature, fear solitude. Residing in this house would provide some semblance of liveliness. Hiss! The landlord emitted a prolonged hissing sound, reminiscent of a rattlesnake. Through the screen, she had encountered numerous courageous individuals, yet the level of bravery displayed today was indeed rare. This afternoon, let us arrange a meeting. I will bring the contract to you. Any location will suffice, but let us avoid that particular house. Okay, I recall there is a coffee shop nearby. Chen Nanxian indicated a flyer for fried chicken on the ground. You cannot eat it anyway. Chen Nanxian remained silent, her bright eyes fixed intently on Xiao Mushing. Faced with the innocence of this charming little girl, Xiao Mushing's heart softened. There's a McDonald's nearby. We shall convene there this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mushing turned to Li Shou. Can you drive? Please help me park these 3 cars in the community's public parking area. Initially, Xiao Mushing had contemplated selling 2 of the vehicles, but after further consideration, he decided against it. He sensed that these cars might eventually become consumables. Given the nature of his current residence, it was likely that his upcoming tasks would involve life and death situations. The complexities, entanglements, and fierce confrontations were probably unavoidable. Of course, he could opt to cease his endeavors. However, the issue was that his current earnings might not suffice for a comfortable retirement, and stopping would necessitate returning to wage labor. Enduring either a 9 to 6 or a 0 to 7 schedule, all while feigning subservience before a boss. He might not even secure a job, as entry into the factory could prove difficult. Ultimately, maintaining the status quo seemed quite appealing, allowing him to avoid subservience to others. The individuals he encountered were rather straightforward, either wishing to eliminate him or be eliminated by him. Moreover, he could enhance his skills. While others required extensive study, he merely needed to risk his life briefly. Xiao Mushing felt a surge of adrenaline, a shiver coursing through him. Am I truly unwell? Why does contemplating such matters evoke a sense of exhilaration? In the afternoon, the landlord, donning sunglasses and a denim jacket, arrived with a bag. She took a seat at the agreed-upon location. Xiao Mushing ordered 2 coffees, 2 colas, a box of fried chicken, and a box of fries while they awaited her arrival. Li Yishou accompanied him, and although Chen Nanxian could not partake, he still ordered for her. As for the food, it was not initially his intention to order. Discussing the contract was the priority. However, the little girl desired it, and, as the other party had stated, she could not eat it, but it was permissible to simply look at it. The elegant landlord retrieved a contract from her bag. You are aware of the situation regarding this house. I shall not charge you an exorbitant price for 100,000. If you are interested, simply sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing refrained from further negotiation, as properties in the vicinity typically fetched over 2 million. This house's price was comparable, and properties deemed haunted generally sold at a steep discount of around 30 to 40. The offer presented was quite sincere, essentially a significant concession. Furthermore, he was not particularly in need of funds at the moment, as he had over 1 million in his account. After accounting for the purchase, he would still have approximately 1.5 million remaining. It was akin to merely expending the funds obtained from apprehending that group of poachers. Last time, 2 sums of money were acquired. In addition to the bounty from the Hunters Forum, there was also an additional official reward. Xiao Mushing felt a sense of surrealism. Having achieved the ambitions set for the next 3 to 4 decades in such a brief span of time, while signing the contract, he chanced upon the name of the elegant landlady, Su Donghua. During the previous hurried signing, he had not taken a good look, only knowing that the landlady's surname was Su. I'll take you to transfer the ownership tomorrow, but it will likely take about a month for the property certificate to be issued. After the formalities are completed, you will need to wait, she informed him. Xiao Mushing had no objections, as he had done his research prior to arriving. All these were indeed the proper procedures. Su Donghua then picked up a can of cola from the table and took a sip, relieved to have dispatched such a significant hassle. Yet, as she savored the drink, she noticed Xiao Mushing seemed hesitant to speak. Surely, you do not harbor regrets? She inquired. Xiao Mushing remained silent. Li Yishou, standing nearby, quietly remarked, "What you are drinking belongs to someone else, not to the 2 of us." Su Donghua's gaze shifted to the table, where 2 cups of coffee and 2 cans of cola lay. But there were only 3 individuals at the table. Who could the 3rd be? She felt on the verge of tears, realizing they were already outside. Chapter 35. Transfer of Ownership. Chen Nanxian gazed with wide eyes, astonished to witness an adult snatching a child's drink while weeping. Su Donghua's fearful demeanor attracted curious glances from others in the establishment, adults, children, and staff alike. Their peculiar assembly, compounded by the recent contract signing, inadvertently led some to entertain dubious thoughts. A few individuals discreetly retrieved their phones, ready to call the authorities should anything amiss occur. Xiao Mushing also sensed this unsettling atmosphere. Outside, there was little cause for concern. Everything would be fine. Su Dongyue spoke tremulously. Really, is that true? The psychological toll of that house weighed heavily upon her. At that moment, Li Yishou attempted to interject, only to be silenced by a mere glance from Xiao Mushing. Thus, Li Yishou resigned himself to silence. Then why? Are we outside? Su Dongyue finally mustered the courage to ask after a prolonged pause. Because it has latched on to me, Xiao Mushing replied, revealing the truth. Nearly everyone who entered that house formed a connection with him. I apologize. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. I merely intended to mitigate the house's malevolence, Su Dongyue lamented, her guilt nearly overwhelming. People perish for wealth, and birds die for sustenance. The path I chose is my own affair. Should you require anything in the future, seek me out. I have acquaintances who handle funerals. Upon hearing this, Li Yishou nearly spewed his coffee. Xiao Mushing seized the opportunity to add, perhaps it would be beneficial to get acquainted. Can they provide transportation? His current endeavors might prove useful, either for himself or others. Yes, but I haven't finished my thought. My friend knows a few Taoist priests. Su Dongyue abruptly fell silent, realizing that these priests had not resolved her issues with the house. Referring her seemed futile. As for the priests, there are many charlatans these days. Everyone struggles to earn a living. Let's not be foolish. Su Dongyue felt as though she had been reprimanded. Let us conclude for today. We must expedite the transfer tomorrow. I have an errand to run in a few days. What will you be doing? Where there is a grievance, there is a source. I aim to alleviate their resentment and sever their attachments. So I apologize. Yet suddenly, she grasped a critical term. They. Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass, casting light upon Su Dongyue, yet she felt no warmth. Instead, it seemed as though a throng of specters surrounded her, each pair of eyes fixed upon her, brimming with resentment. Very well, we shall meet again tomorrow. Goodbye. She then grasped her bag and turned to leave, her movements stiff, as if her limbs were in unison. Li Yishou, equally astounded, could only stammer, Brother, you can't possibly be a Taoist descending from the mountains. A typical individual, upon encountering such enigmatic phenomena, would undoubtedly feel a sense of trepidation. Yet, observe how remarkably composed this gentleman remains. Furthermore, considering the formidable display of force exhibited by the other party the previous night, along with their nonchalant demeanor towards the unseen presence, one might surmise that a mere wager could cost someone 3 vehicles. Li Yishou, following the narrative conventions of the urban fantasy tales he had previously perused, envisioned either a master descending from the mountain or a reclusive sage. His imagination was vibrant, yet reality delivered a stark rebuke, leading him to retract his bold assertions. The following day, at the property transfer agency, Su Dongyue maintained a considerable distance from Xiao Mushing, her face betraying signs of fear. At that moment, a staff member approached Su Dongyue, whispering, "Do you need me to call the police?" Su Dongyue lifted her gaze in confusion. Call the police for what? From the staff member's eyes, she perceived sympathy and pity. You misunderstand. I have no relation to him," Su Dongyue hurriedly clarified. The staff member responded with an understanding gaze, filled with determination and support. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you. He cannot harm you here." "He did not harm me," Su Dongyue replied, wishing not to exacerbate the situation. "The house he purchased from me is a haunted property, and he was aware of it." The staff member's expression shifted from pity to shock, followed by a hint of disdain. "It's not that I am malicious. He knowingly bought a haunted house." The staff member displayed skepticism. "Who buys a haunted house?" At this juncture, Xiao Mushing interjected, "What she says is true. Haunted houses are inexpensive, and I have not suffered a loss." The conversation's volume had risen, catching the attention of those nearby. Su Dongyue cast a grateful glance in his direction. He was indeed a good person. Hearing this, the staff member refrained from further inquiries, swiftly completing the necessary procedures. Once finished, Su Dongyue remarked, "It will take at least 20 days for the property certificate to be processed. I will deliver it to you then." "That is acceptable." Su Dongyue then darted away like a small sparrow. Observing this scene, Xiao Mushing merely shook his head. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, searched for the contact Zhou Haiyong, and made a call. "Have you been busy lately?" "Oh, is this the illustrious Insha?" Are you inviting me to join you on a group mission? Naturally. She had seen the discussions on the Bounty Forum's public platform. Enough banter. I have important matters to discuss. I have taken on 2 tasks. One involves investigating Yanyan Village, and the other is to locate the missing girl, Chun Nancian. These 2 tasks are interconnected. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong immediately grasped the implications. Bounty hunters typically do not undertake unrelated tasks or those beyond their capabilities. Thus, Xiao Mushing must have uncovered something significant or felt confident in completing both tasks. Speak freely. I am here to assist. Zhou Haihong was more than willing to assist Xiao Mushing in this endeavor, as it effectively placed him in a position of obligation, allowing for future assistance should he encounter a challenging task. This exemplifies the principle of reciprocity. I have uncovered certain leads and plan to investigate this village. However, I presume you understand the potential implications of intertwining these 2 tasks. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, I might find myself unable to exit the village, or worse, unable to relay any information. Therefore, I wanted to communicate this to you in advance. If at any point I lose contact, please remember to report my absence. I will endeavor to leave clues within the village and send you any pertinent information I uncover. Currently, my companion on this journey is named Li Yishou. Xiao Mushing conveyed his current situation and preparations. Do take care, Zhou Haihong cautioned, fully aware of the horrifying ramifications of human trafficking linked to a village. This situation likely involves a web of mutual protection and collusion within the community. Those who enter may truly never emerge. This is not mere alarmism. It has occurred before. After expressing these thoughts, Xiao Mushing ended the call. He found himself unable to share this matter with his acquaintances from the past, as they were ordinary individuals leading mundane lives, ill-equipped to handle such dire situations. There was no necessity to involve them, and regarding the police, he currently lacked evidence and leads, which could easily provoke unwanted attention. Chapter 36. Is this called a poor village? Autumn Festival. In the Jeep, Xiao Mushing gazed ahead at the road. Are you certain your village is impoverished? He inquired, feeling a hint of uncertainty as the surroundings appear to have transformed significantly. It is understandable why Xiao Mushing posed this question. As the saying goes, prosperity begins with the construction of roads. The path they traversed was a village road. It was a well-paved, dual carriageway, wide and devoid of loose stones. Typically, village roads are not maintained to such an extent, nor are they designated as dual carriageways. Additionally, given the mountainous terrain, it is common to encounter large stones covered with green moss. However, this road was remarkably clean and tidy. Along their journey, they observed numerous orange trees, most of which were laden with fruit. More importantly, they spotted a vehicle approaching, adorned with several rings. Upon reaching the village entrance and disembarking, Li Yishou's mouth fell agape. From his perspective, the entire village was filled with charming 2- and 3-story villas. Moreover, in front of several of these villas, 1 or 2 vehicles were typically parked, a sedan and a convertible truck. How do you define poverty? This is a place where one wouldn't even find scraps to eat. He exclaimed. How could I know? I haven't returned in 6 or 7 years. How did the village change so dramatically? 6 or 7 years. And you haven't called your father? I have. But every time we spoke, it ended in an argument. I did boast about my success, and he would counter that he was thriving in the village. He mocked me, and I retorted. At that moment, an elderly gentleman lounged in a chair outside one of the villas at the village entrance, his gray beard and hair glistening in the sun as he browsed short videos on his phone, all featuring lively performances. Noticing visitors, he rose leisurely and switched off his phone. Upon seeing the newcomers, he exclaimed, "Oh, is that not the child for the Li family? Finally back, and with a friend. Come, let us go to my home for a visit. Uncle Zhou, what on earth has happened in the village? Let us discuss it at my place." Uncle Zhou opened the large gate in front of his house and produced 2 large oranges, cheerfully stating, "You missed the opportunity, my boy. The 2nd year after your departure." The fruit trees bore fruit, and the oranges were exceptionally sweet. That year, the village head took us to sell the oranges, and each household earned at least 100,000 or 2. I recall that year your father confided in me, claiming he made 190,000. Just as Li Yishuo was about to praise the orange's taste, he was struck by that revelation. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? What reason would I have to deceive you? Go back and ask your father. If that fails, simply check your family's bank account balance. Li Yishuo remained silent. By the third year of selling, the village head proposed a strategy, restricting each tree to yield no more than 10 oranges and forbidding the use of pesticides. At the time, the villagers were perplexed. Wouldn't more fruit equate to more profit? However, guess what? These oranges are sold at a premium price. The village chief somehow managed to find foreigners to sell these oranges abroad, and each orange fetches such a sum. Uncle Zhou, while speaking, raised 2 fingers. 20? Why not just rob them? Selling at such a price. It's 2,000. Uncle Zhou stated proudly. Has it been 6 or 7 years since we last met? And the villagers have become so unscrupulous? An orange selling for 2,000? Are foreign tycoons really that foolish? What is this? The village chief learned that in some places, an apple can command a price of 10,000. We consider ourselves quite reasonable. Do you know how much those foreigners sell the oranges for after taking them from us? How much? Li Zhou inquired cautiously. 2,000. Isn't that a complete loss? In US dollars. This is truly outrageous. Li Yishuo gritted his teeth, feeling an urge to compete with those wealthy individuals. Just how delectable must these $2,000 oranges be to warrant such a price? Uncle Zhou glanced at the oranges in their hands. Those in your hands are precisely the same. Upon hearing this, both men jolted, nearly dropping the oranges. Although Xiao Mushing had already earned quite a bit, earning and spending are 2 entirely different matters. He had never indulged in luxury. For you to offer me such expensive oranges, what merit do I possess? Li Yishuo was genuinely astonished by Uncle Zhou's generosity after so many years apart. Don't overthink it. Primarily, due to the heavy rains a few days ago, several oranges fell from the Fruit King trees, and those oranges are unwanted there. Oranges sold abroad must be picked fresh that day and shipped out immediately, with size and appearance carefully considered. Those that are too small or misshapen are discarded, and they must not be bruised or damaged. Only the finest are selected and quickly sent to the city, shipped by plane, otherwise they will lose their appeal over time. Li Yishuo looked up at the fruit trees outside. What have these 6 or 7 years of struggle meant for him? What do all the hardships he endured amount to? Just as he was lost in sorrow, Xiao Mushing suddenly pointed at a mask hanging on the wall and asked, Uncle Zhou, what is that mask for? Li Yishuo followed Xiao Mushing's finger and saw a mask adorned with feathers on the left, grains on the right, and resembling a bird's beak in the center. This, he explained, is part of a custom in our village. Every autumn during harvest, each household send a representative to wear this mask and carry the first batch of harvested grains. A large bonfire is then lit, and these grains are thrown in as an offering to our ancestors, praying for their blessings for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. We call this the Autumn Festival. Although Xiao Mushing's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, he felt a weight in his heart. Xiao Qian, also known as Chun Nanxian, had just pointed at this mask and said, those who tried to kill me wore this mask. Based on what he previously learned from Xiao Qian, apart from the traffickers she had encountered, she had also seen those who bought her. Her eyes were always covered, and her hands and feet were bound. Only on the day of the peculiar ritual would the black cloth be removed from her eyes, and a hood would be placed upon her head. Coupled with the mention of the autumn festival by the other party, everything seemed to align. Yet, the conundrum lies in the fact that there is a school within this village. There are educated individuals and teachers. How could ignorance prevail to such an extent? Furthermore, judging by Li Yishuo's demeanor, the autumn festival he spoke of did not entail any act of murder, suggesting that the other party was likely not deceiving him. Chapter 37. A visit to observe the evidence, how about it? The young man seems to appreciate this. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. With these words, old Master Zhou removed the mask that hung on the wall and presented it before Xiao Mushing, interrupting his contemplation. The mask bore a striking resemblance to one from an anime, piquing his curiosity. Nevertheless, it must be said that the craftsmanship of this mask was truly exquisite. It's nothing more than a casual creation, rather crude, not nearly as refined as you suggest, old Master Zhou modestly remarked. Xiao Mushing accepted the mask without hesitation, recognizing that certain matters warranted further examination and the gathering of additional clues. Thank you, old Master Zhou. I still do not know your name, young man. Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, a lovely name. What business do you engage in outside? That vehicle you drove back is quite an expensive one. Old Master Zhou gestured towards the car parked outside. Xiao Mushing replied, "Oh, we are involved in short videos. Those clips you often see online featuring beautiful women dancing or dramatic family disputes. We're the ones orchestrating them behind the scenes." I have heard of that. It is quite lucrative. It seems you have prospered considerably, old Master Zhou said, extending a frail hand, barely flesh, akin to skin stretched over bone, to pat Li Yishou's shoulder. Li Yishou chuckled awkwardly and then stood to say, "I should take my leave for today. I will return to visit my friend and come by again in a couple of days." "That is well. You have not returned in 6 or 7 years. Your father misses you dearly," old Master Zhou concurred. Hearing this, Li Yishou felt a pang of nostalgia. Although he had often clashed with his father in the past, the absence of those years had left him longing for his presence. Thus, the two departed and resumed their journey in the car, driving deeper into the village. Old Master Zhou watched Xiao Mushing's retreating figure, sensing that the young man was not entirely truthful. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it in a short video previously, though the details remained elusive. It appeared to be related to some case, not merely a fictional storyline, but rather an official report. From the fragments of memory that lingered, he recalled that the victim was a young and beautiful woman. Could it be? In a small courtyard, 2 elderly men sat around a stove, sipping tea. "Old Li, let me tell you. The child of old Zhao from the west side of the village just returned a few days ago and was promptly driven out by old Zhao. Old Zhao is truly unreasonable. Pressuring the child about marriage should not be done so harshly. Is it such a crime not to bring home a girlfriend? Ah, you must have been out delivering goods recently. You likely did not hear the full story. It is not merely a lack of a girlfriend. He brought home a boyfriend. Old Wang, do not speak nonsense, or old Zhao may take offense." Old Li replied incredulously. This is common knowledge in the village, but few dare to speak of it, fearing it might provoke old Zhao's wrath. "Yesterday, you just returned, so I thought I would have a chat with you. Moreover, your son has been away for 6 or 7 years without a visit. I have heard that the children in the city are quite extravagant nowadays. I hope he doesn't bring back a man one day." "Nonsense. I have no idea about my son's affairs. There was a time when he returned. I hung him from the crooked tree at the village entrance and gave him a good beating. Why? It was simply because he had lifted the skirts of other girls at school. Even if he is disappointing, it is unimaginable that he would bring back a man. One can never be too sure." Just as the 2 elders were conversing, a jeep came to a halt before them. Old Wang scrutinized the vehicle before him. He could not recall anyone in the village having purchased such a car. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the front seats. One of them was indeed old Li's son, Li Yishou, who had been gallivanting for 6 or 7 years. When old Li glanced at the other, a shadow fell over his expression. Xiao Mushing possessed a somewhat delicate beauty, leaning towards femininity, coupled with the topic of their earlier discussion. Every word echoed in old Li's mind. His hands tightened instantly. Old Wang, sensing the tension, quickly inquired, "Who is this?" "This is a business associate of mine." Upon hearing this, old Li let out a slight sigh of relief, then responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Finally willing to return, are we?" Li Yishou clenched his fists at the remark, realizing he should not harbor any illusions. Old Wang, attempting to ease the atmosphere, intervened. "Old Li, the child rarely comes back. He has brought a friend along." At that moment, Xiao Mushing approached the rear of the vehicle, opened the trunk, and produced several large bags of gifts. "Hello, uncle. I have heard much about you from Yishou. He mentioned that although you are strict, you are reasonable and visionary. Many difficulties we encountered in business were resolved using the methods you taught him. However, as you know, he can be quite stubborn and often refuses to say kind words in person." Old Li struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from lifting, feigning nonchalance as he asked, "Is that so?" Li Yishou wanted to retort, but caught a glimpse of Xiao Mushing's gaze. Unable to provoke or contend, he could only nod slightly. Old Li certainly noticed this gesture and, feeling quite pleased, invited Xiao Mushing into the house. Before arriving, Xiao Mushing had already prepared himself, considering that this father and son duo had become estranged to the point of leaving home. Their reunion was bound to stir up some emotions. Thus, he had brought along some gifts and devised a few remarks to prevent any awkwardness from escalating to the point where he would not even be allowed inside. Upon entering, Xiao Mushing noticed identical masks adorning the wall, albeit with minor differences due to different craftsmen. He had also instructed Xiao Qian to explore the two-story villa freely, searching for any hidden rooms or basements, but nothing was found. It was merely an ordinary villa, akin to that of Old Tuesday. Meanwhile, as Uncle Li prepared their meal, Li Yishou spoke up. "My dear brother, given the current circumstances in our village, I feel it is increasingly improbable to acquire a bride. The wealth here is simply overwhelming. I just inquired with my father about some acquaintances from the past, and it appears that many have already married. Every household now possesses both vehicles and homes, along with sustainable sources of income. What kind of bride could one possibly not find? Are you perhaps overlooking something? I am referring to young girls. I understand, but to be frank, our village does exhibit a preference for sons. Should someone wish to procure a young girl, it would likely be merely to raise her as a child bride, as there would be no other justification. In a village that favors sons, what purpose would acquiring a young girl serve? Thus, there must be a misunderstanding." Li Yishou remained skeptical of the words spoken by Xiao Mushing. This is his native village. He is well aware of the character of its inhabitants. You have not returned to the village in 6 or 7 years, and sometimes transformations occur in an instant. 6 or 7 years offer ample opportunity for many such instances to unfold. We shall await the outcome. Xiao Mushing chuckled, choosing not to share the more brutal aspects mentioned by Xiao Qian with Li Yishou, leaving the latter perplexed as to why a village would seek to purchase young girls. After dinner, with the sun still lingering on the horizon, he said, "Uncle Li, the village has been splendidly renovated. I wish to accompany Li Yishou for a stroll." "Go ahead, but remember to return early," came the response. Xiao Mushing nodded with a smile. Once outside, although he claimed to be wandering, it was Xiao Qian who guided the way. She sensed the presence of her remains in various directions, indicating that after her dismemberment, her body had been interred in disparate locations. "Li Yishou, do you still believe this is all a misunderstanding? Allow me to show you some evidence," Xiao Mushing stated confidently. Li Yishou felt a shiver of unease at the resoluteness in his companion's tone. Chapter 38. "You're only 8 years old. The last rays of the setting sun had completely vanished. The streetlights lining the village road flickered to life. 2 figures darted between the orchards, evading crowds and the watchful eyes of surveillance cameras in various yards, making their way deeper into the grove. They arrived at a tree bearing merely 9 fruits, the designated spot for their excavation. "Here it is, let us dig," Li Yishou said, his expression tinged with disbelief as he wielded a small spade. The words of his companion seemed far-fetched, claiming that beneath this tree lay the remains of a corpse. What a joke! After digging nearly 10 centimeters, he found nothing at all. "Are you burying a body in such a shallow grave?" Xiao Mushing retorted, urging him on. "Hurry up. If you unearth any animal bones, you'll just say they're human remains. Go on." Li Yishou, contemplating a certain possibility, decided to issue a cautionary note, mainly out of concern for Xiao Mushing's potential reaction. In some areas, it was indeed common to use leftover animal bones as fertilizer, providing crops with additional nutrients. As they dug down to over 30 centimeters, Li Yishou finally struck something. Xiao Mushing joined in, carefully arranging the extracted bones piece by piece. During this process, Li Yishou's complexion turned pale. Xiao Mushing pointed at a segment of the assembled hand bone on the ground. "Do you think this is from a chicken, duck, fish, or perhaps a pig, cow, or sheep? The finger bones are absent in pigs and cows. Yet the leg bones of a chicken cannot compare in length to the freshly unearthed white bones." All signs indicated to Li Yishou that this was indeed a section of human bone, a hand. "Call the police, quickly." Xiao Mushing slapped Li Yishou as panicked face. "Do you know who did this? Do you know how many were involved? If you call the police now, you need not fear retaliation. What about your father?" What should I do?" Li Yishou had never encountered such a situation before. He was genuinely flustered. "First, let's bury this back. For the next few days, we'll search the village for clues, aiming to uncover the truth. Xiao Mushing had initially intended to postpone dealing with the remains. His primary goal for this visit was to awaken Li Yishou's awareness and firmly recruit him into his scheme. According to Xiao Qian's insights, those involved were not merely one or two individuals, but a whole group. If he reported it hastily, even if the police uncovered something, it wouldn't guarantee that all culprits would be caught. It was conceivable that one individual might bear the blame for many. Therefore, they needed to be thorough, leaving no one behind. Li Yishou grasped the gravity of the situation. A murderer in the village rendered it unsafe. Yet, having only recently attained prosperity, who would willingly leave? The optimal solution was to identify the perpetrator, thus averting retaliation and ensuring the village's safety. The two then carefully reburied the white bones and filled in the excavated earth once more. Xiao Mushing cautiously replaced a patch of soil he had carefully removed prior to digging, intending to conceal the traces of his excavation. Meanwhile, within a household, 4 individuals were seated around a table, preparing for the upcoming autumn festival. "Are we all set?" one inquired. "I've already made arrangements. They will deliver it the day after tomorrow, at the usual spot," another replied. "This time, we must execute it flawlessly. Last month, a man was apprehended while investigating this matter, and suspicions about the village have begun to arise. There will be no issues this time," affirmed another. "But let me emphasize, this is crucial for our village's prosperity. We cannot afford to falter or ruin it. I trust everyone here does not wish to endure those harsh days any longer." This was a deep, aged voice, the last to speak, imbued with an air of undeniable authority, seemingly elevated above the others. The other 3 nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood." Following this, the lights dimmed, and the 4 dispersed. Upon returning to Li Yishou's home, Uncle Li awaited the 2 at the entrance, warmly approaching them as they arrived. "You must be tired from playing. Go wash up," he suggested. As they brushed past him, Uncle Li sniffed the air, and once they entered the house, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, there are no strange odors. He had not detected anything unusual. Meanwhile, upon entering the room, Xiao Mushing listened to Xiao Qian's account and thought to himself, the villager's mindset is rather intense. Afterward, he proceeded to take a shower and then retreated to his room. The small Western-style building contained several rooms, so the 3 men were not cramped. Xiao Mushing, however, found it difficult to sleep. He instructed Xiao Qian to inspect each room that night for the statue used in their rituals, as well as locations intended for confinement. Half the night passed, yet Xiao Qian reported no findings. The peculiar statue remained elusive, and no secret chambers for imprisonment were discovered. Even the site where they had initially harmed her was not located within the village. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's narration, Xiao Mushing felt a flicker of disbelief. He even questioned whether Xiao Qian had overlooked or misidentified something. Yet, she was merely an 8-year-old child, and he could not reasonably expect more from her. However, the places and characteristics she described were unmistakable, even for a child. Surely, they could not have mistaken locations. Was there another village named Yanyan? Yet, Xiao Qian's remains were truly buried nearby in the orchard. Could it be that the bizarre ritual had been conducted elsewhere? Contemplating this, Xiao Mushing instructed Xiao Qian, during this time, remain vigilant within the village, observing those who appear suspicious and do not seem to have good intentions, especially those who sneak out under the cover of night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian seemed to recall something and spoke up. "I recalled an incident after viewing a house, where I noticed a bare-chested man stealthily climbing through the rear window, followed by peculiar sounds emanating from within. Such occurrences ought to be disregarded. There's no need to investigate. In the future, should you encounter a man and a woman together in a room preparing to disrobe, it will be prudent to refrain from inquiry and focus on other matters." "Brother, this is what they call an affair, is it not? How do you, at the tender age of 8, know such terminology?" "Brother, were you unaware of these matters at my age?" "Well, I was aware, albeit not fully comprehending. I merely understood it to be something undesirable. Let us not dwell on such things, for they are not pertinent to our current task. Our objective is to locate those malevolent individuals who wish to harm you." Xiao Mushing finally grasped the hesitation his parents exhibited when explaining such words to him. ultimately leading his father to adopt a resigned demeanor. I comprehend that my brother wishes to shield me from unsavory matters. Yet those very matters have already intruded upon my existence. To me, what difference does it make to encounter even worse realities? In any case, I am powerless to change anything and can only converse with my brother. Xiao Qian articulated these thoughts with an unsettling calmness, far removed from that of a typical child. Do you know? Without you, my brother would never dare to venture into this place. Though Xiao Musheng could not physically touch Xiao Qian, he extended his hand to gently ruffle her hair. Chapter 39. The village chief Xiao Musheng's words were indeed heartfelt. He dared to engage in such perilous endeavors largely due to the presence of these spirits. I understand, brother. What shall we do tomorrow? Tomorrow, I plan to visit the village chief's residence. He is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable individual regarding this village, and I should be able to glean some information from him. Xiao Musheng replied in a hushed tone. Xiao Qian fell into contemplation. What is it? Xiao Musheng noticed her pensive expression. As I was nearing death, I seemed to hear someone calling for the village chief. Xiao Musheng's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that a visit to the village chief's home was imperative. With this thought, Xiao Musheng retrieved his phone, which displayed a series of images, shotguns, homemade pistols, and similar items. Let us confirm once more. You have never seen these items, correct? Xiao Qian shook her head. I have not seen these things. Receiving her affirmative response bolstered Xiao Musheng's confidence. As long as those items were absent, everything else could be negotiated. He then reclined comfortably, pulling the blanket from the side to cover himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he noticed a small figure lying beside him. He gently pulled back a corner of the blanket to cover her, though it seemed of little use. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Why had his parents not given him a sister? He drifted into a hazy slumber, though a vague memory flickered through his mind. What good would come from having another little troublemaker like this one? Can you endure it? The following day, Xiao Musheng and Li Yishou stepped outside. Next, I will visit the village chief's home while you seek out some of your old acquaintances and chat with them. Try to gather as much useful information as possible. After all these years of wandering, you must possess some skill in extracting information, Xiao Musheng suggested. Li Yishou confidently patted his chest. Though my entrepreneurial ventures have faltered, I still possess the necessary abilities. It is merely a matter of unfortunate timing. Satisfied with Li Yishou's assurance, Xiao Musheng refrained from further discussion and proceeded toward the village chief's residence, while Li Yishou took a separate path to visit his former friends. Xiao Musheng arrived at a rather inconspicuous house. In contrast to the numerous 2- or 3-story villas surrounding it, this was merely a single-story abode, enclosed by a wall. The front gate stood wide open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, a scruffy beard, and gold-rimmed glasses, squatting in the courtyard and eating noodles. Much like a soul whose heart had been closed off, now exposed by the open door. Upon noticing Xiao Musheng, the man paused for a moment before speaking. A stranger? Yes, I'm a friend of Uncle Li's son. Have you had breakfast? I have. As Xiao Musheng responded, he stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly, the village chief's question caused him a halt. Are you a bounty hunter? A strong gust of wind swept through, and the once open door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Xiao Musheng was acutely aware that he was not the first bounty hunter to arrive in this village. The previous one had mysteriously vanished. The village chief continued to eat his noodles, seemingly unfazed. There is no need for concern. The bounty posted on the Bounty Hunter Forum was initiated by me. If you doubt this, feel free to make a call. A string of contact numbers is listed beneath that bounty, meant for reaching the issuer. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Xiao Musheng exhibited no overt reaction. At that moment, the village chief's phone rang, prompting him to retrieve it and recite a series of numbers. 193. 9975. He then ended the call, and the numbers he had just uttered were, in fact, Xiao Musheng's mobile number. Seated on the same step as the chief, Xiao Musheng remarked, as the village chief, shouldn't you possess a comprehensive understanding of your village? Why then do you require assistance in your investigations? The chief reflected, I once shared your belief but half a year ago. Upon discovering that I had but a year to live during a hospital checkup, I began to take things easy. No longer did I venture out as frequently as before. In doing so, I unearthed certain secrets within the village, secrets that could potentially obliterate everything I hold dear. Thus, I must ascertain what clandestine dealings some individuals are engaging in behind my back. I refuse to let my 10 years of arduous labor dissipate into nothingness after my demise. A resolute glint flickered in the chief's eyes as he spoke. You could opt to report this to the authorities, Xiao Mushing suggested. I have considered it, yet I cannot ensure that the matter would be discreetly resolved post-reporting. Humanity is universally flawed. We smile at the impoverished and fear the affluent. Now that our village has prospered, there are always individuals from neighboring villages wishing to see us return to destitution. Xiao Mushing refrained from contesting this assertion. From your accent, it seems you're not a local, he noted. I came here after graduating from university, the chief responded. Back then, a university degree held significant value. What prompted you to come to this place? Xiao Mushing inquired, puzzled. For over a decade ago, a university education was indeed esteemed, unlike the present day, when even menial jobs are met with disdain. I was raised in an orphanage, and, prior to graduation, I resolved to tread the path taken by the educators there, hence my choice to come here. That must have been quite arduous, Xiao Mushing observed. A man in his 30s with hair grayer than that of a man in his 60s, calloused hands thicker than the soles of shoes, and now, on the brink of death. The chief replied, the oranges here are exceptionally sweet. Xiao Mushing conceded that he had indeed tasted the sweetness of the local oranges. In this village, who else aspires to the position of village chief? Apart from yourself, which former chiefs are still alive? Xiao Mushing queried, sensing a lead. The village chief expressed surprise, recalling the last bounty hunter who had vanished without a trace, never even having met him. This one is swift, though not excessively so. Based on the scanned information I currently possess, this matter appears quite grave. I am unsure if you can handle the implications. It involves loss of life, he continued, and it is not limited to just a few. The number of participants is likely substantial. The village chief held an empty bowl, gazing up at the drifting white clouds in the sky. Let none escape. Some matters can be suppressed for a time, yet not indefinitely. He could not feign ignorance. For certain issues would inevitably erupt at some moment, plunging the entire village into an abyss. After all, his days were numbered, so he resolved to cleanse everything in one fell swoop. At that moment, Xiao Mushing extended his hand. Greetings, I am Xiao, known as Xiao Mushing, bounty hunter ID. I am Lu, called Lu Jiansheng. Lu Jiansheng reached out his hand, clasping it firmly with Xiao Mushing's. Chapter 40. Li Yishou is bound meanwhile in a humble farmhouse courtyard. Two young men lay drunkenly sprawled across a table. Behind them stood three elderly gentlemen, intent on taking Li Yishou away. One among them gestured in a manner suggestive of slitting a throat. They were all children of the same village. There was no need for such severity. Let him remain until the autumn festival. Allow him to lend a hand. The two men nodded in agreement upon hearing the suggestion. In the village headman's home, Lu Jianxing spoke of those who aspired to the position of village head, including the name of the previous head, Zhou Fu, who resides at the village entrance. At the entrance? Shouldn't we refer to him as Zhou Eryi? Have you met him? Indeed, one must pass his home to enter the village. However, I believe he has not been involved. Since my tenure began, he has been my staunchest supporter. When I initially proposed the planting of fruit trees, he was the one who assisted me in persuading other villagers to join. As he stated during the transition, he has truly lent me his unwavering support. For an outsider, to gain recognition within a village is a formidable challenge. During this particularly arduous period, Zhou Fu's assistance proved invaluable. Xiao Mushing silently nodded upon hearing this. He resolved to focus his investigation on this individual. Are there any secluded areas near the village where people might gather, perhaps a deserted cave or an abandoned ancient temple? Speaking of which, there is a place that comes to mind, albeit it's quite distant and likely lacks a proper path. What place? Xiao Mushing inquired with curiosity. The old Yangyan village. There's a second Yangyan village? I arrived here a few years ago and heard the village elders mention that a century ago, Yangyan village was not situated where it is now, but rather deep in the mountains behind the village. A significant earthquake had occurred, causing the majority of houses to collapse and the existing farmland to be devastated. The geographical structure became unsuitable for cultivation, prompting the villagers to migrate to the current location, where they reclaimed land and established roots anew. Xiao Mushing opened his mobile map. Please help me outline a rough area. The grass in that region might be taller than you. Are you certain you wish to venture there? I'm a bounty hunter. This is my trade. I cannot overlook any leads related to this matter. You are quite diligent, Lu Jianqing remarked as he marked several points on the map. These are the locations. Although over a century has passed, some traces should still remain. After Xiao Mushing gathered additional details, he took his leave. Enough of the games. It's time to depart. Noticing the small Qian still flitting about above Lu Jianqing's head, Xiao Mushing urged him. Lu Jianqing was left in a state of confusion. Recalling how Xiao Mushing had seemed to be gazing at another person during their conversation as he watched the figure departing into the distance. He could not help but reminisce about an event from his past. It was during his third year of university when he was meandering through the streets and decided to rest on a park bench, where he encountered an elderly gentleman. The man struck up a conversation with him, and they discussed a plethora of subjects, including aspirations, the future, and their perspectives on the world. As their dialogue deepened, he felt a growing rapport with the gentleman, who he perceived to be a wise soul. However, after a while, a vehicle from a psychiatric hospital arrived, and the gentleman was taken away, leaving him alone on the bench, bewildered. Now, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. Upon returning to Li Yishou's residence, Xiao Mushing waited until lunchtime, but the other party had yet to return. Uncle Li, while serving the meal, grumbled, "Where has that reckless child gone? He wandered off to the city to cause mischief, has he?" Frowning with concern, Xiao Mushing began to entertain ominous thoughts. He promptly rose and announced, "Uncle, I shall go search for him." Uncle Li watched as Xiao Mushing dashed out, muttering, "That child is often absent. There is no need to look for him. Let us eat first." Xiao Mushing arrived at the residence of his companion's childhood friend, only to find a young man there, slightly inebriated and swaying. "Where's Li Yishou?" Xiao Mushing inquired, placing his hands firmly on the man's shoulders. "Not here. Alas. Where could he be? Has he sobered up and left on his own?" The young man lamented. After spending years outside, he turned into such a coward, fleeing when faced with a drink. Xiao Mushing scrutinized the man's hazy eyes, searching for any sign of deceit, yet found none. Xiao Qian had thoroughly searched the house, but discovered no trace of Li Yishou. She shook her head at Xiao Mushing. He realized he had underestimated the situation. Li Yishou was not one of those seasoned bounty hunters. He should not have approached the matter with such misplaced faith in their abilities. Li Yishou was merely an ordinary individual who had faced entrepreneurial failure. If he was a tea in the house, where could he possibly be? The old Yanyan village. Without lingering any longer, Xiao Mushing sought a location out of sight of the surveillance cameras. He instructed Xiao Qian, "Fly higher and see if anyone has ventured into the mountains." He then proceeded toward the rear of the village. Upon exiting the village and entering the forest, it didn't take long for Xiao Mushing to discover a trail indicating someone had passed through. This was a gift from Han Li, a comprehensive knowledge package on wilderness geology, endowing him with the outdoor experience and expertise of a geological explorer. After swiftly advancing along the path, Xiao Qian descended from the sky. "I see 3 individuals. They're carrying a large bag. Is there blood seeping from the bag?" "No. Keep a close watch and report any other developments immediately." As Xiao Mushing continued to run forward, he muttered to himself, "Li Yishou. Oh, Li Yishou, you have indeed lent a divine hand in this endeavor." Thanks to Xiao Qian's observations, Xiao Mushing maintained a cautious distance from the trio ahead, who, burdened by the weight of their cargo, were not moving swiftly. An hour and a half passed. Xiao Mushing stood atop a tree, gazing down at the overgrown, dilapidated village below. He meticulously memorized the various routes through this forsaken settlement. Eventually, he quietly took out his phone and captured a photograph. After all, his memory was not infallible. He then leaped down from the tree and began to infiltrate the village. At that moment, 3 individuals had just arrived at the entrance of the abandoned village when someone unexpectedly emerged from within to greet them. "Why is there another one? Haven't we already delivered someone today?" inquired an assisting elder. It's the child of old Lee's family. They discovered what we were up to, so I brought him along, intending for him to lend a hand and bring old Lee into the fold as well. We cannot be the only ones to work while he luxuriates in comfort. Once his son is involved, I wonder if this fellow will still spout his nonsensical feudal superstitions. Chapter 41. Who can't play the victim? Within the confines of a humble earthen dwelling, Lee shook his throbbing head, only to find the pain intensified. Once he regained his composure, he fully opened his bleary eyes to survey his surroundings. The antiquated mud brick room, the overgrown weeds reaching his knees, and a shaft of light streaming through the dilapidated roof illuminated his face. Wasn't he drinking just a moment ago? How'd he end up here? As he attempted to rise, he discovered, to his dismay, that his hands and feet were bound. At some point, he had been restrained without his knowledge. Instantly, Lee snapped to attention. What is this? Why am I tied up? Someone help. I've been kidnapped. Please, I'm a pauper with no money. I implore you. Let me go. Amidst his desperate cries, an elderly man entered the room. Uncle Wong, Lee exclaimed with unexpected joy. Uncle Wong, I've been kidnapped. I did the binding. Uncle Wong retorted. Lee initial delight froze on his face, and he cautiously inquired, You know about the time I set off firecrackers while you were using the restroom? Uncle Wong's murky eyes widened in astonishment. Was it you who made me have an unfortunate incident back then? Is it about the rumor I spread to Aunt Wong regarding you peeping at Widow Wu while she bathed, which led to you being beaten half to death and made to sleep on the ground for 2 months? Uncle Wong's waxen, wrinkled visage resembled a desiccated date, ripe and shriveled. What else is there that I do not know? He seethed, each word laced with venom. Lee observing the man's demeanor, sensed that he seemed unaware of both incidents. Having inadvertently revealed so much, he felt a chill of impending doom. In the next life, he vowed to be more cautious, to speak less, and to think before he acted. Not going to speak, are you? Just wait while I fetch something. Uncle Wong turned and exited the room, proceeding to another chamber filled with various cured meats and clutter. He selected an axe and headed back outside. Meanwhile, the two individuals within the room were bewildered. Wasn't he old Wong watching Lee? Indeed. What did he intend to do with that axe? After a moment of silence, both men sprinted out, intercepting old Wong just as he was about to enter the room with the axe in hand. Don't stop me. I'm going to end this brat-ass life. Old Wong shouted. Old Wong, we had an agreement not to harm anyone from the same village. Besides, at your age, why get riled up over a child? This brat blew me up with firecrackers. Children naturally enjoy playing with firecrackers. It's been years since that incident. Show mercy where mercy is due. He even spread rumors that I was spying on Widow Wu while she bathed. Uncle Wong added, his frustration palpable. But the child isn't lying. Didn't you peep before? Have you forgotten? One of the men interjected, halting old Wong's actions. Isn't this what you mentioned while drinking with us? You recounted passing by someone's yard and chancing upon them bathing within, a crack in the wall allowing you an oldly a fleeting glimpse, though you claimed you saw nothing clearly. Old Wong set down his axe. Thus, it seems my wife's beating was not unjust. As for your memory, let it be. I am here to visit, and this young lad is to be recruited. After pondering, old Wong conceded, for observing others is no simple task. This was also the rule they had established. Outsiders could be involved, but villagers must not be harmed, as all their actions were for the benefit of the village. Old Qian, do take care. This young man is rather infuriating. With that, old Wong and another elder departed. Old Qian entered the house, gazing at Lee Yishou's terrified expression. Fear not. We, your uncles, shall not harm you. However, since you have stumbled upon certain matters, it seems you must be drawn into them as well. Initially, I wish to delay involving the youth, as you young ones often lack reverence for certain issues and disregard crucial words. Nonetheless, it is perhaps for the best. You may begin. Uncle, what do you require of me? Contribute a sacrifice. Lee Yishou recalled the bones unearthed earlier. Is this sacrifice a person? Old Qin chuckled. You are not foolish, my child. When mealtime comes, we shall provide you with food. For minor needs, handle them yourself. We have provided you with diapers. For greater calls, do raise your voice. With that, old Qin exited. However, shortly after old Qin left, From the crumbling wall behind Li Yisho, a figure emerged through a large hole. Xiao Mushing covered the other's mouth and gestured for silence. "Brother, quickly untie me. Save me. They want me to kill." Li Yisho spoke with a trembling voice. "I cannot save you now. I plan to apprehend them during the autumn festival. If I take you away now, it may alert them, and they could come directly to your home. But murder is illegal. I do not wish to kill." Li Yisho, knowing well the gravity of the situation, felt paralyzed by fear. "Rest assured, I will not allow your hands to be stained with blood. Trust me, if I found this place, I will certainly rescue you before then." After much contemplation, Li Yisho nodded firmly. "Good." Xiao Mushing clapped Li Yisho on the shoulder. "A true man." Then he slipped back through the hole from which he had come. In a relatively intact, dilapidated house, 3 elders sat: Old Wang, Zhou Fu, and the elder who had accompanied Old Wang. The elder spoke first. "Li Yisho is now bound. What shall we do about the friend he brought back?" Old Wang considered and, in a flat tone, proposed a chilling suggestion. "Perhaps we should bind him as well, to serve as a companion sacrifice? A person once visited our village, only to mysteriously vanish. Now another has arrived. Do you find this explanation satisfactory?" Zhou Fu retorted. "What should we do then?" "La wan in quit pu dao." "You could stage an incident, compelling him to leave the village. By targeting the elderly, particularly the village's senior citizens, the locals would surely develop a distaste for him. Anyone daring to linger near the village would be met with stones thrown in their direction. This could significantly alleviate their troubles. Of course, should this individual persist in causing disturbances, he would already have been driven out of the village, rendering his disappearance irrelevant to the villagers. They intend to extort me. Are you certain?" "Yes. That is precisely what they have stated. Their aim is to force you out of the village." Xiao Qian nodded, her 2 braids bobbing in tandem with her head. "Oh, staging an incident? Who wouldn't know how? It would certainly provide the villagers with some entertainment." Xiao Mushing remarked with a mischievous grin. Chapter 42. The Encounter with Deceit. How fares the search? Have you found him? "Not yet. When I went to his childhood friend's home, they mentioned he might have left on his own after drinking too much." For the moment, Xiao Mushing could only provide such an explanation. Where could that rascal have vanished to? Could it be he has gone to the county to revel with his old companions? Uncle Lee pondered, stroking his chin. He felt little concern over his son's disappearance. After all, it was not the first time, and the longest absence had lasted 6 or 7 years. Yet he had returned. Safe and sound, hadn't he? "Come now, hurry inside for a meal. You haven't eaten lunch and must be quite hungry by now." Xiao Mushing observed Uncle Lee, who did not press further with his inquiries, and he couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable composure of Li Yisho's father, who seemed utterly untroubled by the prospect of his son encountering misfortune. The carefully prepared remarks Xiao Mushing had intended to make were rendered unnecessary. As they entered the house and began to eat, the broadcast from the village suddenly interrupted their meal. "Attention all households. Please send 1 representative to the village square this afternoon for the announcement regarding this year's autumn festival." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lee chuckled heartily. If he had heard such an announcement 6 or 7 years ago, he would likely have grumbled. However, now, everyone eagerly anticipated this festive occasion, for it signified a bountiful harvest and a substantial income for the year. "Xiao Mu, would you care to join me in taking a look?" Uncle Lee suggested. Xiao Mushing nodded in agreement, intrigued by the autumn festival and wishing to witness it firsthand. Arriving at the village square, they found a scattering of people already gathered. Uncle Lee engaged in conversation with a familiar acquaintance, leaving Xiao Mushing to wander about alone. Suddenly, a swift shadow rushed toward him, colliding violently and knocking him to the ground. As the figure came into focus, it was none other than Old Wang. "Hey, you little rascal, what were you thinking?" But before he could finish, a warm, viscous liquid splattered across his face. In a flurry, Old Wang wiped his face, only to find it smeared in crimson. Upon inspecting his hand, he realized it was not ink, but something far more sinister. Recognizing the nature of the substance, he looked up towards the source of the spray. At that moment, Xiao Mushing's mouth was stained with blood, his right index finger extending in disbelief towards Old Wang. Then, with eyes closed, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the sound of his skull striking the earth echoing through the square. The villagers nearby took notice. The village chief, who had been standing at the center of the square, rushed over in alarm. He began to pat Xiao Mushing's cheeks, then lifted his eyelids and checked for signs of life, before calling out loudly, "Whose child is this? Old Wang, what have you done to him?" Faced with the chief's inquiry, Old Wang found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a defense as the events had unfolded too rapidly. His original plan had been to feign an accident, hoping to blame the young man for the incident, allowing him to cry out in pain and create a scene. However, he did not anticipate that the young man was so frail. A mere collision caused him to cough up blood. He had seen such scenes in television dramas, where such injuries indicated internal damage, affecting the vital organs. He never imagined it could be this severe. He had participated in the autumn festival and had taken a life before, but this situation was different. It unfolded in plain sight. While he had been a part of the crowd during his previous acts, he now felt like an outcast. "Everyone, step aside. I must take him to the hospital," the village chief shouted as he lifted Xiao Mushing. However, as he stood, he nearly stumbled and fell. The village chief thought to himself, "My body is failing me more each day." He then hurried to his vehicle and drove away from the village. At that moment, some villagers began to speculate. How could this young man be hurt so badly? City folks who spend their days in offices and eat takeout are in worse shape than the elderly in our village. One remarked, "What was old Wang thinking? Was it intentional to run into that young man? Perhaps he simply couldn't stand the sight of him." Another chimed in, "Let us not forget, he used to be a notorious drunkard, always getting into trouble." Meanwhile, old Wang lay on the ground, absorbing the gazes of his fellow villagers and their chatter. He had acted for the good of the village, as previously agreed upon. He expected their support, not to be branded a criminal. Had he known the young man was so fragile, he would have never resorted to such drastic measures. Amidst the murmurs, a voice emerged from the crowd, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Everyone, please disperse. Go about your business. We can discuss this further when the village chief returns," said Zhou Fu. Gradually, the crowd began to scatter, yet the discussions continued unabated. Once the crowd had thinned, Zhou Fu approached old Wang. "What are you thinking? I told you to stage an accident, not to seriously injure him." Zhou Fu was genuinely concerned that old Wang's actions might have fatal consequences. "We certainly don't need the police involved. They would undoubtedly investigate if someone dies. Despite the fact that we've had our share of casualties before, though never in front of such a large audience." Old Wang, feeling lightheaded, protested, "I didn't know. I barely used any force. I just bumped into him. How was I to know he would cough up blood? Was that a mere bump? I suspect you may have damaged his insides. Otherwise, how could he bleed so profusely and faint? And that fall?" Zhou Fu sighed, "What now? We'll have to wait for the village chief to return and see what he has to say. At least the autumn festival should proceed without issue, though the aftermath may prove troublesome." Zhou Fu expressed his frustration. Their autumn festival was scheduled earlier than the village's. Meanwhile, Xiao Mushing, resting in the back seat, rubbed his head and sat up. "It really hurts," he exclaimed. "You were right," Lu Jiansheng, who was driving, remarked. Before this incident occurred, Xiao Mushing had already approached him, revealing the names of certain individuals and their forthcoming actions. Initially, Lu Jiansheng was somewhat skeptical. After all, the two had only just exchanged glances that morning, and it seemed implausible that the other party could ascertain the identities of a few so swiftly. However, he was convinced now. Standing in the center of the square, he deliberately focused on those individuals. When old Wang took action, these people were entirely fixated on Xiao Mushing. What should be the next course of action? They could continue their investigation back in the village. Given the current situation, they could proceed with greater assurance, allowing me to uncover more evidence and expose the remaining culprits. I cannot fathom why, despite the village's newfound prosperity, they still resort to such deeds. It is because they believe the village's affluence is a direct result of their actions. Xiao Mushing coldly remarked that in the old Yanyan village, he had witnessed and heard many revelations, an ancient tome and the thoughts of these villagers. Chapter 43. The Autumn Festival tomorrow evening, an ancient tome detailing archaic sacrificial rites, is revered by the villagers as a divine scripture. In a dilapidated abode, Xiao Mushing stumbled upon this venerable book. He extracted his mobile device and captured images of its contents. Presently, he shows the phone to village chief Lu, who peruses the album with growing trepidation. The images depict the heads of pigs, cattle, and sheep. However, these are not the principal offerings. The skins of the heads are to be stripped away, along with the ears and snouts of the pigs, as well as the horns and ears of the sheep and cattle. These components are then meticulously sewn together to form a grotesque headdress, which is placed atop the sacrificial offering. The limbs are severed, their blood collected, and the entrails extracted. The congregation partakes in a sanguinary ritual, offering their libations of blood in veneration. Following the rites, the village becomes the entity, with the severed limbs interred in the cardinal directions to secure the blessings of the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. The viscera, corresponding to the 5 elements, are buried in the realms of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ensuring the enduring presence of wealth. The skulls and torsos are dismantled, repurposed as ritual vessels for future ceremonies, ensuring the continuous flow of blessings and abundant incense offerings. With each turn of the page, Chief Lu's grip tightens instinctively, fury boiling within him. The fervent support promised by Zhou Fu manifests in this vile manner. How long have they been engaged in such barbarity? Since 7 years prior. The yearly Isho departed the village. This implies they have taken 7 lives, perhaps more, as they occasionally prepare additional sacrificial offerings, adding 1 or 2 more to express gratitude to the deities. How dare they? Chief Lu trembles with rage. Perhaps in their inaugural year, they felt apprehensive. But following the bountiful harvest the subsequent year, they likely became convinced of their righteousness, dismissing any notions of retribution. Upon overhearing their confessions, Xiao Mushing was astounded, struggling to fathom that such antiquated beliefs could persist in this modern era. Some kill to satiate their bloodlust, others for profit, while these villagers are ensnared in a frenzy born of ignorance. Furthermore, they are now endeavoring to recruit more villagers into their ranks. Upon hearing this, Chief Lu envisioned a harrowing scene for the future. After his demise, the villagers would devolve into demons, igniting bonfires in the very square where he once conducted the autumn festival, vivisecting an innocent soul. The villagers would revel in their macabre celebration until one day, bullets would pierce the air, and Yangyun village would, like the old Yangyun nestled in the mountains, succumb to desolation. Gazing into the rearview mirror, he confronted his inner self, Lu Jiansheng, and in that moment, a resolution solidified within him. Do not resort to extremities. Time is not on your side. Arrange your affairs, and leave the rest to me. I am a man of business. I know precisely how to handle such matters. I will assist you with absolute professionalism. A calm voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. I once encountered 11 armed poachers alongside my companions, and in the end, only 3 of them survived, 1 barely clinging to life. On another occasion, we faced 2 gun-wielding psychopaths. One sustained minor injuries while the other perished, yet I emerged unscathed. Your words suggest you are a killer, remarked the village head with a seemingly jesting tone. Do not speak so frivolously. I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter, aiding those in distress for a reward, replied Xiao Mushing, donning a standard welcoming smile, exuding politeness. The following day, Zhou Fu observed the road at the village entrance, noting that the village head had yet to return. Zhou Fu began to reflect on the events of the previous day. He initially intended to ponder the implications should the adversaries not survive, but as his thoughts progressed, he sensed something amiss. Why was the village head alone? Their autumn festival was scheduled for the following night. Contemplating this, he retrieved his phone and searched for the village head's number in his contacts. Poised to dial, but then hesitating, opting instead for a messaging app. His first video call failed to connect, causing a flutter of anxiety as he tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment's deliberation, he attempted a second call. This time, the video connection was established, albeit with a shaky and chaotic image. Who turned my son into this? Who? I demand justice, cried a middle-aged woman's voice. The phone was abruptly thrown, and through the jostling screen, Zhou Fu glimpsed a surrounding expanse of white. Thereafter, a cacophony ensued. Please refrain from causing a disturbance outside the operating room, interjected a young woman's voice. I will not rest until I confront your village. My son went there in good health and returned like this. Prepare for a lawsuit, came the calm, yet furious response of a middle-aged man. After a brief uproar, the phone was lifted again, revealing the village head, looking haggard and disheveled. "Uncle Joe, we can discuss matters upon my return. Allow me to manage this situation first," he said before the call was abruptly terminated. Zhou Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him, reassured that there would be no issues with the autumn festival the following night. Within an immersive theme room of a murder mystery game titled Who Killed My Son, the village head distributed 200 yuan to each of the individuals present. "Thank you for your assistance." "No need for thanks," they replied, feeling fortunate to have earned such easy money for merely rehearsing the game's script for a few minutes. On his way, he parted ways with Xiao Musheng, who returned to the village to continue his discreet investigation, while he headed to the city to bring the police back to the village. However, before that, in case of any complications, he requested Xiao Musheng to scout for any similar immersive theater venues or murder mystery experience centers in the city. Spend a little money to arrange a rehearsal. If they fail to send the video, he will take the initiative to do so. This will allow some villagers to feel reassured as they partake in their so-called autumn festival. In the village chief's residence, Xiao Musheng rose from the chief's bed and searched for something to eat. He found a packet of instant noodles and a cucumber. The previous night, he had stealthily traversed the orchard to rest at the chief's home. However, he must wait until tomorrow evening. At that moment, Xiao Qian flew in from outside, reporting on the individuals who had not been documented visiting Old Yanyan village. Xiao Qian did not need to accompany them all the way. It sufficed to ascertain that they were headed in that direction. Xiao Musheng listened quietly, harboring his own plans in his heart. Chapter 44. The autumn festival commences. On the morning of the festival, several elderly men departed from the village for various reasons. However, shortly after leaving, they took the mountain path that circumvented the village, heading towards its rear. In a dilapidated Yangyun village, Li Yishou's heart raced with anxiety. When would his elder brother arrive? The festivities were set to begin tomorrow, and he harbored no desire for death nor to take another's life. Meanwhile, in a wretched courtyard saturated with foul odors, a disheveled man lay on the ground. He was a level 3 bounty hunter known by the ID Wolfman. A month prior, he had accepted a level 3 assignment. Ordinarily, such a task would pose little challenge for him, as it involved investigating peculiar occurrences within the village. However, upon his arrival, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers only to be subsequently rendered unconscious. They had laced his food with drugs and brought him to this forsaken place. For a month, the villagers had kept him alive, but their intentions were not benevolent. They awaited the opportune moment, which would arrive tomorrow night. Faced with such peril, despair did not cloud his gaze. Instead, a flicker of fighting spirit ignited within him, for he had already glimpsed the glimmer of hope. As time passed gently, the tranquility of life remained undisturbed, save for Old Wang. The following evening arrived, and the villagers' chatter regarding him never ceased. Everyone was aware of Old Wang's unfortunate predicament. He had collided with a young man from the city, leaving him in a pitiful state. Rumor had it that the youth was involved in business, perhaps even in the realm of the internet. If this incident were to circulate online, Old Wang would not only lose face, but might also be subjected to online harassment, potentially tarnishing the village's reputation. Undoubtedly, Old Wang was the most discontented individual during this period. He could not fathom how, despite exerting minimal effort, he had caused such devastation. Had his strength inexplicably increased? Despite these questions swirling in his mind, he did not neglect his responsibilities. Mask in hand, he stealthily ventured out during a lull in activity. The autumn festival was about to commence, and despite the myriad of uncertainties weighing on his heart, he felt compelled to attend. Accompanying him were a few others, residing in more secluded areas of the village, where foot traffic was scant. Should any trouble arise, they could easily cover for one another. After traversing several formidable mountains, they finally arrived at the Old Yanyan village. Standing atop the peak, Old Wang gazed down at the village illuminated by flickering flames, and nostalgia washed over him. The first time he had engaged in such an endeavor was 7 years prior. At that time, he and his companions had decided to undertake this venture while living in abject poverty. He felt oppressed by his circumstances. Their home was a mud brick dwelling, and his wife berated him for his lack of ambition, while their son held him in disdain. Life was suffocating, and he yearned to prove himself, but was at a loss for how to do so. It was then that old Joe had approached him, inadvertently mentioning that long ago, a sage had once graced Yanyun village, conducting a grand ceremony that bestowed wealth upon its people. However, it was later discovered by the villagers that the immortal master had used the people of the village for such rituals, which led to his demise at the hands of the villagers. Subsequently, Yanyun village faced a catastrophic earthquake, resulting in the loss of half its population, the collapse of homes, and barren lands that could no longer yield crops. Consequently, their descendants endured a century of poverty. At that time, he felt a surge of indignation, and after imbibing a bit of alcohol, he unwittingly agreed to partake in the ritual. Initially, he trembled with trepidation, yet there was an undeniable thrill coursing through him. However, after the act, he was beset with anxiety about divine retribution. Who would have thought that he was not alone in this endeavor? Over 10 individuals had participated. To his astonishment, the following year, the entire village prospered. Whenever he reflected on this, Old Wang couldn't help but straighten his back, attributing their fortune to the contributions of the elder generation. He then recalled the villagers who gossiped about him, thinking, if it weren't for my efforts, would they be enjoying such a fortunate existence? Beside him, an elderly man remarked, "Do not be angered." I once came across a saying in a short video that heroes often remain unrecognized and are frequently misunderstood. Consider General Yu from history. Was he not similarly treated? Hearing these words, Old Wang's anger dissipated instantly, and he lifted his head with pride. He decided not to dwell on their opinions any longer. Gulme, let's not delay any further. In the heart of the old Yanyun village, a fire blazed, surrounded by a throng of people. A burlap sack filled with items lay nearby, alongside a bound werewolf and a masked figure, Li Yishou, whose hands were tied as he was restrained by the crowd. Zhou Fu, adorned with a freshly crafted mask, stood at the center and addressed the assembly. Today marks our 8th autumn festival, but unlike any previous occasion, Yishou will join us. This is a momentous event, as it signifies our ability to gradually involve others from the village, allowing them to partake in this prosperous occasion. It also implies that we may pass the rituals of our autumn festival to the younger generation. Standing among the crowd, Old Wang rubbed his belly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself, a sensation that had intensified since their arrival, compounded by a wave of fatigue. It appeared that age was taking its toll. Beside him, another elder, also masked, stifled a yawn, only to realize he was still wearing his mask. Such instances were not isolated to the two of them. As Zhou Fu spoke, he too noticed an unusual demeanor among the others. He mused, "It seems the elders truly have aged, unable to withstand such exertions any longer. I shall say no more. I will hand the opportunity over to the younger generation. Yishou, come forth. The next steps are yours, as you promised me." With that, 2 individuals untied Li Yishou, and Zhou Fu handed him a knife before pushing him forward. "Eliminate that outsider." With Zhou Fu's commanding shout, the surrounding crowd echoed in unison. "Eliminate that outsider. Eliminate that outsider." The cacophony grew increasingly louder, as the murky eyes of those surrounding him glimmered with a predatory light, some even screaming at the top of their lungs. Old Wang felt his own voice rising, as if he was losing control of the situation at the rear. Li Yishou approached the werewolf, dragging him up from the ground, and with a swift, silent motion of his knife, he discreetly severed the bonds that restrained him. Raising the dagger, Li Yishou spoke in a raspy voice, "Before I take action, does anyone else wish to voice their thoughts?" Zhou Fu sensed an unsettling vibe in that tone. Meanwhile, the others, oblivious, erupted in fervent cries, urging, "Make your move. The uncles and brothers are all watching. Don't hesitate, Yishou. If you're a man, drive that knife in." As the clamorous shouts echoed around him, not a single soul stepped forward to intervene. With this assurance, Li Yishou felt a sense of relief. He swung the knife down with great force, severing the last remnants of rope binding the werewolf. The mask on Li Yishou's face was torn away, revealing the visage of Shao Mushing. Chapter 45. Let them hurry up and reproduce another one. It is you. Su Fu exclaimed sharply. "How did you end up here? Were you not sent to the hospital after I collided with you?" Lao Wang also stepped forward, and as his words escaped, he immediately realized he had been deceived. The werewolf beside him hoisted a sack and dashed out without a word. At that moment, someone attempted to pursue, only to be swiftly knocked down by Xiao Mushing with a single punch. Zhou Fu glared at Xiao Musheng, who stood defiantly before them, a sinister smile creeping across his face. One person dares to stand against us, a dozen strong? Seeking death, indeed. Xiao Mushing's lips curled into a faint smile. Do you not feel the urge to sleep or relieve yourselves right now? The lingering sensation that they had managed to suppress suddenly triggered a chain reaction due to Xiao Mushing's words. What have you done? A voice from the crowd questioned, unable to hold back any longer. I added a pinch of a synthetic powder containing sedatives and laxatives to your meals. This was the truth. He had indeed only added a small amount. Otherwise, these individuals would not have made it this far. The expressions of all the elderly gentlemen present shifted drastically. Each had been dining in their own homes. How had this fellow managed such a feat? Lao Wang, now infuriated, erupted with curses. No wonder I couldn't hold it in. It's your doing, you little rascal. You motherf. As his curses rang out, some had already charged forward, wielding knives and bricks. They needed to eliminate this man before the full effects of the drugs took hold, and retrieve Li Yishou and the person who had fled with the child. The first assailant with a knife lunged forth, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his neck. Refusing to stem, Xiao Mushing retaliated with a kick, sending the fountain of blood splattering into the advancing crowd, thinning their ranks. The ensuing chaos could not be blamed on him. However, those brandishing weapons aiming to kill him were another matter. As one after another fell, the effects of the drugs began to sap the strength of the remaining assailants. Zhou Fu grasped Lao Wang's arm. Let us go fetch that thing. Xiao Mushing's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. At that moment, an ancient voice accompanied a vision of his childhood martial arts training, echoing in his mind. If you had been born in the era of ancient warfare, you would have at least become a general. Alas, such is not the case now. The world relies on firearms. As Xiao Mushing engaged in battle, the surrounding individuals suddenly scattered, retreating towards the opposite side. Just as confusion washed over him, he witnessed a familiar scene unfold. This time, however, the entrance could accommodate his head. A few elderly men had brought forth a makeshift cannon aimed directly at him. Xiao Mushing turned to the ever-present Xiao Qian by his side. Why didn't you mention a cannon? What is a cannon? Xiao Qian inquired innocently, her chin resting on her hand, her expression adorably naive. Xiao Mushing abruptly realized that she was merely 8 years old. How much knowledge could an 8-year-old possess? In this moment, there was no time for further inquiries. He promptly dashed into a nearby house. Zhou Fu manipulated the antiquated artifact, a relic over a century old, revealing a grin adorned with yellowed teeth. In these times, what use is strength? A dilapidated earthen structure cannot withstand artillery fire. The fuse of the explosive had nearly burned out, and in Zhou Fu's eyes, the gleam of victory shone brightly. Boom! The earth cannon shattered into fragments, and the surrounding walls collapsed completely. Those nearest to the cannon were violently propelled into the air. Xiao Mushing, taking refuge in a corner, narrowly avoided being struck by the falling debris. Rising amidst the swirling dust, he observed that everyone had taken cover behind the cannon to avoid friendly fire, and thus, without exception, they all fell victim to the blast. Only a few pained groans could be heard. The fates of the others remained uncertain. Xiao Mushing had thought himself quite courageous, yet these elders proved even more audacious. They had unleashed a relic long forgotten, with no knowledge of its condition, and dared to employ it. Such recklessness! They seemed intent on achieving mutual destruction. At this moment, Xiao Qian comprehended the true purpose of the earth cannon. It was no wonder that Xiao Mushing had reacted with such alarm upon seeing it. Ah, the Henti truly wished for mutual demise, but rather sought to use it to annihilate me. Unfortunately, the device was faulty, leading to their own demise instead. Xiao Qian pondered, would I be mocked by angels upon my arrival in heaven? She suddenly felt that perishing at the hands of these individuals would be a source of great shame. Xiao Mushing understood the implication behind Xiao Qian's words. This surely should not be the case. After all, your death was not due to your own folly, but rather the folly of others. Moreover, As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you would likely not ascend to heaven, but rather descend to the underworld. Then, brother, will you take me there? Xiao Qian gazed at Xiao Musheng with eager eyes. This is not possible. I can seek vengeance for you, recover your remains, and return you to your parents. But this particular request I cannot fulfill. After enduring over 20 years of hardship, I have finally acquired a modicum of wealth. My pursuit of a fulfilling life has yet to commence, and I have no desire to depart so soon. Xiao Musheng dared not acquiesce to her request. What if it awakened some peculiar ability in her that would draw him down as well? How would he explain to the king of hell that he had descended prematurely? You, whose lifespan is not yet spent, why have you come? The king would likely hurl the ledger of life and death at his face, cursing him for increasing his workload in his long, tedious existence. Must I go alone then? Xiao Qian poked at her fingers, a hint of desolation creeping in. Not necessarily. Perhaps someone will come to escort you. Do you know them? Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. I dare not claim acquaintance. Such knowledge is reserved for the deceased. Oh, I see. Xiao Qian surveyed the surrounding flames. The last time she beheld such devastation, she felt despair, but now a sense of exhilaration and relief filled her heart. Upon encountering your parents, you seem to have no particular request for me to convey on your behalf, as they are unable to hear your words. Suddenly, Xiao Qian posed a poignant question. Will I be able to be my parents' child in my next life? Such an inquiry is unexpected. She explained, since I am their only child, my absence would deeply sadden them, akin to losing a cherished toy. However, one cannot remain in sorrow indefinitely. I would acquire new toys, and my parents might welcome another child. Yet, this thought brings a tinge of sadness, as it implies they might forget me. Nonetheless, it is selfish to dwell on such feelings. Thus, I ponder whether, should my parents have another child, it could possibly be me again. The likelihood is not insignificant, considering the current low birth rate in our country. If they were to plan now, perhaps it could happen. Indeed, you should communicate this to them, urging them to hasten the arrival of another child. Xiaomu pointed to himself and reflected, is it not rather insensitive to suggest to parents, just learning of their child's demise, that they should quickly conceive another? Would this not seem somewhat self-serving? Chapter 46. The distinction between hypocrisy and vanity, a thunderous explosion reverberated through Yanyun village, rousing its inhabitants from their slumber. Some ventured to the second-floor windows, flinging them open and illuminating their homes, only to be greeted by a row of ominous black police vehicles emblazoned with the character for military. Officers patrolled the village, armed with assault rifles. Confronted with this intimidating spectacle, those who had opened their windows hastily closed them once more. Their fear was not of the officers themselves, but rather of the formidable individuals whom the officers had come to confront. The earlier, thunderous sound was likely not a mere clap of thunder. Meanwhile, hushed whispers permeated the homes of several villagers. Could it be that terrorists have descended upon us? What business do terrorists have in our village? To steal our prized oranges? Our oranges have fetched as much as $2,000 abroad. These foreigners are utterly barbaric. Surely, matters of commerce could be negotiated rather than resorting to threats and violence. Business has become increasingly difficult. I've heard that competition in the city is fierce, and perhaps they intend to resort to theft. Such rudeness from these foreigners. Such discussions were rife, and amidst the turmoil, some villagers realized that their elderly relatives were missing. This gave rise to further speculation. After all, those who had endured poverty often placed great importance on certain possessions. Could they have secretly sought out the terrorists to confront them? Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, in an abandoned village, flames danced amidst the charred remains of the deceased. One figure sat against a crumbling wall, the flickering firelight casting shadows across half of his face. Lu Jiansheng, Li Yishou, the child they had fled with, and several law enforcement officers stood in stunned silence at the scene before them. A dozen cultists, engaged in a horrific ritual, lay scattered, their moans barely audible. Village chief Lu swallowed hard. He had not anticipated the extent of devastation wrought by his adversaries. He trudged forward, gazing up at Xiao Musheng, his throat dry as he finally managed to speak. What has transpired here? I provided cover for that man and the child to escape. When they found themselves outmatched, they resorted to artillery that looked like it had not seen use in decades. The result was this carnage, he replied. The others exchanged glances, each aware of the perilous situation described, despite the lack of specific details. A dozen merciless cultists, armed with such perilous weaponry as makeshift cannons. It was unfathomable that anyone else could have emerged unscathed. In the eyes of the werewolf, admiration flickered. This was the bounty hunter he aspired to become, unperturbed amidst chaos, surveying all with an air of indifference. Following the shock came swift action, as those who were enraged began urgent rescue efforts. They still had procedures to follow, taking statements, conducting trials, and facing either imprisonment or execution. Meanwhile, others began gathering evidence, uncovering a plethora of macabre artifacts. They found 2 pieces of skull fused together, fashioned into a drum of human skin, a hammer crafted from adult human bones, and rattles made from phalanges and cranial fragments. There were also bone flags and various other bone ornaments, each piece recounting the heinous acts committed by this group. The rescue efforts and evidence collection continued until the following morning. Gradually, the villagers became aware of the events that had transpired. Some were devastated, others were bewildered, while a few expressed anger, and a small portion even reveled in the misfortune, relieved that they would no longer have to support certain elderly individuals. The myriad of human emotions manifested vividly at that moment. As Xiao Mushing accompanied the officer past this scene, Xiao Qian observed the myriad expressions within the crowd. Why were some individuals angry and in tears, while I sensed a hint of joy among them? Children sometimes possess an uncanny ability to perceive the truth, yet they often struggle to articulate their feelings. Some individuals are inherently hypocritical, aware of their dark thoughts that clash with societal moral standards, yet they feign sorrow, unable to conceal the glimmer of joy in their eyes. Ah, so this is why you choose to perch atop the wall, attempting to appear cool. Incorrect. What I exhibit is vanity, not hypocrisy. One is a state of mind, while the other is a behavioral manifestation. Can you elucidate the distinction in terms I can comprehend? It simply means I consider myself superior to them. Xiao Qian lifted her head, attempting to adopt a learned expression. 3 pairs of eyes scanned Xiao Mushing from head to toe. Village Chief Lu then inquired, "Did you forget your medication?" It was only at the police station that Xiao Mushing's mental illness was confirmed, specifically schizophrenia. He had resolved 2 cases, both of which became exemplary instances. Some details about him, including his mental condition, naturally circulated internally. Xiao Mushing responded, "Those medications, I believe, would impair my intelligence, so I chose not to take them. Sometimes, it is wise to adhere to medical advice. Perhaps you should take a dose," Village Chief Lu advised earnestly. Being a patient himself, he understood the necessity of heeding a doctor's counsel. Schizophrenia cannot be cured. It can only be stabilized, and my current state is quite stable, rendering medication unnecessary. Stable? Who were you just conversing with? My definition of stability is not causing disruption or harm to those around me. In that regard, I appear quite stable, do I not? Lu Jiansheng narrowed his eyes, noting the added condition of normal surroundings. The implications for those deemed abnormal were left unaddressed. Nonetheless, he refrained from further comment. The current outcome was favorable. There had been no significant uproar, no harm inflicted upon the villagers, and both the children and the abducted youths were unharmed. He had also eliminated the village's greatest menace, alleviating a considerable burden from his shoulders. At last, he felt the warm, light sensation of sunshine enveloping him. Just as he felt himself teetering backward, a hand caught him. "And you, I sense you haven't taken your medication," Xiao Mushing remarked with exasperation. Lu Jiansheng merely smiled dismissively. After recording his statement at the police station, Xiao Mushing accompanied Lu Jiansheng back to the village. Due to the incomplete discovery of the remains, he had come to assist with the task. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they observed several unfamiliar vehicles and heard overwhelming cries of despair. Lu Jiansheng understood that the families of the victims had arrived, and it was time to confront the situation. However, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Musheng, who appeared somewhat awkward. "Why are you still hesitating?" Xiao Qian exclaimed, bouncing beside him. "My parents are here. I can see them. You should go inside and speak to them. Urge them to have another child. Hurry up. Xiao Mushing responded with silence. How could he possibly articulate such a sentiment? Upon hearing the village chief's inquiry, a spark of inspiration lit up in Xiao Mushing's mind, and he retorted, "Do you have a way to suggest to those parents that they should have another child?" Lu Jiancheng paused, initially silent for a moment. "If you want to see me get beaten, just say so." Chapter 47. Some are also guilty before a pair of grieving parents. A pile of skeletal remains lay, incomplete and fragmented, with some skulls ground down. Among these was the skull of a young girl, Xiao Qian, disassembled from a double-sided drum. Suddenly, a pair of sneakers appeared before the sorrowful couple. Initially, they paid no mind, assuming it was merely a passerby. However, when the sneakers halted directly in front of them without any sign of movement, they looked up to see a young man holding a phone displaying a diagnostic report. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Musheng," the middle-aged man spoke. "We're not interested in insurance." "Thank you," the couple replied. "That is not my intention. I'm a bounty hunter." The reward was submitted to the forum alongside the bounty task I posted. Upon completion, it will be automatically transferred to your account. This is a rule of the Bounty Hunter Forum, designed to prevent frivolous task postings without the capability of offering a reward. Generally, one must provide funds in advance for such postings. Once the task is fulfilled, the reward is given to the bounty hunter and the poster can cancel the task, with the funds returned accordingly. But that is not the crux of my message. A flicker of confusion crossed the man's bloodshot eyes. "Then what is your purpose?" "Primarily, it is this. The document on my phone is a diagnosis from a psychiatric hospital, where it was deemed that I suffer from schizophrenia. However, I do not share this belief. I merely see things that others cannot. Currently, I perceive an 8-year-old girl who has a message for you both. Rest assured, this process will incur no cost to you. It is merely an act of additional assistance." Xiao Mushing spoke patiently, as the child beside him grew increasingly impatient. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, and amidst their sorrow, they discerned a mutual desire to explore this further. What does Xiao Qian wish to convey to us? It is essential to understand that due to her untimely demise, those who wronged her must face justice before she can reincarnate. In other words, her spirit lingers nearby. The couple felt a sense of incredulity wash over them. Moreover, he continued, "You should endeavor to conceive another child, as there exists a significant possibility that she might. Return to your home." Their expressions shifted from confusion to skepticism, then to astonishment, culminating in a dawning realization. Observing the couple's contemplation, Xiao Musheng turned to Xiao Qian. "By the way, in your next life, would you prefer to be a boy or a girl?" "Can I choose? I'm still young." "Please don't deceive me," Xiao Qian replied, a hint of shock in her tone. "It seems you lack the authority to choose. That decision lies with your parents." Xiao Mushing acknowledged, recognizing the absence of agency in her response. "Does that mean I have a certain probability of becoming a boy in my next life?" She pondered. "One could say there exists a probability," he replied. "Then, does that imply I won't need to wear clothes in the summer? Which bold individual dares to roam about in the summer without attire?" Xiao Mushing is quite eager to meet such a formidable personage. Atop how audacious. Xiao Mushing genuinely believes someone could possess such courage. A middle-aged woman gazed at Xiao Mushing, who was conversing with the air beside him. "May I speak with her?" "Feel free. She can't hear you, but you won't be able to hear her words. I can relay them." "Thank you. Qian, how are you? Do you harbor resentment towards your mother? It was she who failed to protect you. It is her fault." Sob, sob, sob. Before the woman could utter more than a few words, she was already overcome with sorrow. The man reached out to embrace his wife, offering silent consolation. Since their child went missing, she had been engulfed in guilt, even contemplating taking sleeping pills to end her life. "She doesn't blame you. It was those wicked individuals who acted too swiftly. It was merely a momentary lapse in grasping your mother's hand. Indeed, it was too swift. It could be said that they had been fixated on little Qian for some time. In the blink of an eye, within less than 10 seconds, 2 burly men had covered her mouth, whisked her away, and driven off in a van. This all transpired in one seamless motion. One could hardly expect an 8-year-old girl, let alone an adult woman, to react in time. Little Qian's mother had been exceedingly responsible, Yet who could have anticipated that just a turn of the head, a mere few seconds out of sight, could render a child lost? The child's poignant words struck the mother like a dagger. The uncontrollable tears seemed to whisper, "What a considerate child! How could I have lost her?" Little Qian, witnessing her mother's tears, felt a surge of panic. She had thought her words might provide solace, yet they only deepened her mother's sorrow. All she could do was rush over and offer a tentative embrace. "Mom, please don't cry anymore, all right?" Xiao Musheng observed this scene and softly remarked, "She ran into your embrace, hoping you would cease your tears." Upon hearing this, the woman returned the embrace, and in that moment, it felt as though she could hold her daughter once more. The man also opened his arms, and for a fleeting moment, the family was reunited. After uttering this phrase, Xiao Musheng refrained from further intrusion, redirecting his attention elsewhere. He noticed a police officer not far away discreetly putting away his handcuffs, simultaneously withdrawing his gaze. Xiao Musheng realized, if his subsequent words were to involve money, or even suggest that these parents part with funds, it was quite probable they would approach him and place him under arrest. Indeed, there are swindlers in this world who prey on vulnerable individuals, including solitary elders or those who have lost children, using familial information as bait to ensnare them. These victims often fall prey to such schemes, as they cling to a sliver of hope. Even knowing there is a 99 chance it is a ruse, they are willing to gamble on that one. Coming to this realization, Xiao Musheng felt a sense of relief. He settled beside the flower bed where the village chief currently sat. "You are quite impressive. You truly have the audacity to voice such words." Xiao Musheng remained silent, merely retrieving 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. "Would you like some?" he inquired. Lu Jiansheng accepted the candy, surprised to discover that this young man still had a penchant for such treats. Life is already fraught with bitterness. Indulging in a little sweetness is hardly excessive. He unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth. "It's not as sweet as the oranges I grow." After uttering this, he posed another question. "Can you truly see? If you believe, then I can indeed see. And 6 months from now, this is purely random on my part. And thus far, all that I have witnessed are untimely deaths. Unless you are mercilessly taken before succumbing to illness, then I might have a chance of seeing you." That sounds rather far-fetched. Isn't it the case that those with the yin-yang eye can see everything? Why do you have such a multitude of conditions? I am not possessed of the yin-yang eye. Your understanding is rather insufficient. Though I have a mentor, I have never been taught such matters. You may perceive it as a sort of innate talent. Is that not akin to a mental illness? Xiao Musheng was on the verge of arguing further, but reconsidered. After all, he had not known this individual for even half a year. Why engage in such disputes? What are your plans for the other matters? Though those parents are weeping, what follows after their tears? This incident was perpetrated by the villagers, and the anguish of losing a child will inevitably render some incapable of rational thought. As for the 4 participants who survived, they remain in the intensive care unit. The village chief's face reflected deep sorrow. As the chief, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Even if he was not directly involved, "I can only do what I can. I have a suggestion. You might post a bounty on the bounty hunter forum. I can assist in alleviating some of the pressure. Why not just transfer the funds directly to me? That way, I can save on the posting fee." Posting a bounty task on the forum requires not only the bounty, but also a posting fee for the forum. However, you must first explain the method to me. Do you believe the guilty parties are solely those villagers who participated in the ritual? What do you mean? The individuals who brought these children to this village. Lu Jiansheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Human traffickers. Do you have a way to locate them?" Chapter 48. Departure from the village. If all goes as anticipated, they have likely succeeded. Xiao Musheng smiled confidently. In Shahu County, within a small courtyard on the outskirts of the county town, 3 men were drinking. For them, evading capture was a frequent necessity. However, in this particular county, they felt considerably more at ease, for they had loyal buyers here, and nothing untoward had transpired for several years. Thus, this locale served as their temporary stronghold. In another room, 2 children were present, each adorned with iron collars connected by chains tethered to a nearby post. Regrettably, only one had been sold this time. Do not lament. It is rare to find such stable buyers domestically, and they offer substantial payment. One of the men remarked before raising his cup and gulping down the liquor. Refreshing. Once I sell these two, I shall revel in the city. His words were accompanied by a lewd chuckle, and the other two shared knowing laughter, fully aware of the implications behind his words. Upon hearing the raucous laughter from outside, the two children clung tightly to one another, curling into a ball, trembling incessantly. They did not weep or scream. The scars on their bodies stung in the wind, delivering a cold ache. This pain served as a reminder of the horrors that awaited should they dare to cry or shout. Suddenly, the laughter ceased as abruptly as a television turning off. The door was kicked open. "Freeze! Do not move!" boomed a deep, authoritative voice. "The police! Hurry!" The voice was abruptly cut off. There was the sound of furniture being upended, frantic footsteps, and the heavy thud of bodies hitting the ground. Then, a flurry of rapid yet orderly footsteps echoed through the space. The door swung open, allowing light to flood into the dimly lit room. The children looked up, and there stood the reassuring figures in their uniforms. The pent-up emotions they had been suppressing finally found release, and they began to cry. This time, there would be no fists or kicks. They could freely express their emotions and recount their fears. The chains were severed, the collars unfastened, and they lay in the embrace of safety. Meanwhile, a police officer in the village received a call and relayed the news to the parents mourning over the remains of their children. Upon hearing the news, the parents were invigorated, finding an outlet for their emotions, some even unable to contain their eagerness. Others gritted their teeth in anger. Liu Jiansheng, witnessing the scene, approached a police officer. "What has transpired?" "We have apprehended the traffickers." Liu Jiansheng turned in astonishment. "How did you manage that?" Xiao Muxing's words had scarcely left his lips when the call came in. "I contributed a portion of effort, albeit not much. Through prior surveillance, he indeed uncovered some clues. Yet he could not pinpoint the location of the traffickers. Both parties had executed their confidentiality measures quite effectively. However, as these criminals were apprehended, certain evidence fell into the hands of the police, coupled with the leads he provided. Within a few days, the police managed to ascertain their whereabouts. Upon his return, he noticed the internal personnel movements within the police station, leading him to surmise certain developments. Liu Jianxing opened his mouth, then simply smiled and sighed. Compared to those barely clinging to life in the intensive care unit, the capture of these culprits offered the parents another outlet for their emotions. Liu Jiansheng felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. At that moment, a small figure darted before Xiao Musheng, her form becoming increasingly ethereal and dim. "Please tell Mom and Dad for me." The couple was then seen conversing with an empty space, discussing what would become of those captured. Xiao Musheng followed her to stand before the couple. She expressed that she understood and that she was about to depart, urging them to return quickly and strive to catch up with her. All right, the couple continuously affirmed. Little Qian leaned in a whisper to Xiao Musheng. "I want to give my brother a gift, but after much thought, I realized I have nothing to offer. However, everyone says my singing is lovely, so I've decided to give my voice to my brother." Xiao Musheng gazed at the rapidly fading little girl. "Are you all right?" "I, a handsome lad of 179. No, immune. 8 meters tall, what would I need a little girl-esque voice for? Brother, if I give you my voice, I want to become mute. How should I put it? You can speak using my voice." Little Qian struggled to explain, her vocabulary ultimately limited. "So, if I need it, I can mimic your voice to speak?" Yes, exactly." Little Qian nodded vigorously, her pigtails bouncing. Xiao Musheng stroked his chin, contemplating the implications. This could enable him to engage in online romance scams. He recalled a foolish roommate from university who had been swindled out of 2,000 yuan, of which 500 was his. The thought pained him. He shook his head, pulling back from those reflections, and looked at little Qian, now transforming into particles of golden light, beginning to dissipate. Speaking softly, he said then, "Farewell. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Little Qian's repeated farewells echoed like those of children parting for school. At the entrance of Li Yishou's home, Xiao Musheng insisted, "Uncle Li, you really don't need to be so courteous. My trunk is simply too full." As he spoke, he snatched a box of oranges from Li Yishou's hands. "Hey!" Li Yishou, upon hearing the refusal, was about to set the box down. Gratefully, he remarked, "What is this little gesture?" If it weren't for you, my boy would have strayed onto the wrong path. This is the least I can do." While speaking, he placed a bag of sausages into Xiao Muxing's trunk. Following this incident, the father and son engaged in an open dialogue. Li Yishou decided to abandon his previous lifestyle and remain in the village to cultivate oranges alongside his father, as it proved to be quite lucrative. As for the debts he owed, there was no need for Xiao Muxing to assist him in repaying them. His father promptly cleared them with a simple swipe of his bank card. Just as Xiao Muxing settled into the driver's seat, he called Li Yishou to the window. "What is the matter, brother? Should the village chief ever be unable to continue, please inform me." "I will." Li Yishou was already aware of the village chief's illness. If it weren't for the village, the chief would not have reached this state at such a young age. As they drove away, Xiao Muxing spotted the village chief waving farewell on the roadside, his complexion appearing increasingly pallid. After cheerfully bidding farewell, Xiao Muxing departed the village. However, a short distance down the road, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying the contact name Zhou Haihong. Chapter 49, He Zheng and Xiao Muxing parked their vehicle by the roadside before connecting the call. "What prompted you to call all of a sudden? Surely, your business should be concluded by now. Honestly, you have quite the misfortune. Some bounty hunters may go their entire careers without encountering firearms. Yet you seem to stumble upon them with every assignment. How did you come to know this? I don't recall mentioning it to you." The events in Yangyan village have yet to be reported in the news, as they involve human trafficking, and the police are still extracting information from the 3 traffickers, hoping to uncover other buyers and participants. I have been a bounty hunter for many years, and naturally, I possess a few connections. Gathering some insider news is not particularly difficult, Xiao Muxing reflected. Indeed, the explosion that night was so loud that the news of the firearms could hardly be contained. However, your reason for calling must extend beyond this, correct? I find myself entangled in a rather troublesome situation. Of course, I wouldn't seek your assistance without due compensation. Once resolved, I shall share half of the bounty with you. We can discuss the other matters later. Please elaborate on your predicament, and I shall see if I can be of assistance." Xiao Muxing hesitated, fully aware that the success of his recent tasks was attributed to factors he understood all too well. He was not so naive as to believe himself invincible due to a few completed missions. Such hubris could lead to dire consequences the very next day. "After completing my recent task a few days ago, I received another assignment, similar to yours, which also involves locating a person. Based on certain clues and deductions, I am fairly certain that the individual is hidden within a villa. The complication arises from my initial report to the police, which yielded no results. Even the police dogs were unable to find anything. If I were to pursue the investigation further, I risk being sued by the other party, leaving this task in limbo. Despite the absence of clues compelling me to abandon the search, I am convinced the person is indeed within the villa, and this realization frustrates me. Hence, I wish for your assistance to take a look." Xiao Muxing pondered for a moment. "I am currently on the road and need time to think. I will provide you with an answer once I return home." Hearing this, Zhou Haihong did not express anger or disappointment. The details of the bounty remained unspoken. Her primary concern was whether he could assist her in completing the task. If he agreed, it implied a substantial likelihood of success. "I await your good news." After concluding the call, Xiao Muxing restarted the vehicle. Logically, having troubled Zhou Haihong so often, he should have readily acquiesced. Yet, the issue remained that he was currently unaccompanied. Zhou Haihong, having been a bounty hunter for so long, faced challenges that could not necessarily be resolved by his direct intervention. As for the villa, he could not guarantee that it had been entirely refreshed. Although 3 had already been refreshed to date, his understanding of the process was limited. What if it took another 10 days or even half a year for it to reset? Thus, it is prudent to return and confirm matters first, lest one promises something only to find it was in vain, a most embarrassing predicament. Within room 404, a specter clad in a black suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, materializes silently. The apparition opens its eyes, surveying its surroundings, and reaches out to stroke its chin. Has the underworld adopted such modernity? However, given the frequent offerings made above, such modernization becomes comprehensible. Yet, where is the king of hell? Ox-headed and horse-faced. A few casual shouts yield no response. Attempting to touch the table, The hand passes through effortlessly. So this is what it means to be deceased. Glancing at the television, the specter extends its hand into the screen, discovering it can manipulate the device. This place does not seem like the afterlife. As the man muses, he examines the layout of the room, traversing the wall into the bedroom. There, he encounters a college diploma, a banner of commendation, and a mental health diagnosis. The diagnosis reveals the name of the room's occupant. Peering out the window, he attempts to exit but finds the wall impassable. It appears he must await the return of the homeowner, though he wonders if the occupant can perceive his presence. He burrows into a cabinet, glancing once more at the diagnosis, pondering if the homeowner might indeed see him, hoping it does not exacerbate his condition. Subsequently, he wanders into the living room, the memory of his death flickering in his mind as he recalls the murmurs of onlookers. How could one so well-dressed resort to suicide? Such a pity. Perhaps the burdens of work were too heavy? Those words echo vividly. Suicide? A form of retribution, indeed. For his past misdeeds, a fitting end. Though he contemplates thus, a sense of discontent lingers. Those individuals ought to share his fate in hell. He recalls the banner in the room, indicating that the homeowner is not easily intimidated. Yet, those others are not so easily dealt with. Over the following days, the man paces, flies, manipulates appliances, ultimately breaking a lamp. At last, one afternoon, sounds from outside the door stir him. He rises, adjusting his attire, and as he prepares to introduce himself, the door swings open to reveal a stack of boxes. The other person strides through him, placing the items upon a coffee table. The young man turns to face him. I am Xiao Musheng. I presume you know your name? He Zheng Yu. Xiao Musheng reclines on the sofa, opening a box to retrieve an Orange King, proclaiming that fruit must be fresh, for it loses its appeal over time. How did you die? I was set up and fell from above. What was your former occupation? Pyramid scheme fraud. Upon hearing this, Xiao Musheng pauses his chewing, refraining from jumping to conclusions. Instead, he approaches the window, drawing back the curtains to let the light pour in. I am aware that I deserve my fate, and I am indeed worthy of my demise. When I resolved to undertake some actions to repay my debts, fate seemed reluctant to grant me that chance. He Zheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone tinged with both remorse and a hint of defiance. After Xiao Musheng drew back the curtains, he resumed his seat. How would I ever find myself in this line of work? A friend recommended it, mentioning a future construction project, and so I went, initially among those who were deceived, struggling at the bottom. However, as I excelled, I was elevated to higher ranks, while simultaneously gaining a stark clarity about the reality of it all. Since then, I have scurried about like a mouse, living in constant fear, for unlike the ignorant souls at the bottom, who perhaps merely faced the issue of debt, I am both a victim and a perpetrator of deceit, with no turning back. What prompted this sudden disinterest? In public, I am impeccably dressed, yet in private, I lie like a dog in its den, observing those whose eyes gleam with madness and a desire for wealth as they cling to the beliefs I once espoused. Uttering the very words I once spoke, I watch them tread deeper into darkness. I can no longer endure this. I yearn for a cataclysm, a desperate bid for freedom, even if it costs me my life. Yet, alas, while the fish perishes, the net remains unbroken. He Zheng recounted a segment of his past and the thoughts he once harbored. It is not that he perceives all of this as bygone. Rather, it is indelibly etched in his heart, a vivid memory that will linger until his final breath. Xiao Musheng tilted his head back and consumed the last orange. Tomorrow, accompany me for a trip. I have matters to attend to. Chapter 50. There's nothing new under the sun. He Zheng contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Just as Xiao Musheng rose to place some items into the refrigerator, He Zheng reminded him again. The light in your living room is broken and needs repair. Xiao Musheng lifted his head and approached the switch, pressing it to find that the light indeed did not illuminate. What a dreadful lamp. I bought this house, and it's already causing problems. He Zheng, seemingly unfazed, drifted into another bedroom. Before nightfall, Xiao Musheng managed to fix the light. The following day, after a full day's journey, they finally arrived in the city where Zhou Haihong resided, just before complete darkness enveloped the surroundings. At the foot of a hotel, Xiao Musheng spotted Zhou Haihong, clad in a long black coat. He found a spot to park the car, and together, they strolled down a largely deserted street. "Now, tell me the specific details," he urged. "The owner of the villa is surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Feng. He is in the real estate business, and you are well aware of the state of that industry in recent years. So, who exactly are you looking for?" "It is his son, or rather his adopted son." "Kidnapping one's own son? What a farce." Xiao Mushing found this rather peculiar. Is kidnapping truly necessary? Zhang Feng had no biological children, only this adopted son. However, a year ago, the biological parents of the adopted son had appeared, and they were affluent, possessing assets amounting to over 100 million. "A young master is indeed a young master, no matter where he goes," Xiao Mushing remarked with a chuckle. In response, He Zheng could not help but interject, "Goodness, has he abandoned his adoptive father simply because he found his biological parents? That kid is utterly heartless." "Not quite. The situation is more intricate than that. From the clues I currently possess, it is possible that this adopted son is actually Zhang Feng's biological child." At that moment, both the man and the spirit experienced a sudden mental image of a fur ball being unraveled by a cat, scattering into disarray. I have a feeling the ensuing narrative will be somewhat melodramatic. You are correct. The biological mother of this adopted son once had a relationship with Zhang Feng. Such aristocratic grievances could easily fill an 80-episode drama. "Do not interrupt." Xiao Mushing gestured in a zipping motion across his lips. "Based on my investigation, this adopted son did not fortuitously end up with Zhang Feng. It was a premeditated act. He took the newborn adopted son into his custody. Why would he do that? Perhaps to exact revenge on the mother of his son. That possibility cannot be dismissed. My word." The man and the spirit shook their heads in unison, uttering those 4 words. "Given this, let us investigate the vicinity of the villa. We ought to uncover something. I have already searched the area, but found nothing." "That was you. I am different." He Zheng, having overheard this exchange, recognized that it was his moment to take action. The 2 individuals drove to the vicinity of the villa area, but did not enter directly. Zhou Haihong pointed to one of the villas and said, "That is Zhang Feng's villa." Xiao Musheng exchanged another glance with He Zheng, prompting him to fly swiftly toward that particular villa. Upon arriving, He Zheng was immediately taken aback by the opulence inside the villa, although he had often depicted the lives of the wealthy in his mind. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The villa boasted nearly 10 bedrooms, each equipped with en-suite bathrooms, an underground garage, a garden, a living room, a tea room, a study, a game room, and a cinema. With each discovery, He Zheng could only shake his head in disbelief. The lives of the affluent were indeed unparalleled. They then proceeded to the kitchen, where they passed through a wall and descended into an underground space. After a brief descent, they encountered a vast, open area. Contrary to his expectations of a dark, damp chamber with a bound young man, it resembled a lavish bedroom, albeit larger than most. It contained a bed, a sofa, a desk with books, and fitness equipment. A young man lay languidly on a recliner, snacking and sipping a beverage, seemingly devoid of any electronic devices. He Zheng scrutinized the young man's demeanor and condition. It did not resemble a kidnapping, but rather a vacation. Having gathered this information, he returned swiftly to relay everything to Xiao Musheng. Once He Zheng finished recounting his observations, Xiao Musheng turned to Zhou Haihong and inquired about the situation with the so-called biological parents of the adopted son. The sudden question caught her off guard, prompting her to reflect on other clues she had gathered. "Who is the employer of your task?" Zhou Haihong asked, and with that, she suddenly connected several pieces of information. Her employer was currently lying in a hospital bed, seeking the biological father of the adopted son. If Zhang Feng wished to contest or retaliate, he could pursue custody rights, thereby exerting pressure on the opposing party and inflicting emotional distress. Furthermore, after all these years, how had the adopted son's mother located him? What confirmation did they have that he was indeed their child? Was the paternity test conducted with the father or the mother? Had her employer ever undergone a paternity test with this child? It was worth noting that Zhou Haihong had previously mentioned the possibility of this child being Zhang Feng's biological offspring, implying uncertainty. If her employer harbored similar suspicions, it suggested that the current objective in locating the child was to ascertain his biological connection. However, A perplexing issue arose. As long as there were traces of life, items for DNA extraction could be procured, unless someone had meticulously eliminated such evidence. In Zhang Feng's residence, he could potentially erase these traces, but in another household, it seemed only one person could accomplish this: the employer's wife, who was once Zhang Feng's lover. The motive became clear: inheritance. Xiao Mushing observed that she had been deep in thought for some time. So, have you come to a conclusion? How did you come to that realization? Zhou Haihong was perplexed. Some information she had yet to disclose, yet the other party seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. It was utterly absurd. Xiao Mushing silently picked up a lollipop and placed it in his mouth. He then extended 2 fingers to retrieve the stick. Such occurrences had transpired in our village before. Whenever the festive seasons rolled around, the local matrons would recount the incident, leaving an indelible impression. He Zheng pondered a saying: "There is nothing new under the sun." Thus, you should comprehend how to proceed with this matter, correct? She certainly understood, for the subsequent developments were no longer suitable for her involvement. It sufficed to inform the employer of the exact location where the other party was concealed within the villa. She hastily withdrew. It was prudent to minimize engagement in the intricacies of aristocratic rivalries. So, where precisely is that location? Have you discerned it? Beneath the kitchen lies a hidden chamber. Yet I cannot decipher the mechanism. Chapter 51. How to Deceive a Mentally Ill Person. Zhou Haihong found herself in a quandary upon hearing those words. If it was indeed confirmed to be beneath the other party's kitchen, the challenge lay in extracting the individual from there. Yet, the location of the mechanism remained a mystery. Surely, one could not expect the employer to dismantle someone else's kitchen, could they? Was there a method to coax the employer into revealing the person? It was important to note that Zhang Feng was also quite affluent. Perhaps setting a fire would serve as a solution. Without a moment's reflection, Xiao Mushing blurted out an idea. While it might succeed in drawing the person out, it would also necessitate our entry. Zhou Haihong rolled her eyes at such a preposterous suggestion. Where did we come from? The fire set by the employer has no bearing on me. Xiao Mushing shrugged. Zhou Haihong then remarked, "This mission offers a bounty of 2 million. Allow us to present a meticulous and detailed plan." Instantly, Xiao Mushing wiped the smile off his face, adopting a serious demeanor. "What plan?" he inquired. "Keep watching. I refuse to believe no one has gained entry. But what use is it if someone enters the villa? We need to ascertain how they managed to do. So, you Haven T hacked into their surveillance cameras, have you?" Zhou Haihong whispered suddenly. Xiao Mushing simply smiled in silence. "That is illegal, my friend," she exclaimed. "Close enough, yet not illegal, or rather, they would be unable to find evidence." Zhou Haihong's expression turned skeptical upon hearing this. "You truly are just an ordinary university graduate, aren't you? You weren't involved in the Middle East, were you? Retired and returned home, assuming a false identity." This doubt had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Many skills had been acquired gradually, whereas Xiao Mushing had seemingly leaped to the endpoint of nearly a decade of her bounty hunter experience. Given the current war environment, where could one find a soldier of fortune? Snipers faced saturation bombardment, and individual combatants contended with swarms of drones. Do not speak of soldiers of fortune. Even if you flew a sword, you would be shot down. Zhou Haihong mused thoughtfully. Xiao Mushing replied. His explanation aimed to convey that her assumptions about soldiers of fortune were misguided. Modern combat in the Middle East now relied heavily on technology, thus negating the conditions necessary for the emergence of such warriors. I feel we ought to relocate. If we linger on this tree, the security personnel might suspect we intend to kidnap the young master of the villa. Zhou Haihong suggested. That seems improbable, at worst. They might suspect us of rummaging through the trash. After all these years as a bounty hunter, do you not know? In a villa district, trash bins can, in certain respects, resemble treasure chests, yielding unexpected surprises. Thousands of garments, watches worth 8 or 9,000, even up to 10,000, but with minor issues. A little repair, and then they can be resold, in voil, living expenses for several months secured. How do you know all this so well? Zhou Haihong queried, her mouth agape. In the past, I once undertook a temporary job on a weekend, and it was solely due to my classmate's invitation. We were tasked with collecting refuse in a residential area, as a colleague of his uncle's was unexpectedly unavailable, which allowed him to extend this opportunity to me. After graduation, I aspired to find a similar position, only to discover that such jobs in affluent neighborhoods often require connections. The average person scarcely has the opportunity to engage in this work. The unpredictability of life has led me to this profession, which, despite occasional perilous encounters, can be quite lucrative. In truth, bounty hunters do not necessarily face life-threatening situations. It primarily depends on the tasks one chooses to accept. I refrain from commenting on your choices. Yet many bounty hunters seldom encounter deadly assignments, while the missions you undertake frequently involve no fewer than 5 fatalities. In the eyes of Zhou Haihong, Xiao Muxing's predicament was entirely self-inflicted. Other bounty hunters encountering similar tasks would either take a few days off or opt for less demanding assignments to recuperate. However, he took on several challenging missions, all of a similar nature. Fortunately, his target was remarkably resilient, surviving without any grievous injuries. Subsequently, the two shifted their location, as Xiao Muxing possessed alternative methods to monitor the interior of the villa, rendering the need to conceal themselves in trees unnecessary. They convened at a nearby CAF, where Xiao Muxing, with an air of mystery, inquired, "May I ask if you have ever handled bounty tasks related to pyramid schemes?" Upon perceiving the eager glint in his companion's eyes, Zhou Haihong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Do you know he began that 5 years ago? The Bounty Hunter Forum issued a cautionary announcement directed at all bounty hunters. Do you know its content? What was it? Beware of pyramid scheme fraud. Particularly while executing bounty tasks, do not waver." The reason for this announcement stemmed from an incident involving a level 5 bounty hunter, who, at the time, was on the verge of completing one final level 5 task to accrue enough points for promotion to gold status. This last assignment involved a pyramid scheme. Unfortunately, he fell victim to it, losing everything and inadvertently endangering several other bounty hunters of varying ranks. Xiao Muxing expressed his astonishment. "I have encountered several bounty hunters, and they are not lacking in intelligence, especially those at level 5. You must understand," Zhou Haihong replied, "that no one is immune to deception. It merely depends on whether one encounters a scheme suited to them. In a pyramid organization, once you are drawn in, all are ensnared in a web of deceit, to the extent that they themselves become convinced of the falsehoods. In such an environment, it is inevitable that one's resolve may waver. Once a crack appears, it can unleash a deluge. These individuals thrive on such dynamics, the art of persuasion, the manipulation of human nature, and the insatiable greed inherent in mankind. They possess a profound understanding of these elements and wield them with remarkable skill. Thus, when faced with such tasks, it is customary to locate their gathering points and report them. Of course, this approach has its drawbacks, often resulting in insufficient evidence. Nevertheless, it is considerably safer than attempting to infiltrate their ranks. In other words, to accomplish this task effectively, the optimal approach would be to infiltrate in order to gather sufficient evidence. Zhou Haihong closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat. "You ought to take your medication," she remarked. After such lengthy discourse, selective filtering ensued. "I genuinely believe you need not worry excessively. After all, one must consider how they would deceive a person with mental illness using the reasoning and logic of a normal individual." Zhou Haihong's previously hopeless expression froze on her face, and after a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Indeed, how would a mentally ill person be conned? Moreover, a high-functioning individual with a significant intellectual capacity and formidable strength. From a certain perspective, if the adversary were to infiltrate and execute such a mission, the likelihood of safety could potentially increase." Chapter 52. Successful interview. Do as you wish. "But please do not call me later asking for an investment," Zhou Haihong remarked with a touch of resignation, resting his chin on one hand. After all, previous speculations were merely possibilities, and there was a chance of being deceived even more severely. Xiao Muxing felt that the likelihood of being duped was minimal. He had previously engaged in the business of tricking people into buying liquor. Although it required a certain degree of compromise, he was somewhat knowledgeable about the intricacies involved. Moreover, a spirit was present nearby to offer reminders. As if summoned, He Xingyu soared in from outside. Upon arrival, he noted the mechanism. It was located 5 floors straight from the main entrance, and upon turning right, another 4 floors led to a specific floorboard that served as the trigger, requiring a weight of over 150 kilograms to activate. Astonishingly, there was nearly 150 kilograms of weights concealed at home, though the design was not particularly clever. Such a weight could easily raise suspicions. However, their housekeeper weighed 160 kilograms. Apologies, I should not question the intelligence of others. From Zhou Haihong's perspective, Xiao Mushing seemed to be having another episode. He turned to face Zhou Haihong. The mechanism has been identified. It's a floorboard, but it needs a weight of 150 kilograms to trigger it. Are you certain? He asked, glancing at He Zhengyu. He Zhengyu nodded emphatically. Xiao Mushing reciprocated with a firm nod, expressing his utmost certainty. Zhou Haihong picked up his phone and made a call. We have located the individual. They're in a secret room beneath the kitchen. Xiao Mushing quickly added, from the kitchen entrance, go straight 5 floors, then turn right for another 4 floors. Once there, applying a weight of over 150 kilograms on that floorboard will open the secret room. Zhou Haihong relayed this information. An aged, hoarse voice responded from the other end of the line. Are you certain of this location? Absolutely. However, I have previously sent people to search the villa, and this second attempt may not be as straightforward, he replied. As long as the precise location is confirmed, once the individual is found, the money will be transferred to your account. The call then ended. Xiao Mushing, seated across, listened intently. The payment would be directly transferred from the Bounty Hunter Forum, eliminating the need for the employer to process it. Did you not receive this task from the Bounty Hunter Forum? Did I not mention before? Bounty hunters can undertake various tasks, not exclusively those from the forum. This particular task was recommended by an employer I previously knew. When executing tasks, you should also cultivate such connections. Tasks recommended by affluent employers usually offer substantial rewards. Xiao Mushing nodded, acknowledging the wisdom. However, I must credit you. In less than a night, the task was completed. I have been stalled here for several days without progress. Once the payment arrives, I will transfer 1 million to you. Let us forego the verbal thanks. Rather, express your gratitude to our unseen friend. Are you still considering introducing your hacker friend to me? Zhou Haihong was intrigued. She had a strong desire to meet individuals with unique abilities. However, it was noted that he was not a hacker. Xiao Mushing chuckled and remarked that if she was unwilling, it was of no consequence. Zhou Haihong did not insist, recognizing that the hacker profession indeed warranted discretion. A few days later, before the entrance of an office, a queue of about 10 individuals awaited their interviews. Xiao Mushing had donned a pair of black-framed glasses, slung a backpack over his shoulder, wore his suit, and held a resume in hand. As the office called his name, he feigned caution while entering the room. He placed his resume on the desk. Good day, interviewer. The individual seated opposite Xiao Mushing picked up the resume. Though he was perusing the document, his peripheral vision scrutinized Xiao Mushing from head to toe. A freshly graduated university student, he appeared rather naive in his glasses, both clear and somewhat foolish. His gaze then shifted back to the resume, but details such as gender, date of birth, family circumstances, and personal interests failed to pique his curiosity. Instead, it was the section detailing personal achievements that captured his attention. Assisted the police in solving a series of murders from over a decade ago in Jinyang City. This stirred something within him. Hello, my surname is Chun. You may call me Manager Chun. I have briefly reviewed your resume and noted your achievement in aiding the police with a long-standing murder case. You must have received a substantial reward. Yet what brings you to interview with us? Indeed, I received a reward of 1 million. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen's eyes gleamed. However, he considered the current cost of living. Purchasing a home far from the city center would consume that sum swiftly. Moreover, with a life ahead of him, he needed to find a partner, acquire a vehicle, and perhaps eventually marry and start a family. A stable job was essential. Manager Chen nodded in response. Perceiving him as a simpleton, well-versed in solving cases yet utterly ignorant of the nuances of social interactions. Could one truly mention having 1 million at their disposal during an interview? If he grew discontent, he could leave at any moment. What company would welcome such uncertainty? Nevertheless, he was drawn to the prospect of that 1 million in achievements. It certainly eclipsed the previous candidates he had interviewed. The information you provided indeed aligns well with our company's needs. However, I remain uncertain about your commitment. As you mentioned, you possess a significant sum already. Should you decide one day to walk away, our progress could become quite complicated. Rest assured, I am an orphan who has endured considerable hardship from a young age. I will not abandon my responsibilities due to minor setbacks. The corners of manager Chun's mouth curled upward. Youth often faltered under pressure. Very well. We shall evaluate you for a period to ascertain your suitability for our company as we engage in substantial projects supported by national initiatives. What is needed are diligent and industrious talents. As long as you can successfully complete your probationary period, the 1 million you possess might very well double in just a year or two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is that truly the case? Of course. You must understand that our company is involved in pension construction and the efficient development of renewable energy. These are all lucrative ventures for the future. In contrast to other companies that adhere rigidly to outdated practices and are destined to be swept away by the tides of change. Our company aspires to become the next industry leader, ensuring that our employees are well compensated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxing stood up and grasped Manager Chen's hand across the table. Thank you, Manager, for this opportunity. No need for thanks. Had it not been for our company's current projects requiring professionals like you in this field, I would have hesitated to hire you. Please bring your identification, bank card, and other essentials tomorrow morning. A bus will come to take you to our company. Isn't this our company? This is merely a recruitment site for our subsidiary. Our company has a wide distribution network, and the talents we recruit are assigned to various locations based on the needs of each division. Xiao Muxing nodded repeatedly. All right, I will definitely be here tomorrow morning. With a sense of anticipation, Xiao Muxing exited with a spring in his step. Watching him leave, Manager Chen wore a satisfied smile. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true source of Xiao Muxing's exhilaration. Chapter 53. The Dramatic Sequel. Are you greeting me? Beneath a flower bed, Xiao Muxing removed his glasses. He recognized Manager Chen from earlier. He noticed He Zhang's unusual expression upon seeing Manager Chen again, a blend of surprise, regret, sighs, frustration, and an indescribable sense of relief. When I intended to gather evidence of the organization's misdeeds to report them, I found myself cornered on the rooftop. I had always wondered why. Despite my actions not being flawless, I was discovered so early, especially when the organization was so meticulously cautious. They even orchestrated my demise. In that moment of recognition, I understood. He was a close brother to you? Xiao Muxing popped a lollipop into his mouth. Not a brother, but I'd urged him to leave before I became involved in these activities. He was deceived to a tragic extent. His family sold their house, and his parents exhausted their meager retirement savings. Had he left then, he would not have sunk deeper into this quagmire. The victim transformed into the perpetrator. Xiao Muxing shifted the candy from one side of his mouth to the other. This is how the organization flourishes, by deceiving a multitude, elevating a select few with potential, and then expanding to continue the deceit. What about the others? They are encouraged to keep calling, to fool relatives, friends, and classmates. Once they have exhausted these avenues, they are urged to seek new acquaintances. Until they can wring out no more profit, they will be discarded. After all, these individuals are oblivious to deeper truths. Initially, some will seek us out until they lose their sanity. Of course, some will come to terms with reality and choose to end their lives. Others, who remain lucid, may continue to exist, but they are unlikely to return home, becoming rootless drifters, swaying with the winds. You truly are something else. After listening, Xiao Muxing offered this candid assessment. I am aware that I am not a virtuous individual. Whatever suffering I endure, should I descend to the underworld, a tour of the 18 layers of hell would be my due. Yet, it should not be a journey I alone undertake. They are utterly inhumane. They should not be allowed to revel in the world above. He Zhang spoke these words with a newfound ruthlessness in his gaze. Merely defrauding others does not easily warrant a death sentence, and in your case, it is equally hard to pass judgment. A group of beasts congregated together. Do you believe they limit themselves to mere fraud? The depths of this matter are far greater than you can imagine. You should be able to deduce how I met my end. Once you uncover their crimes, they shall reap the consequences. Upon hearing Xiao Muxing's utterance of He Zhang inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. He sensed that should the other penetrate the organization's S inner workings, monumental events might unfold. Suddenly, a notification pinged on Xiao Muxing's phone. He picked it up to find yet another cold, unembellished series of numbers. Gazing at the digits, he pondered whether it was time to indulge himself after all this time. Such a sum of money cannot simply be left untouched. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Zhou Haihong calling. Once the connection was established, she said, "I have transferred the money to you. What is the latest update?" He Zheng, piqued by curiosity, edged closer. Upon hearing Xiao Muxing's inquiry, Zhou Haihong responded with a hint of excitement in her voice. "You have no idea. The situation has escalated dramatically. I learned from previous employers that the child does not belong to either of the two wealthy men. That woman deceived both of them. The child is actually the offspring of Zhang Feng's deceased father. Zhang Feng and the child are brothers." When the two wealthy men discovered this, they were nearly driven to the brink of despair. Zhang Feng was even more infuriated because he had spent over a decade planning his brothers' and others' inheritances. Ha ha! Zhou Haihong could not help but burst into laughter. As a bounty hunter, I usually refrain from laughter, but this matter, huh? Xiao Muxing could almost visualize her laughing uncontrollably. By the way, in a few days, I might bombard you with nuisance calls. The laughter gradually subsided. So you really took on a task related to pyramid scheme fraud? Isn't that how bounty hunters make a living? Zhou Haihong retorted, somewhat exasperated. I've never seen a bounty hunter who makes things so difficult for themselves to earn a living. Is it possible that the tasks I take on are, in fact, relatively easy for me, yet yield substantial economic benefits? After a long silence, Zhou Haihong finally uttered, "Well, if you genuinely find yourself in need of money, let's meet offline." She calculated in her mind. If this kid had indeed been brainwashed, she would bring someone to give him a wake-up call, providing him with an escape route before he got in too deep. Got it. Once the call ended, Xiao Muxing sometimes felt that conversing with Zhou Haihong was akin to chatting with an elder sister. The next morning, Xiao Muxing, with a backpack and a suitcase in tow, arrived at the building where he had interviewed previously. Arriving even earlier was a large bus, which had been there since 6 o'clock a.m. To facilitate his observations, he had found a nearby place to stay. The reason for his early rise was unavoidable. His noisy neighbors had kept him awake. The commotion had persisted since the early hours, preventing him from sleeping. Moreover, through the wall, he could hear their conversations, which were quite extravagant. Some unfamiliar terms emerged, indicating that, as time progresses, so too do the trends. In comparison to his eavesdropping, He Zheng was even more shameless, boldly crossing over to the other side to watch the live show. Is this something a decent person would do? It showed a complete disregard for the privacy of others. At this moment, Manager Chun stood before the bus door, spotting Xiao Muxing approaching. He greeted him warmly with a wave. Xiao Muxing walked over, and Manager Chun patted him on the shoulder. The young man is quite punctual. Splendid. Our company appreciates individuals like you who value time. Please step aboard. Xiao Muxing entered the bus, casually selecting a seat. Shortly thereafter, another individual boarded. Despite the abundance of available seats, this person chose to sit beside him. After placing their belongings in the overhead compartment, they leaned in enthusiastically. Hello, I am Yiming Qiu. You can call me Qiu. We will be colleagues from now on. What is your name? Is everyone in today's society so overly familiar? You just greeted me. How should I respond, brother? Yiming Qiu noticed that the other person remained silent, instead appearing anxious as he spoke into the air before him. Respond casually? How does one do that? Surely, there should be an opening line, or at least a formula. Xiao Muxing exhibited signs of frustration, running his hands through his hair as if on the verge of a breakdown, ready to throw something in exasperation. Yimingyu, who had initially leaned in, instinctively pulled back. This person seemed somewhat different from what had been previously described. Perhaps if I were to remove his trousers, bind his limbs, and then insert his belt from behind, it would indeed leave a lasting impression on him, one he would never forget. Alas, what a clever idea. Upon turning back, Xiao Muxing noticed that at some point the other individual had shifted to a seat in another row. He approached and stared at the person's belt, inquiring, "Did you just greet me?" Yiming Qiu, with wide eyes, rigidly shook his head. "Not all. I've been sitting here the whole time. When did I greet you? Then what is your name?" Xiao Muxing pressed. "I am Wang Fuge, Oh, perhaps I misheard. My apologies. Xiao Mushing replied before returning to his seat. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Mingqiu's forehead as he internally lamented. This is no naive university student. Is this not a lunatic? I should never have trusted that Chen fellow's words about making achievements. He must be trying to set me up for failure. Chapter 54. The beginning of the deception. As the bus was about to depart, Manager Chen boarded and scanned the interior. Soon noticing that Yi Mingqiu and Xiao Mushing were seated at a considerable distance from one another. The journey may be somewhat lengthy, he remarked, making his way deeper into the bus while discreetly signaling Yi Mingqiu. However, Yi Mingqiu shook his head in refusal. It was customary for each newcomer to be accompanied by an elder who would instill certain ideologies in them to prepare for their arrival. Manager Chen regarded Yi Mingqiu as a talented prospect and aimed to nurture him for a managerial role. How could he possibly fail to grasp such a simple task? Disinterested in further deliberation, Manager Chen decided to take matters into his own hands. He approached Xiao Mushing just as he was about to take a seat. What are you doing? The sudden outburst startled him, drawing the attention of others. With a smile, Manager Chen addressed the onlookers. This new colleague might be a bit anxious. There's no need to pay him too much mind. Upon hearing this, the others returned their gaze to their own affairs. Lowering his voice and leaning against the armrest, Manager Chen inquired gently, "Is something the matter? Have I inadvertently offended you in some way?" "My friend is sitting here," Xiao Mushing replied. "If you sit down, you'll be sitting right on him." Manager Chen glanced at the empty seat beside Xiao Mushing. "Are you saying there's a friend of yours here?" Xiao Mushing nodded. "Indeed, he is a newly acquainted friend, dressed in a black suit with slicked back hair. However, he seems reluctant to converse with me. He appears far more interested in you. He is currently staring directly into your eyes." Xiao Mushing's description stirred some unsettling memories within Manager Chen. The descending dark figure, the contorted form, and the blood splattered across his face, still warm to the touch. As he regarded Xiao Mushing's eyes, he perceived a peculiar fixation, as if his gaze truly followed someone else rather than resting on him. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, Manager Chen could discern no one else present. Simultaneously, he recalled fragments of information he had uncovered the previous night. The livestream clips related to the case in Jinyang City indeed exhibited some irregularities. Speculations in the comment section suggested that Xiao Mushing might be suffering from severe mental illness. Manager Chen furrowed his brow. It was possible that a fit had overtaken him. Alternatively, he could have arrived with ulterior motives. The very nature of his gaze seemed to affirm this notion. Words can be fabricated, yet one's eyes convey a wealth of information. At that moment, Manager Chen could not detect any indication of a second possibility reflected in Xiao Mushing's eyes. However, if he were indeed mentally ill, conventional reasoning would not suffice. He needed to navigate the conversation in accordance with Xiao Mushing's condition, but he decided to probe further. "Have you encountered any unusual doctors, particularly those who speak in strange, nonsensical ways?" "You mean psychiatrists?" "First and foremost, I must clarify, I am not mentally ill." Manager Chen concluded that this individual was indeed suffering from a mental disorder. "There are those physicians who lack professionalism, merely seeking to deceive me into purchasing medication. I'm not afflicted by illness. Rather, I possess a unique ability to perceive that which eludes others." Manager Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "With such extraordinary capabilities, it would be even better. Our psychiatric hospital, no, our company, requires individuals of your caliber. Those like you possess an expansive mindset, unconfined by conventional boundaries, brimming with infinite potential and extraordinary insights. Others may deem you mentally unstable, but that stems from their inability to comprehend the extraordinary wisdom and cognitive patterns that you embody. Consequently, they remain stagnant, unable to experience the broader, more vibrant world. Yet you are different. Within you lies boundless possibility that may usher in a transformative change for our company. In turn, we shall reveal to you what it means to experience the extraordinary, to understand that gold can merely be misplaced." Thus, Manager Chen embarked on an eloquent discourse, filled with praise and admiration, elevating Xiaosheng to a pedestal that did not rightfully belong to him. This was a common tactic employed by them, skillfully embedding certain information within complements, leading the other party to believe they were making an independent decision, solidifying their resolve. Such self-declared decisions become seemingly unassailable, impervious to external critique, for they are intricately tied to one's intellect, dignity, and the perceived stature they currently occupy. To have that status challenged would equate to a repudiation of their entire existence. They would no longer be seen as talented or as the heroic figure they envision, but rather as an ordinary individual, indistinguishable amidst the crowd. No one cherishes such a sensation. Everyone yearns to be the protagonist. The moment they become enmeshed in this feeling is the inception of their disorientation. Even upon realizing they have been deceived, they would never admit it. For this is a frailty of human nature. Unbeknownst to Manager Chun, as he propagated these notions, another stood nearby, subtly undermining his efforts. At this juncture, Heejun elucidated. He extols your cognitive framework because you are aware of your mental health condition, yet in everyday life, no one truly comprehends you. Thus, he capitalizes on this aspect to flatter you, primarily because you harbor a faint notion of self-doubt, which he seeks to elicit and magnify. Consider a person gazing into a mirror, sometimes perceiving themselves as somewhat unattractive, at other times finding themselves appealing. At such moments, if someone were to emerge and extol the features they deem handsome, the individual would likely accept this praise as truth, gradually reinforcing and amplifying their self-perception until they come to believe themselves exceptionally attractive. Even if onlookers express dissent, it would simply reflect their lack of aesthetic understanding. Xiaoxing nodded in response to this explanation. Observing the unconscious affirmation from his interlocutor, Manager Chun could not suppress his delight. The bait had been taken. You see, following such commendation, the next discussion will undoubtedly revolve around your courage and vision. Upon arriving at the company, one will likely be presented with enticing promotional pitches regarding the organization's projects and their promising potential. The allure of becoming a shareholder after making an investment is captivating, especially when the prospect of reaping substantial profits from original shares once the project fully matures is laid out. They will provide seemingly reasonable explanations, such as the notion that the project originally had investors, but due to unforeseen complications on their end, funding was abruptly cut off. Meanwhile, the company finds itself in urgent need of capital but is unable to secure it in time, thus seeking to involve employees as shareholders. The implication is that missing this opportunity could result in losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Coupled with prior commendations of one's courage and vision, the pressure to invest can become overwhelming, leading many to act impulsively. As Manager Chun extols the speaker's unique insight and bravery, Xiao Mushing silently reflects on the depth of this ruse. The crux of this deception lies in the victim's current identity as a member of the company, evoking a sense of belonging. When such an opportunity is presented, it is perceived as an internal benefit, making it all the more enticing and easier for individuals to fall victim to the scheme. Chapter 55. Sports and Business. The vehicle rolled to a stop beside a modest 5-story building on the outskirts. A dozen individuals disembarked, and based on Xiao Mushing's estimation, only 7 of them were genuine newcomers. The rest were mere stooges. The presence of these intermediaries had somewhat prepared the newcomers for the slightly daunting sight of the dilapidated structure, though they could not shake off their reservations. After all, it diverged significantly from their preconceived notions of an office edifice. Xiao Mushing surveyed the shabby building and glanced at his fellow newcomers, all of whom were recent graduates, still naïve about the realities of the world. Despite their cautiousness, it was evidently insufficient. In front of the modest establishment, Manager Chun delivered yet another captivating oration, aimed at preventing anyone from harboring thoughts of fleeing once they entered. Now, let us step inside and familiarize ourselves with our surroundings. This is to welcome you all properly. This afternoon, we will also organize a team-building event to discuss our corporate culture, core philosophies, and future directions. After imparting these words, he ushered everyone inside the building, each accompanied by at least one person. Only Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat solitary, though this solitude did not linger for long. A self-proclaimed veteran approached him. "Hello. You can call me Laoli. I am an employee in the Future Engineering Planning Department. You will be assigned to our team." Could you share some insights about the current work arrangements in our planning department? Xiao Mushing inquired. You're just arriving, weary from your journey. You should rest. Some matters can wait until you've recuperated. Lao Li fibbed, as the only task at hand was to welcome the new recruits. As for the newcomers' responsibilities, they primarily involved investing in projects. Xiao Mushing's once amiable expression shifted to one of gravity. Rest? The living do not have the luxury of sufficient rest. The market's opportunities are finite. If you do not exert yourself, others will. If you lack ambition to prosper, there are many who do. I came here to work, not to languish idly. Rest is a privilege for the deceased. Lao Li, as a member of this company, I do not wish to hear the word rest escape your lips again. What distinguishes you from the lethargic drones in other enterprises? I firmly believe in the bright prospects of this organization, and you should embody that spirit. Lead me to witness your daily tasks, documents, reports, planning sheets, and your CAD drawings. Let me behold your enthusiasm and the future of this company. Xiao Mushing's words soared with fervor, each phrase resonating with an indomitable authority, akin to a divine judge delivering a verdict from the heavens. Lao Li found himself momentarily dazed, perceiving not a newcomer, but rather a superior. Yet, he soon regained his composure, pondering how he had allowed a novice to intimidate him. It was a commendable trait for a young person to possess such vigor. He should strive to maintain it. Initially, Lao Li intended to retort, but after some contemplation, he chose to align with the sentiments expressed by Xiao Mushing. However, certain matters cannot be hastily entrusted to you newcomers, as some content pertains to confidentiality and requires further evaluation of your capabilities. Additionally, you must undergo training before officially assuming responsibility for our projects, which are of significant importance to the company. Xiao Mushing squinted his eyes, trailing behind Old Li while carrying his belongings. His mouth, however, was never at rest, incessantly spouting phrases about striving for dreams and the notion that enduring hardship now would lead to a lifetime of enjoyment. His declarations of working diligently for the company were, in essence, efforts on his own behalf, cascading forth in a relentless stream. It was not until he was escorted to the break room, a dormitory accommodating 8 individuals, that Old Li turned, his previously jovial demeanor fading into something more somber. Such foolish college students, he mused, truly believing that by toiling for the company, they would reap the rewards. Could such good fortune ever fall into their laps? You could work overtime until hospitalization, while the boss indulges in luxury with young models at hotels. Old Li's rebuttals flowed freely, yet as he continued, a sudden silence enveloped him. Indeed, what was the purpose of his relentless efforts? He was not oblivious to the nature of the company. The building in the suburban area was merely rented. The rent was modest, merely around 1,000 yuan per month, especially considering its isolated location devoid of foot traffic. To procure a bottle of water, one would need to trek a kilometer to the nearest village's convenience store. Inside the building, the paint had not been properly applied, leaving only bare cement walls. The windows were obscured with fabric. Over the years, had he not been deceiving himself? Yet, he felt an unwillingness to withdraw now, having invested so much of his savings. If he could just lure more individuals to invest, perhaps the influx of funds would enable the project to commence. Lost in thought, tears of despair involuntarily welled in the corners of Old Li's eyes. Xiao Mushing surveyed the break room, which was scarcely better than a prisoner of war camp. An 8-person room, yet not furnished with bunk beds, but rather a makeshift sleeping area elevated by bricks, reminiscent of a communal sleeping arrangement. A few individuals were crammed into the space. Xiao Mushing pointed at the makeshift bedding, questioning whether this environment truly deterred anyone from fleeing. He locked eyes with Yizheng, who asserted that as long as there was potential for substantial profit, who would be dissuaded by poor conditions? They would even engage in self-deception, convincing themselves that such burdens were a divine assignment, presupposing that one must endure hardship before enjoying comfort, which is a privilege reserved for the deceased. Moreover, he pointed out, among the 7 who came with you, have you seen any of them escape? The doors remained wide open. Those at the bottom, often duped into this situation, would encounter varied responses based on the different factions of the pyramid schemes. Some leaned towards physical pursuits, while others were more business-oriented. The physically inclined would delve into boxing, mixed martial arts, and confrontations with bare hands or sticks. The business-minded, conversely, exploited human psychology and temptation. In essence, they encompassed both approaches, albeit divided into upper and lower tiers, where the upper tier inclined towards physicality and the lower tier gravitated towards commerce. The lower echelons, possessing a certain level of intelligence, are not easily deceived and can inadvertently create complications. Therefore, in the initial stages, they are offered choices, as their understanding remains somewhat limited. Even if they report to the authorities, it often proves ineffective. Furthermore, the domestic environment is ill-suited for widespread adoption of overly athletic methods, which could easily lead to catastrophic failures, as evidenced by numerous previous misadventures. Conversely, those in the upper echelons are more astute. Having all engaged in dubious activities, they possess an abundance of incriminating evidence against one another. Should an unwitting individual experience a sudden moral awakening at such a critical juncture, it could result in a catastrophic unraveling. Thus, their methods of management tend to be more vigorous, resembling activities such as concrete mixing, grinding feed into pulp, or bungee jumping challenges, practices that have become quite routine. The method he previously participated in was indeed a bungee jumping challenge, the kind devoid of safety harnesses, perilous, and with a low probability of survival. Chapter 56. A sense of disconnection before long. The once empty dormitory was filled with 6 individuals. 3 of them bore the marks of exhaustion, their eyes rimmed with crimson, complexions pale, and lips tinged with a bluish hue. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, yet weighed down by a profound sense of heaviness and despair, indicative of a point of no return. Among them was Yi Mingxiu, who had been crammed into his room once more, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. The last individual among them possessed a clear-eyed innocence, still grappling with the current situation, yet brimming with hope for the future. Upon seeing this person, Xiao Mushing caught a glimpse of his own reflection. It was reminiscent of how companies visit schools for recruitment. The first batch often met with derision, only to realize that the subsequent groups were even less appealing. As time passed, individuals began to contemplate stepping into the world beyond academia in search of a satisfactory career, only to find that they had missed the prime window for employment, struggling even to secure a position tightening screws. Many were deceived, or like him, embarked on a path starkly different from their peers. In society, there existed countless young people like him, ambitious and idealistic, yet lacking connections and a supportive background. Meanwhile, his classmates seamlessly transitioned into publicly listed companies upon graduation. Why? Because they had chosen fields of study that guaranteed entry into those professions. Some opportunities in this world can only be inherited through bloodlines. After facing numerous setbacks, when a seemingly smooth path presents itself, few would decline its allure. Even if hesitation lingers, one is compelled to tread upon it. In the past, scams revolved around enticing investments and luring individuals into entrepreneurship. In the present, deception masquerades as employment offers, promising favorable conditions. Times are evolving, society is advancing, and so too are the methods of deceit. Xiao Mushing felt a tinge of melancholy, realizing that in this world, certain things could only be offered through fraudulent means. The 6 individuals gathered around the large communal bed began to introduce themselves, sharing their aspirations and dreams, while some seasoned employees imparted their philosophies. For instance, the clear-eyed university student spoke of his future aspirations. "My name is Yi Xiang, and I aspire to purchase a house in this city. If I have extra funds, I would like to buy a modest car, not overly extravagant, just something to get around. Then I could bring my parents over to live with me. They may not be accustomed to it, but I want them to know that I'm doing well and capable of self-sufficiency. Their years of hard work will not have been in vain. I can establish a home in this bustling metropolis. With diligence, I will save enough to marry my girlfriend. You shouldn't bear the surname Yi. You ought to be called Huan, for your dreams are quite fantastical." Xiao Mushing interjected with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Yi Mingxiu, upon hearing this dampening remark, swallowed his retort. This individual was clearly misguided, and it seemed prudent to refrain from taking such a risk. Consequently, The other three stood in defense. How can you speak like that? He has aspirations, and if he is willing to work hard, he can achieve them. One of the middle-aged men asserted. By the way, have you bought a house, sir? Not for now, but I will definitely have something by tomorrow. Just like elementary school students with their homework, always promising to complete it the next day. Will tomorrow truly come? Tomorrow is when classes resume, my friend. Do you have enough funds to purchase a burial plot? At this moment, another individual stepped forward. Young man, do not be so pessimistic. The present is what we have. The future is uncertain. But what if uncertainty leads to death? Xiao Mushing spread his hands and remarked, in today's societal climate, who dares to guarantee they will grow old? Pressure, sleepless nights, anxiety. Sir, had you not introduced yourself as 40, I would have assumed you were 70. The already tense uncle could no longer bear it. At this juncture, a third gentleman rolled up his sleeves to showcase his muscles. Unlike the previous two, who reasoned, he adhered to the belief that muscle is the ultimate logic. Xiao Mushing leaped from the communal bed and picked up a half-brick. The third gentleman panicked, preparing to shield his head. However, Xiao Mushing placed a brick against the wall and struck it with a punch, cleaving the already halved brick once more. Yi Mingxiu thought to himself, a lunatic coupled with such physical prowess. Climbing up the social ladder is indeed no simple feat. He felt a sudden urge to flee. Meanwhile, the third gentleman quietly lowered his sleeves. It was a bit warm with so many people around. He then settled back down as if nothing had occurred. At this moment, a university student named Yi Xiang observed the scene and pondered. Is this the workplace? Truly ruthless, where not only must one articulate reason, but also possess formidable strength. Xiao Mushing regarded the uncle, who had obediently resumed his seat, and then sat down as well. The atmosphere grew quiet, a stark contrast to the earlier commotion, even bordering on awkwardness. This, too, was one of Xiao Mushing's intentions. People are often susceptible to the influence of the crowd, and in such situations, their intelligence diminishes. A book he previously read mentioned the phenomenon of herd mentality. Often, the decisions made by the majority are driven by blind conformity, especially under conscious group influence. He wondered if Yi Xiang would discern the underlying absurdity of the situation. Xiao Mushing moved closer to Yi Mingxiu. Hello, good to see you again. Yi Mingxiu contemplated. What if the other party pins him down? How could he resist? How could he divert their attention? Engaging in conversation, their thought processes might not align, leading to a potentially perilous predicament. Yet, remaining silent might convey disdain, provoking a harsh response. As he pondered, he placed his hand on his forehead, and then an idea struck him. Apologies, I feel a bit carsick. I need a rest for a moment. However, just as he prepared to recline, another hand rested upon his head. It was not his own. Yi Mingxiu looked up, the shadow of an arm casting across his face, revealing only half of the other person's visage, accompanied by a partial smile. Carsick, you say? I happen to possess a traditional remedy, which I am willing to offer you for free to try. Yi Mingxiu exclaimed in desperation. I believe I could use some fresh air. However, just as he attempted to rise, a powerful hand forcefully pressed him back down. Do not be hasty. First, remove your shoes. No, no. Yi Mingxiu shook his head vigorously, resisting with all his might. Yet his efforts proved futile as his hands were bound by a belt. After a strenuous struggle, he managed to push open the door and escape, only to stumble and be dragged back by a firm grip. Meanwhile, the other individuals in the corridor witnessed this unsettling scene. Yi Mingxiu's face was a portrait of sheer terror, tears streaming down as he frantically called for help from those around him. Help me. I beg you, save me. Outside, no one dared to step forward readily. A wave of apprehension washed over the onlookers, and some newcomers even reconsidered their involvement. The indoctrination and fantasies they previously held were shattered in that moment. The dilapidated office building, coupled with this alarming event, made some realize that this was perhaps not a lucrative place after all. He Zheng hovered in midair, tapping his fingers lightly. The dissonance brought on by the unexpected incident allowed sailors, captivated by the siren's song, to sense a hint of danger. This had been a notion shared by a speaker during their initial training sessions for the management team. Chapter 57. Doing fairly well in the fourth-floor conference room of a 5-story building. which comprises 2 floors of accommodation, 3 floors of office space, and a 5th floor designated for leaders' relaxation and work. There exists a first-floor area for free activities. However, the extent of this freedom remains uncertain to all. Within the conference room, a small platform hosts several tables and chairs where Manager Chun is seated. His gaze sweeps across the crowd, landing on Xiao Musheng and, not far off, Yi Mingxiu, whose disheveled appearance and overall disarray render him akin to a deranged concubine in a cold palace, subjected to inhumane torment. His eyes have surrendered all hope for life, merely yearning for the day when the emperor might issue a decree to grant him a 3-foot-long white silk to end his miserable existence. In a dormitory housing 6 individuals, for supposed allies, yet they have somehow devolved into such a state. Manager Chun shifts his focus, seeking the other 3, and discovers them huddled together in a state of trepidation, confusion, and a lack of vision for the future. They appear alive, yet the notion of death seems equally acceptable. Perplexed, Manager Chun contemplates the situation, certain that it should not be this way. His attention then drifts to another individual, Yi Xiang, who had been brought in by others and is rumored to possess some wealth. Even a deranged Xiao Musheng cannot possibly contend with 4 individuals alone. Something about Yi Xiang seems decidedly amiss. He might even be the instigator of this turmoil. However, there is no urgency for confrontation at present. Ample opportunities will arise to address this individual later. For now, the focus must remain on successfully delivering today as corporate culture presentation, which cannot afford to falter. As the audience gathers, the 5 individuals proceed with self-introductions. Soon, a strikingly attractive woman makes her entrance accompanied by stirring music, her dynamic speech igniting fervent applause and cheers from the audience. Xiao Musheng watches intently, his perspective distinct from that of others. In his view, there are not 5 individuals on stage, but 6. He Zheng stands atop the table, his lower body facing the woman. Xiao Musheng even suspects that, were it not for the posthumous garments that serve as his eternal shroud, He Zheng might have removed his trousers. He Zheng possesses an unsettling ability to treat all equally, particularly in matters of unseen humiliation. A slap from a woman is countered by 2 from a man. Those like Manager Chun, seated comfortably, might even find themselves crouching in mimicry. He vividly demonstrates what it means to defecate on someone else's neck, or rather to defecate upon their head. Thus, in contrast to the agitated crowd below, Xiao Musheng does not exhibit flushed cheeks or a fervent excitement. Instead, he is overcome by a suppressed mirth that is difficult to contain. The resentment harbored by He Zheng runs deeply, yet it poses no real threat to these individuals, resulting only in visible retribution. Hence, when the surrounding crowd erupts into cheers, a wave of uncontrollable laughter emanates from him. As those nearby prepare to join in the chant, they find themselves struck by the absurdity of their actions in light of the laughter. There are moments of awkward silence, and their discomfort can make those around them, who are somewhat agitated, feel a bit embarrassed, caught in the dilemma of whether to shout or remain silent. At this moment, the woman delivering a fervent speech quickly notices the scene below. This is not the first time she has encountered such a situation. In our company, there are no hierarchies, only camaraderie. Now, I invite several of my brothers to the stage to share their thoughts and discuss their future, for this is not merely your future, but the future of the entire company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Musheng turned to his companion Yi Xiang and said, "Do you believe that among those she invites, I will certainly be one?" Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure, displaying a look of disdain, unwilling to associate with him. Xiao Musheng pondered. Has this child misunderstood something? What is that expression? I disdain your connections. Yi Xiang, known for his straightforwardness, would typically seize such an opportunity to network. But he held contempt for Xiao Musheng's approach, choosing instead to rely on his own abilities for success. Are you still not aware of the situation? This environment is quite dreadful, far removed from the city. The conditions here may indeed be harsh, but that is understandable for a startup, Yi Xiang remarked, stroking his chin. He then clenched his fist, rallying his own spirit. Yet precisely because of this, we have the space to thrive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes, sensing something increasingly amiss about him. When he had acted on Yi Mingxiu, this individual had shown no panic nor offered assistance, instead wearing an expression of keen observation. Of course, he had not harmed Yi Mingxiu. He merely removed his socks and clothes to apply pressure on certain acupoints. Generally, those with robust physiques do not feel pain. But those suffering from kidney weakness or gastrointestinal issues might experience significant discomfort. He even attempted to realign the other S bones, though he lacked ample experience in this area, occasionally making mistakes that necessitated correction. These skills were acquired during prior training. He initially worked as a masseur before being recruited as a male model. After only a few days of massage, his employer recognized his talent and transitioned him into modeling, as the cost of continuing his massage work would be detrimental to the business. His massage techniques were not criticized solely due to his appearance. As their conversation progressed, a voice echoed from the loudspeaker. Could these two brothers who were conversing please come up? Yi Xiong was taken aback that he would be invited due to this connection. Xiao Mushing was indifferent, confidently walking up to the stage. Yi Xiong, though somewhat shy, remained confident. Despite the favor of this connection, he intended to demonstrate what true capability entails. Besides the two of them, two others were successively invited up as well. The female speaker, clad in polished shoes, a black skirt, and a white blouse, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a subtle makeup, exuded both vigor and warmth. Indeed, a con artist will never display the words con artist upon their face. Conversely, there exists a warm familiarity. The counterpart, possessing remarkable foresight, did not initially inquire about Xiao Mushing. Instead, she aimed to target Yi, opting for an easier mark to invigorate the atmosphere. Ultimately, even the most obstinate individuals, under the influence of collective ambience, are compelled to acquiesce, lest they find themselves in an awkward predicament. This newly inducted brother, what aspirations do you harbor? To acquire a modest residence, procure a small vehicle, and marry a beautiful wife. What size of residence are you contemplating? The woman gently coaxed, encouraging him to articulate his innermost desires openly and candidly. 1,000 square meters. What kind of car do you wish to buy? A Bentley. At this juncture, the others in attendance were taken aback, their thoughts previously gravitating towards more modest choices like a BMW. The corners of the woman's mouth gradually turned upward. She relished the notion of dreams, fearing only the absence of them, and continued to incite. Why aspire for a Bentley and 1,000 square meter abode? Because I reside in a 2,000 square meter home, and my father drives a Bentley. I wish to demonstrate that even without their advantages, I can thrive. The audience was left in stunned silence. The speaker stood resolute. Chapter 58. The art of observation. The woman responsible for the speech wore a grimace at the corners of her mouth. After laboriously deceiving for so long, her aspirations merely extended to residing in a 200 or 300 square meter abode. As for a Bentley, such luxury was typically employed as a means of boasting and intimidation. The notion of purchasing one herself was utterly inconceivable. Yet now, a glimmer of possibility flickered before her, for the young man before her possessed such opulence. She was not alone in this sentiment, for others behind her shared the same ambition. Meanwhile, the audience, once animated, now felt the weight of despair crash upon them like a cascading waterfall. The chasm between their dreams and reality loomed large, revealing that their aspirations were merely the mundane existence of others, who, far from being satisfied, sought to forge their own paths. At that moment, Xiao Mushing pondered how such a privileged background could produce a child of such innocence. Furthermore, he recognized that while the second-generation wealthy might be foolish, the first-generation wealthy were certainly not, for they would not have amassed such fortune otherwise. Thus, as his gaze swept across the audience, he noticed an elderly man clad in a simple, classical gray robe. A mere glance at the old man revealed a penetrating gaze that met his own, sharp and scrutinizing. Xiao Mushing smirked slightly and nodded, prompting the elder to respond in kind, albeit with a hint of astonishment. The elder mused inwardly, Bossy truly possesses wealth. Even hire bodyguards. This young man seems capable, managing to mingle with the young master. Yet, Why does he possess such an oddly peculiar demeanor? Perhaps I shall have the opportunity to read his fortune. The female speaker, regaining her composure from the initial shock, seized the moment to address the audience below. Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard? Even with such substantial family assets, Brother Yi Xiong is willing to strive for success. For he believes that future endeavors will enable him to achieve accomplishments equal to, if not greater than, his father's. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. His primary purpose for being there was to glean insights, to understand the company structures, project planning, bidding processes, and crucial connections, all in a bid to amass some capital before embarking on his own ventures. He understood that the odds of getting rich through employment paled in comparison to purchasing a lottery ticket for the Dragon Nation's football team winning the World Cup. As the previously subdued crowd absorbed this revelation, a fervent fire ignited in their eyes, erupting into an even more vigorous cheer. The company favored by the second-generation wealthy was sure to thrive. Xiao Mushing surmised that the focus of these individuals would soon shift. Collectively, they likely could not match the financial prowess of this single scion. In that moment, Yi Xiong basked in the adoration of the crowd, while the three other invited guests on stage faded into the backdrop. He Zheng, observing from the sidelines, reflected, these individuals have truly encountered a fortuitous moment. When was I ever presented with such a lucrative opportunity? He contemplated his earlier days, pondering that had he been able to capture such a fat fish, his last vestige of conscience would have been overwhelmed by greed. The fish may be quite plump, but he doubted they could consume it all. Xiao Mushing chuckled and shook his head. At this moment, he found no opportunity to dampen the enthusiasm around him, as the eyes of those present sparkled with the glint of profit. It was unwise to attempt to counsel calmness in such a context. Others might perceive it as an obstruction to their financial pursuits. Such a stance would only alienate him from the group, complicating his own endeavors. Moreover, he was not the only one with intentions to stir the pot in this pyramid scheme. It was prudent to make some inquiries and assess the situation. In a villa located in the suburbs, a middle-aged man donned in a wool sweater and gold-rimmed glasses reclined in a genuine leather armchair, phone in hand. Has he been struck? He inquired. Not yet, but it seems he has caught the attention of the young master. The man replied, very well. As long as his life is safeguarded, do not concern yourself with any further harm. After hanging up, he pondered on the prospect of his son joining a company to expose him to the harsh realities of commercial competition. However, he was taken aback to discover that his son had directly ventured into a pyramid scheme. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. It would provide the boy with invaluable experience and an understanding of the splendid path he had laid out for him. He possessed the confidence and resources to allow his son to make mistakes. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the speech, the attendees began to disperse. An elderly man clad in a gray robe approached Xiao Mushing. Would you care to accompany me to the restroom, young brother? Xiao Mushing placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. Certainly. At that moment, the five individuals sharing the same dormitory with Xiao Mushing watched the pair leave with expressions that were a tapestry of emotions: compassion, admiration for the brave, and a hint of reluctance. Yet, none dared to intervene. After all, Xiao Mushing was merely a delusional individual, and they felt both powerless and hesitant to dissuade him. Upon entering the restroom, before Xiao Mushing could utter a word, the old man spoke first. I am Taoist Xianxing. May I take a look at your hand? Your request sounds quite familiar. Typically, people inquire about one's legs online. Xiao Mushing replied with an enigmatic expression. You misunderstand, my young friend. I noticed something peculiar about your features, prompting me to examine your palmistry. You seem to possess more than just Taoist skills, Xiao Mushing remarked, intrigued. Indeed, you have keen insight. I also work as a bounty hunter, much like yourself, I presume? Quite so. If you're a Taoist and can read palms, what brings you to the life of a bounty hunter? My master has somewhat of a wild disposition, hence I am not formally registered in Taoism. Furthermore, while I can read features, my insights span a lifetime, and I am unable to alter destinies. When individuals seek my counsel, they typically inquire about short-term matters of romance and wealth, which I cannot adequately address. Being a Taoist, as you know, affords one a certain freedom. Yet one cannot venture forth without some means. Thus, I engage in this line of work. It allows me to uphold justice, express my thoughts freely, and earn some coin in the process. In that case, might you assess my fortune? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing ceased to press the matter further. After all, if the wealthy individual could engage this Taoist Xiansheng as a bodyguard for his son, he must possess some remarkable abilities. Observing him would not be a waste. Upon hearing Zhao's words, Taoist Xiansheng washed his hands by the sink, then took hold of Xiao Mushing's hand to scrutinize it closely. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became, as if his entire face were about to crumple in dismay. What troubles you? Is it possible that my future is fraught with misfortune and adversity? Xiao mused. If that were the case, it would be bearable. But your palmistry combined with your facial features appear rather peculiar. Taoist Xiansheng replied with a troubled expression. The presence of a killing star looms large. Blood flows like rivers. An ominous energy fills the air. By all accounts, this signifies great malevolence. Even being sent to a shooting range would seem a mild consequence. Yet, accompanying this killing star is an abundance of virtue, clear skies, and unceasing fortune, which presents a visage of immense good fortune and blessings. Could it be that I have yet to grasp the essence of my teachings? Taoist Xiansheng was beset by numerous questions. Yet the master who imparted these skills had passed away over 30 years ago, leaving him unable to unearth answers from the grave. What a true master he was! Why did I never encounter him in my lifetime? He Zheng lamented nearby, pondering that perhaps if he were to calculate Zhao's fate, something might change. Xiao Mushing's circumstances were somewhat known to him, as the latter had previously divulged. His hands bore the weight of numerous lives, but he understood the reasons behind these deaths. Those individuals had brought their fates upon themselves. Of course, he too bore his share of responsibility. Chapter 59. Everyone aspires to prosperity in our line of work. It is quite normal to be steeped in a bit of blood. As for the lingering aura of the deceased, I suspect it relates to my childhood penchant for frolicking in graveyards. The Taoist Xiansheng hesitated for a moment. Why on earth would you run around graveyards? I can hardly admit that as a child I was tempted by offerings and indulged in them. Xiao Mushing replied with a casual shrug, his demeanor nonchalant. Xiansheng's voice quivered with incredulity. How on earth have you managed to survive this long? Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat pensive. Sometimes I ponder how I have made it this far. It's because my father was truly ruthless. Was it merely a matter of eating a few offerings? After willow branches were exhausted, we resorted to bamboo. And once those were gone, we used peachwood sticks. Xiansheng felt an inexplicable sense that this individual was more perilous than the con artists they typically encountered. What could Bossy have been thinking to invite someone like you? Never mind that. You should return and safeguard the young master of the Yi family. Bossy is already aware of the situation. As long as we ensure his safety, he can endure some hardships. Protect the young master? What young master? Your employer hasn't compensated me. If you're not here to protect the young master, then what is your purpose? I am here to dismantle the entire fraudulent syndicate, Xiao Mushing declared before departing. At that moment, Xiansheng beheld Xiao Mushing's silhouette, a harbinger of death eclipsing the sun, radiating with a resplendent golden light. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the office building, in an entirely different conference room, a video call featuring an individual was underway. In addition to the 5 managerial personnel previously on the podium, there were 4 others present, making a total of 9 individuals gathered here. They convened for a singular purpose, to deliberate on how to extract wealth from this affluent heir. Unlike previous endeavors where they swindled the impoverished, this time they had fortuitously ensnared a wealthy scion. The usual tactics could not be employed. After all, the heir's affluence stemmed from his family, and wealth does not accumulate through the folly of its bearers. Thus, they needed to devise a foolproof strategy to secure the funds. Perhaps we could trick his father into investing. We could prepare the paperwork meticulously and reach out to some contacts, someone suggested, eliciting laughter from the assembly. Manager Chen loosened his tie. Let us not be foolish. If it were that simple, we wouldn't need to gather so many here. A 2,000 square foot mansion and a Bentley as a family vehicle. Consider the assets you can imagine. Paperwork? Do you really believe you comprehend more than his father? Do you think he isn't experienced? My recommendation is to extract any funds this young master may have at his disposal. Having lived as a young master for so long, he must possess some substantial savings. If we have managed to ensnare him, he probably won't be too difficult to manipulate. At that moment, the woman who had previously spoken took the floor. For such an illustrious young master, is this all you aim for? This is merely the initial phase. Should one wish to deceive further, it is prudent to use this sum as a foundation to construct another layer. After all, with this money, acquiring luxurious residences and hiring professional actors poses little difficulty. Furthermore, one could summon comrades from other divisions to orchestrate a grand plan. Naturally, it is essential to cultivate relationships and navigate certain avenues. The crux of the matter remains extracting information from that young man's lips to avert any potential losses. During a video call, a figure stood with their back to the crowd, slowly speaking, using old Chen's proposal as a basis. I expect a plan from you by tomorrow morning. I will send assistance your way then. After concluding the call, the screen faded to silence. Xiao Mushing listened intently as Zhengyu relayed the information, nodding thoughtfully. Today, another session of persuasive speaking ensued, coinciding with their dinner hour. He observed the expressions of surprise on the faces of the elder residents. However, this evening's meal amounted to little more than a boxed lunch. Of course, their dormitory may have benefited from the generosity of a certain young master, rendering it somewhat more opulent. Dishes such as oil-braised prawns, white-cut chicken, and braised pork adorned the boxes, prompting the diet-conscious Yi Xiang to desperately search for a solitary green leaf among the abundance of meat. The three middle-aged men, who had engaged amicably with him earlier, found themselves shedding tears as they savored the meal, as though they had not tasted such exquisite fare in ages. Consequently, they eagerly devoured the leftovers that Yi Xiang had left uneaten. Following dinner, the broadcast blared to life. After an impassioned speech, silence was not an option. These individuals excelled at cultivating an atmosphere, with gentle yet hopeful music and persuasive recorded speeches playing on repeat. Xiao Mushing observed the fervent Yi family scion beside him. He decided to meticulously document their action plan, intent on formulating a targeted strategy. Zhengyu remarked, "If I possessed such intellect, I would have resorted to this misguided path for profit." Xiao Mushing almost forgot that their adversary had merely transformed into a specter. He thus decided to focus on critical aspects, such as the opening and closing remarks, the nature of their claims, and any evidence I could potentially gather. Meanwhile, the four individuals huddled together, with Yi Mingxiu biting his fingers and lamenting, "It's over. This older brother is talking to himself again." Xiao Mushing glanced at the four nestled in the corner by the door. "Aren't you going to sleep?" The four shook their heads in unison. With someone like this in the dormitory, who could possibly rest? Except for Yi Xiang, who, during the speech, had passionately shouted, likely exhausting himself in the process. As night fell and others succumbed to slumber, the fifth floor of the solitary five-story building remained brightly lit. Manager Chun typed furiously at his computer, occasionally slapping himself in frustration. "I really should keep my mouth shut. I've said too much. To concoct such a scheme in one night is audacious indeed." He typed angrily, cursing the ambitious boss. Amidst this resentment, a notion gradually emerged in Manager Chen's mind. Since fraud is illegal, why not deceive the big boss? If he could secure that sum of money, he could simply flee abroad. At that point, the sky would be the limit, and wealth would allow him to live freely and extravagantly. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Manager Chen's lips. Meanwhile, in several other rooms, others were also harboring their own thoughts. They had all come to seek fortune. Why should the big boss be the sole beneficiary? The Bentley, the 2,000 square meter mansion. They desired those luxuries too. Chapter 60. Adding fuel to the fire on the following morning, they finally began to engage in some activities. Albeit these were not what one would typically deem as work. Instead, under the guise of internship training, they were indoctrinated with the company's core philosophies. Although Xiao Mushing attracted a modicum of attention, it was not substantial. The focal point of the entire company was now firmly on Yi Xiang. Nonetheless, they were not in a rush to take action. The proposal had only been submitted that morning, and the higher-ups were still reviewing it. Any hasty moves could easily alarm the prey, and this was indeed a significant venture that warranted utmost caution. The hours stretched into the afternoon, approaching dusk when finally, the first initiative was taken by Manager Chun. He approached with a few items in hand. Xiao Yi, I heard from some of the veteran employees that your training has been commendable. Here is something for you to handle, he said. Upon hearing this, Ye Viang blinked in surprise. The sight of Yi Xiang's innocent expression only widened Manager Chun's grin. I'm merely testing your capabilities. If you perform well, you may advance through the training ahead of schedule and officially join our ranks. Ye Viang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Manager Chun. Chun patted Yi Xiang on the shoulder with encouragement. Do well. I have high hopes for you. As Yi Xiang departed with a stack of documents, this was merely the first step in their plan. It was crucial not to act too abruptly. They needed to provide an opportunity for the other party to recognize their own abilities, thus requiring a small investment from them. The tasks he was given were not overly burdensome and could be completed swiftly. Yi Xiang, clutching a bag of documents, sought out Xiao Musheng. You were right. Manager Chen indeed approached me and assigned me additional tasks. How did you know? Xiao Musheng replied with a knowing smile. Shall we make another wager? Do you believe that if you botch this document, they will grant you a second chance? As Yi Xiang gazed at the papers in hand, it was just the two of them present. Xiao Musheng leaned in, sharing insights about the series of events involving Manager Chun. Initially, Yi Xiang had dismissed it as a jest, yet now it had materialized into reality. Should I give it a try? While Yi Xiang possessed a certain naivety, he was not entirely oblivious. If what Xiao Musheng suggested held any truth, it indicated a significant issue within the company, or perhaps with Manager Chen himself. However, such speculations could wait. If problems indeed surfaced, and Xiao Musheng was aware, what was his purpose in this place? Yi Zheng stood nearby, remarking, I've done all the work, and you've merely taken the credit. After Yi Xiang left, Xiao Musheng continued, given the current situation. Several leaders are eager to monopolize the gains. Do you think the big boss will notice? Surely, Yi Zheng replied, his demeanor turning serious. After all, my demise was meticulously orchestrated by him. Furthermore, those who engage in such nefarious activities seldom place trust in their subordinates. If these individuals were to take action, they might very well tread the same path I once did. Imagine if I were to provide them with a strategy to entrap the big boss and subsequently devise a scheme to embezzle funds from the young master. Do you think they would undertake such a venture? Upon hearing this suggestion, Yi Zheng gasped slightly, then calmed himself to reflect. In the face of such substantial gains, they might indeed be willing to take the risk. If that is the case, let us commence with Manager Chen. Xiao Musheng spoke slowly. If this criminal organization were a cohesive unit, Xiao Musheng might find it challenging to navigate. However, with each member harboring their own ambitions, he could not be held accountable. A fortified fortress is often breached from within. During dinner time, Xiao Musheng had Yi Zheng locate Manager Chun. He orchestrated a chance encounter. Manager Chun, what a surprise to see you here. Oh, it's Musheng. Isn't it mealtime? What brings you here? Although Xiao Musheng's stature paled in comparison to Yi Xiang, even the smallest morsel is still meat. Manager Chun maintained a facade of indifference. I had some free time and decided to wander about. I happened to run into you, and I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Please go ahead. When faced with inquiries, they seldom refuse, as it often marks a favorable beginning. I heard that the company has a significant project, but the original investor has encountered legal troubles, resulting in a disruption of the funding chain. Consequently, the company has allocated a portion of the project's shares internally, and I heard we might also invest. Is that true? Xiao Musheng feigned curiosity, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Manager Chun maintained a warm smile, yet internally, his demeanor shifted dramatically. They were still in the preliminary stages of indoctrination. Certain information should not be disclosed so soon, lest it arouse suspicion. Moreover, he had not disclosed this information. Who had informed Xiao Musheng? After all, he shared a dormitory with Yi Xiang. Where did you hear this? I picked it up from some employees. Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang in Manager Chen's mind. He was unaware if Yi Xiang was privy to this information. Were the others complete fools? Some matters should not be spoken of so prematurely. Wait a moment. What if this was a deliberate ploy by them? Manager Chen harbored his own thoughts, yet he could not guarantee that others shared his sentiments. Just as he contemplated pressing for more information, he reconsidered. Such directness was unwise. Thus, he replied, "I'm not entirely certain, but are you considering investing?" It's important to remember that investment carries risks. In this fiercely competitive professional landscape, one either topples their rivals or supplants their superior to secure a raise and achieve prosperity. Rarely does an opportunity like this arise. How could one not be enticed? Xiao Mushing spoke casually, yet his words resonated deeply within Manager Chun. Do not overthink. I have not heard any whispers about this matter. The information you have may not necessarily be reliable. Xiao Mushing scratched his head. I overheard someone speaking in hushed tones while I was in the restroom, and they seemed quite earnest. It should not be false. Manager Chun silently committed this statement to memory. Hurry back and rest. Do not dwell on these uncertain matters. After conveying his thoughts, Xiao Mushing departed. As for that last remark, it was intentionally offered to Manager Chun, who was subtly seeking to glean some information. One must always provide something in return. As he made his way, he encountered the figure of an old Taoist in a gray robe. Master Xiansheng stroked his beard and glanced at Manager Chun's retreating silhouette. He had previously sensed that Manager Chun might have a short-lived fate. Could it be related to him? With that thought, he turned away and returned to his quarters. Chapter 61. The Interrogation in the Dormitory. As for Yi Xiang, he harbored no worries. When he accepted this task, he had briefly examined his own appearance. Although there were some setbacks, he still possessed an aura of affluence, suggesting he was not destined for a short life. Thus, he undertook this assignment. Over the years, he had relied on this skill, gradually working his way up to become a renowned bounty hunter by accepting relatively low-risk jobs. Manager Chun returned to the fifth-floor office area, greeting his colleagues with warmth and enthusiasm as they passed by. Yet, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing each individual. Who could be so impatient? Those who ascended to leadership positions were invariably filtered through rigorous selection. In this environment, one could not rely on connections, as no one wished to be caught in a compromising situation. Thus, the upper echelons would never admit the incompetent. Such haste could easily lead to financial losses. What, then, was the purpose behind such actions? As he pondered, Manager Chun returned to his office, which was essentially a combined living and working space with a bed and a small desk. Lying on the bed, he contemplated deeply, suddenly sitting upright. What if someone intended to use the big boss against us? Among the veterans under their supervision, there were indeed informants of the big boss. If this matter were to be exposed, reaching the big boss's ears, would there be a thorough investigation? Everyone in this place was an adept at deceit, skilled in framing others. Moreover, he himself was not entirely innocent. With the big boss's cautious nature, coupled with previous incidents, should such a hint arise, it would be more prudent to err on the side of caution and eliminate potential threats. If this were the case, Xiao Mushing would likely be aware, perhaps even orchestrating the situation. After all, this individual had been brought in by him and was previously under his close scrutiny. If the other party had not disclosed this matter to him today, he might have fallen victim. They likely did not foresee how much trust Xiao Mushing placed in him, seeking verification of such a significant issue. Given this context, he could not afford to show mercy. But what of the big boss? Should another incident occur, the big boss would undoubtedly lose trust in him, rendering future opportunities for wealth unattainable. Perhaps it would be best to take decisive action and retire the big boss, though such a course would entail immense pressure. However, others might not easily resign themselves to inaction. Most matters could be delegated to them, requiring only a gentle push from him at critical moments. This situation needed careful consideration, as it could determine the comfort of his later years. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiang retrieved his computer and began working on the task assigned by Manager Chen. This computer had been returned to him by the administrator. Most of their communication devices were entrusted to the administrator for safekeeping, with the rationale being a concern over potential leaks of company secrets. Initially, Manager Chun and his colleagues had not intended to implement such measures, given that the confidentiality clause was included in the fraudulent contracts they had signed. The issue lies in the fact that among those who can be deceived, there inevitably exists some individuals who are rather peculiar, treating the confidentiality regulations with utter disregard. Thus, one can only resort to such measures, albeit this approach may inadvertently intensify the suspicions of certain individuals, necessitating them to expend additional effort. Yi Xiang was engaged in processing the materials assigned by Manager Chun. These tasks were not particularly challenging. One could even say they were excessively simplistic to the point of being somewhat outdated. At this moment, the other four individuals returned. Upon entering the room, they enthusiastically inquired about what he was working on. When they learned it was the assignment from Manager Chun, they lavished him with praise, expressing their hopes for future mentorship. Amidst their flattery, Yi Xiang felt an inexplicable buoyancy in his heart. Perhaps he was simply too capable, hence perceiving these tasks as overly simplistic. However, just as he entertained this thought, an unexpected silence enveloped the dormitory. A figure entered, accompanied by the sound of the door closing behind. It was as if a forbidden entity from a strange tale had appeared, causing the entire room to fall into silence. The once vibrant and warm four individuals suddenly became as still as statues, their mouths sealed, their faces devoid of any emotion. Oh, I just heard quite a ruckus from outside. Was it merely my imagination? Why is it so quiet now? No one dared to respond, fearful of attracting this person's attention. Yi Xiang was preoccupied with his work. Xiao Mushing peeked in, glancing at Yi Xiang's computer screen. Haven't you graduated yet? Why do you still have assignments from your teacher? His words jolted Yi Xiang back to reality. Indeed, compared to the assignments from school, this is hardly challenging, Yi Xiang murmured softly. Thank you. Xiao Mushing withdrew his head. In truth, he could not comprehend the contents on the computer, not even recognizing the name of the software being used. His previous statement was merely a fabrication. He had only been prompted by He Zheng to say something, attempting to awaken Yi Xiang's awareness. Of course, should this single remark fail to alert Yi Xiang, and he were to engage in a pedantic debate, Xiao Mushing would resort to employing some Confucian methods, such as arguing forcefully to persuade him. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing gestured to Yi Mingxiu. Seeing that he had turned his attention to her, Yi Mingxiu pursed her lips and shook her head, her expression conveying, I cannot possibly do that. Xiao Mushing merely smiled and produced a key. I have already locked the door. Do you wish to come over on your own, or shall I come to you? Yi Mingxiu raised her gaze, looking at the door just a step away from her. Slowly, she moved her feet until she stood before Xiao Mushing. What is it, Brother Xiao? Her tone was humble, her demeanor sincere. I just wanted to ask how long you have been at this company? Brother Xiao, are you joking? Do we not arrive together? I am also a newcomer. Oh, is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you are quite familiar with the leadership. I even saw you chatting with them as you went upstairs earlier. Upon hearing this, the other three individuals silently turned their backs to the wall, fortunate not to have witnessed the conversation between their leader and the trio. From that moment onward, Yi Mingxiu could only rely on his own fate. It was not their fault for not rescuing him. They were simply incapable. Do not tell me you are part of the privileged circle, for I have always harbored a deep disdain for such connections. Were it not for these relationships, I would not have been deprived of the last bottle of orange soda at the village convenience store when I was merely 8 years old. Yi Mingxiu exhaled in relief, only to be pulled back in his thoughts. A bottle of orange soda hardly constitutes a profound grudge. Yet contemplating this individual's peculiarities made him wonder how significant that bottle might be to them. Initially, he had mentioned the need for a personnel change, but when they inquired about Ye's condition, he simply replied that he was fine, and thus, the change was denied. Yi Mingxiu felt a sense of helplessness. How could it be that despite sharing the same surname, the disparity in treatment was so vast? Chapter 62, Yi Mingxiu contemplated the situation, casting a glance at Yi Xiang. It was imperative that he refrain from disclosing the truth at this juncture. Should he dare to speak, the consequences would be dire. What should he do? It was essential to devise a plausible explanation. In a flash of inspiration, Yi Mingxiu concocted a rather clever excuse, one that could undoubtedly withstand scrutiny. I learned that one of the managers seems to enjoy discussing emotional issues with male employees, so I decided to attend. I realize this is rather embarrassing, but I had no alternative. Coming from a background with no support, I yearned to earn a substantial income and gain respect. This is the only path available to me. What else could I do? What other options do I have? To lend authenticity to his performance, Yi Mingxiu reminisced about past hardships. He had painstakingly accumulated a modest savings, all of which he had invested. He had no choice but to proceed along this treacherous path. With all his money depleted, to avoid total ruin, he could only continue down this road. Friends and relatives had all been deceived. No one would take him in, save for prison. Humiliation and sorrow surged forth, and as he spoke, tears began to fall. Meanwhile, the three individuals behind him silently raised their thumbs in approval. He truly is ruthless to utter such words. Which manager was he referring to? Yi Mingxiu reflected on the individuals who had deceived him. There were several. Yet, the moment those words escaped his lips, he realized he had misspoken. No, that's not it. Didn't he mean that there aren't that many? Xiao Mushing sighed. I understand. At that moment, Yi Xiong felt a chill running down his spine. He had heard whispers of workplace undercurrents before, but never had he imagined that men could be targets. Xiao Mushing's initial intent was to convey a message through Yi Mingxiu and the other three to induce a sense of urgency, without intending to lay everything bare. However, given the excuse that had been presented, he decided to believe it and propagate the rumor further. The next day, on the 5th floor, the leadership was convening a meeting. All the male attendees scrutinized one another with a wary eye. In this modest 5-story building, with so many individuals present, it took merely a morning for a certain rumor to reach the ears of the upper management. While they might have dismissed other matters with a laugh, this particular issue was met with grave seriousness by all the male leaders, who feared the possibility of colleagues in the same position lurking behind them. Manager Chun cleared his throat. Ahem, I believe you have all heard some whispers regarding this matter. Yi Xiong's performance on the document he submitted last night was abysmal, to the extent that no effort could salvage it. He even seemed inclined to depart, fearing the implications of certain individuals' hidden agendas. I am curious who possesses such peculiar inclinations that they cannot restrain themselves at such a critical moment. At that moment, a faint voice interjected. It might not even be recent. Perhaps it was an older rumor that has resurfaced. It seems the newcomers have yet to seize their opportunity. The crowd collectively turned towards the source of the voice, an elderly gentleman in his 50s. Do not look at me. I was detained for 2 days due to that incident, so it could not possibly be my doing. I merely suggested a possibility, Manager Chen continued. Now, I kindly ask someone to step forward and temporarily depart, which may also ease the concerns of others. Rumors tend to penetrate deeper into the psyche than facts, and even brainwashing might not suffice. Moreover, they have only managed to brainwash halfway, and this situation has already begun to influence their efforts. At that moment, the attendees remained silent. Only the sole female present, the one who had delivered a speech at the meeting, appeared undaunted. However, she refrained from speaking up, wary of offending anyone and inciting jealousy. Such matters should be left to the 8 men to address. Manager Chun, as the proposer of this course of action, chose to remain silent as well, harboring his own thoughts. This was an opportune moment to eliminate a few individuals and reduce the overall difficulty. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence as seconds ticked away. At last, someone could no longer contain their frustration. Damn it! Who will step forward? What good is lingering here? Another voice chimed in. If we let this significant opportunity slip away over such trivial matters, the boss will surely have our heads. Consequently, the scene became increasingly chaotic, with individuals casting suspicion and accusations upon one another. Everyone wished to see a few depart, yet no one desired to be that person. As time continued to elapse, one individual's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, they gestured for silence and answered on speakerphone. A voice, altered by a voice changer, emerged on the other end. Is it not resolved yet? A wave of anxiety washed over the group. They had not reported this matter. Yet, the boss was evidently informed. If this is not dealt with today, I will personally come over, and you shall be responsible for managing other affairs. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong began to sense that something was amiss within the company. Earlier that afternoon, he attempted to leave, but was utterly prevented from doing so. The main entrance downstairs was locked, and the windows were fortified with iron bars, rendering escape impossible. Furthermore, his computer had been confiscated and would likely not be returned to him anytime soon. Reflecting on the ominous words spoken by Xiao Musheng, Yi Xiong sought him out. Can you help me escape? Xiao Musheng regarded the anxious scion before him. Have you finally realized the gravity of the situation? This cannot be a company that engages in human trafficking, can it? They might whisk us away to another country for a layover then. I do not wish to die. I wish to live. I have yet to accomplish a monumental feat. I cannot perish at such a young age. Yi Xiong recalled various unsettling things he had encountered online. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, to the point where his voice quivered with a hint of sobbing. He was terrified of death. Rest assured, this company is not as extreme. We are not involved in the trafficking of individuals. Upon hearing these words, Yi felt a momentary sense of relief. However, the subsequent statement from Xiao Mushing once again sent his heart racing. The act of eliminating a person was, for them, a rather effortless task. After all, in their line of work, one could easily face imprisonment, or worse, a bullet. Yi swallowed hard. What am I to do? The immediate priority is to refrain from taking impulsive actions, akin to engaging in Tai Chi with the adversary, buying time while I seek an opportunity. An opportunity to escape. It is quite similar. Sending these individuals to prison is almost akin to my own escape. Chapter 63. The gas canister. Yi Xiong grasped Xiao Mushing's hand with earnestness. You must take me with you when you leave. I would be eternally grateful. Once we are outside, I will embark on a venture with you, and you shall be the vice president. Xiao Mushing, upon hearing this, quickly withdrew his hand. The meager earnings he had would scarcely make a significant impact in any entrepreneurial endeavor. It might even lead to the burden of debts, subjecting him to a life of relentless toil merely to repay what he owed. The mere thought of such a dismal existence sent a shiver down his spine. We share a dormitory. Should an opportunity arise for escape, I'll certainly inform you. However, do not divulge this to others, as there are spies among us. Yi Xiong nodded vigorously. Xiao Mushing realized he must keep this young master steady, for a prominent figure was set to arrive the following day. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, and thus the young master would have to serve as bait. Meanwhile, several managers had yet to select a final candidate. Each knew they were not the one, yet they remained uncertain about the others. They understood that the individual in question would likely refrain from stepping forward, as doing so would undeniably result in their exclusion. It had transformed from merely identifying a candidate to the necessity of nominating someone. Since a suitable candidate could not be found immediately, a vote was proposed as the most efficient method. As the group engaged in their deliberations, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. This approach would indeed save precious time. Although the boss had granted them a day, the actual time was limited, as they needed to announce the decision before the others rested. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The sole woman present abstained from both voting and being voted for. To ensure fairness, each vote had to be displayed openly. Hu Yingying, the only woman in attendance, nodded in acknowledgement. The voting commenced. Manager Chen contemplated a name as he looked at the paper and pen in his hand, ultimately inscribing one. He did not believe he could be voted out. The odds were slim. Old Chun, 5 votes. As he gazed at the 5 votes pinned to the wall, Manager Chen glared at the others in indignation. 5 votes. Someone must have colluded secretly. Fine, fine, fine. I will leave. Announce the results this afternoon. He could not tolerate such slander or the attempt to oust him. With that, he stormed out. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, a glimmer of mockery dancing in their eyes. There was no alternative. This man had garnered too many advantageous conditions. He had been the first to communicate with Yi Xiong, and there were his people in the dormitory. If this scheme succeeded in acquiring funds, he would undoubtedly be the first to benefit, leaving the rest with mere scraps. Thus, they resolved to expel Manager Chun. In the afternoon, all were summoned. The 9 managers stood on the podium. Hu Yingying took the microphone and began her speech. Having become aware of the internal rumors within the company, we have conducted a thorough investigation. Today, we gather to bid farewell to a manager. I would like to invite Manager Chun to address us. However, before she could complete her remarks, Manager Chun seized the microphone from her grasp, his eyes crimson and brimming with tears. I shall now recount the situation. Managers Wang and Hu have been long-standing colleagues, and thus Manager Hu found it difficult to disclose this particular truth. Therefore, I will take on that responsibility. Manager Wang has made the decision to depart from here. We are all deeply saddened by this turn of events. However, Our company firmly prohibits any manager from undermining the mental and physical safety of employees or engaging in inappropriate relationships. Consequently, we must reassign Manager Wong from his position. Let us all extend our applause as we bid him farewell." At this moment, others who were prepared to enjoy the show were taken aback. Manager Wong clenched his fists, ready to confront someone, but was restrained by others around him. The elaborate arrangements made prior, now, seemed utterly futile. Manager Chen wore a confident smile, contemplating how such a person had risen to this position, and he thought to himself that even his own mentor could be sold out. Why fear these individuals? What has been announced cannot easily be changed. The reality here is far more ruthless than the outside world. Everything must be earned. Zaya Mushing, seated in the audience, applauded enthusiastically, aware of the voting outcome. Apart from the 9 individuals on stage, he was the only one present who knew the full story. The person beside him was oblivious. Observing Manager Chen's maneuver, he felt it was truly remarkable. Manager Chen's actions were undoubtedly risky. Had he missed the opportunity, or if Hu Yingying had stated the truth outright, or if he had failed to successfully take the microphone, or if he had mismanaged the entire meeting, he might have faced dire consequences from the owner. Yet he succeeded. Though seemingly simple, each step required meticulous planning and calculation. Should anyone have anticipated his move, his efforts would have been in vain. However, in his original plan, he did not intend for these individuals to proceed so smoothly. He feared that if they continued without interruption, the owner would not arrive. He was reminded by He Zheng that with such a significant business at stake, the owner would undoubtedly come, especially since they had already stirred some trouble that raised concerns about their reliability. As for the delay in arrival, it was likely due to investigating Yi Xiang's identity, ensuring that the intelligence was accurate. It is now confirmed that Yi Xiang is indeed the child of a wealthy family. At this juncture, He Zheng casually inquired about tomorrow's arrival of the owner and how they plan to obtain incriminating evidence against her. In order to maintain control over those beneath him, the owner possesses compromising information on everyone, which could be life-altering. I discovered a storage room on the first floor containing gas canisters. Zaya Mushing remarked in a voice barely above a whisper. This relates to your actions. Are you out of your mind? There are so many innocent people here. A phantom soul beside He Zheng roared, expressing his reluctance to harm the innocent. The gas cylinder. Was he truly intent on sending an entire building's worth of people to their demise? The explosion, the flames, the burning edifice. Alongside Xiao Mushing, who stood before the building, laughing sinisterly. What are you thinking? Merely intending to have them inhale some gas. I'm not a terrorist. Xiao Mushing cleared his ears, having discerned that within this organization, there were no hazardous weapons, only ordinary individuals. Of course, if there were too many of them, he might not be able to withstand the onslaught. This was a far cry from the elderly men in the village. Most were young and vigorous. Chapter 64. The misfortunes of Manager Chen. As night fell, a shadowy figure stealthily approached a door on the 5th floor, a set of keys clutched in hand. Manager Wong cautiously unlocked the door, slipping inside and shutting it behind him. He approached the bedside, loosened his tie, and gazed at Manager Chen, who was soundly asleep. Internal regulations forbade the casual termination of colleagues, so he had surreptitiously administered a mild sedative into Chen's meal. If they were to tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations of impropriety, then I shall provide them with irrefutable evidence today. In the realm of dreams, Chen found himself in an odd predicament, experiencing a rather peculiar and uncomfortable sensation. The following morning, he awoke late, having missed even Wang's farewell. As he groggily rubbed his eyes, an unexpected wave of pain washed over him, accompanied by a foul odor. Lifting the covers, he discovered a disturbing change in his trousers, and an overwhelming discomfort emanated from his rear. This sensation was entirely foreign to him and filled him with an acute sense of dread. As he realized the difficulty in maintaining composure, in a sudden moment of clarity, Chun grasped the gravity of his situation. He had been so preoccupied with his own schemes, planning to have another take his place, that he had overlooked the lurking threat within their midst. That threat had finally struck, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance. Who could it be? Among the remaining 6 men who had committed this violation, at that moment, Chun felt an unbearable humiliation. He was a man of stature, yet he found himself subjected to such indignity. Clenching the bed linens in rage, he silently vowed to uncover the perpetrator, promising himself that should he find the culprit, he would exact a most gruesome retribution. His thoughts then turned to Yi Xiong. In his pursuit of wealth, he had already sacrificed too much. This money was essential, and no one would stand in his way, not even the highest authority. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, the others were dining when the shocking news broke. What is this? Manager Chun has been violated by a man. Xiao Mushing could not contain his voice, initially intending to spread rumors, yet now it seemed all too real. Were these fraudsters truly so brazen? This was madness. A sense of fear crept over him, wondering if he might become their next target. He Zheng, who had witnessed the scene unfold the previous night, wished he could erase the memory from his mind. How had he not realized the depravity of this group? Such acts were indeed feasible. Xiao Mushing's exclamation reverberated through the hallways and dormitory, drawing the attention of many. Whispers began to circulate. Didn't Team Manager Wang leave this morning? I was unaware that the upper echelons harbored such proclivities. If even the managers succumb to this, what hope do we as junior employees have? Perhaps it is best we leave, for I came here to earn a living, not to sell myself. After changing into a fresh pair of trousers and discreetly stuffing some materials in the back, Manager Chun steeled himself before stepping out, striving to adjust his mindset amidst the chaos. However, what awaited him were the peculiar gazes of his colleagues, some filled with sympathy, others with pity, and still others with regret. One individual even approached and patted him on the shoulder, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all in the past, stay strong." A faint chuckle escaped him, betraying his resolve. Manager Chun trembled as he grasped the wrist of the person speaking to him. "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. You should have left earlier, but you chose to stay. Now look at this predicament, Sai." Hu Ying lamented. Manager Chun had begun to realize that they might have gleaned some information. Yet, disbelief clouded his mind. He had only just stepped out. How could such news spread so swiftly? What if it were merely a misunderstanding? To admit it would be tantamount to his ruin. "What are you discussing? I cannot understand. Could you be more explicit? We already know that you were with a man last night." What? The madness and hysteria in Manager Chen's eyes were palpable. What? The moment those words escaped Hu Ying's lips, Manager Chun found himself leaning against the door, sliding down until he sat on the floor. The last flicker of hope in his eyes was extinguished. Impossible. This cannot be happening. How could such a thing spread so quickly? I hadn't even left the door. How did you all find out? Seeing Manager Chun in such a state, the others were left with no doubt that the rumors were true. Yet a chill ran through some, for the perverse individual among them had begun to target their own. Manager Chun raised his head once more, though his pallor was alarming. How many people know? The entire building knows. Boom! A thunderclap struck his mind. Everyone knows. Oh. Initially, laughter tinged with self-mockery and sorrow erupted, followed by weeping over the injustices of fate and his own tragic plight. Ultimately, it culminated in a complete mental breakdown. In an already oppressive atmosphere filled with anxiety and fear, compounded by the daily burdens of manipulation and mental conditioning, his psychological defenses crumbled like a dam under relentless floodwaters. Hu Ying observed Manager Chen's desolation and, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "I suggest some individuals manage their belts. At such a critical juncture, is succumbing to base impulses truly the answer? If one cannot endure this, resorting to treachery against one's own is absurd. Do you not realize the boss will likely arrive? Is this your idea of a pleasant demise?" The remaining 6 exchanged wary glances, filled with vigilance and the desire to eliminate any potential threats. They wished to avoid experiencing the same fate as Manager Chun. "What should we do now?" one queried, pointing at the visibly unhinged Manager Chun. "Confine him to his office. We must prevent him from alarming others," Hu Ying stated coldly. "Given the current circumstances, it is the only course of action. There are already those who are restless. If such matters were to leak further, they are likely to find it truly difficult to regain control of the situation." He Zheng floated nearby, observing Manager Chun, the very apprentice he had painstakingly mentored. He recalled his earnest attempts to persuade the other to depart, while the latter continued to aspire for greater heights. One wonders if there is any regret now. After uttering this thought, Hezheng descended into the depths below. No one cast suspicion upon Manager Wang, for he had already been expelled. In front of the small building, a van came to a halt. The door to the passenger seat swung open, and a woman of graceful demeanor, mature and intellectually poised, emerged from the vehicle. Although she faced no one, an elusive smile perpetually graced her lips, rendering her somewhat inscrutable, mysterious, distant, yet intimately approachable. Chapter 65. The arrival of the big boss by the window on the third floor. A gaze followed the woman as she entered the small building. Hezheng noticed that Xiao Muxing's expression shifted from casual indifference to a touch of seriousness. What's wrong? Did you see that woman approaching just now? I did. And that is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. She is the big boss, Xiao Muxing replied, scratching his head in apparent concern. Have you ever seen her engage in a fight with anyone? Hezheng hesitated for a moment. What kind of fighting are you referring to? Hand-to-hand combat, the life-and-death kind. Xiao Muxing seemed to have lost his sense of humor. I've never seen her fight, and considering we are a fraud syndicate with so many subordinates, there is no need for the big boss to take matters into her own hands. Sounds like she keeps a low profile, Hezheng remarked. What exactly are you implying? What does that mean? Hezheng was increasingly perplexed. Xiao Muxing was behaving like a riddle. I have trained in martial arts since childhood for 2 reasons. An old master recognized my talent, and my appearance tends to be somewhat feminine. I didn't want to be labeled as effeminate. Although I claim to have learned a few techniques, I have indeed put in significant effort. It can be considered a childhood foundation in martial arts. Because of this, my father would often tie me up when he wanted to discipline me. Otherwise, he could hardly catch me, and I might even turn the tables on him. And how does this relate to the big boss? Hezheng still did not understand. Her stride is remarkably steady, a steadiness not cultivated through etiquette training. It is akin to mine, developed through years of martial arts training, enabling one to respond swiftly in emergencies and retaliate effectively. So you're saying she is quite formidable? Do you think you could defeat her? Hezheng was genuinely surprised to learn of the big boss's capabilities. He had always assumed that the establishment of such a fraud syndicate relied solely on cunning and intellect. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A woman navigating such treacherous waters must possess some degree of skill to avoid being devoured by the ruthless environment. As Xiao Muxing pondered this, a woman's voice called from behind, Xiao Muxing. Turning around, he found it was Hu Yingying. The sunlight streaming in from the window illuminated the contours of Xiao Muxing's profile, prompting Hu Yingying to exclaim in her heart, truly beautiful. Manager Hu, is there something you need? After observing you over the past few days, I must say you've performed admirably. The 5th floor manager's office requires an assistant, who would primarily work and reside on the 5th floor. I'd like to know if you're interested. This idea had been conceived by Hu Yingying after careful consideration. Given that several employees shared a dormitory, it was impossible for the 6 peculiar individuals among them to act. Thus, it seemed prudent to assign a well-regarded employee to the 5th floor, allowing them to have a private room, thereby ensuring the safety of the other managers. In light of this morning's incident involving Manager Chun, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was on edge and reluctant to collaborate with others. All the managers preferred to stay close to her, for there was an underlying fear among them. After much contemplation, it seems this is the only course of action. Xiao Muxing displayed a look of hesitation. The 5th floor, you say? Yet, I have heard that Manager Chun is not on the 5th floor. Merely a rumor, for Manager Wang has already departed. So how could such an incident still occur? Nevertheless, why have I not seen him all day? He shared a close bond with Manager Wang, and with Wang's departure, he must be quite saddened. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muxing nearly chuckled. Their relationship was indeed intimate, so much so that they shared a bed. Moreover, as an assistant, one's salary would be twice that of others. Xiao Muxing rubbed his hands together upon hearing this. Then, Manager Hu, might I request an advance on 3 months' salary? Hu Yingying responded with confusion. What is the matter? You shouldn't be lacking in funds, should you? She was somewhat acquainted with Xiao Muxing's background, knowing he possessed over $1 million. How could he possibly be short on cash? I recently purchased a property, but still owe $20,000. Thus, I'm seeking work to cover this debt. You are still young. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. However, I have no alternative. I am in my 20s and still single. If I round it off, I'm approaching 30. Furthermore, a university classmate of mine has acquired some insider information indicating that the area may undergo redevelopment, meaning that purchasing now would guarantee a profit. Therefore, I must secure it promptly. The contract has been signed, and 100,000 has already been transferred. I only lack 20,000, and I even hold an IOU for it. Hu Yingying recognized this familiar rhetoric, realizing someone had already gotten ahead of her. However, it mattered little. Once the property was sold, one could still obtain a substantial sum. Surely, Hu manager could manage this? If not, it would be of no consequence. Xiao Muxing's expression reflected his disappointment. Hu Yingying sensed that should she refuse, he would likely not ascend to the 5th floor. Very well, but I must report this and allocate some funds. After all, the company's finances cannot be treated carelessly. If discrepancies arise, it would be troublesome. All right, I agree. Hu Yingying thought to herself that she would first coax this young man upstairs, and the financial matters could be addressed later. After all, should something truly transpire, he would likely be too preoccupied to concern himself with such issues. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, whispering a few words into Hu Yingying's ear. After hearing this, she prepared to leave, but not before handing the keys to Xiao Muxing. This is the key to room 504. After speaking, she hurriedly departed with the middle-aged man. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they found themselves alone with 7 managers. The woman surveyed them. How am I to articulate this? You've all been in the business for several years, yet still fail to grasp it, allowing rumors to compel the expulsion of a manager. Even more egregious is that some among you have turned against your own. If this were a mutual affair, I would refrain from intervening. Yet you have chosen to engage in this farce. The tone was gentle, yet if an unworldly young man were to come here and listen, he might mistakenly believe it to be an act of coaxing. Upon hearing this reprimand, the 7 managers bowed their heads, acutely aware of the methods employed by the individual before them. 2 days had elapsed, and not only had there been no progress, but the internal turmoil had escalated to chaos. It was indeed a matter of grave concern to entrust this situation to you. I genuinely feared that a mere phone call from you might prompt the other party to alert the authorities. Chapter 66. Co-ed living arrangements at that moment. With so many brothers present, it would be foolish for a few to land them in prison. Apologies. Enough of that. Please report on how that young master is faring now. The 7 exchanged glances, and finally, the big boss casually pointed to one. Hu Yingying, you take the floor. Lately, I have been feeling a bit homesick. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, the big boss applauded. Feeling homesick? Did we not intend for them to feel as comfortable as if they were at home in this company? Have you failed to achieve that? Faced with the big boss's inquiry, Hu Yingying found it somewhat difficult to articulate. Under normal circumstances, their progress would be swift. However, strange occurrences had surfaced over the past few days, compelling them to prioritize their own safety, which naturally slowed down their work. Never mind, I shall handle this personally. You all return and announce the adjustment of the dormitory arrangements. How shall we adjust it? Someone asked. Co-ed living. Surely, I need not instruct you on the specifics. No need. Hu Yingying quickly shook her head. They were well aware of how to group those with some wealth, yet not particularly attractive, alongside their better-looking colleagues who had been here longer. As for those who were both wealthy and handsome, they would be placed with the majority of average-looking senior employees, and then subjected to relentless psychological manipulation to align their thoughts. By the way, arrange for that young master to be housed with me, the big boss said, her hair cascading down. She had her methods for dealing with such sheltered individuals. Understood. Hu Yingying nodded in agreement. On the 5th floor, Xiao Muxing listened to the intel brought back by Hezheng. Am I regretting my decision now? As soon as he left, they commenced co-ed living. Why was this privilege not extended to him before? Hezheng fiddled with his fingers. Stop pondering that. They will absolutely not assign a beauty to you. With your looks, they might even suspect your sexual orientation and assign you a male roommate. You all are quite extravagant. What is this? Previously, to deceive a rich heir, we played even more elaborate games. Hezheng wore an expression of indifference. Let us not digress. Answer my previous question. Do you believe you could defeat the big boss? It's hard to say. She's just a woman, and you lack confidence. My dear fellow, she is trained, and I have no clue about her skill level. Moreover, she is at least a decade older than me and has considerable experience in this world. I have hardly faced her in direct combat, so it's truly uncertain. After all, the techniques she has mastered could easily overwhelm an ordinary person, and if she unleashed her full potential against typical opponents, she would likely emerge victorious. Now, as a bounty hunter, confronting those opponents, although I can now fight with all my might, they have no qualms about pulling out firearms a moment's notice. What can I do against that? Thus, I cannot claim confidence when facing this woman. Despite some discrepancies, it should still be manageable with a bit of finesse. Within a certain chamber, Manager Chun whispered incessantly. How could this happen? What shall we do moving forward? What is to become of us? Everyone is aware. All are privy to this knowledge. Is there any way to erase this from memory? Indeed, the deceased retain no recollections, nor do they disseminate information. If everyone were to perish, then all would be well. Yes, let us ensure everyone meets their end. But how shall we achieve this? En explosion? Poison? Yet, what if someone abstains from consuming it? Perhaps we could simply demolish the entire building. Obliterate everyone within. Gunpowder? That seems implausible. Wait, flour could potentially suffice. A dust explosion. He at this thought. The once sorrowful visage transformed into one of madness, a smile emerging. On the second floor, Yi Xiang observed as his roommate was replaced by a woman of his mother's age. He instinctively scratched his head, feeling rather perturbed. Would Xiao Mushing be able to inform him as he fled? The big boss gazed at Yi Xiang, who seemed lost in thought. After smoothing his hair, he approached. This youthful fellow was someone he understood well. Confronting a mature, knowledgeable, yet affable individual was a challenge. He ascended to the makeshift brick bunk beside Yi Xiang. Hello, little brother. I've just joined this company, and there are some matters I'm not well acquainted with. Could you enlighten me? Annie, I've only recently arrived as well. I'm not quite sure how to respond, Yi Xiang replied, feeling a twitch at the corner of the big boss's mouth. Annie, Yi Xiang noted the lack of sentiment in the demeanor of this young master, reminiscent of the elder women he had encountered throughout his life, mature, poised, and endearing. However, I only arrived today, and you have been here for several days. Why not share your insights with me, particularly regarding which managers are more approachable? The big boss endeavored to regulate his tone. Yi Xiang recalled Xiao Mushing's prior warnings about the presence of spies among the employees. Thus, certain matters were not to be uttered lightly. Should this information leak, he might never find an opportunity to escape. Yet, what if this individual were innocent? A gentle nudge in her direction might suffice. The outcome would be left to her own fate. As for the managers, both Manager Hu and Manager Chun were quite agreeable. Concerning this place, the company's environment was deplorable. The beds were constructed of bricks, hard and uncomfortable, without any air conditioning. Upon this remark, the big boss concurred, acknowledging the dire state of affairs. Even for a startup, such carelessness was unacceptable. So many aspects were inadequately managed. The big boss understood that when someone complains, it is best not to counter, but rather to align with their sentiments, allowing them to express their frustrations before subtly introducing one's own perspective, lest one's opposition exacerbate the situation. It is not mere negligence. I sense this company is cutting costs, even if they are careless enough not to install air conditioning. The beds are indeed atrocious. The big boss pressed on, acknowledging the discomfort of the beds. The location is so remote. It is one thing to have us stay with the company, but the living conditions are abysmal. As Yi Xiang poured forth his grievances, the big boss stood by, nodding in agreement. Yi Xiang wondered if the woman before him was truly oblivious. After all he had said, how could she still fail to grasp the issues at hand? Alas, there was nothing more to be done. He had already shown considerable patience. Meanwhile, the big boss silently noted the foolish actions of those involved. The fact that they could recognize these problems suggested that their work was far from satisfactory. It seemed an opportunity would need to be sought to provide further training for these individuals. Chapter 67. Unending Surprises in the Restroom. Yi Xiang had finally managed to shake off the big boss and was preparing to relax. Just then, Xiao Mushing arrived at his side. Upon seeing Xiao Mushing, Yi Xiang's emotions surged, and he anxiously inquired, Brother Xiao, when can we make our escape? Soon, but I need to ask you for a favor. This will greatly aid our escape, Xiao Mushing replied, shaking himself and adjusting his pants. What is it? Yi Xiang asked. I recall that your dormitory had an older sister assigned to you, didn't it? Xiao Mushing continued. Yeah, so what? Yi Xiang responded. Turn your head aside. Xiao Mushing instructed. Yi Xiang complied, tilting his head away. Xiao Mushing leaned in and whispered in his ear. Must I resort to using my charm? She asked, rather older. ISNT she? Yi Xiang's face displayed a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. He felt that the sister was nearly a decade his senior, and calling her Annie would not be inappropriate. If you're unwilling, I can just leave, Xiao Mushing replied casually. After much contemplation, Yi Xiang finally gritted his teeth and declared, for the sake of escaping, I will endure this. Excellent. Tonight, I'm counting on you, Xiao Mushing encouraged him. The individuals on the 5th floor would be relatively easy to manage. As for the other longtime employees, a simple call to the police would suffice. The main concern was the big boss in the other room, who held the crucial evidence. However, he was not so easily dealt with. They needed to find a way to diminish his resources, making his movements less convenient, and ideally, strip him of the evidence he possessed. After their conversation in the restroom, Xiao Mushing sought out Taoist Xianxing. Taoist, do you have a moment to assist me? At that moment, the Taoist appeared radiant, clearly pleased with his newly assigned dormitory. I am only responsible for ensuring young Master Yi Xiang's safety. I wish to remain uninvolved in other matters. But what if they intend to conspire with Yi Xiang? Fighting over inheritance? Xiao Mushing pressed. The Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at Xiao Mushing. Consider the new roommate in your dormitory. Xiao Mushing reiterated his point. The Taoist inhaled sharply. ISNT, that just a scheme for money? Why go to such extremes? What could one gain from deception? If they were to conceive a child, who knows how much inheritance could be seized? Xiao Mushing shrugged. That is indeed a possibility. The Taoist stroked his beard thoughtfully. That does make sense. However, if you wish for my cooperation, we must agree that my primary concern remains young Master Yi Xiang's safety. The Taoist appeared slightly apprehensive, no longer as casual as before. Yi Xiang was indeed not short-lived, but the nuances of creating life were beyond his comprehension. All you need to do is burst into the dormitory and prevent anything from happening to your young master. That would be assisting you, wouldn't it? ISNT, that my duty? The Taoist seemed puzzled. You will understand in due time, Xiao Mushing replied, as the Taoist's gaze shifted to one of skepticism and scrutiny. Xiao Mushing had sought out the Taoist because he had recognized from their very first meeting that the Taoist was undoubtedly trained and possessed formidable combat skills. A depth of capability he could not discern. It is absolutely no trouble to deal with that woman. Even if there were issues, he could always assist. As night descended, the small building was enveloped in darkness. At that moment, a mobile phone, resting within a drawer, illuminated the room, sending out a flurry of text messages, each accompanied by a distinct location. He Jingyo's hand delved into the device, electric currents surging within. He needed to act swiftly. The battery was running low, having not been charged for several days. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, a tightly locked door creaked open. A man in a disheveled suit, wearing a smile, stealthily descended. I recall that the flower was on the 1st floor. With everyone dead, no one would remember this event. How amusing. The suited figure arrived on the ground floor. Where is the flower? Where has it gone? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 iron cans in the storage room. The smile on Manager Chen's face deepened. These seemed to possess even greater potency. With a grin, he hoisted the 2 small cans and made his way back to the 5th floor. Quietly, he nestled the cans in a corner, though a slight noise was inevitable. In the adjacent room, a manager suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the locked door barricaded with a table and tied with cloth. Reassured, he closed his eyes once more. With such precautions, he could not escape. It was futile to think others could enter. There was no need to worry about a man sneaking in. As for leaving, that was out of the question. Would that not be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Simultaneously, in another room, a figure stealthily emerged, making their way down the staircase to the 1st floor. Arriving at the storage room, they wondered, where have the gas canisters gone? Hadn't He Jingyu mentioned this afternoon that the 2 canisters were still here? Why were they missing? Xiao Mushing searched the storage room, but could not locate the canisters. Grasping his head in frustration, he pondered what else could incapacitate someone. With so many employees in the company, if things escalated, others would surely come to assist. If he did not resolve the situation swiftly, he would find himself in dire straits. Even if he acted when the police arrived, if the other party concealed or destroyed the evidence, all of his efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Xiao Mushing. Set a fire, create chaos. Under such circumstances, others would likely be too preoccupied to offer assistance. He and the Taoist priest could then secure the evidence. For now, this was the only course of action. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang found herself pinned against the wall. Could you explain what is happening? The big boss pressed her against the surface. Yi Xiang gazed at this woman, shorter than herself, realizing she could not break free regardless of her efforts. A dangerous glint flickered in the big boss's eyes. Was it merely that the room was warm? Yi Xiang attempted to defend herself. While it is true that men sometimes think with their lower halves and may act in haste, the difference between day and night in this case was stark. Moreover, for someone of your stature, if there was no initial interest, how could one expect interest to arise now? If the boss had previously been motivated by monetary gain, he now senses peril. Upon returning home in the evening, Yi thought to simply remove her coat, yet she found herself deceived into shedding it entirely. Furthermore, she discerned no trace of desire in the other SIs. Their acting was woefully inadequate. She had encountered numerous such opportunities in the past, choosing to refrain while her companions did not. Consequently, those individuals met with dire consequences. Thus, in response to the other S behavior, which both conformed to her expectations yet felt disconcertingly out of place, she sensed an undeniable underlying threat. At this moment, Yi realized she was in grave trouble. With no escape in sight, outside the door, the Taoist Xiansheng felt a pang of embarrassment. How could this woman be so formidable? Logically, this young master should not have such a fleeting fate. How could he find himself in such a perilous situation? Chapter 68, Explosion, captured with a single hand. She lifted an adult male effortlessly. Such strength is not something an ordinary woman could possess. The Taoist Xiansheng indeed had some self-defense skills, yet his martial prowess was not so exaggerated. Observing this fierce woman, he found himself uncertain about his ability to defeat her. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Manager Chen had already released the gas canister and, covering his mouth and nose, began to securely lock every door, ensuring that no one could escape. What if he failed to eliminate them all? However, at the moment his fingers touched the metal doorknob, he realized he had not had a drop of water all day due to the events that had transpired. His skin felt dry, and as he made contact with the cold metal, a sharp pain shot through his fingertips. Chen was all too familiar with this sensation. The moment it struck him, he froze. The static electricity was unpredictable and beyond his plans. In the next instant, he was engulfed in flames, as each room on the 5th floor erupted violently, shattering the glass. Every person lying in bed was surrounded by fire. Just as Xiao Mushing had reached the 2nd floor and was about to ascend to the 3rd, he heard the explosion and quickly ducked into the nearest restroom. A wave of fire surged down the hallway. Taoist Xiansheng burst through the door and swiftly shut it behind him. Fortunately, the force of the explosion was not overwhelming. Perhaps the concentration of gas was not excessively high, resulting only in a burst of flames. Additionally, the 2 floors in between provided some buffer, sparing the 2nd floor S doors and windows from serious damage. Once the flames subsided, Xiao Mushing rushed out of the restroom, seizing the moment while others were still in shock. He made his way to the room where Yi Xiang was located, only to find 2 individuals already locked in a struggle. "Miss, I've refrained from using full force because you are a girl, but if you continue to hold on like this, don't blame me." Following this was the sound of objects colliding. Yi Xiang dared not move, having already received a beating. Taoist Xiansheng now bore the marks of battle, with one eye resembling that of a panda and 2 boot prints on his body. "Miss, your conduct lacks martial ethics," he exclaimed as he rushed in, only to be met with a kick before he could react. At that moment, the already damaged door was struck again, violently kicked open. The boss, noticing someone daring to approach, prepared to retaliate, but immediately withdrew her foot upon seeing a mop head of a murky yellow hue before her. After experiencing a few earlier misfortunes, Xiao Mushing finally understood the significance of weaponry. Wielding the mop, he declared, "Taoist Xiansheng, let us confront them together." Seeing reinforcements arrive, Taoist Xiansheng was eager to vent his frustrations. The boss eyed the two challengers and declared, "This explosion was your doing. You have committed murder. Do you realize that?" To which Xiao Mushing retorted, "Firstly, this has nothing to do with me. Secondly, do you not have blood on your hands?" Her heart sank at his response. "Are you a cop?" However, as soon as her words left her lips, she was met with the mop head. The corridor outside was in chaos, as everyone rushed to the 5th floor to extinguish the fire, while some, sensing the danger, seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. There was no time to attend to the happenings within that room. No matter how skilled she was still struck squarely in the face by the mop head. Before she could even succumb to despair, the Taoist Xianzheng began his retaliation, delivering a swift kick to her abdomen. Xiao Mushing broke the mop in two, handing one piece to the Taoist while wielding the other with great force. The once menacing yellow mop had exhausted its utility and now possessed no deterrent power. In such times, there was no opportunity for him to show her pity. Should he allow her to recover, he would surely suffer the consequences. Had he not witnessed the extent of Xianjing's injuries? If not for his timely arrival, the latter might have been utterly dismantled, feeling that he had inflicted sufficient damage. Xiao Mushing turned to glance at Yixiang. Where had her coat gone? Yixiang pointed towards the edge of the bed. He felt a genuine fear. These two were so ruthless toward the woman. He truly could not discern whether they were victims like himself. Xiao Mushing hurried over to retrieve the coat, tearing open the concealed pocket to uncover a USB drive. This was the evidence he needed. Simultaneously, police cars flashing red and blue lights surrounded the 5-story building in the darkness of night. In different cities, other structures were also encircled by police vehicles. He Jingyu had been gathering intelligence on the movements of several managers while also seeking to understand the locations of their other branches. Since it was a complete sweep, none would be spared. Thus, while manipulating his phone, he sent not only the target locations but also details of key figures. As long as their operations proceeded smoothly and they obtained the evidence, none of these individuals would escape. In the backseat of a police car, He Jingyu wore a smile of success, tinged with a hint of trepidation. "You are indeed ruthless. You mentioned using gas to incapacitate these individuals, yet it ended in an explosion." Xiao Mushing picked up a piece of candy to calm his frayed nerves. The moment the officer entered, he had been pinned down. Under the circumstances, the officer could not discern who was the good or the bad. All he could do was temporarily detain them. Fortunately, in the end, everything was clarified, especially since they had crossed paths on several occasions. Some case files had circulated, and naturally, his information was among them. A quick review of the records would reveal the truth. As for the mastermind, he was still receiving emergency treatment in an ambulance. Xiao Mushing and Taoist Xianzheng had indeed been rather severe. "This is not my doing. I did not cause the explosion." He Jingyu displayed a look of confusion. "If it wasn't Tu, then who could it be? Surely they wouldn't be foolish enough to blow themselves up. Who can say for certain?" Xiao Mushing inquired, noticing that He Jingyu's unease had not subsided. "Is there anything else you wish to do?" "I still want to visit my mother's grave," He Jingyu replied, and at this moment, the initial joy of dismantling the organization faded, leaving only pain and regret. "When I initially joined this organization, it was not only due to the leverage they held over me, but also because of my mother's illness. I had exhausted all my funds on her treatment, and I needed to earn money for her care." I vividly recall the sorrow etched on her face as she departed, fully aware of my involvement in this line of work. While sorting through her belongings, I stumbled upon a handwritten letter, the penmanship rather poor, a testament to her limited education. At this juncture, He Zheng's voice faltered slightly. She expressed that once she was gone, I need not continue down this path. I should hasten to find a respectable job and not make further mistakes. At the end of the letter, she implored me to burn it, fearing that my past incarceration would hinder my prospects of finding a partner in the future. Since discovering this letter, I have been too ashamed to visit her grave. I cannot bear to face her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing contemplated that perhaps it was time for him to return and pay his respects as well. Chapter 69. I truly am a good person. He Li's grave. This is situated in a desolate area of He Zheng's rural hometown. At that time, He Zheng could scarcely afford a burial plot, let alone secure one in the city. Raised solely by his mother, He Zheng bore her surname. oblivious to his father's identity and indifferent to the knowledge. He often overheard the villagers' disparaging remarks about the man, a wretched creature incapable of bearing responsibility, squandering a good wife, and deserving of death away from home. Standing before the grave, He Zheng reminisced about the past. Xiao Mushing found the situation peculiar, accompanying a ghost to pay respects. After assisting with the burning of incense and offering tributes, Xiao Mushing mused that it seemed unnecessary to conduct a grave visit when a face-to-face encounter was possible. He Zheng's increasingly translucent form bowed in reverence. You know, my departure was abrupt. My former friends distanced themselves due to the fraud allegations, and no one would burn money from me. I fear a life of poverty in the afterlife, so I sent it to my mother. Damn! Xiao Mushing gave He Zheng a thumbs up. Are you about to leave? What gift do you intend to bestow upon me? Unreservedly, Xiao Mushing inquired. I've learned pole dancing for a while and excel at it. I've decided to gift you this talent. If you ever tire of being a bounty hunter, with your looks and a wig, you could achieve great fame. Xiao Mushing replied. What if I encounter an insurmountable foe and perform a pole dance to entertain them? Perhaps they let me go. No wonder you thrive in this line of work. Your mind is far more agile than mine. He Zheng chuckled, his form growing ever more ethereal. In that moment, he felt an unparalleled lightness, free from the previous gloom and heaviness. It seemed that even if the world were to end, it would bear no consequence for him. Get lost, Xiao Mushing jested. He Zheng's lower half transformed into golden particles, gradually dissipating. Be cautious. Don't seek me out before I've completed my punishments below. This encounter had been perilous. Had the gas not exploded prematurely, but rather spread throughout the entire building, Xiao Mushing likely would not have escaped, even with a ghost by his side. Complete control of the situation was not guaranteed. I am aware, Xiao Mushing replied, though abandoning such a livelihood was out of the question. Once accustomed to quick earnings, the prospect of humbly working for a meager salary was unappealing. It is easier to slip from frugality into extravagance than to return. However, before you depart, do tell me about the gift, so I'm not left to ponder. Counter multi-level marketing techniques. Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow. Are you concerned I will follow your path? Not at all. Counter multi-level marketing inherently involves multi-level marketing, but it incorporates my own countermeasures. Hearing this, Xiao Mushing chuckled. Then you met your end too soon. This knowledge could prove invaluable. You are overthinking. These matters have long been articulated by others, though not many have taken the time to read or comprehend them. The individuals within the organization are not as formidable as you might imagine. Many concepts cannot be conjured from thin air, but are merely gleaned from the wisdom of others. Even in the realm of pyramid schemes, one must diligently pursue knowledge. Otherwise, how could so many gullible individuals be deceived? This is indeed the case. With that, Xiao Mushing waved his hand in farewell. The last flicker of golden light from He Zhengyu completely dissipated. Xiao Mushing gazed at the grave of He's mother. Perhaps he could inter He Zhengyu here. His remains should still be in the local mortuary. After all, as no one had come to claim him. It is rather ironic that in contemplating a visit to your mother, you neglect your own corpse. Had I not remembered, who knows how your remains would have been treated? As he spoke, Xiao Mushing descended the mountain. Having accepted the gifts and rendered assistance, he resolved to see it through. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was approached by an elderly man, dressed simply, squinting his eyes, and walking with a noticeable limp. Young man, I wish to inquire about something. Xiao Mushing regarded him with a degree of caution. In pyramid schemes, one often assesses a person's countenance to determine their susceptibility to deception. The man before him did not seem to possess a reputable appearance. What is it? Is there a woman named He Li in this village? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing remained impassive. He had only learned the name from the gravestone. Don't just mention the name. Nowadays, there are too many with the same name. Can you provide any more specific details? She should have a child, a boy. I'm unsure if she has remarried. Just find any He Li with a boy in the household, and I'll seek her out myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing feigned profundity, responding with a thoughtful, "Oh, you must be referring to that He Li, right? Which one?" The man's small eyes revealed a glimmer of confusion. The one whose son made a fortune abroad, who brought her back a few years ago to enjoy life. Let me tell you, her son has done remarkably well, after years of hard work raising him. He attended a prestigious university, graduated, and then joined a large enterprise, subsequently moving abroad for development. It is said he now resides in a villa overseas, consuming fruits worth thousands of dollars each, and travels in luxurious vehicles. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in astonishment. Which country did he go to? I cannot say. He deliberately concealed it, fearing that his father, who abandoned him in childhood, might come looking for him, so he never informed the villagers. As the conversation progressed, a flicker of anger ignited in the man's eyes. However, upon glancing at Xiao Musheng, he refrained from uttering any curses, likely aware of his reputation within the village. After a moment's consideration, he produced a pack of cigarettes. Young man, you seem quite impressive and knowledgeable. Surely you could spare some? Although Xiao Musheng did not smoke, he nonetheless took the entire pack. The man, witnessing his cigarettes being taken, reached out instinctively to reclaim them, but then withdrew his hand. You have indeed inquired of the right person. Within this village, none possess more insightful information than I. I am a wanderer, traversing the world far and wide. Allow me to share my thoughts with you. Based on my investigations, it appears that the affluent metropolitan areas to the west, renowned for their iconic architecture and international acclaim, are likely candidates. Should one seek to uncover the truth, spending a few years exploring the prominent cities, engaging in inquiries, would likely yield results. After all, there are but a handful of developed nations to the west, and the famous cities are few, particularly those experiencing robust economic growth, cities akin to York. Frequenting the vicinity of opulent skyscrapers will most certainly lead to discoveries. In this world, while many things abound, wealthy individuals are comparatively rare. Thus, finding a person of means is not an insurmountable challenge. You are fortunate to have encountered me today, for I can engage in conversation. Had you sought answers from others in the village, they would merely inform you of the individual's demise, noting that he once had influence in the community. Upon hearing these words, the other party's lips curled into a smile, as visions of a splendid life filled with villas, swimming pools, luxurious residences, extravagant vehicles, and dedicated attendants danced before his eyes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, good sir, he exclaimed, turning away with no intention of further venturing into the village, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Xiao Musheng observed the departing figure. He had encountered such parents before, individuals who neglect their offspring from birth, only to remember their existence when old age renders them incapable of enjoying life, prompting them to seek their children. For such individuals, revealing the truth evokes no guilt or introspection. Rather, they would lament He Zhengyou's untimely fate and perceive inadequacies. Given this, it would be wiser to offer a glimmer of hope, guiding them step by step toward despair. Traveling abroad demands a substantial sum of money, and he harbored no belief that this man possessed any wealth. Moreover, at his age, the foreign environment and societal structure differ drastically from that of his homeland, posing genuine peril. More importantly, after such assertions, even if someone presented this man with news of He Zhengyou's death or even a death certificate, he would refuse to believe it. To him, such news signifies the obliteration of his idyllic plans for retirement. This indeed exemplifies the application of knowledge acquired in the moment. I truly am a benevolent soul, Xiao Musheng mused, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Chapter 70. The Cycle of Good and Evil, a New Roommate. The man who left the village had barely savored his newfound joy when a troubling thought struck him. It seemed he could not travel abroad by plane, burdened with debts. Venturing overseas was simply out of the question. After some contemplation, he recalled a friend he had met while drinking, someone known for boasting. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number. I wish to travel to the Western countries, but I cannot fly out. Do you have any solutions on your end? A voice on the other end responded, tinged with skepticism. I might have a few ideas, but do you have any funds? After all, such matters cannot be resolved without expenditure. The man pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. How much do I need to prepare? You'll need around 100,000. Came to reply. That much. For traveling abroad, there are numerous expenses and connections to navigate. 100,000 may sound substantial, but once divided among many, you might only receive a fraction. The man clenched his jaw, steeling himself. If necessary, I could sell a kidney and later have my wealthy son procure me a young replacement. All right. However, I plan to traverse several countries in the West. What a coincidence. We also need to pass through multiple Western nations. But where we stop depends on how far you can go. Very well. For the sake of a happier life. Such sacrifices are acceptable. Meanwhile, a scarred man with dark skin jotted down a note, marking a check. Just what I needed. This completes the number. I favor such fools, for they not only contribute funds, but also fulfill the laboratory's needs. Truly, a twofold benefit. Xiao Mushi drove to the local funeral home in the city of Huzheng, where he claimed the remains and paid for the cremation. He glanced at the urn in the passenger seat. In ancient dragon country, burial was revered, with beliefs that one could not be reborn without proper interment. Xiao Mushi had previously dismissed such notions, even doubting the existence of spirits. Now, however, he found himself reconsidering. It struck him that Luo Yao had been deceased for over a decade without reincarnation, perhaps linked to this belief. As these thoughts surfaced, he recalled the man he had encountered at the village entrance. Regrettably, he would never learn the fate that awaited him. For such individuals, he could only say that the rule of law had spared him a grim fate. Otherwise, he might have buried him on the spot. Returning to that village, he ascended the small hill once more. There, beside He Li's grave, he began to dig until he uncovered a crude coffin side, placing the urn against it before covering it again. Although He Jingyu had repented before his demise, his past misdeeds had deceived many. Should a gravestone be erected, it might attract unwanted attention, leading to potential grave robbing. It was better to rest beside his mother, for she had lain undisturbed for so long. It seems that the villagers still hold a degree of reverence for his mother, so let her bestow her blessings upon him once more. After reinterring the remains, Xiao Musheng descended the mountain, preparing to return home. Simultaneously, his phone chimed with a notification indicating a bank transfer, an amount totaling 300,000 yuan. This task did not yield the substantial bounty of previous assignments. He was merely required to locate a certain manager and escort them to the designated location. This individual appeared to possess a modest fortune, seemingly duped and unable to contain their frustration, thus issuing a reward. However, the price of this bounty resulted in the dismantling of an entire organization. The individual indeed managed to achieve significant outcomes at a minimal cost. For a sum of 300,000, resolving such a large-scale organization is an uncommonly advantageous transaction. He pondered what his next roommate might be like, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Such exhilarating days undeniably elevate one's adrenaline levels. Xiao Musheng began to comprehend the sentiments of extreme sports enthusiasts, relishing the exhilarating thrill of dancing on the precipice between life and death, a sensation that can become intoxicating. Each brush with mortality releases a surge of dopamine, stirring the heart with fervor. Zhou Haihong scrolled through short videos, encountering a piece of news that showcased a familiar figure. After watching the entire report, she learned of a man who infiltrated a pyramid scheme. Within a mere few days, he had mapped out all the distribution points and secured crucial evidence of wrongdoing. Although his face was pixelated, she recognized his silhouette all too well. Coupled with her knowledge of his undertaking, she gasped in astonishment. He had single-handedly dismantled the entire organization. This was indeed a feat of the utmost difficulty. The sheer number of individuals involved, the vast scale of operations, the dispersed nature of the organization, and the members' expertise in brainwashing were all formidable challenges. Initially, she had thought he was merely targeting a few individuals and a small outpost, which already demonstrated considerable audacity. Yet, she had underestimated him, and now he had succeeded. After a moment of shock, Zhou Haihong continued scrolling, landing on another short video, a news report about a man in his 60s who, in an attempt to amass 100,000 yuan for a trip abroad, sold his kidney to an underground clinic, only to tragically perish due to the unregulated nature of the procedure. The illicit clinic has since been shut down, with all involved parties apprehended. As for the elderly gentleman's remains, no family members have come forward to claim them. In the past, individuals exchanged kidneys for money to buy phones. Now, some are trading them for funds to travel abroad. What could possibly be going through their minds? Zhou Haiyang scoffed before continuing to scroll through her phone. After 2 days of travel, Xiao Mushing finally returned home. Standing before the door of room 404, he felt an exhilarating mixture of anticipation akin to unboxing a mystery package. However, before he could even turn the knob, he heard the sound of a woman weeping from within. The sorrowful cries sent a chill down his spine, yet he steeled himself and opened the door. In the living room, a woman was curled up on the sofa, her head buried deeply in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. The voice was filled with sorrow, sending shivers through the listener's heart. Xiao Mushing's lips twitched. Had he encountered this individual first, he might have chosen not to reside in this house at all. At that moment, the other party, having heard someone return, lifted their head. Their tear-filled eyes reflected sadness and confusion as they gazed at Xiao Mushing. Why did you want to kill me? Why? Upon witnessing their expression, Xiao Mushing felt a wave of headache wash over him, hoping that his suspicions were unfounded. What is your relationship with the he you mentioned? My boyfriend. I loved him so deeply, and he clearly loved me in return. Why would he want to kill me? Why would he want me dead? Why? Xiao Mushing remained silent. Chapter 71. The murderer offers a bounty. Xiao Mushing placed his backpack on the sofa and sank onto it, rubbing his temples as the words of the other party momentarily induced a headache. The previous four individuals had been rather ordinary, though the world was undoubtedly populated by many who deviated from the norm. He had encountered such individuals before, often exuding an unrefined beauty untouched by 9 years of compulsory education. It led one to ponder the purpose of their existence on Earth. For instance, one of his university roommates had dropped out due to being infatuated. A girl had once made a disparaging remark about the principal, prompting him to assault the principal one evening, all the while muttering about the girl and calling the principal a scoundrel, leaving the latter bewildered. This incident led the principal to introspect, despite his penchant for superficial projects. The school had all the essential infrastructure for student life, which Xiao Mushing deemed commendable, as the principal had not compromised student welfare in pursuit of appearances. He recalled that following the incident, the school instituted 2 additional psychological assessments each semester and established specific regulations regarding romantic relationships, such as prohibiting complaints about school authorities during such times. Complete bans on dating were clearly impractical. Even high schools struggled to enforce such rules, let alone universities. Should such regulations be enacted, the principal might find it perilous to walk alone at night. As Xiao Mushing contemplated this, he gradually withdrew his thoughts, realizing that he should not be so hasty. Some matters warranted clarification. Could you tell me how you met your demise? The girl lifted her head to look at him, rising to grasp his clothing, only to find her hand passing through. Ultimately, she resigned herself to sitting beside him, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at him. I can sense that you can lead me away from here. Take me to him and let me confront him about why he killed me. Xiao Mushing replied calmly. If you cannot compose yourself, feel free to continue crying. When your emotions have settled, we can converse. Just take me to him. I will say anything. Xiao Mushing fixed a cold gaze on the girl. I do not converse with those who are emotionally unstable. If you cannot regain your composure, you may remain here for eternity until your boyfriend passes away. In this moment, Xiao Mushing suspected that if he were to peel back the top of her skull, he would find a gelatinous mass, smooth and bouncy. The girl was momentarily daunted by Xiao Mushing's formidable presence, for he possessed an aura that few could rival. Having faced life and death, she steadied her emotions and ceased her sobbing. Is it all right now? Almost. I will ask questions, and you shall answer them. When seeking assistance, one must be mindful of their demeanor, not solely consumed by their emotions. The girl nodded. How'd you die? I was burned alive. What is your name? Jilu. And what is your current demand? I seek to understand why he would wish to take my life. At this, Xiao Mushing retorted. On what grounds do you believe he would refrain from killing you? Surely, murder necessitates a motive. We have been together for 2 years. I possess little wealth and have never invested in significant insurance. We have never quarreled. What reason could he possibly have to end my life? You must provide me with some justification. Xiao Mushing gazed at him in astonishment, initially perceiving him as merely infatuated. But what if he had found another outside our relationship? That would render the notion even more implausible. He had never mentioned a breakup, an infidelity, while morally reprehensible. does not typically culminate in murder, which incurs severe legal repercussions. Xiao Mushing began to sense that the individual before him was perhaps not as naive as he first assumed. You claim to have been burned alive. How can you ascertain that he was the one who set the fire? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing began to reconsider the suspicions surrounding the boyfriend. I caught a glimpse of half his face and his silhouette as I was engulfed in flames. Xiao Mushing's brow furrowed even deeper. How did you meet your fiery demise? My hands and feet were bound, my body drenched in gasoline, and he ignited the gasoline with a lighter. As the flames engulfed me, I discerned his figure in the darkness. The mere recounting of such torment sent a chill through Xiao Mushing. Thus, I wish to comprehend what drove him to kill me. When did you perish? Sometime around April 2010. Why do you ask? Are you aware of what year it is now? Giles shook his head. It is 2024, which means 14 years have elapsed since your death. If you seek to locate your boyfriend, it will require considerable effort, and I may not yield substantial results. The case involving Luo Yao had sent shockwaves throughout the city, prompting the police to offer a notably high reward. The subsequent tasks were relatively straightforward, yet this particular case may not offer a corresponding bounty. After all, over a decade has passed. It remains uncertain whether the true perpetrator has been apprehended or if the family has even engaged with bounty hunters or is aware of bounty hunter forums. Furthermore, would they be willing to dispense such a reward? Thus, should I pursue this case, it is likely that monetary gain will be minimal, and I might ultimately receive only a token of gratitude from the family. Despite this, Xiao Mushing still ventured into the bounty hunter forum, typing in the name Giles. While he felt the odds were slim, he was eager to explore the possibility. To his surprise, a bounty appeared. Task announcement date, 2010. Task: uncover the truth behind Giles' death and locate the murderer. Reward: 50,000. The reward amount had not been altered. It remained as it was issued in 2010. The value of 50,000 from 14 years ago differs greatly from its current equivalent. The cost of living was significantly lower at that time, and this sum could facilitate various endeavors. Xiao Mushing clicked on the task and opted to accept it, subsequently receiving the employer's phone number. Giles, unaware of the passage of time, glanced at his phone. Upon seeing the string of numbers, a look of profound astonishment crossed his face. How could this be his phone number? His? Are you referring to your boyfriend? Xiao Mushing astutely seized upon the crucial point. Indeed, this is his phone number. You witnessed him take your life, yet he posted a bounty 14 years ago, seeking the truth of that day and the identity of the murderer. I am equally perplexed, which is precisely why I wish to inquire with him for clarity. Giles was also at a loss. Xiao Mushing swept back the hair that had fallen across his forehead. This is becoming intriguing. The one who sought your demise is now offering a reward to uncover the truth. Chapter 72. Returning home in splendor, Xiao Mushing clicked to accept the task and turned to inquire. Tell me about the location of your death. It has been 14 years. There is no need to rush. I shall return to my hometown first and assist you later. Ji Lu raised her head, questioning. What do you intend to do back home? She felt her own matters were rather pressing. To pay tribute to the departed and to visit a lonely grave. As for your situation, considering it has been 14 years, a gradual approach is permissible. Before seeking further information, I might as well have someone assist in investigating other leads. After sending He Zheng away, Xiao Mushing recalled certain matters. The lonely grave he had ventured into as a child seemed to harbor some peculiarities. He had never pondered why he could perceive the spirits within that haunted dwelling. Now, he felt it necessary to delve deeper into the mystery. On another side, within a modest 40-square-meter room, a haggard middle-aged man stared blankly at a photograph of a girl. The image was somewhat yellowed and blurred, yet the girl in the photo beamed with joy, exuding youthful exuberance. 14 years have passed, and I still have not found the murderer. I'm so sorry, Lele. Flowers are truly of no use. I cannot uncover the identity of your killer, nor can I clear my name. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. The middle-aged man glanced at it to find a text message. The bounty task you issued has been accepted. Initially stunned by the message, he soon realized that after years of fruitless searching, prompted by a friend's suggestion, he had invested all his savings into the bounty hunter forum, hoping to unearth the truth. Regrettably, in the years following the task's publication, It had been taken up by others, yet ultimately led nowhere. Eventually, no one even dared to accept the task anymore. In cases such as these, the longer the interval, the fewer clues remained, thus escalating the difficulty of investigation. Especially when most evidence pointed towards him, many bounty hunters lost the desire to pursue the case, as they discovered that existing evidence largely implicated the employer. Yet decisive proof was lacking, rendering them unable to convict him. Nevertheless, everyone believed him guilty. That was the consensus. He knew full well he had committed no crime. Alas, over the years, hope had only fostered greater disappointment. Hence, this message surprised him, though he had little hope remaining. 14 years had elapsed, every avenue exhausted, yet no clues could be uncovered. Meanwhile, at a highway service area, Xiao Mushing perused documents sent by Officer Long. He had met Officer Long while assisting Luo Yao during the last operation to dismantle a pyramid scheme S branch. One of the locations was in Jinyang City, overseen by Officer Long. They exchanged contact information, with Officer Long assuring him that he could seek his assistance whenever needed. In truth, it was Officer Long who recognized the exceptional talent in him, despite his slight affliction. His capabilities were unquestionable, having solved numerous cases. As Xiao Musheng examined the clues in the possession of the police, he noticed that every lead pointed towards her boyfriend. Yet there was no concrete evidence to solidify the accusations. Was it truly necessary for him to guide the employer's money into the hands of law enforcement, thereby implicating the employer? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Engaging in such a scheme risked the possibility that someone exceptionally gifted might uncover the truth and expose him. Ji Lu observed from the sidelines. Hadn't she previously mentioned that there was a slight chance it was not him? Originally, she was adamant about returning home, eager to confront her boyfriend for clarity. However, a single remark from Xiao Mushing brought her to a state of composure. What if it wasn't her boyfriend who committed the act? This thought invigorated her spirit, prompting her to voice her own conjectures. She even considered visiting the Bounty Hunter Forum to seek assistance in uncovering the truth. Such an endeavor was inherently perilous. Indeed, there existed a possibility, as certain aspects simply did not add up. If he were truly responsible, the risks would be insurmountable, and the evidence left behind was far too substantial. Even if it did not lead to imprisonment, it would suffice to ruin his reputation. Furthermore, as she had noted, there were no emotional disputes or financial disagreements between them. There was no reason for murder unless her boyfriend was a deranged killer. Yet, such individuals typically preferred torturous methods, relishing the act of slowly extinguishing a life. Moreover, a true psychopath would not limit his victims to a single person, as doing so would eliminate future opportunities. There remained the possibility of framing someone else for the crime. However, from the contents of the documents, it appeared that their social network harbored no vendettas against others. This was something she surely understood. Compelling someone to murder would necessitate a significant grudge. After all, taking a life requires a certain audacity. Ji Lu found herself at an impasse. What was to be done? Move forward step by step, seeking further solutions. Xiao Mushing had some ideas, drawing from tried-and-true methods. However, he needed to ascertain whether her boyfriend was indeed the perpetrator before contemplating the application of these tactics, especially since he had already employed them once before, and a second attempt might not yield the same results. The news had reported on a deranged killer in a state of desperation, but it had not implicated him as the one who had orchestrated the deception involving the two individuals. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin in contemplation. A new strategy could be devised. After finalizing certain matters, he retrieved his phone to consult the map, Qingyan Town. It seemed that the village where he resided had merged with others to form a town. He wondered if the old cemetery still remained. Subsequently, he drove to the town's entrance and soon encountered several elderly gentlemen who could recall Xiao Mushing's name, yet he could not return the favor. In this generation, the younger relatives of Xiao Mushing have had little interaction, especially after the passing of his parents, which severed most of his connections. There are only a handful of individuals with whom he can engage in conversation. He drove to his spacious yet desolate home. Upon parking, he stepped out of the vehicle. Nearby, someone greeted him, "Mushing, why have you returned so early this year? In the past, you would only come back during the winter break." "Uncle Wang, it's because today marks my mother's memorial. So I came to pay my respects, Xiao Mushing replied. Hearing this, Uncle Wang slapped his forehead. Oh, how could I forget? Indeed, it is time for you to come back and reflect. If your parents could see you now, they would surely find peace. Uncle Wang gazed at the young man with a sense of satisfaction. The circumstances of the Xiao family were well known among some of the older residents of the town, many of whom originally hailed from the village. There was a certain degree of resentment towards his father's irresponsibility, yet secretly, they also admired him, acknowledging that true devotion is rare. While grand promises of eternal love are often made, few have the fortitude to genuinely uphold them. Chapter 73. The steel in the old grave. He retrieved the key and pushed open the door. A layer of plastic sheeting covered the table and sofa, dust settling upon it. Xiao Mushing tidied up one of the rooms, creating a space for himself to sleep that night. Noticing the hour was still early, he decided to visit a small supermarket in town to procure a few items: yellow paper, incense, a bottle of white liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and some snacks. The liquor was his father's favorite, while his mother had a penchant for sweet treats. Xiao Mushing glanced at the time. Tomorrow he would pay homage to his parents. But today he intended to visit the solitary grave. Descending the stairs, he sought out Uncle Wang and offered him a cigarette. Uncle Wang, may I inquire about something? Is the rumor concerning the town's demolition true? If it were to happen, they wouldn't proceed with the merger. Uncle Wang shook his head regretfully, stating that many had already asked him about it. That's not what I meant. I'm inquiring about the solitary grave atop Tone Mountain. Is it still there? The old grave you speak of? It should still be there, though the area has become quite desolate, overrun with brambles and weeds. Fewer young people remain in the village, and there are hardly any children left. That place is seldom visited. But tell me, why are you curious about it? I recall that grave was empty. Uncle Wang looked puzzled. The grave was of unknown origin, and the notion that it contained any antiques seemed far-fetched, as it had long been vacated. Yet, due to its secluded location, only a few fearless children dare to hide there while playing hide-and-seek. Generally, adults would refrain from disturbing such places. I've been sensing some unsettling energy around me lately, and a master suggested I investigate. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang took a step back, fully aware of the boy's past antics. Then you must go check it out. Do you have a sickle? Lend it to me for a moment. Uncle Wang returned to his room and retrieved a sickle. Here, it's yours now. No need to return it. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xiao Mushing accepted the sickle without further ceremony and departed. He followed a narrow path overgrown with weeds, only to find that the way ahead had vanished, consumed by dense underbrush. It's so overgrown, he remarked, skillfully wielding the sickle to clear the surrounding foliage. Chi Lefi stood by his side. Speaking of which, what if you actually find something at that old grave? That's why I brought you along. You've accumulated 10 years of experience. So if there happens to be a 1,000-year-old spirit inside, you'll have to hold it off. Chi Lu exclaimed, I can hardly move a blade of grass. And you expect me to confront a 1,000-year-old spirit? Xiao Mushing nodded, but his jest was merely playful. If there were truly a 1,000-year-old spirit within that grave, he would have perished long ago. He had visited that grave more times than he could count. As he swung the sickle halfway, he suddenly crouched down, pushing aside a pile of pine needles to reveal several orange mushrooms. Pine mushrooms. Tonight's dinner will be delightful. Take it easy. Don't poison yourself. Ji Lu kindly reminded him from the side. I have consumed this since childhood. It is impossible for me to be poisoned by it, Xiao Mushing retorted. Apart from the rudimentary outdoor knowledge acquired during his rural upbringing, he had also acquired the survival skills of a geological explorer. As he ventured forth, he cleared the path while foraging for mushrooms. Eventually, he arrived at a small hillside devoid of excessive undergrowth. Here, Xiao Mushing finally beheld the solitary grave from his childhood. At that moment, fragments of geological knowledge began to surface in his mind. In addition to specialized scientific knowledge, he possessed a slight understanding of folk geomancy. He noticed that the feng shui of this solitary grave was quite significant, promising high officials, wealth, and fortune. Who could have been buried here? Alas, the grave was now empty. Xiao Mushing approached the grave and placed the gathered mushrooms down. He then moved to the collapsed entrance above the grave. Crawling inside, he crouched and illuminated the space with his flashlight. It was barren, The area that once housed a coffin now held nothing. Guided by memories from his childhood, he arrived at a section of earthen wall. He remembered that he had fallen asleep leaning against this very spot one fateful night. With a sickle in hand, he began to dig, initially harboring little hope. To his astonishment, he unearthed an object, a small stone carving depicting a bull's head. The entire sculpture was merely the size of a palm. Curiously, the eyes of the carving were missing. Turning the sculpture over, he discovered some words obscured by dirt on its reverse side. The space was too cramped, prompting Xiao Mushing to exit for a better view. As he turned, he almost swung the sickle in fright. Ji Lu stood behind him, her hair hanging downwards like a specter. The beam of the flashlight cast upon her face, revealing her unexpected presence, nearly caused him to lose his composure. "Could you make a sound while following me? You nearly scared me to death," he exclaimed. Ji Lu chuckled sheepishly. "I saw you were quite engrossed, so I didn't want to disturb you. What have you discovered? I didn't pay much attention to this as a child, but returning now, I feel I was indeed onto something back then, only to realize it recently." Xiao Mushing reflected, recalling his youthful audacity. As he observed the object, memories began to resurface. He remembered dreaming of someone speaking to him while he slept in this very spot, imparting wisdom about avoiding places heavy with negative energy and not accumulating such energies. However, in that moment, he had been more concerned with escaping his father's clutches. Ultimately, he had failed to evade it, and the matter slipped from his mind. Had it not been for recent events that rekindled these memories, he would likely remain indifferent to the fate of this ancient grave. After crawling out of the grave, he emerged into the daylight once more. Xiao Mushing meticulously cleaned the dirt from behind the stone carving, only to uncover some indistinct characters, so blurred that he could scarcely discern their meaning. However, he could count approximately 8 characters. For the time being, Xiao Mushing decided to keep this artifact with him, intending to consult the village elders upon his return in hopes of uncovering some history regarding the grave. Furthermore, tomorrow, in addition to paying respects to his parents at their graves, he would also light 2 incense sticks for his 2 masters. It is thanks to these 2 mentors that he is able to earn a living today, as they laid the foundation of his skills. Otherwise, given his appearance, he might have been easily captured by someone and taken home to be kept as a pet. Chapter 74. The fortune teller. Before nightfall, before darkness enveloped the sky, Xiao Mushing descended from the mountain, carrying a basket of freshly picked mushrooms to the doorstep of Wang Bo's home. Wang Bo was no longer basking in the sunlight outside. Instead, he had retreated indoors. Upon seeing Xiao Mushing, he remarked, "Didn't I say the sickle need not be returned? I gathered a few mushrooms and thought to bring you some." Xiao Mushing replied, stepping over the unexpectedly raised threshold. Wang Bo, with a beaming smile, approached to accept the mushrooms. "Look at you, how courteous. The main reason is that my kitchen isn't set up yet. It would be quite the hassle to clean the mushrooms at home, so I might as well enjoy them at your place." "You lazy lad. How did you manage to acquire such a fine vehicle?" "One in a bet," Xiao Mushing stated, causing Wang Bo's hand to falter. That car certainly seemed far from inexpensive. Out there, it was no longer as it had been in the village, where one could easily be deceived or even face dire consequences. Wang Bo had seen his fair share of the world. He knew that young ruffians could be quite dangerous when provoked. Things are not as they once were. The outside world is filled with amiable folks who invite me to enjoy peanuts, watch fireworks, and appreciate nature, all while helping me resolve my inner turmoil. They are all genuinely kind-hearted, not only assisting me, but also gifting me money, Xiao Mushing said with sincere mirth. Wang Bo, aware of his advancing years, recognized that some truths were unwelcome to the youth. "Take care of yourself out there." He returned to the modest kitchen, where he meticulously arranged the mushrooms and prepared a dish with a mix of fatty and lean preserved pork. The aroma was delectable, and the flavors were exquisite. Xiao Mushing relished the meal wholeheartedly. At the dining table, Wang Bo poured 2 cups of wine and savored a sip himself. "You're not a child anymore. When do you plan to carry on the lineage of the Xiao family?" "Perhaps during the new year when you return. Those who have ventured out will likely return as well. University students or recent graduates like you could help forge connections." Wang Bo spoke with sincerity. Having spent many years in the village, even after its amalgamation into a town, his old connections remained intact. Moreover, Xiao Mushing was indeed a handsome young man. now possessing a car, suggesting that he was faring well in the outside world. Thus, finding a match would not be a daunting task. With your abilities, why not seek a partner for yourself? How long have you been single? Why are you recommending me? Vank Boritortit. Now that the children have grown and can fend for themselves, I no longer consider finding a companion to share my twilight years, he added with a hint of annoyance. I am attempting to discuss serious matters with you, and yet you turn the conversation back to me, he continued. Putting oneself in another's shoes, you have your aspirations, and I have my considerations, the endeavors I am currently engaged in. If I were to pursue a girlfriend, I might find myself in a precarious situation, perhaps even coerced into clandestine meetings. Honestly, I quite enjoy my solitude, Xiao Mushing reflected. Being an orphan with a touch of eccentricity afforded him a certain freedom in life. The topic did not progress further, and seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mushing inquired, Wang Bo, when was that old grave repaired? Upon my birth, this grave already existed, and at that time, no one in the village acknowledged it. I vaguely recall hearing the villagers mention that the grave did not belong to anyone from our village. It was only after the grave collapsed that everyone realized it contained no remains, not even a coffin. When Uncle Wang spoke of this, he intentionally lowered his voice, casting a somber tone. You wouldn't happen to have discovered something today, would you? The other party's behavior indeed seemed peculiar. Now, returning to inquire further, it was hard not to arouse suspicion. It was not that something had been uncovered. Rather, it was the absence of any discoveries that prompted the visit. And what about the unclean things you carry? Xiao Mushing shook his head. Uncle Wang tilted his head back, creating a bit of distance. Ji Lu, standing nearby, touched her face, observing, I'm not dirty at all. She then focused her gaze on the phone that Xiao Mushing had placed on the table. Suddenly, the phone began to flicker incessantly. Uncle Wang exclaimed in shock. Although he also possessed a smartphone, he could clearly see that no notifications had appeared on the screen. Yet the device continued to emit a persistent ringing. Uncle Wang pulled a talisman from his pocket and promptly affixed it to the phone, causing its brightness to dim. However, shortly thereafter, the phone resumed its flickering, even autonomously scrolling through short videos. Uncle Wang, feeling exasperated, moved to a corner of the room and picked up a hammer. Xiao Mushing, quick-witted, tucked the phone into his pocket and extended a hand to stop Uncle Wang. Calm down, Uncle Wang. It's not that serious. Your phone is merely malfunctioning, and it won't cause me any harm. Besides, it won't have any significant effect on me at this moment. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Lu. She looked up at the ceiling, pondering its unexpected beauty. Hearing this, Uncle Wang finally set down the hammer and sighed. Tomorrow, go see old Huang. Let him take a look. He was the village's fortune teller, adept at matters of fate, career, and exorcism. Is he still around? He's nearly 90, isn't he? Indeed, although we often called him a fraud, he must possess some skill. You should consult him. Perhaps he can provide clarity. Xiao Mushing mentally noted this advice. The following morning, Xiao Mushing carried a considerable load of offerings, hurrying between several graves on the mountain. Today, the number of individuals to honor was rather substantial. By the time he finished, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He then returned to Uncle Wang for a brief chat before heading to seek out old Huang. In the backyard of his home, an elderly man lounged in the sun, cradling a small yellow dog. Suddenly, a child dashed up to him, announcing, Great-grandfather, there's a guest here to see you. The old man, relaxed, inquired, Oh, who is it? A big brother with the surname Xiao. Upon hearing this, old Huang straightened up. You approached him and said, I am dead, reduced to ashes. Alas! Why does Master Huang hold me in such disdain? Before seeing him, I heard his voice. Xiao Mushing traversed the house and entered the backyard. Upon noticing his arrival, Master Huang ceased his futile endeavors and instructed his grandson to prepare tea. What brings you here on this peculiar wind? A chilling breeze. Master Huang's wrinkled visage stiffened, for he sensed an unusual occurrence. Indeed, it seemed so. Reclining in his chair, Master Huang expressed his reluctance to engage with someone like you. It appears you discerned something quite some time ago. Master Huang nodded in acknowledgement. Your fate is exceedingly peculiar and perilous. Thus, I prefer to avoid entanglement, fearing for my own well-being. Then, I shall pose a question today, and after this, I shall not trouble you again. It concerns the old grave. Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes. You were aware of it. From the moment you ventured into that old grave. I anticipated that you would encounter strange events. Chapter 75. Contacting Ji Li's boyfriend Ji Lu felt that this Huang Banzian was quite adept at putting on an air of mystery. She waved her hand in front of him, but as she did so, her hand briefly obscured her vision. The moment she lowered her hand, she caught sight of his eyes. In that instant, a sensation of being scrutinized washed over her, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Xiao Musheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned his gaze towards Huang Banzian. Did you see something just now? He inquired. Huang Banzian, swaying slightly, replied, in my earlier days, my abilities were limited. Now, as I age and approach death, I can indeed glimpse certain things in a daze, though such opportunities are rare. However, your inquiry suggests that you may also possess the ability to see, perhaps even more clearly and for longer periods than I. Can you tell me about the old tomb? Xiao Mushing pressed. I should know it the best in our village. Huang Banzian recounted, that tomb belongs to a Taoist, or rather, a spirit envoy wandering among mortals. I learned about it from my father. This tomb can be traced back 300 years to a time of turmoil when a Taoist roamed the earth, tasked with guiding lost souls back to the netherworld. He could also be considered a living envoy, as he was indeed a mortal performing this duty. According to legend, this Taoist possessed immense powers and knowledge, skilled in various arts, including poetry and painting. Upon his death, he specifically chose this auspicious site for his burial, intending to ascend in rank within the underworld. After a century, his coffin could be relocated back to his ancestral land, provided the gravesite remained undisturbed. A new pit would need to be dug to remove the coffin, which would then be filled again. This would not only preserve his position in the afterlife, but also protect his descendants. How do you know all this? Or rather, how did your father come to know? Xiao Mushing inquired curiously. Huang Banzian replied, because my ancestors assisted in the relocation of the coffin. At one point, I regarded this as mere folklore. Since you are aware of such legends and seem to possess some abilities, why not try your hand at being a living envoy? Huang Banzian chuckled at this suggestion. Initially, I was skeptical about its authenticity. Furthermore, what kind of ghost would linger in the realm of the living? One misstep could lead to a single spirit becoming two, resulting in a chaotic companionship. Moreover, with my limited skills, I can easily secure a comfortable life in this small village through deception. There is no need for me to engage in a dangerous endeavor. Who knows what perilous situations might arise in the process of becoming a living envoy? You have a rather open-minded perspective. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Huang Banzian remarked lightly. Xiao Mushing's fate had been previously observed by Huang Banzian, revealing a path of fortune intertwined with peril. Such a destiny could ensure great wealth for him, yet the fates of those around him remained uncertain. After all, if his own fortune were not sufficiently strong, associating with such individuals might only serve to share in their burdens. This was the reason he hesitated to form ties with this young man. Despite the promise of wealth, the risks were simply too great. He had no need to take such risks. Although there have been changes now, these alterations are beneficial to him. As for others, it is difficult to say. In this world, no matter the nature of the work that requires serving two masters, it is seldom secure. Xiao Mushing understood this quite well. That stone sculpture was likely left behind by that Taoist. Upon seeing the bovine-headed figure of the sculpture, some speculations arose within him. As the imagery of the ox-headed and horse-faced beings is deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness, coupled with the peculiar occurrences he had encountered, it was easy to draw connections. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mushing spoke again, inquiring if there were any other items, perhaps legendary artifacts. Given that my family initially assisted in the relocation of graves, how could we possibly know so much? To know this much is already a testament to my ancestors' extroverted nature. Having expressed this, Xiao Mushing smiled in gratitude. Thank you for clarifying. I shall refrain from troubling you in the future. That would be best, replied Huang Banzian, whose desires aligned perfectly with this outcome. Once outside Huang Banzian's residence, Ji Lu felt a wave of reflection wash over him. It dawned on him that in this world, there truly exist extraordinary individuals. You become a ghost, yet you still ponder such matters, Xiao Mushing replied with a chuckle. As for the stone sculpture, he would study it gradually. He now had a direction. He needed to consider the matter concerning the other party, as it remained an unresolved case. All suspicions were directed towards the boyfriend of the individual in question. Could it be that he would resort to that tactic? After some contemplation, Xiao Mushing decided to hold off for the moment and meet the boyfriend first. Thus, he made a phone call. Meanwhile, on the other end, a weary man, devoid of hope, was gnawing on a cucumber. Suddenly, his phone rang. Picking it up, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Hesitating for a moment, he answered but uttered not a single word. After a brief silence, Xiao Mushing recognized that the other party likely feared it was a scam call. "I am a bounty hunter, Insha, who has taken on your task. Provide me with an address, and I shall come and find you." Only upon hearing this did the man respond. "Perhaps we should just forget it if you dare utter such nonsense now. I shall suspect you. Do not think that my abilities are insufficient. Since I have accepted this task, I undoubtedly possess a certain level of confidence. My intent in contacting you is to gather more details and information. You need only understand that I have taken on this mission and that your cooperation is essential. The success of the endeavor will be determined later." The firmness in Xiao Mushing's tone momentarily stunned the weary, middle-aged man. Logically, he was the subordinate party. Are all subordinate parties now this assertive? Shouldn't he be following the other's demands? As the call fell into a silence, the middle-aged man pondered. Xiao Mushing faced an unreasonable demand. Jilu, anxious beside him, urged, "Tell him I love you." The idea of a man conveying a message from his deceased girlfriend to another man, "I love you," might lead one to suspect that Xiao Mushing was a pervert. Either one might suspect that Xiao Mushing is jesting with the memory of his deceased girlfriend. One could then ponder whether, upon his arrival, the other party would be prepared with a burlap sack, a watermelon knife, and a meat grinder, intending to transform Xiao Mushing into a delectable feast. Remain composed. Do not let your infatuation cloud your judgment at the mere mention of your boyfriend. Allow your intellect to prevail. Consider the possibility that it might indeed be him who poses a threat, and reflect on how you would navigate such a revelation. Did you not assert that there exists a certain probability it may not be him? Even 1% qualifies as a notable possibility. So I urge you to maintain your composure. After calming Jilu, Xiao Mushing turned and said, "For now, please send me your location. I'll come and find you." He then ended the call. Chapter 76. Interrogation of Li Jianda. Old tricks revisited, 2 chapters combined, on a lofty rooftop. A weary man pushed open the door leading to the terrace, clutching his phone to send message. "Have you arrived?" "I'm here," came the voice from above. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head before losing consciousness. Jila gazed at her boyfriend, now encased in a burlap sack. Why would you do this? Upon encountering him in the corridor moments ago, her heart ached. After a decade apart, he had aged so drastically. He had summoned her to the rooftop, and she suspected ulterior motives. However, she held the reins of the situation. She had no intention of causing him harm, merely seeking clarity on certain matters. "While I conduct my inquiries, please keep your romantic inclinations in check," remarked Xiao Mushing, as he produced a length of rope to securely bind his captive. Li Jianda gradually opened his eyes, greeted by the sprawling cityscape below and the dizzying height of 100 meters. As he instinctively recoiled, he realized he was firmly tied to a chair, half of which dangled perilously over the rooftop's edge. Nearby, a figure perched nonchalantly at the terrace's brink, legs swinging freely in the air, unperturbed by the altitude. "You're awake," Xiao Mushing said with a gentle smile. Yet, Li Jianda felt a chill of horror. "What are you doing? Who are you?" "An investigator," came the reply. "You're here to assist me in solving a case, yet you find yourself bound. Why?" Xiao Mushing leisurely snipped a rope securing the chair, leaving 3 others still intact. "You are committing murder. Do you realize that?" Panic gripped Li Jianda. What madness was this? Why was he cutting the ropes without warning? "You ask too many questions. Consider this a warning. If you pose excessive inquiries or resort to deceit during my questioning, I shall sever all these ropes. Intentional homicide could lead to a death sentence." Xiao Mushing silently retrieved a psychiatric evaluation report from his pocket, unfolding it to present before Li Jianda. "At most, I would face life imprisonment. and I will ensure that my actions leave no trace. Suspicion may linger, but tangible evidence to convict me will be elusive. Legenda's weary, panda-like eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder he had considered canceling. His instincts were attempting to preserve his life. Remember, no lies must taint my inquiries. For instance, if I ask whether you killed your girlfriend, lying could result in your demise. Admitting the truth might lead to a life sentence or a term of years. Contemplate your options. How can you discern whether I am lying? Experience in deception detection comes with time. I have acquired considerable expertise. This is your final question. Ask another, and I shall sever the second rope. Xiao Mushing produced a sheet of paper. First question, what flavor of cake did your girlfriend adore the most? As Legenda pondered how to respond, he was momentarily taken aback by the question posed to him. Instinctively, he replied, Black Forest cake. The second inquiry followed. What is the name of the dog belonging to your great-uncle's second aunt's father's little uncle's household? Black Grass, he answered. Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by the recall. Legenda was equally astonished that the other party was privy to such intricate details. The third question was whether he had ever had feelings for another girl during his relationship with Ji Lu. Although Ji Lu claimed he had not, who could say if the truth was buried deep? No, he responded. Xiao Mushing nodded thoughtfully, proceeding to pose several more rapid-fire questions. Until the final one. Did you kill her? No, he replied emphatically, devoid of any hesitation. Legenda gazed intently at the individual before him, whom he considered a madman. The depth of the previous questions indicated thorough research, setting this person apart from those he had encountered before. Perhaps he was indeed a lunatic, yet undeniably a genius. The answers to these questions were elusive, even to the police, as they comprised secrets shared solely between him and Ji Lu. After Xiao Mushing concluded his inquiries, he shook his head. It was clear that the culprit was not the man before him. The fine details recalled were too vivid. If there was no love, many of those memories would have faded over time. Yet this individual retained them with remarkable clarity. Particularly striking was the assuredness of his final response. Had he truly committed any wrongdoing, his reply would not have been so confident or prompt. Ji Lu, standing nearby, was in tears, though no tears fell. Xiao Mushing pulled the chair back, realizing that since he could eliminate Legenda as the suspect, alternative methods would need to be employed. Hope blossomed in Legenda's eyes as he sensed that this person could indeed assist him. What methods? He inquired. Fraud? Xiao Mushing suggested. Legenda was left bewildered, a flurry of question marks appearing above his head. Xiao Mushing then accessed an account that had long been inactive, where previous videos had garnered nearly 1 million likes each. His private messages contained inquiries from advertisers. Squinting his eyes, he discerned that apart from the 50,000 yuan, there were additional opportunities to earn. After conversing with various advertisers, he selected a reputable one and commenced filming videos on the rooftop, with Legenda assisting him. Once the rooftop shoot was complete, Xiao Mushing edited the footage and published the video, tagging it in Qingshui City, the very location where Ji Lu had met her tragic end. Greetings, esteemed viewers. It has been quite some time since my last video, as I've been engaged in various pursuits. I believe that those who have been following my progress or the news are aware of my recent endeavors, tracking poachers and dismantling fraud rings. Today, however, I stumbled upon a case, the Qingshui City arson incident. The victim was a young girl named Ji Lu. Based on the existing clues, the initial suspect is her boyfriend. However, due to the absence of conclusive evidence, he remains merely a primary suspect. Drawing from previous leads, I have conducted an investigation, and it appears that the current clues may have been deliberately misleading. It seems that Legenda has been wrongfully framed, and I have now commenced my inquiry, having already gathered some pertinent clues and evidence. I would also like to request any witnesses from that time or viewers with relevant information to contribute additional clues to help complete the evidence chain. Shortly after the video was published, it garnered nearly 100,000 likes within an hour, accompanied by tens of thousands of comments. The blogger has finally updated. I feared the blogger had been assassinated by the murderer. The blogger, renowned for their unique take on short videos, consistently presents murder cases or unsolved mysteries, which is undeniably thrilling. If the blogger's statements hold any truth, this case may indeed be problematic, given the multitude of clues without substantial evidence, which is quite peculiar. Li Jianda sat beside Xiao Musheng, watching him scroll through comments on his phone, coinciding with the release of his video. To his astonishment, some commenters were speaking up for him, a notion he had never dared to entertain in the past decade. Is this sufficient? Surely, it cannot be so simple. This is merely a preliminary probe to stir the waters. Xiao Musheng contemplated several possibilities. From her prior inquiries, both had maintained a unified stance of lacking any enemies. This led to the suspicion of a potential crime of impulse or random perpetration. However, if it were such a case, there should be more than one incident, and similar methods of operation ought to be identifiable. Thus far, no such patterns have emerged, rendering this likelihood quite low. Simultaneously, Ji Lu had presented a crucial piece of information. The assailant bore half a face resembling that of Li Jianda's. This revelation opens up a plethora of avenues for exploration. He also pondered another possibility: jealousy. There are indeed instances where individuals have harmed others out of transient jealousy. He recalled an incident during his college entrance examination when a fellow student abruptly turned around and tore the test paper of the student behind him, motivated solely by the latter's remark upon leaving the examination room, expressing confidence in scoring over 140 points, while he had performed poorly in the preceding subject. Such occurrences are not uncommon. According to their previous accounts, the couple shared a profound bond, characterized by sweetness and inseparability, akin to an enviable pair of celestial lovers. Both graduated from reputable institutions, each with promising prospects. Their families were supportive, and their backgrounds were compatible, qualifying as a match in social standing. It is evident to anyone that this couple is destined for a beautiful life together. In such circumstances, if Li Jianda were to be confronted by a long-lost twin brother, who, upon discovering his own misfortunes juxtaposed with his brother's prosperous life, would find it difficult not to act. In an electronics factory, a man, half of his face obscured by a mask and a portion of his hair, returned to his room and opened his browser. After a moment of restless fidgeting, several crumpled pieces of paper were discarded. With a newfound sense of relief, he opened a short video app, eager to indulge in some humorous content. Soon, he stumbled upon a video by a crime investigation blogger he had previously followed, whose captivating investigative process in Jinyang City had both enthralled and unnerved him. He harbored a dread that this blogger might one day arrive in his own city, unearthing nearly forgotten cases. In that moment, fear descended upon him as the blogger began to advocate for a suspect, uncovering new clues. Whether it was due to his frail constitution or a deeper cause, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Despite the resentment some might harbor, certain actions inevitably lead to genuine terror. The memory of a girl being brutally burned before his eyes enveloped him in a shroud of fear. Should he flee? Yet, such a flight would likely last a lifetime. At Li Jianda's home, he stood hesitantly at the door, reluctant to knock. However, his companion, Xiao Musheng, unburdened by such trepidation, knocked forcefully. At that moment, a woman in her 60s opened the door. Upon seeing the weathered face of Li Jianda, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Where have you been all these years? Why haven't you come back to see us? If others don't believe in you, how could we? It's impossible that you did it." Li Jianda's home was not in Qingshui City, but rather in a small county nearby. Hearing his mother's words, he too felt tears welling up. "I know, but I cannot return. I wouldn't want to bring shame upon you." The elderly woman reached out as if to strike him, but her hand fell gently to her side. "All these years, you have sent us money each year. Have you been living well on your own?" "I have." After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Li Jianda finally introduced Xiao Musheng. "This is my friend, a renowned detective. He can help uncover the truth and restore my innocence." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman quickly ushered Xiao Musheng inside. Please come in, please come in." Once inside, Xiao Musheng inquired, "Is your husband not home?" "He has gone on a business trip to Qingshui City. His company has a significant contract there, and he is responsible for monitoring its progress, so he will return late." Xiao Musheng nodded, realizing that the aunt might provide clearer insights. "Annie, I am here primarily to ask some questions that could aid in advancing the investigation." The elderly woman vigorously nodded. "Ask away. As long as it helps clear Gina's name, I'll do my utmost to assist. Seated on the sofa, the elderly woman poured 3 cups of tea. Xiao Mushing then delved straight into the matter. Does Li Jina have a twin brother? No. Are you certain? I am quite certain that when I was in the hospital for an examination, it was confirmed that I was expecting only one child. So, does he have any lost siblings? The elderly woman similarly shook her head. He is my only child. There are no others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing took a sip of tea. Are there any children among the relatives who have gone missing or been given away? Or perhaps someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to him, so similar that they are indistinguishable at first glance? There are indeed those who resemble him, yet not to the extent you describe. The elderly woman struggled to recall and provided her answer. Xiao Mushing felt that the progress had stagnated. It was not aligning with his expectations. However, was this not an investigation? Why ask such questions? It was merely to filter out some suspicious individuals. As much evidence pointed towards Li Jinda, necessitating some inquiries. Li Jinda had not anticipated that Xiao Mushing would come to his home to ask such questions. After Xiao Mushing finished his inquiries, the aunt went to prepare a meal. It was a rare occasion for her son to return. Once she left, Li Jinda began to inquire. Have you uncovered any leads? It is merely speculation, as the current clues indicate some connections to you, along with testimonies from others stating they have seen you in some significant locations. Yet the issue is that although you have been seen in these places, the timing does not align. If I were to hypothesize that someone resembles you closely or shares a striking likeness, then this fragment of evidence might begin to make sense. At that moment, Li Jinda suddenly recalled having seen this testimony at the police station. However, since the individual who provided this testimony was an elderly person, reportedly suffering from Alzheimer's, coupled with the discrepancies in timing, it had not been regarded as crucial evidence by the police. Yet, the fact that the other party managed to connect these dots was quite remarkable. Chapter 77. How to substantiate that no one has perished. Come now, let's rejoice. The alluring sound of a mobile ringtone resonated. Xiao Mushing answered the call. Officer Long, what brings you to call me? Is there something you require my assistance with? I came across the video you posted. Please do not take unnecessary risks. That last incident was indeed perilous. Had those two been a tad more resolute, Xiao Mushing would have been lost for good. Now, Xiao Mushing was once again disseminating a video. Officer Long quickly discerned the intentions behind it. Having kept a vigilant eye on Xiao Mushing's recent activities, poaching, village rituals, pyramid schemes, these matters had not graced his video releases. Yet this latest video was unmistakably purposeful. Do you perceive me as one who lacks memory? I am certainly prepared, Officer Long remarked, a slight grimace betraying his concern. He had reviewed the case files concerning these matters and concluded that the boy's condition had deteriorated. Numerous testimonies indicated that Xiao Mushing was speaking to himself, as if engaged in dialogue with another. Could one truly expect a mentally ill person to recall? A normal individual would not indulge such thoughts. Moreover, you are well aware of my capabilities. Despite the numerous tribulations I've faced, I have suffered no grave injuries. In light of this, Officer Long found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The experiences Xiao Mushing had encountered were fraught with danger, involving firearms and explosions. For any other individual, merely surviving such encounters would be deemed fortunate. Yet Xiao Mushing had encountered several. The most grievous injury he had sustained was but a scrape, truly perplexing. One who frequently traverses the riverbank cannot escape getting their shoes wet. Do not act recklessly on your own. I know people in Qingshui City who value their safety above all else. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. After all, it is merely a matter of apprehending a small-time murderer. How significant could that be? Officer Long replied, they do not encounter so many murder cases daily. Those whom you meet are either serving life sentences or facing death. Even those engaged in pyramid schemes were initially thought to be mere fraudsters, only to be discovered carrying far graver burdens of life and death. With this reasoning, how could one merely consider a murderer who had taken but a single life as manageable? Those who drown are often capable swimmers. I am aware that you have faced numerous challenges recently, all without incident. Yet one misstep could lead to your demise. Certain matters necessitate our cooperation. Officer Long, though somewhat reluctant to let such talent slip away, lamented that the boy's condition precluded him from being integrated into their ranks. Very well. I shall inform you of any crucial leads I uncover. I cannot intervene further. I will leave that to the local authorities. Understood. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Meanwhile, within a factory, several workers were engaged in transporting components. A supervisor was inspecting the quality of the parts, while a masked individual, half of their face obscured by hair, assisted in loading these components onto a vehicle. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the supervisor, as he perceived a striking resemblance between the supervisor and the half of his own face that remained unmarred. However, as his attention waned, the box in his hands began to tilt dangerously, nearly slipping from his grasp. Be careful, don't hurt yourself, the supervisor kindly cautioned upon witnessing the moment. My apologies. I will handle it properly, the worker hastily replied, resuming his task of moving the items. Midway through the registration, the supervisor's phone unexpectedly rang. That pesky kid is back, he exclaimed, though a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Finally, the boy seemed to have come to his senses. He had previously told him there was no need for such self-reproach, as he was not the one responsible. Was his friend truly that capable? Perhaps he could silence those who spread malicious rumors. Why would a relative who resembled him suddenly inquire about this? How could it possibly aid in identifying the culprit? Meanwhile, the workers engaged in the transportation task were all ears, attentively listening to the supervisor's phone conversation. Even when the supervisor attempted to lower his voice, the listener could still discern the words clearly. In an instant, connections began to form in his mind. The man who bore a resemblance to him was not merely similar in appearance, but bore an uncanny likeness to someone from a decade ago. Now, this individual was on the other end of the line, answering the call. On the other side, a well-known detective investigating the case had already commenced reaching out to acquaintances. How could this transpire so swiftly? Why was it so fortuitous? His breath quickened as his eyes darted around, sensing the gaze of everyone upon him. These individuals were no longer mere co-workers. They were undercover agents concealed within the factory, waiting for the opportune moment to apprehend him. If they sought to capture him, where could he possibly flee? To the left, where the conveyor belt operated, or to the right, where parts were being assembled? At that moment, someone thrust a box towards him, noticing that the person atop the vehicle remained motionless. Impatiently, they urged, "Are you coming or not?" Stuck in place, the masked worker, flustered, leapt down from the vehicle. "I'm not feeling well. You all carry on," he exclaimed before scrambling out of the factory in a panicked, disoriented rush. This behavior earned him the ire of other supervisors and coworkers. Yet none had abandoned their posts as he had, for such an act would incur a financial penalty. Moreover, it was impossible for the entire operation to halt due to his actions alone. Thus, another individual was readily available to take his place. The supervisor, engrossed in a phone call with his wife, merely cast a glance in his direction before dismissing the incident. Upon exiting the factory premises, Huang removed his mask. Gasping for air, the half of his mouth previously concealed revealed a gruesome sight of exposed gums and skeletal structure, devoid of skin. Even though this grotesque visage constituted merely a quarter of his face, it was profoundly unsettling. Huang surveyed the surroundings, finding them eerily deserted. There were no undercover agents lurking as he had anticipated. Perhaps this was all mere coincidence. He felt a wave of fear wash over him, not of having taken a life, but of the retribution that might follow such an act. After catching his breath, Huang Do donned his mask once more and hurried back to his abode. Curling up beneath the covers, two voices incessantly echoed within his mind. Run, flee as far away as possible. Do not linger in Qingshui City. Yet, where could he possibly escape to now? The adversary was formidable. Even if he changed locations, what if they tracked him down? Many had committed transgressions, and even relocation would not guarantee anonymity. Remaining here would only expedite his discovery. Perhaps fleeing might prolong his evasion. As the two voices tugged at him, a third voice suddenly emerged. Why not turn yourself in? If you confess, surely you wouldn't face the death penalty. At worst, you'd serve a decade or so and eventually be released with provisions for food and shelter. Just as this third voice began to coax Huang Do, he found himself gradually swayed. However, another voice abruptly pierced through his thoughts. But will her boyfriend spare you? Do not forget how much you harmed him. Even though the police lack conclusive evidence, he was branded a criminal and scorned for a decade. 10 years of youth, 10 years of disgrace, and a beloved girlfriend. Are you certain that upon confessing, he would not seek retribution? Recall how he was ridiculed a decade ago. You witnessed it firsthand. Paint was splattered on his door, rotten eggs hurled, and that was merely the mildest of insults. He faced threats at night, nearly losing his life from a beating. Furthermore, with the internet's vast reach, should you choose to step forward, it would not simply mean a few years in prison. You would be condemned to a lifetime of shame. Life may seem ordinary now, but if you confess, you would be mired in despair for eternity. Death might be a more appealing option. Huang Do clutched his head in anguish. What should I do? What should I do? A tempting voice surfaced within his mind. You were so close to success back then, almost ensuring that fellow would be imprisoned. You neglected to arrange decisive evidence. Over the years, you have consumed numerous legal programs and detective novels. This time, ensure everything is in order. Let him be sentenced to death, thereby sealing this matter once and for all. Huang Do inquired, what about the internet-famous detective beside me? This individual was far too terrifying. The voice in his mind, with unwavering confidence, continued, how could he be truly convicted without another death? Chapter 78. A compromise Achu. At the dining table, Xiao Mushing suddenly sneezed. The Annie beside him inquired with concern, what is wrong, dear? Are you catching a cold? There are medicines at home. Let me fetch you a couple of packets. As she spoke, she began to rise to get the medicine. Auntie, no need. It's probably not a cold. Xiao Mushing replied. Then why the sudden sneeze? Xiao Mushing shrugged and sniffed. Perhaps some ill-intentioned individual is plotting against me. Li Jianda looked over, puzzled. In our line of work, it's inevitable to offend some people. There are adversaries who would wish us harm. For instance, some who are still awaiting execution in prison might even be cursing me. The process of execution is indeed methodical and does not occur swiftly. Hence there remains a group of individuals cursing his demise. However, it's fine. In a few months, those cursing him will likely be gone. After finishing their meal, the two retired to the same room. Li Jianda asked, what is the next step? We'll return to Qingshui City to investigate the crime scene and see if we can uncover any clues. Xiao Mushing said, sitting up in bed. You can sleep here. I'll take the sofa. Li Jianda inquired with confusion. Aren't you accustomed to sharing a bed? Xiao Mushing was not averse to sharing a bed, nor did he come from an affluent family. He had shared with others during festive occasions. However, the issue was that Li Jianda lay flat, with a female ghost facing him. The ghost's gentle gaze and tender movements made Xiao Mushing feel that if Ji Lu were to materialize like the ghosts on television, they would surely be consumed by passion, embarking on an otherworldly rendezvous. Thus, he ultimately resolved to sleep on the sofa, allowing them to engage in their ethereal entanglement at their own pace. Actually, it's the ghost's unilateral entanglement, he thought. Just sleep in your bed and leave me be. Li Jianda watched Xiao Mushing exit the room, bemused. The world of the mentally ill is indeed quite different from that of the sane. Settling on the sofa in the living room, Xiao Mushing began to formulate his plan in his mind. The previous success stemmed from various factors, but the most crucial was that the opponent was a deranged murderer, audacious in nature. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of failure. It was uncertain if the perpetrator could indeed be apprehended. If jealousy was the motive for the murder, this being might evade capture, especially if it was their first act of killing. Ultimately, if the murderer could not be found, he would have to settle for a consolation prize, clearing Li Jianda's name. Presently, the majority of evidence pointed toward him, yet there was no conclusive proof to convict him. Those who were previously aware of the situation assumed he was guilty. Thus, if evidence could be found to implicate another, it might, in a sense, alleviate Ji Li's obsession. As long as it was established that her boyfriend was not the culprit, she should be able to find peace and move on, even though he was certain her boyfriend was innocent. Kujile is a person of her own thoughts, deeply in love with her boyfriend. Yet, it is precisely this love that has birthed an obsession within her. She witnessed him take her life with his own hands, despite her reluctance to believe it. In her heart, it remains an undeniable truth. Without tangible evidence laid before her, this fixation cannot dissipate. Naturally, it would be best to locate the true culprit. Xiao Musheng, contemplating this, retrieved a bull-headed stone carving from his pocket. To date, he had yet to discover its true utility. The hollow eyes of the sculpture should be connected to his current ability to see spirits. But what of its other aspects? Surely, it cannot serve merely this purpose. Previously, he had tried applying blood to it, but it yielded no brilliance, nor did an old man converse with him. It remained an ordinary stone carving. Xiao Musheng pondered whether he ought to take it back to the scene of the crime for further experimentation to uncover its function. Unable to devise a plan, he returned the sculpture to his pocket, deciding to revisit the matter later. The following morning, after breakfast, they were set to depart. However, the aunt was reluctant to let them go. After all, it had been many years since her child had returned home, and now, after just one day, they were to leave again. How could she bear it? Li Jianda addressed his mother. I must find the murderer and clear my name. I cannot linger at home like a turtle hiding in its shell. After all these years, a few extra days should not matter. He shook his head. I waited 10 years for this opportunity. I do not wish to postpone. Once this matter is resolved, I promise to return and spend quality time with you. Xiao Musheng, upon hearing Li Jianda's words, exchanged a glance with him. In that moment, he perceived something familiar in Li Jianda's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao was saying her farewells to the aunt, who, unfortunately, could not hear her. The two made their way downstairs, reaching the place where Xiao Musheng had parked. Once in the car, Li Jianda spoke suddenly. I pondered last night. I am curious. Who did you see from your perspective? As Xiao Musheng started the engine, he asked leisurely, did I display my feelings so overtly? Li Jianda nodded, feeling an uncanny sensation when in his company. It was only last night that he discerned the source of this strangeness. They say there's schizophrenia. Every time I investigate a case, the victims appear before me, recounting their stories and the circumstances of their demise. Li Jianda, upon hearing this, became acutely attentive. And what did she tell you? Last night, she said nothing. She merely embraced your face affectionately, and I found it utterly nauseating, so I left. Li Jianda involuntarily smiled at this, and in his mind's eye, the image of his beloved from over a decade ago resurfaced. Chapter 79. The Plan G. Lu cooperatively approached Li Jianda, artfully positioning herself on his lap with a semblance of languor. Her gaze upon Li Jianda was imbued with profound affection. Xiao Musheng remained silent, focusing instead on the accelerator. Regrettably, he could not simply accelerate to cast away the specter. At times, he pondered how such an entity could soar and penetrate solid objects yet remain tethered to a speeding vehicle. Did the ghost adhere to the laws of gravity? As the car ascended the highway, Xiao Musheng's phone suddenly rang. Please answer the call for me. Li Jianda glanced at the contact displayed on the screen. His hand poised to accept the call, frozen in astonishment upon reading the name, Dead Man. This was merely a pseudonym. Upon answering, a voice emerged. Hello. I stumbled upon your video in Qingshui City. Do you require assistance? This is a minor task, with a total reward of 50,000 yuan. But there isn't much to spare for you. Such words were infuriating. Had it not been for your help during the last mission, I might have perished in that forest. Truth be told, we have forged a bond that transcends mere acquaintanceship. To request payment for such a trivial favor would be rather unbecoming of me. Dead Man was indeed fortunate to encounter an opportunity like this. Although their previous experience in the forest had established a bond of life and death, he understood that Xiao Musheng's other companions could have achieved similar feats, provided they were not utterly incompetent. However, such arrangements would offer little in terms of mutual benefit for Xiao Musheng. Friendships are built on shared ideals or mutual advantages. In their line of work, finding individuals of such caliber was indeed rare. Fei Yu and Jing Zhonghua were undoubtedly skilled, yet when compared to Xiao Musheng, they fell short. Xiao Musheng grasped the underlying message. In familial matters, one relies on relatives. In the world beyond, friendships are paramount. In this profession, it is essential to cultivate relationships with individuals like these. Occasionally, owing small favors can strengthen your ties with others. Do you know many people in Qingshui City? If so, please assist me in locating an individual who bears a striking resemblance to the primary suspect in my current investigation. Are you referring to Li Jianda? Dead Man suggested, clearly indicating familiarity with the case. Indeed, To have identified a target so swiftly is truly commendable. Deadman had initially anticipated a request for gathering clues, but was surprised by the immediate directive to find someone. It seemed that even without his assistance, the matter would soon be resolved. By the way, in addition to this, please see if you can find anyone skilled in disguise. Xiao Mushing reflected for a moment and added this detail. In a world filled with extraordinary individuals, it would be prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Very well. Are there any other distinguishing characteristics? For now, that is all. One can appropriately stir the grass to scare the snake, but primarily, one's safety must take precedence. Very well. I comprehend. The essence of understanding Xiao Mushing's intention lies in the fact that the most exasperating aspect of an investigation is the evidence. Even if you're certain of the perpetrator's identity, without a complete chain of evidence, the offender may evade justice. However, this also serves as a form of protection. For instance, if not for the necessity of obtaining crucial evidence to complete the chain, Li Jianda would likely be enjoying a meal at the precinct right now. The call ended. On the other end, the deceased discovered several chat groups. The taxi driver's group in Qingshui City. Before his tenure as a bounty hunter, he had spent some time as a taxi driver until one fateful day when he apprehended a fugitive. After receiving a reward of over 300,000, he changed his profession. He had not exited these groups since. He first entered Group 1, where a flurry of messages awaited. A driver was seeking assistance from fellow drivers to locate the mistress of a passenger he had just picked up who was intent on confronting the mistress. The proclivity for gossip is an innate trait of the people of Longhua. Hence, the drivers in the group were eager to assist. The deceased composed a message and clicked send, accompanied by a photograph. Simultaneously, he replicated and dispatched this message across several other groups. Instantly, multiple group messages began to refresh. Although the deceased no longer practiced in this field, his connections with certain individuals in the group had not diminished, so they were still willing to lend a hand. Moreover, some of the older drivers could recall this particular case, thus igniting their interest. Meanwhile, in a small room with the curtains drawn, Huang was incessantly writing and sketching in a small notebook. His first objective was to obtain Li Jianda's hair and fingerprints. As for that internet celebrity, based on the news, he appeared formidable. Brute force would not suffice. The optimal strategy would be to resort to poisoning, preferably with poison sourced from Li Jianda's own household. Rodenticide, sleeping pills, and similar substances could prove fatal while also revealing Li Jianda's purchasing history. The threat posed by that internet detective was the most significant, necessitating a swift elimination. At that point, relying solely on Li Jianda would not only hinder the pursuit of truth, but would also make it impossible to clear his own suspicions. What else? Huang wrapped his head thoughtfully. Any potential traces he might leave behind must be meticulously eradicated. This was of utmost importance. He also needed to evade surveillance cameras. Today's surveillance systems are far superior to their predecessors, with high-definition cameras installed in numerous locations. It would be effortless to discern that he and Li Jianda were not the same person based on minute details. Thus, this risk must not be taken lightly. The poison should ideally be handed over by Li Jianda himself. Although this may seem too direct, he believed that the detective must have had suspicions regarding Li Jianda. Consequently, this would establish Li Jianda's motive for murder, thereby corroborating the case from a decade prior, as the investigation would inevitably circle back to him. In a bid to conceal the truth from being fully unveiled, the infamous internet detective was brutally murdered, a motive so impeccably crafted. He couldn't help but chuckle at this thought. Huang Du felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness. Yet, before the laughter could fully escape him, he found himself frozen in place. Why did I laugh? Engaging in such perilous acts. Why would I find amusement in it? This is murder. A voice echoed within his mind once more. 10 years ago, you had already committed murder. Have you forgotten the emotions that surged within you at that time? Trembling, Huang Du responded, fear. Is it merely fear? Was the quaking of your body truly just a manifestation of fear? The agonizing screams of a girl as she was burned alive, calling out for her boyfriend, questioning him. Did that not evoke even a flicker of joy within you? Following the narrative of those words, Huang Du recalled his thoughts from that time, when he set fire to her, He indeed felt a twinge of fear, yet there was a faint thrill within him. It was reminiscent of childhood mischief, stealthily smashing down a carefully constructed snowman or secretly submerging a kitten in water, watching it struggle. In those moments, there seemed to be a sliver of joy belonging to his youth. The screams resonated deep within him. They were the echoes of his childhood. Yes, the essence of childhood. There will always be those weaker than ourselves in this world, and their cries are so melodious. And now, we shall challenge the strong. Is this not a significant and exhilarating endeavor? Acknowledge your innermost feelings. You too yearn for this sensation. The words in his mind sent a delightful shiver through Huangdu. This feeling is indeed somewhat exhilarating. Is it truly only a little? The dialogue in his mind transformed into a soliloquy, a question and answer session with himself. It seems it ought to be even more thrilling. Thus, this time, let us indulge further. Once we eliminate this detective, we shall relocate to a more remote place, where discovery would be exceedingly difficult. He chuckled once more.